Chapter 1. A Fate Touched in Middle-earth. I don't own HP or Tolkien's realm. Not certain where I wanted to put this crossover, since eventually it will encompass the Fellowship of the Ring, but put it here for now, since it is in no way certain that I will take up this story full-time. Nor, if I am honest, is it my best work. I think I wanted to show flashes of Harry's life in such a way that it didn't bog the story down, nor did I want to simply summarize them, but I just don't know if this style works. I've seen it done similarly, as well as in far larger scale in books, but, hell with it, I'll let you my readers decide. As those of you who have read my other works know, I put up a poll some time ago to see what story people wanted me to take up as a smaller, third story, while I concentrated on Wild Wolf and ADP. At the same time, I told people that if they could argue their points, like in a debate team, they could PM me and thus gain their choice more points, which was one way to do so. The other I mentioned elsewhere, and not wanting to seem too desperate I won't do so again here. This was one of two new stories that ranked high in the poll, so I decided to put out a chapter for it and for the Star Wars crossovers, one of which I would love to take up after WW is done to allow my readers to make a better informed decision. If you like this story over my other current stories or the top 3 story ideas in my poll, tell me so in your review. If you want to argue for this story over the other choices from the poll, PM me. Think of this like you are on a debate team, and need to back up your side of the debate. I'd like to thank Mordreek for his work as beta and all-around ideas taster for this work. Without him it would not be nearly as good as it is. Now without further ado. Prologue, Into the Unknown. Harry stared aghast as Hermione was hit by Voldemort's Avada Kedavra. The sight of life fading from that face, that joyful, oftentimes demanding, at times loving face, broke something inside of Harry. Yet in the strange chemistry of grief, it also caused his mind to recall when they had first become friends. Flashback. Harry scowled as he raced along the passageways of the castle towards the bathroom that Lavender had told him Hermione was hiding in. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why didn't you stand up for her when Ron said all those mean things to her? You've been bullied too, you know. And that was precisely why he hadn't. Ron was his first friend, or Harry thought he was a friend, though Ron was rather mean-spirited to other people at times. Despite that, Harry didn't want to ruin their friendship. I still should have stopped him. I just hope I find Hermione before the troll does. Harry had thought about getting Ron to help him, but he had run off to his brothers the moment they were told to head to their dormitories, and Percy was standing right there shouting orders. And besides, would Ron have really wanted to help save Hermione after saying such mean things about her? Down the hallway Harry spotted the door to the lavatory where Lavender and Parvati had said Hermione was having a good cry, whatever that meant. Relieved, Harry didn't notice any troll around. But what does a troll even look like anyway? They hadn't covered that yet in defense against the dark arts. Shoving that thought to the side, Harry barged into the lavatory, closing the door behind him with a click. Hermione! He hissed out, moving forward deeper into the girls' lavatory. Are you in here? There was sound of a sniffle, and a watery voice answered. What are you doing in here? This is the girls' bathroom. That doesn't matter right now. Harry said. Listen, there's a troll. That was as far as he got before the smell hit him. It hit Hermione too, as she gasped. What is that? She in turn was interrupted as the door that Harry had just raced through was blasted open. What must have been the troll entered, sniffing loudly, though how it could smell anything else over its own pong Harry didn't know. The troll stood, shoulders hunching, about 15 feet tall, with long arms scraping the ground, one clutching a massive club. It was bald, its head thrust forward only slightly, with light green skin, and, thankfully, a loincloth of some kind of fur. Its mouth was open, breathing deeply, showing several rotting, but still sharp teeth. Right before the door had been smashed open, Harry had dived underneath the closest bathroom stall and he stared up at Hermione, who thankfully was taking cover just like he was. Desperately he held up a finger to his mouth, motioning her to be quiet. She nodded, getting down on her belly and crawling underneath her stall into his before whispering into his ear. What are we going to do? Harry frowned in thought, then began to crawl towards the doorway through the stalls, motioning Hermione to follow quickly. They could hear the troll bashing the glass above the sinks for some reason. Harry wondered for just a moment if it thought the troll in the mirror was a challenger or something. There were some animals tricked by mirrors or glass, right? By the time they had reached the final stall between them and the door, the troll had finished smashing the glass and was hooting and hollering, possibly in victory or anger. Harry wasn't exactly in a position to tell. Because it had turned just at the right time to catch the two children out in the open. Grahoo! The club smashed down at them, and Harry desperately pushed Hermione back underneath the stall. Rolling after her, Harry collided with her side as the club smacked into the ground where they had just been. Faster than Harry thought it could move, the troll then swept the club sideways, smashing into and through the side of the stall, sending splinters of wood careening everywhere. Hermione screamed, and Harry was tempted to join her, but he stood up, pushing the debris of the stall door off them. Run for the door. With that, Harry sprinted forward, dodging between the troll's legs and hitting it with a tickling charm that he had seen some of the older students using on one another in the common room. The spell didn't take, fizzling out after only a few moments, but that was enough time to let Harry get behind the troll. With no further spells coming to mind, Harry jumped up onto the troll's back, climbing upwards as it tried to turn, reaching behind him to try and grab him. "Will you run?" Harry bellowed at Hermione, who was on the ground where he had left her, staring up at the troll. He ducked to one side, evading a grasp from the troll's hand, climbing up further and away from that hand as the troll desperately tried to turn, unwilling to let go of its club in its one hand and unable to grasp him with the other. Its shoulders and arms weren't very limber. "What about you? Just go. Get one of the teachers." Instead, Hermione resolutely grabbed up her wand from where it had fallen among the debris, pointing it at the troll's club, which it had just raised to try and scratch Harry off its back with. "Wingardium Leviosa," she intoned, swishing and flicking her wand as Professor Flitwick had shown them earlier that day. The oaken club had none of the troll's immunity to magic, and the club lifted out of its hand, rising into the air. The troll looked at it stupidly for a moment, reaching up to try to grab it, but Hermione quickly flicked the club out of its way, then back, smacking the troll in the face once. "Grak!" The troll roared, then realized somehow that Hermione was the one moving the club. He reached out with both of its hands to grasp her. Hermione screamed, dodging to one side, but her leg was caught in its grip and she was pulled up into the air. Eek! By this point Harry was on its neck, staring aghast as it began to lift Hermione into the air. Frantically Harry jabbed his wand into the thing's nostril, then began to pour his magic into it with no real spell in his mind, just a thought of force. What came out of his wand wasn't a spell, but a stream of magic barely formed by that thought. Yet even so, it hit with all the power of a high-speed bullet, drilling through the troll's nose and out of its head. It almost got Harry where he was hanging behind the troll's head, and he gasped as his face and upper body was suddenly covered by foul-smelling gore. The troll stumbled, dropping Hermione, who squawked as she quickly covered her head to protect her from the impact on the ground, rolling and wincing through the debris of the stalls. The troll stumbled for a moment, one hand actually rising to touch its nose for a moment, then it collapsed, slamming into the ground with enough force to send most of the debris from its rampage up into the air for a moment, tossing Harry forward and breaking his grip on its back. For a moment he lay there groggily, then he was pulled to his feet as two arms went around his shoulders, hugging him fiercely. "Thank you. I don't know what you did, but if you hadn't been here." "What is going on here?" said a voice from behind them. Both youngsters turned to stare at the doorway into the lavatory, where Professor McGonagall and Snape were standing. Before Hermione could speak up, Harry said, "Hermione was not at the feast, Professor. She was in here and didn't know about the trolls, so I came to find her, but it found us before we could get away." The professor scowled angrily. "And why, Ms. Granger, were you not at the feast?" "I was feeling rather sorry for myself, Professor," Hermione said, looking away. "Homesick. I'd just come in here to have a good cry." She looked at Harry desperately, trying to make him understand that she didn't want to say that Ron had been bullying her. She'd been bullied before, it wasn't anything new to her, though someone going out of their way to help her like this was very new. But Harry shook his head resolutely. "That's not true, Professor." "Well, it might be true a bit, but Ron Weasley was, well, he said a lot of hurtful things to Hermione after she tried to help him in Charms class. I should have stopped him then, but..." He shrugged uncomfortably. "It sometimes takes more courage to stand up to one's friend than it does to a stranger or an enemy," the professor said, nodding her head, though her eyes were glinting dangerously. That look promised Ron would not get off scot-free for his bit of bullying. Snape, however, had moved over to the corpse of the troll. It was indeed a corpse, not simply unconscious as both teachers at first assumed. "Exactly how did you kill this troll, Potter?" Harry shivered a little, realizing he had just taken a living creature's life. He felt Hermione's arms around his shoulders tighten, and he smiled shyly, then, realizing this must be a hug, he'd never had one of those before. The Dursleys hadn't physically abused him, at least not often, but they had never shown him any affection or love either. Hermione smiled encouragingly back at him, squeezing him even tighter around the shoulders. With that, Harry turned back to the professor, who he'd quietly loathed since the first class with him. "I don't know, Professor, I didn't use any spell really. I just jabbed my wand into its nose end, and tried to sort of force my magic through it." The professor nodded slowly, while McGonagall moved around him, staring in shock at the hole in the troll's head and then up at the ceiling where the hole continued. With a wave of her wand, that hole was repaired, and then she looked down with distaste at the wand still sticking out of the troll's noses. A fastidious flick of her wand pulled it out with a glorp sound, and another intoned spell cleaned it before passing it back to Harry. "I suggest, Mr. Potter, that the next time you try to take on a fully grown mountain troll, you have some defensive spells under your belt first. As to Ron Weasley, I will have words with him if he has been putting other students down like that." Harry looked at her askance, knowing that several of Malfoy's crew had done the exact same thing in the Great Hall or in the hallways before this. But he supposed that maybe they had to be caught in the act if they weren't in a teacher's own house? So he simply nodded. The professor went on, smiling slightly at both children. Now I suggest you both head down to the infirmary and let Madame Pomfrey look you over. And Potter, for saving a friend 25 points to Gryffindor. As she escorted the two down to the infirmary, Hermione nudged Harry's shoulder with her own. Thanks. Harry nodded, nudging her back. You're welcome. I'm just sorry I didn't. Hermione shook his head. Ron's your friend, I understand that. She scowled a little. I don't know if he'll ever be mine, but... Could you try to get along? I'll try and stop him from saying such hurtful things again, but... He paused and looked at her for a moment. I know you're trying to help, but your voice, it was like you were trying to talk down to him or something. Hermione's scowl deepened, then she relented. I'll try to tone my, what did he call it, bossiness down a bit. But, she said, smiling a little grimly, poking Harry in the shoulder. In return, I want to see you put as much effort into actual schoolwork as you do in not seeming smart. Harry raised one eyebrow in surprise and Hermione laughed. I know you don't care much for the written portions, but I've seen you practice spell work and I know you pick up the actual spells quickly if you put your heart into it. I'll even help you with the writing portion if that's slowing you down, but I don't want you holding packing class anymore. Are you doing that just so Ron doesn't feel left out? No. Harry replied. It's just... He paused, trying to think of the words to explain several years of being ignored, of being put down, of being called a freak. How if he scored better than Dudley his chores would redouble, and what little freedom he had would disappear while Dudley would step up his Harry hunting. How no one else helped him, or noticed anything wrong, so he had just decided to fade into the background as much as possible. Hermione poked his shoulder again, much more gently this time. Please? I know you're smarter than you let on. I'd like a challenge in our house, you know. The only ones that really push me are in other houses, and that's kind of silly. Just because we're brave doesn't mean we're idiots. Harry laughed, then nodded his head. All right, if you'll help me with the writing portion and promise to stop and think before you try to give out advice unless you're asked, I'll try to stop holding back in class. In response, Hermione smiled brightly, nodding her head. End flashback. To one side of the dimly lit room housing the Veil of Death, most of the Defense Association was hiding behind several conjured boulders. Having had the time to prepare the battlefield while Harry led the more experienced members of the DA to search out Sirius, they were using the cover to good effect against the Death Eaters that had appeared from both ends of the room, springing the ambush. The ones that had chased Harry from their own ambush point had taken severe losses already, though they were fighting back well enough, having conjured their own cover, and being the so-called inner circle of Voldemort, his best and most experienced fighters. The second group that had appeared from the other end of the room had lost a few as well, though Voldemort had blocked or redirected some of the DA's initial assault, however. Then Aurors and other ministry personnel had shown up, attacking all and sundry, causing more confusion than actual harm to either group. But Voldemort used the confusion to stride grandly into the center of the room, throwing out a bombarda which destroyed some of the conjured boulders, before catching Hermione with an Avada Kedavra while she ducked for cover. One of the girls hiding nearby let out a scream, and more than one boy's voice was raised in a disbelieving shout, but even so Harry didn't look away from Hermione's body. Nearby Susan fell to the floor with a roar of mixed pain and fury as she took her opponent down at the same time with a vicious triple spell chain, opening with a wide area stupefy followed by a Diffindo before finishing with a bombarda spell cast at the masked man's feet that flung his battered body backwards. His mask fell away, revealing that he was Walden McNair, the ministry executioner for dangerous animals. But putting him down cost Susan, and she collapsed, one leg almost sawed off by some kind of cutting spell the man had sent back at her, hitting her with it even as she dodged to one side after losing the same cover that Hermione had previously been using. She was still alive thanks to a hasty blood-clotting spell from one of the others, but out of the fight. Harry absently sent a rifle spell towards Walden's head, finishing him off. The spell left a neat, round hole right through his forehead, a much cleaner death than the man really deserved. But Harry still couldn't tear his eyes away from the body of his best friend, of his Hermione, falling to the ground. No. Flashback. I wonder which of us is going to get the best score at the end of the year? I mean, I know I'm behind in the practical on Transfiguration, but in actual spell casting I think I'm good, said a slow, drawling voice, its English only slightly accented. Harry smiled at Blaise, who he'd surprisingly made friends with since this study group had started. He, Daphne and Tracy, her friend and confidant, were from Slytherin House, but they had joined Hermione's study group. Whether this was because they were brave enough to dare being mingling publicly with other houses, or neutral in the conflict between him and Malfoy, Harry didn't know. The study group actually crossed all house lines. Susan and Justin from Hufflepuff and Padma and initially 2 boys represented Ravenclaw, but the boys had dropped out quickly after they learned the others wouldn't let them take the lead in organizing the group. Hermione, Harry himself, and Neville, along with Parvati occasionally, represented Gryffindor. It had been Hermione who'd organized the whole thing. Apparently she, Padma and Daphne had started a bit of a competition almost the first day of school, all of them aiming to be the highest scorers in the year. But despite being in different houses, it was somehow a friendly competition. Harry and the others had come into the group long after that, with Harry joining 2 weeks after Halloween. By this point Hermione was ahead in their competition by a measly half-point. She led the other 2 girls strongly in Transfiguration, but falling behind slightly in defense against the dark arts, potions obviously, and even history and charms to Daphne and Padma respectively. The blonde pureblood was near the tops in charms and was good with the written portions of every class, but her Transfiguration practical wasn't up to par. Padma was excellent across the board, actually a little better at the written assignments than Hermione, but her practical let her down in everything but charms. I don't know, I think all the girls have us poor boys beat. Harry said with a laugh. Oh please Potter. Tracy scoffed from where she had been sitting behind Daphne. She wasn't as interested in academics as her friend, at least not this year. She was apparently deeply interested in runes however, which was a class they would be taking in 3rd year. Everyone knows that you're the tops when it comes to defense against the dark arts. Not even our resident bookworm has been able to knock you off that pedestal. Harry blushed, hunching his shoulders before he felt an elbow in his ribs from both sides. Susan had picked up on the fact that Harry tried to downplay his abilities, tried to fade into the background, and with Hermione's help had begun to force him out of his shell. Justin helped too at times, astonished that someone who had as much same as Harry being so self-effacing. It's true Harry, and you know it. Hermione said, half chiding him slightly. Harry was easily able to pick up how to do a spell, even if he couldn't quite explain how it worked. And ever since the troll incident Harry had been devouring every book in the library he and Hermione could find on defensive spells. Madame Pants had stopped them from picking up many, but Harry knew that the 2 of them were at least a year, possibly a year and a half ahead of the material that the rather ineffective Quirrell was teaching them. Only Susan, who had been getting training since she was 10 from her aunt, the head of Aurors, could come close, and she didn't have Harry's raw power. I think you'll do very well Harry. Susan said, nodding in agreement. In fact, she said, smiling over at Justin who was sitting on her other side. I bet you'll score the best out of all the boys. The 3 boys looked at one another and then said together, isn't that the same way as saying you girls are better than us? At which point the group devolved into good-natured bickering. End flashback. No. With a wrench of will Harry turned away from the body of his best friend, staring out through the tumult of battle to where Voldemort still stood. Across from him however was another figure Harry would have happily seen in the grave. Dumbledore had finally arrived with his Order of the Phoenix, throwing in with the Defense Association and Ministry personnel as they fought the Death Eaters. The Ministry personnel were still attacking all and sundry, though the Aurors among them at least had begun to concentrate on the Death Eaters, save a few who probably had moldy ward leanings, as the twins put it. The strange room was lit more by spell blasts now than the torches set here and there along the wall, but the air still felt still and, well, dead even so. The two were still holding position, the 2 groups, front line and sniper, holding position as they should and not using any easily undone spells save to soften an opponent up. The Ministry, even the Aurors and the Order of the Useless did not follow that policy, and several of their members were down now, taken out by Death Eaters they had thought down for the count. Strangely enough though, many Order members, Ministry workers and even Aurors and Death Eaters were simply hurrying to cover to watch the main event. In the center of the room Dumbledore and Voldemort dueled. Dozens of spells flew through the air between them with all the colors of a rainbow. Though unlike lesser wizards both seemed to favor nullifying enemy spells rather than merely shielding, nor did either bother often with voicing the spells they used, casting both silently and even wandlessly a few times. Bits and pieces of rubble were transfigured by one then banished by the other. Area of effect spells never reached their intended target, batted aside to cause havoc elsewhere in the room or simply snuffed out, the most spectacular example of which being the beginnings of a spell Harry recognized as the start of fiend fire from a book Sirius had given him. Dumbledore had conjured a white and gold phoenix several times larger than Fox which ate Voldemort's spell before being vanished itself by what looked like some kind of water serpent. Normally a boy his age should have been ecstatic about seeing 2 such powerful magic users going at it, just like all the gawkers around who had seemingly forgotten this was a battlefield. But all Harry felt was a rising fury. Madness had gripped him, and he pushed himself to his feet, almost absent-mindedly casting a protection spell over Ron and his sister Ginny where they were hiding with the others behind conjured boulders. They had been continually sniping at the Death Eaters as they came in, but neither of them had the talent for defensive spells to stand on the front lines of the ambush. The 2 of them had come far, but had never quite caught up with the original study group that had segued into the Defensive Association in year 2. But even as he sent the shield spell that way he saw Ron slump over, his shoulder and arm missing. No. Flashback. This year has been particularly crappy, Harry thought as he sat next to Hermione in the infirmary. First, he and Hermione, well Harry, the boys and all of the girls had argued about Professor Lockhart. All of the girls had somehow developed a blind belief in the teacher, not even fazed by the disasters his class had become that first day. They had thankfully agreed to start up a Defense Association club, despite the fact that they couldn't get a teacher to sponsor it. It had surprisingly allowed Harry to patch up his friendship with Ron, who despite still being rather lazy when it came to most classes had actually apologized to Hermione. Harry happened to know that was because his two brothers and Angelina Johnson had sat him down and basically informed him that if he didn't he would be pranked every day for the rest of his Hogwarts career, but still. Yet that was just their own personal issues, which paled in comparison to the heir of Slytherin and his doings, which added a whole new dimension to the pile of crap Harry had to deal with. While the seriousness of that had allowed him and Hermione to patch their friendship up after their arguments about Lockhart, the two of them had not been able to figure out what kind of monster could be loose in the school. They had however figured out that Harry could speak Parseltongue. At first Hermione had looked at that askance, but after reading several books about it, and in particular speaking to Padma and Parvati, had come around. Just because England saw it as a sign of a dark wizard didn't mean the rest of the world. She had roundly defended him when it came out, but her defense of him didn't matter at all to most of the sheep posing as students here in Hogwarts. Clutching at Hermione's hand, her frozen, petrified hand while he sat by her bed, Harry smiled as he remembered how Hermione had tried to defend him, and how the twins and the rest of the Quidditch team had come to his defense as well. It had made them all closer, but there was one question he still had about that scene. I wonder why you and the other girls were all blushing when that 7th year said how useful Parseltongue was in a man. What do vibrations have to do with anything, anyway? Just then the door to the infirmary burst open and Ron came in followed by the twins. Harry! Ron gasped. Where've you been? The prefects were ordered to take all of the students to their dorm rooms. Didn't you hear the announcement? I heard the professor say something on the intercom or whatever, yes. I'd decided to ignore it though. Harry replied coldly. While he and Ron had patched things up, Harry felt that Professor McGonagall had let him down badly, not just last year but this year as well. None of the teachers had stood up for him when the rumors turned most of the population of the castle against him. None of the teachers had come forward to help the Defense Association with their efforts to actually have a defense against the dark arts education. And Professor McGonagall never protected Harry or the others from the Slytherins like Snape and Malfoy when they put them down or even attacked them occasionally in the halls. Never mind that, Harry. Fred said from behind Ron. Harry could never understand why no one else could tell the two apart. It was just like Padma and Parvati. Fred had a few more freckles on one side of his face, and was slightly quicker to tell a joke than George. That doesn't matter, what matters is that Ginny is missing, and another air message was found. "To right, my brother," said the other one frowning angrily, not even going into their normal back and forth routine. It said her corpse will lie in the chamber forever. All of the teachers are saying that Hogwarts is going to close and we're all going to be sent home, but not one of them is saying how they're going to try and find our Ginny. For a moment Harry thought of saying, "Does this surprise you?" It certainly didn't surprise him. Most of the teachers here seemed to take a leave it alone until someone else does something attitude towards everything outside their classrooms. Instead he exchanged a look with Ron before speaking up. "We might know where the Chamber of Secrets is, but not how to get in or what kind of monster it is." "That could be enough, Harry," said George, frowning anxiously. Of the twins, he was the one who was best able to handle more serious topics without some lead time. "If we go to the teachers with that, they'll ask us for what proof we have, and if we don't have enough they will turn us away, or if Snape is there he'll convince them it's some kind of publicity stunt by me. You know how they are," said Harry angrily. "And with Dumbledore away I bet there's some kind of lock on the flu system." Susan said something about that a few hours ago. Ron said, and for once he wasn't ribbed about the pretty redhead by his twin brothers. While he didn't join the study group, Ron was always around, and had taken up a tentative friendship with Susan over a shared passion for Quidditch. Susan said she tried to contact her aunt after Creevy was attacked, but couldn't get through. "Some kind of security thingy that needs the headmaster here to override it, I think. And none of the owls are willing to leave the Oloy for some reason. Stupid fudge and the damned Ministry of Magic always screwing up," said Fred, scowling angrily. "What are we going to do, Harry?" All three of the redheads turned to Harry, and his hand clenched on Hermione's fist, then he froze. Looking down to the fist he whispered, "There's something between her fingers." He pulled it out, then read it aloud, pipes. Then he flipped it over and began to read, shaking his head at the very idea of Hermione cutting this out of a book. "But the greatest of serpents is the basilisk." After he finished reading the excerpt, Fred asked skeptically, "Then why aren't any of the petrified students dead?" "Think about it," George said, snapping his fingers. "Norris, that abomination in furry clothing must have looked at it from the light of the puddle outside Moaning Myrtle's room. And Colin, he probably looked at it through the lens on his cameras and through Headless Nick." "And Hermione?" Ron asked. "Hermione's smart," Harry said softly, patting her hand and standing up. He moved over to Penelope Clearwater's head, lifting up a small mirror there. The two of them must have been together in the library, and Hermione told Penelope about the basilisk. They must have been using the mirrors appear around corners after they left the library. And I think, he said slowly. I think I know how it's getting around too. Hermione found that answer too, pipes. There are pipes all through the building, and I bet it come out of them at any given point. Now we have to go to a teacher. Ron said. With this, and the fact we know that the chamber is somewhere in Moaning Myrtle's room, they'll have to do something with that. Harry thought seriously. I don't know, I'm not certain I trust any of them to really do anything, but we'll see. Let's do this. Fred, you told us that you know of a secret way to get the Hogsmeade for next year, right? Use it and head into the town and use a flue there to call the Aurors. If they haven't already been told, they need to know. George, find Professor Flitwick or Snape. Professor Flitwick is supposed to be a dueling champion, right? And though I hate to say anything good about him, Snape is probably a better bet to fight something than Professor McGonagall. Harry was making that basis on the fact that McGonagall didn't seem to have much fight for her students in her at all outside her classroom. But later when he got into Transfiguration further, especially combat transfiguration, he would realize that was rather naive of him, going by appearance and personality rather than their known specialties. What about Lockhart? Ron asked. I know he hasn't been that effective, but his room is the nearest one. About 5 minutes later Harry was cursing Ron roundly as Ron in turn held Lockhart at wand point while they went down the stairs into the Chamber of Secrets. Why'd I ever listen to you? I don't know. Look at it this way. Ron said with a shrug. He'll make a good meat shield anyway. Maybe if we feed him to the basilisk it'll choke on him. Or maybe the oil he uses in his hair is poisonous. Now boys, there's no call for that, said Lockhart in that smarmy tone of his. I'm certain I'll be of some use if you would just give me back my wand, Mr. Weasley. Fat chance, said both boys as they continued down the stairs. Once they reached bottom they entered a large rocky tunnel, the floor of which was lined with old snakeskins. As they continued on their way the snakeskins became bigger, until finally the size of one of them, almost as tall as Harry's head, seemed to sap what little courage Lockhart possessed. He suddenly turned, grabbing Ron by the arm and pulling him in. Ron was rather well built for his age, but Lockhart was a grown man and easily overpowered the boy. He kicked Ron away, then flicked Ron's wand towards Harry. None of that, Mr. Potga. But Harry had already pulled out his own wand and an Expelliarmus caught the man full in the chest just as he was intoning his own spell. But Harry had put so much strength into the Expelliarmus sent Lockhart away with all the power of an explosion against the far wall. He must have hit something important, because suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound, and the entire ceiling began to cave in. Harry quickly ducked aside, rolling and diving forwards to get away from the rubble, while Ron did the same on the other side. After a moment the dust began to settle, and Ron called out. Harry! Are you okay? I'm all right, Harry said, brushing himself off and rather happy he had started to wear contacts rather than spectacles. Hermione had insisted on her parents taking him to an eye doctor who had prescribed them. The magical world apparently didn't have anything like them, which was sad really, but didn't matter right now. All my bits are here anyway and so is my wand. How are you and the idiot? We're all right, Ron shouted back. But there's no way for me to get to you, and that moron broke my wand when he smacked into the wall. He's out of it. I'm smacking him upside the head and he's not even twitching. Then it's all on me, Harry said with a sigh. Head back upstairs and see if your brothers have had any better luck and guide them down here. I'll do what I can to find your sister. After hearing Ron's reluctant reply Harry stood up, cracking his sore shoulders for a moment. All right Harry, time to do your hero thing as Hermione calls it. End flashback. Harry! Are you all right? Shouted Sirius, moving through the tumult of battle, leaving two Death Eaters wrapped up in what looked like floss but which seemed to act like chicken wire, slowly constricting in exceptionally painful but not immediately deadly places. The older man's voice faltered and he looked past Harry at the body lying crumpled on the floor nearby, her bushy hair marking Hermione out as easily as ever. Oh, no, his eyes, which were not the most sane eyes anyone had ever seen, turned wrathful, a look in them that Harry hadn't seen since the two of them had met the first time when Pettigrew had escaped. He turned, joining the battle with a yell. You've killed your last child, bastards! The sight of his godfather, who he'd not been allowed to live with and who had not gotten a trial, caused Harry's teeth to grit in anger once again. Not only had he been tricked, not only had Voldemort used their mental connection to send false images to him, but Harry had walked into a trap. Only luck had allowed them to escape from the initial ambush the Death Eaters had tried to set up his own. But it wasn't just Voldemort and his Death Eaters who Harry was furious with. Damn you, Dumbledore, damn you and your order. If you had only shared what was going on with this. If you had only gotten off your backside and done something. Flashback. So let me get this straight, Harry said, looking around at Ron, Padma, and the other members of the Defense Association who didn't agree with him on the urgency of heading to the Ministry to save Sirius. You want to trust Dumbledore? The person who has tried to systematically sabotage my magical education, who let me enter a tournament where he knew people routinely died and which pitted me was against older and better trained students, along with leading an order who apparently has done nothing in the past year to combat the Death Eaters? Or even prove that Voldemort is back? To one side Padma held up a hand and Harry glared at her. Yes, I know you say it's all supposition and that there were extenuating circumstances to some of it, but twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. You can't argue that they haven't told us anything about what's going on, and I hate to say it, Susan, but your aunt hasn't exactly covered herself with glory either, being willing to toe the party line. Susan actually flinched at that but nodded. Saying her hands are tied and they have no budget is only an excuse, Harry, I know, even if she believes us now. But really going to the ministry? Why would Voldemort or whoever is impersonating him go to the trouble of keeping himself hidden since last year and then attack the ministry now? They're not attacking the ministry, they're doing some kind of ritual with Sirius there. Attacking isn't the same as sneaking in, and didn't you all say that in the last war a lot of people in the ministry were on his side? Hermione nodded grimly. And let's not forget all those people are still in power, right? Because that's the way things are done. If you're a pureblood and say you've been Imperiist, they don't even use Veritaserum on you, they take you at your word. More than one pureblood there glared angrily at her, but Hermione glared right back. Over the last few years, thanks to Harry and her own parents, she had lost much of her awe of authority figures, and of the wizarding world in general. Her parents had attempted to find out all they could about the laws of the wizarding world, only to have to rely on Harry to get a book about it, only to find most of the laws were decidedly biased against Muggles in general, and only a little less so to Muggleborn. The discrimination against them wasn't so much lawful as socially pervasive. Now Hermione saw all the shadows just as much as she saw the good things. Hermione could no longer deny that the entire wizarding world was bigoted from the top down. Even Ron and the Prolite families like them didn't really believe that non-magicals were their equals, they simply didn't hate them, which was a far cry from treating them as equal under the eyes of the law. After a moment the other people looked away and Harry nodded grimly. And there's the fact that as Supreme Mugwump he could have gotten Sirius a trial last year on my testimony. Confounded indeed. Instead what did he do? Nothing. He bundled me back to the Damdesleys, made certain that Sirius was kept out of sight, and then you all know what happened with the Goblet of Fire, and with Umbridge this year. That last name was enough, and finally all of their faces firmed. Lavender, Padma, and the other students that had come to the Defense Association this year all nodded, with Seamus speaking up for them all. We're with you, Harry. End flashback. All around him the Defense Association fired from somewhat long range at the Death Eaters, where they were now being forced to match more and more Aurors and Order members as they burst through the doorways on either side of the amphitheater. Harry had no attention for this, however. He was concentrated on the 2 figures battling it out now in the center of the room, having swept through their disparate forces to clash there moments ago. He even ignored Sirius and his cousin Bella the Mad Witch battling it out, throwing curses around like they were going out of style, along with quips and phrases some of which were very strange to hear in a life and death battle. Grandfather always liked you best. Of course he did, I was the only one of our generation with a working brain after Andromeda ran off. You and Narky so quickly kissed the ass of the Dark Lord, never even realizing that it was a half-blood. You take that back, blood traitor. Harry ignored it all. Even Luna, the pretty little blonde whose friendship had been so important this past year, with everyone stressed out about Umbridge, Owl, and his and Hermione's temporary estrangement about that old potions book with all the hints in it, interesting bits of information and he had found. Now she dueled with 4 Death Eaters and 1 Auror who had apparently tried to hex her. Luna danced, she twirled, she moved constantly, her spells a barrage of offensive, defensive, and just weird spells, simply to cause chaos and confusion among her opponents. Which it did easily. Luna was winning that fight, slowly, but surely. By this point Harry had reached the edge of the combat zone around Voldemort and Dumbledore, and he decided to emulate Luna's style as he joined in. With a wave of his wand he conjured up a horde of seeming rabbits and sent them into the duel. Only when they came close to one of the wizards did open their mouth, showing pointed teeth before attacking both combatants. Emma Granger was a Monty Python fan, and the terrible beast of Kerbanogue had amused Harry when he'd seen it. Spells from both combatants smashed the horde of rabbits to pieces, but Harry had already moved on. He transfigured the floor into spikes and hurling them straight at Voldemort, before following up with several offensive spells straight at the man. While the Voldemort dealt with them, Harry cast an illusion spell that Daphne had shared with the Defense Association, moving under the cover of it before he pulled out his invisibility cloak from the bag at his side, pulling it over his body. By this point both Dumbledore and Voldemort were spending a few moments between their duel searching around for Harry. Where are you, Potter? You can't hide forever. Now, Tom, said Dumbledore, his voice cold and more powerful seeming than most had heard it. Do you really think you have any time to spend looking for Harry right now? But Tom didn't respond, sending several spells at the old man, who blocked them, dodged or smashed them aside with. But one of them hit the floor directly beneath him, not having been aimed directly at Dumbledore. Beneath Dumbledore the floor began to turn into quicksand. The old man quickly stopped the process, but that stopped his own offensive for a moment. But before Voldemort could capitalize either by pulling back or attacking, Harry was on him. But not with magic. Harry flung off a bit of his invisibility coat, slashing at Voldemort with the sword of Gryffindor, hoping that the basilisk-infused blade would end Riddle. Gaah! Voldemort cried, the blade cutting deeply into the upper arm of his non-wand hand. The skin there sizzled for a moment, but then Voldemort flung a cutting curse at where Harry was hiding. He jumped to one side, rolling as the assault continued. Fool boy, my body is a homunculus, magic itself keeps me alive, no mere blade or even poison will work on me, I am beyond death. Even so, Voldemort paused a moment to hit his shoulder with some kind of healing spell, which stopped the sizzling, and the skin there began to knit back together. But that was all the madman had time for before Dumbledore was back on the attack, pressing him hard. For a moment Harry was forgotten. Harry used this moment to hastily cover himself back with his invisibility cloak, making certain to cover himself completely. Then he began to circle around the two combatants, occasionally sending out spells at Voldemort until he was in position. At that moment several other Death Eaters tried to jump Dumbledore from behind, the Lestrange brothers perhaps, and one other. The old man turned to handle them with ease, but it allowed Voldemort to turn back to searching for Potter. Where are you, Potter? Surely you can show the same amount of courage your paramour did and at least die gallantly. Harry ducked under an area of effect spell of some sort which zoomed through the air purple and green, and at the mention of Hermione, Harry saw red. He flung the edges of his invisibility cloak off his hands and began to fire spells both from his wand and non-wand hand. That and the strength and variety of the spells surprised the older man, though he handled them easily. But Harry hadn't expected his spells to do anything to the older, more experienced wizard. Instead they had only been meant to take Voldemort's attention from Harry disappearing back under his cloak, and charging. A second after Voldemort dissipated the last spell, a massive cutting spell, Harry slammed his still invisible body into Voldemort's side, grabbing the man's wrist and using a move that had shown him once to break it before smacking the man's wand away. I don't need a wand to use magic, Potter, said Voldemort, slamming a hand into Harry's now visible forehead causing him to fling his head back. A small red blast of a stupefy spell smacked into him, but Harry ignored it. Harry didn't let go of Riddle, instead he began pushing forward at the older man, not letting him get his feet under him. The power of the Berserker had filled Harry. All he wanted to do was kill Voldemort, the man who had cost him so much. Cost him his father, the man he had only seen in the mirror or air east, who he had only heard snippets about even from his best friends. Cost him his mother, whose death had haunted his dreams for years, her screams of not Harry, giving Harry strength in his younger years but also scarring him mentally forever. Cost him any chance of being a normal boy, his time at the Dursleys, the stares and whispers behind his back from the sheep of the wizarding world. The basilisk venom neutralized but not removed from his bloodstream thanks to Fawkes's tears, the result of a plot by a portion of the man's past, proof that he had always been a bastard. Cedric's death, the torture Harry had gone through during Voldemort's resurrection last year. Harry wanted to kill, had to kill Voldemort, the man who had killed Hermione, his first love. Behind him his red reptilian eyes suddenly going wide, his hands gripping Harry's arms now, fingers of lightning going through the boy who simply gritted his teeth and kept on pushing. Stop, you fool boy! You'll kill us both. So be it. Harry yelled aloud and with that pushed the two of them through the veil of death. For a moment the hall went silent, Death Eaters, Aurors, Defense Association and Order of the Phoenix Fighters all falling silent while they stared at the place where their young hero and Voldemort had stood. Dumbledore too stared, his eyes wide and astonished. This, he said aloud, his voice carrying despite being a whisper. This I did not foresee. Why? Was this what the prophecy meant? Around him the Death Eaters went mad, screaming as they clutched at their arms. Harry's remaining friends simply stared in shock, all their training gone at seeing their leader, their friend, take out Voldemort at the cost of his own life. Around them the Aurors and even Dumbledore's own order pressed the attack with renewed vigor. Soon, not a single Death Eater was conscious in the hall. Oh! At first Harry couldn't feel his body, couldn't feel anything. Couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything. There was a brief and incredibly intense sensation of pain centered on his lightning bolt scar, then nothing, absolutely nothing. Wherever they were, there was no sensation at all. His body simply floated in an endless sea of nothing. He shook his head, and he was able to feel that sensation at latest, as he tried to get over the pain wondering what had caused it and more importantly. Where am I? Did that work? Even when Harry spoke, he didn't hear his own voice. Yet even so he was better off than his opponent, for at least the first few seconds of their time in this odd dimension. Voldemort's body came apart, expelling him violently. He had been dead once, and as he had told Harry, his body was but a construction, not a real body. He might have tried to fight his expulsion if not for the soul-shattering pain that went through him at the same time from another source. It was the sensation of one of his Horcrux being destroyed, something he knew having felt the same thing 3 years ago. With that Voldemort realized two things. 1. That he had finally discerned Dumbledore's true plan for Harry Potter, the reasoning behind his seemingly offering Potter up as a sacrificial lamb. And 2. The tremendous mistake Voldemort himself had made all those years ago when he had attacked the Potters. I wanted to create a seventh Horcrux, my soul was ready for it, and when I died the process continued. The boy was a Horcrux and that piece of my soul took the death meant for him. It must only be the fact that I still have others anchoring me to life that I still live. Yet even now Voldemort felt his life force draining away. I have to get somewhere safe, and I know just the place. With a thought he launched his spectral form from the decaying body of his homunculus and into Harry Potter, trying to take the place of the original soul splinter that had occupied him. Yet somehow in this place Harry was aware of the intrusion and he fought back, thrusting Riddle's soul away from his own. No. Just die already. But he couldn't keep Tom completely out of his mind, untried as he was in the mental arts. Indeed, the lessons with Snape he'd been forced into despite his protests had the opposite effect, opening his mind further to outside forces. Thus Tom was able to latch onto Harry's mind and from there his magical reserves, and began to use Harry's own magic to assault him. No spells, really just pure magic fueled by rage and hate, and fear of knowing that death was catching up to him here in this odd realm. How dare you, Potter! I will have my vengeance, I will have my freedom from this place. I will beat even this method of death, and when I return the whole world will know me for its master. Voldemort's words weren't quite telepathic, yet they weren't reaching Harry via sound either, and he heard them somehow. He gasped and held up his hands, covering himself with a hasty shield which glowed blue around Harry against the backdrop of the purple and green blasts of his opponent, lighting the emptiness. But at least those lights allowed Harry to see somewhat, and now he could see the horrifying opponent across from him. The shade of Voldemort was a grotesque thing, huge and menacing, made of mist and shadow, standing out from the simple blank black of their surroundings in the backdrop of those lights, his eyes two red pinpricks in the mountain that must be its head. There was so much hate, so much rage and fury in the creature that had been Voldemort that it lent him power here somehow, allowed him to use more of Harry's magical reserves than Harry himself could call upon, though not with anywhere near the control. Oh, give it a rest! Harry shouted back, sending that thought down the tenuous connection between them while forming a massive fist out of his magic and sending it at Voldemort. That was all they could do, mold their thoughts into attacks like that, fueled by emotions and a mutual hatred. All you've ever been doing is running away, you fucking coward. Death comes for us all, and I'm going to make certain this time it sticks for you for what you've done to me, for what you did to Hermione. I will make you beg for a mercy before I'm through. The shadow thing howled, while reaching down with hands of black shadow and claws which looked as if they weren't actually solid, but somehow Harry knew they would cut into him all the same. Harry blocked them with a shield and flung another magical attack into the creature's face, while he tried to scrabble for anything physical he could use, but when he swung the sword of Gryffindor out from his side it cut straight through the thing of shadow without doing any damage. He cursed, putting it back into his moleskin pouch for now. Only magic it is. Oh. Voldemort was being kept alive not only because of the connection he had forged in that brief moment with Harry's magical reserves and soul, but because he still had Horcruxes out there in the real world. However, the Veil of Death, while not precisely what the wizards of the Ministry thought it was, still was indeed a bridge between life and death, or here and there to someone who knew how to walk them. But even so those bits of soul were being drained rapidly. Left behind in Malfoy Manor, a massive snake began to writhe in agony, while a golden cup began to crumble, hidden in a massive vault underneath the Goblin Bank. A ring secreted under numerous deadly enchantments began to crack, some of the magic imbued in it fading, though not as quickly as the goblet or snake, which were much closer to the epicenter of the effect. Somewhere between them, a locket began to fade in a thief's pocket, and in the room of requirement, a diadem set onto a porcelain statue began to slowly fade. No one noticed any of this, not even the thief who had possession of the locket. Oh. Oh, come on, Tom, maybe if you die, you'll be reincarnated. There must be some kind of bug or other you could be. A dung beetle maybe, you'd fit right in. A dung beetle? How dare you, Jay, just give up, Potter. You can never defeat me. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have known you'd prefer to be a mosquito. You're enough of a blood-sucking parasite to qualify already. Rah! Your foolish bravado will not save you, Potter. You've been set up all your life for this, to die. Why don't you do so if you're so eager to embrace it? After you, age before beauty and all that. Besides, I'm certain there are lots of people on the other side eager to make your acquaintance. How long their battle took neither of them knew. Nor how long since Harry had begun to channel his inner marauder and fling quips at his foe in an effort to throw him off. They did seem to be throwing Voldemort off slightly, or perhaps Harry's mind had simply cracked, he didn't know or care really. He kept on flinging out insults like they were party favors, and anyone who listened to him would never have realized he was in a life or death struggle for his very soul. Their battle was more a meeting of elemental forces than a meeting of one wizard against another. Spells had no place here, only pure will and a drive to win kept both combatants going. Each of them had certain advantages in the battle. Tom was mobile, able to move around the dimension with far more ease than Harry, who simply floated in one place. But Voldemort was constrained because he couldn't move very far away from Harry due to his connection to the young man's magical reserves. And while he could wield that power, cutting and blasting at Harry, Harry could do the same, and their knowledge of spells was useless here. It was all about will, and in that area surprisingly Voldemort had no advantage. Harry had one other advantage, his father's cloak. Though Harry didn't know it, that cloak was far more than a simple invisibility cloak like those used by the Order of the Phoenix when they had to watch over him during this past summer. It was one of 3 magical creations of the brothers Peverell in their deal with an ancient personification of death. They had each wished to in some way become immune to death, a thing they surprisingly had in common with Voldemort. The cloak, which hid the wearer from death even when not fully covering him unlike from more physical threats, was unarguably the most effective of the 3. It allowed Harry to exist here, though exist was the operative term, not live or thrive. And while it could no longer hide him from his opponent's senses, it hid his soul from the realm's normal response to intruders. The realm they were in should have quickly drained Harry but could not touch him, yet it was continually draining Voldemort. Eventually, Tom began to feel that and he screamed in rage. Abandoning the game of quips and jokes, he attacked more and more desperately trying to grab more power from Harry's magical reserves, but Harry fought him off just as fiercely, sensing the desperation that told him his opponent was weakening. With hands glowing with magical power, Harry gripped his opponent's clawed hands, holding them in place. Then he sent a magical surge out of his eyes into Tom's face in a way he never could have in their original world. Voldemort screamed, wrenching one of his hands free and trying to claw at Harry's face, causing a long spike of agony to appear, going from one ear to his chin. "Damn you, boy, you'll not beat me." Harry knew he'd just received a new scar, even if he couldn't see it. Yet even so Harry ignored the pain, lashing out with his own fist, sending a bright blast of yellow and orange magic into the creature's chest. "Not a chance, Smokey. That's my power you're using, you shite. This is my body you're trying to invade, you shite, and my magic you're trying to take, but you'll have neither, you shite." He watched, noticing that the creature that Voldemort had become began to reform from the blast, only much more slowly than it had even a few minutes ago. "He's weakening." He mentally crowed in confirmation. With that thought egging him on, Harry dug deep into his magical powers, lashing out again and again, going on the full offensive, no longer thinking of his own defense. He took several dozen slashes, one of which caught him high up in the chest, slicing him across a pectoral, almost finishing his shirt's destruction. But Voldemort was now visibly reeling back, trying to get some distance between them, but anchored as he was to Harry's soul and magical reserves, he couldn't retreat. Oh! The goblet had collapsed, its magic and soul fragment drained screaming into the ether. The locket was next, falling apart just as Mundungus Fletcher was about to draw it out for a prospective buyer. He coughed uncomfortably. "I seem to have left it in me other robes, guv, why don't I just go look for it?" Before anyone could do anything, he had scurried out of the exceedingly seedy tavern where he'd been meeting his contact. Once safe several streets away, Fletcher shook his head. "Shoddy stuff, never would have thought it of the blacks. Or was that some kind of protection thing? Wouldn't put it past the dark bastards." Only Narcissa and Draco were at home, unfortunately, to hear Nagini's pained cries. Draco tried to help his new master's familiar, but was nearly crushed by her death in her death rattles, only his mother's quick thinking saving him. The two of them stood in the doorway to the throne room watching in terror as the Dark Lord's familiar convulsed and died. The ring was next after the locket. It crumbled, fading to dust and then to nothing, leaving the ruby gem that had marked it behind pristine and untouched for now. That left only the diadem in Hogwarts keeping Voldemort alive. The soul fragment within it screamed, having just enough sentience to realize what was happening to it, to know that somewhere its other self was facing death. Yet even so, it couldn't do anything. It was simply an object, stuck on a stone carving with no one nearby for it to force its will upon. All it could do was scream as its very being was pulled slowly but surely out of it. Oh! Though neither combatant noticed it, the very air around them had become magically infused. But the dimension the two combatants had found themselves in could not handle that, a sign of a living being inside it, for long. It began to rebel and quake, causing Harry's body to actually feel sensations for the first time. Yet this didn't distract from Harry's concentration. Tom was becoming weaker and weaker, his grip on Harry's soul and magical reserves, if the two of them were indeed separate Harry didn't know, becoming fainter. Perhaps he should have taken notice, however, because the dimension, like a human body discovering a foreign agent, suddenly worked to expel the intruder. The place between worlds spat Harry and the leech that he was fighting out completely at random, uncaring as to their destination so long as they were gone. Oh! Thorin Oakenshield grunted under his burden, several 100 pounds of pig iron. Once mixed with the other metals he had back at his forge, they would become steel, good dwarven steel, which he would then sell to make the money that his family and clan members needed so much. It wasn't the weight of the burden that bothered him. He was a dwarf, and dwarfs made light of such burdens, and even for the doughty folk of Mahal, Thorin was reckoned strong. No, it was what the burden represented that made him grunt in all too familiar anger and grief. He had been a fairly young dwarf when they had been forced to flee Erebor, when he had been forced to take up the kingship when his father went off on his mad quest to the mines of Hazad after the last war of the dwarves and orcs, when every other Orcish stronghold was thrown. All that time, Thorin had barely been able to keep the dams and the children of his immediate family safe through the bare skin of his teeth. Dozens of families had retreated to their distant cousins in the Iron Hills, but others had simply scattered, no longer able to rely on the mountain and the stone of their halls for defense. It was a sad existence, for none more so than the dams and the children. It was a dwarf's place to protect his clanswomen, his wife, his mother, his sister, and all too often Thorin had come close to failing that sacred charge. With only 1 out of every 3 dwarves being female, and not all of them marrying, it wasn't a simple social more, but one based on survival of the species. Dwarves married for life, with the female always doing the choosing, if she met her one. If not, she would never marry. And despite their long lives, a married couple would usually only have 4 children at best. Children and women were thus infinitely precious to dwarves, even more than jewels or gold or works of hand and eye. More than once Dis, his sister, and others dams of the clan were in danger, and it had been all he and the other warriors could do to protect them from goblins and other threats. Now the women and children were hidden away in the Iron Hills, a sure sign to others that Thorin had admitted his strength wasn't enough to protect them. That galled him like fire, especially since it was true. Yet I do what I can, and possibly soon my dream, our dream, will be made into a reality. There's been no stirrings from the dragon for several decades now, the signs and the portents are telling it right. The time will soon come for us to reclaim what is ours. With a grim smile on his face, Thorin continued his trek down the trail from the small iron mine that he worked alone towards the nearby town where he had been working in the past decade as a smith. Another week or so, then the response to my missive to Dane should arrive. Regardless of their response, I will need to meet Balin and the others 2 months from now. He snorted suddenly, shaking his head. I wonder if my 2 nephews will show up, an idea I am definitely of 2 minds about. I know they are good warriors, almost as good as myself or Dwellin, but they are so young. Still I cannot gainsay them in this, it is their right to return with us to Erebor. His thoughts were interrupted by a massive booming crash nearby, a great crocodile. Whirling, Thorin quickly divested himself of his burden, reaching to his belt and pulling out a long, wicked-looking sword. It was one of his own make, heavy, sharp and thick-bladed, and like any sensible dwarf Thorin never left home without it. Squinting hard through the nighttime forest, Thorin could see what looked like a human, a young one for that breed possibly, though it was very hard to see him. His form was indistinct, some kind of cloak or something making him blend in with the background. He stood in an opening in the forest that hadn't been there moments before. There were several trees shattered and blasted, tossed aside like a catapult stone had smashed into them. But there was also something else, another presence there. Suddenly the youth's hands lit up with blue and purple fire, and Thorin could clearly see what he was fighting. No coward, Thorin still gulped, staring at the dark creature the boy was a thing of shadow and smoke, like some of the stories about Durin's Bane, only with none of the fire of that creature but also none of its solidness the keeper of Moria was said to possess. A single glance told Thorin his blade would mean nothing to it. Indeed, it looked feeble, clinging to the boy as if trying to possess him, something Thorin had heard of from old legends about what could happen to humans touched by evil things. Though most of those had the possession attempt coming from actual physical items and the entire battle be an internal one rather than an image like this. Thorin could only watch as the battle raged. Oh! Harry grunted as his back hit something solid, sensation once more flooding into his awareness. Back in the material plane, he thought, almost giddy with it, and he began to laugh riotously as he noticed he was in a forest somewhere. But his enemy was still trying to cling to Harry, trying to grasp his mind. Looks like we're back among the land of the living, Tommy boy. Or at least, I am. You on the other hand. Harry reached forward, grasping the body of the leech, which was an accurate label of what Voldemort had become, with his willpower, and he finally succeeded in ripping it entirely away from his soul. He screamed the pain of it, agonizing worse than any Cruciatus curse, yet Harry continued, breaking the tendrils of darkness away from him with pure willpower. No. You cannot, I will not. Don't do this, Potter, please, we could join together, help one another. At the last, Voldemort's will broke, faced with the certainty of the end he had spent practically his entire life trying to flee from. How about no, Tom? How about you get the bloody fuck out of my mind and die? With that, Harry pulled his hands to either side, ripping Voldemort's corporeal form apart one last time. With a last despairing wail, the darkest wizard in the last 100 years of Harry's world died, completely and utterly gone for good. Harry stumbled against the tree, staring wildly around, making certain that not even the last little bit of Voldemort was left alive. He turned, wide-eyed as a being that was short, stout, and with heavy beard and bearing a naked blade came towards him. Looking at the dwarf's eyes, however, it was obvious he wasn't going to attack, and Harry waved a hand at him. Some people, he said airily. They just don't know when no means no, you know. And with that, Harry fell forward, exhaustion finally claiming him. Thorin raised a bushy eyebrow and stared at the boy, respect etched on his features. Whatever that creature had been, it had been strong, and this boy had evidently been fighting it for a very long time. Once Thorin removed the large cloak partially concealing the boy, Thorin could see he had several wounds covering his body. Some of them were scabbed over and others had already formed hideous scars on his body. A few of them were newly made, those on his arms and hands in particular. Such a one does not deserve to die out here from exhaustion and the elements rather than battle. He said aloud, reaching into his pouch for some wraps to put over the boy's arms and hands to hopefully keep infection at bay. Once he had done enough of what he could to aid the boy's injuries, he lifted the lad up, grunting in astonishment at how light he was. The youngling almost felt as light as elves were supposed to be, and Thorin quickly put him down, checking his ears just in case. If the boy was an elf, Thorin was going to leave him here, respect for the battle he had just seen or no. Thankfully the boy's ears were normal human ones, and Thorin hefted him onto his shoulder again before heading back to his pack. The boy's weight was literally nothing in comparison to his normal burden, so it wouldn't add much. For 2 days Thorin carried the boy, tending to him as needed each time Thorin made camp. They were nearly at the edge of the small, nameless town along the Great East Road that Thorin had begun to work in since Dis and the other dams had been sent to the Iron Hills. The thought still stuck in his craw even now, just as it had each time it came to mind, but Thorin had a dream, no, a driving all-consuming passion, to reclaim what was once theirs, to see them all safe in their own halls once again. And if I have to deal with the knowledge that my sister and the other dams and children are being protected by Dane and his clan to free myself to act, then so be it. On the morning of the 3rd day the human boy awoke while Thorin was moving about his camp. He stared down at his bandaged hands, pulling them off to stare at the wounds there, before intoning something in an odd language, running one finger lightly over the gashes. As Thorin watched askance, the wounds slowly healed. The human youth then pulled at his hair, seeming astonished at how long it was, before opening the ragged remains of his shirt to stare at the wounds on his chest. The one across the chest in particular looked fearsome, and the scar it had left was impressive even to Thorin. Then the boy, no, the young man, Thorin decided, looked around him, his gaze coming to rest at Thorin. "Hail and well met, young warrior," Thorin said in common, nodding his head at him from across the fire, sitting down and staring curiously at the human youth. He wasn't an expert, but he estimated the young man was only somewhere in his 2nd decade. He wasn't certain, humans aged so much faster than his own people, but he knew for certain he'd yet to shave, which made him hideously young to Thorin's eyes. Yet the scars on his body and the magic he wielded told Thorin his age might be deceiving. They spoke of a harsh life that only a dwarf could appreciate. "I witnessed the end of your duel with that shadow creature. What was it?" "It looked like something from the time of Morgoth, or the lesser evil of Sauron." "And where did you learn your own magics?" "I know there are wizards abroad, I've even met none I've heard of are as young as you seem to be." Harry looked at him blankly for a moment, then from somewhere inside dredged up a spell that Hermione had found during their 4th year at Hogwarts. She had sought a method to learn languages so as to talk to some of the French students and even the Bulgarians in their native tongue. She found it rude to always have to rely on them knowing English, and had found one in a book that Luna had recommended to her. For a moment Harry looked around him, wondering blearily where his wand went, thankful that his father's cloak was folded neatly beside him. Then he looked back at the dwarf across the fire. It had to be a dwarf. He'd seen pictures of them in history books, though they had retreated from the lands of men, whatever that meant, during the rise of the Roman Empire. "I'm sorry, I don't understand you, but if you give me a moment I think I can do something about that." Thorin's eyebrows rose in surprise. He wasn't surprised the boy didn't speak common, but even so his language sounded odd. He knew many different languages of men, and even a smattering of elf, since as a prince such diplomatic tools were necessary, if only to observe the niceties. But the boy's language, while seeming to have a bit of the structure of a few of those tongues, was wholly unlike them as well. Giving up on his wand, Harry frowned for a moment, then waved his fingers in the air in a complicated figure 8 before flicking it and hoping for the best as he intoned Rosetta Calx. There was a brief shimmering of the spell in the air, and the dwarf's hands swiftly went to his waist where Harry now noticed a very businesslike looking sword hung. "Calmly, please," Harry said, and the dwarf stopped in surprise. "Can you understand me now? I used a language spell, it basically makes me understand your words. It's a short-term thing, but every time you speak your language, I'll gain more knowledge of it for myself, at least I think so. I wish I had listened more to the explanation for it, more fool me. Anyway, I'm Harry Potter, you have any idea where we are?" "Magic should always be treated warily," Thorin said slowly, excusing his own actions, though inwardly noting the lad's response confirmed him as being somewhat young, the human equivalent of his nephew Keeley perhaps. "I am Thorin, and yes, I know where I am outside the land known as the Brelands. It is a land of men and hobbits, but men pay well for good dwarven steel, though the hobbits need none except for tools and trinkets." "Why, did your battle with that creature somehow transport you magically?" Thorin was wary of giving any real information to the boy, but that much was safe enough. The Brelands were a crossroads of sorts for many peoples thanks to the main town's auspicious location, a good place to gather those dwarves who remained true to the dream of reclaiming Erebor. Though it was that very reason that he and his companions had decided to meet elsewhere, some place no one would look, a location chosen by Gandalf. I wonder how Tharkin is doing in finding a thief anyway? Harry didn't know where the Brelands were, though he had never really studied geography, and didn't pick up on the fact that Thorin was keeping something back. Even if he had, he would have simply seen it as good sense, after all they were strangers. So he answered honestly, you could say that yes. I'm uncertain but I don't think well, you said men correct? That means there are other humans here? I haven't suddenly found myself in the Dwarven lands. Dwarven lands? You said that with a very odd sort of emphasis. Are you talking of a country, a hidden kingdom perhaps? Thorin asked interestedly, wondering if this boy had dealing with his people before. Shouldn't I be the one asking questions here? I am the lost traveler in this picture. Harry said with a small pout. He watched as Thorin rolled his eyes and said something under his breath about youngsters but answered readily enough. Where I come from, dwarves had long since retreated from, well, the normal lands basically. The histories are uncertain of whether or not that meant they disappeared deep into some mountain somewhere, or somehow magically created their own land and then retreated into it before cutting off all access. No dwarves I know would have magic enough to do that. Thorin said thinking aloud. Retreat under the ground perhaps. Harry shrugged. I know there are gnomes in another country, and that dwarven steel is sometimes still traded between us and the goblins but... He stopped as Thorin gripped his steel blade and pulled it out rapidly. You are an ally of goblins. Ally? No, we're not allies with them, though we have gone to war with them occasionally in the past. We finally decided on a truce, they get to fondle all the coins they wish as bankers for the wizards of my world, they don't rebel and we don't kill them all. That was about all Harry had retained from nearly 5 years of magical history lessons. He tended to tune out Daphne and Hermione's arguments on the subject unless it touched on dark wizards, which he had a particular interest in of course. What is a bank? Thorin said scowling. And who in their right minds would trust goblins with their money? A place to store your money and have someone guard it is the easiest way to describe a bank, and wizards are very rarely in the right minds. Harry said with a laugh. I know I'm not at the moment. I should be well. He shuddered and tears began to form in his eyes before he rapidly shook them away. Anyway, I think it's my turn to ask you some questions. Where is England from here, or maybe you know it Britannia? Even France would do in a pinch, that would be the land of the Gauls I think. Seeing the dwarf hesitate, Harry smiled grimly and reached into his moleskin pouch, pulling out the sword of Gryffindor. I'm not an expert with this, but trust me with this blade I don't have to be. I'm not going to attack you, but nor am I going to simply answer all your questions without getting any information in return. Thorin stared into his eyes, then grunted and sat down sheathing his blade again. Fair enough stranger, but the world you describe is very odd to me. Orcs and goblins are not trusted at all here. They are a menace, one of the deadliest you will ever meet. They have been ever since the great enemy created them in the time of darkness. They are a blight upon the world. Numerous times my people, the humans, and the cursed elves have thought them wiped out in this or that corner of the world, only for them to grow back their numbers, expanding like that of a colony of ants. His lips formed into a snarl under his beard, and he gripped his sword. My own grandfather died from orcs, and I fought in the last battles of the last war against them in this part of the world. Speak not to me of orcs or goblins. Great enemy? Perhaps you could expand on that point? Or answer some of the questions I asked about. Thorin shook his head, interrupting the youthful human. I know not where England is, nor have I heard of any of the other nations or peoples you name. I think, my young acquaintance, you are very, very far from home. Yet, I kind of feared that. Why can't my life be simple, just once, you know, for variety's sake if nothing else? Harry said, shaking his head with a sigh. But you seem to know about magic. Do you know some magic users, or do you practice it yourself? Again Thorin hesitated, but saw no reason not to answer. My own people do not use magic as you seem to, but there is an order of wizards in this world, yes. My father and grandfather were friends with one such, and I met him a time or two. Gandalf the Grey, a powerful wizard, though he certainly never used his magics as you did in that battle, but he is also good with the blade for a human. Even gave me a few tips when I was younger. Ha, certainly doesn't sound like my kind of wizard I know. Harry said, laughing. Most wizards aren't athletic, as a general rule. Unless they play Quidditch in some ways, but that's a small exception to the rule. Some kind of sport or skill I take it? Thorin asked, poking at the fire. Harry only then noticed that there was a rabbit cooking there, and he stood up. If that rabbit is all you have, let me look around for a bit. These trees look like oaks and birch, so I'm assuming that at least the wildlife and plants are the same. If that's the case, there should be some herbs around here. I know not how to cook. said Thorin protesting, but Harry had already left the circle of firelight. Thorin frowned looking after him wondering if the boy would bolt now. But he was back shortly with several small leaves. Basil leaves, he said in explanation. Reaching for the fire he pulled the rabbits out, whereupon he began to chop the meat of it up, wrapping each piece in basil and sticking them on a piece of green wood before placing them back beside the fire. Once that was done he leaned back, sitting now slightly closer to Thorin rather than across the fire from him. There was still more than enough distance between the two however so that either could reach for his blade if the other made to attack. While that's cooking, why don't you tell me more about the history of this world just in a general way? Thorin shrugging and did so. He was no lore master, but he knew the history of the world well enough. The Great Betrayal, the Sundering, the Long Night and more recent history, the makings of the rings and the last Great War. He delved deeper into his own people's history of course than the rest of the world, telling of the nations that had been hewn out of stone and rock and then the rise of his own people, the kingdom of Erebor, the mightiest realm of dwarves in this age of the world. There he clammed up, going silent and dark staring out into the night his eyes grim and his face a mask of ancient grief and fury. Through it all Harry listened, only asking questions a time or two as Thorin got deeper and deeper into telling the tale of wars, heroes and calamity. Tragedy, like betrayal, was woven through the tale from beginning to end, and Harry could tell that this was a far darker world than his own and not just technologically behind as he had previously thought. What have I gotten myself into? He wondered, half in trepidation, and half in growing curiosity. Perhaps this was precisely what he needed after the disastrous battle in the Ministry, an entirely new start, where none of his enemies, friends, or dumb as a door could ever find him. But what interested him most was the current tale. The saga of Thorin's people seemed unfinished if the way the dwarf had closed off and gone so still and sorrowful was any indication. Harry pulled the rabbit skewers out with his fingers, hissing a little at the heat and then peeled away the outer wrapping of basil leaves to take a bite of the rabbit. Tastes just like chicken, he mumbled shaking his head at a joke he'd absorbed from Seamus and a few other Muggle-born. Passing over half of the stickers to Thorin he said. Well that was quite a tale, and one I'll need to think about further before asking more questions. For now, the food's done. The two of them fell to eating, with Thorin grunting approval of the taste of the rabbit, while Harry merely ate ravenously. The two of them remained silent as they ate, with Thorin watching this new curiosity that had fallen into his lap before asking Harry about the odd creature he had been fighting. The boy replied, explaining it as a piece of a dark wizard's soul, a thought that made the dwarf shudder at the very idea, before answering the boy's question in turn. The question and answer session lasted well into the night, until as Thorin was speaking about the wars of the Witch King Harry at last fell asleep by the fire. Thorin stared at him, his thoughts awhirl with the tale the boy had told. He knew there was more to be said, but even what he had already learned was enough to keep him thinking for weeks. Yet his thoughts kept coming back to two things, 1, the odd cloak the boy wore, calling it an invisibility cloak. And 2, the number of strange and wondrous spells the boy had spoken of. If even half of them are true, perhaps Mahal has smiled on our quest. No, I cannot assume that just yet. I must learn more about Harry's character before that, as well as his abilities before even considering telling him about my people's exile. With that thought, Thorin turned in as well. And if he woke up at any point in the night to the sounds of sobs nearby he made no sign of it. The next day Harry was up before Thorin. He looked at the dwarf, who was currently and nearly hidden in a bed of leaves, his sword across his chest. He was almost invisible unless you knew where to look. Harry of course had his invisibility cloak, from which only his head was visible currently. With a sigh he sat up, rubbing at the bridge of his nose for a moment. It was then he realized with a start that his eyes didn't hurt. Every time he had fallen asleep with his contacts in before they would hurt like blazes the next day. But I can see perfectly, what the heck? Did they somehow merge with my eyes in that weird between steps plane? Could explain my lack of wand too. With that thought Harry conjured up a small mirror, staring at his reflection. What looked back at him was a face older than the one he remembered. Gone was any hint of baby fat, leaving behind thin, almost gaunt but somehow stern cheekbones, smattered with stubble. One side of his face was marred by a long thin scar that went from his right ear to his chin. His green eyes were also deep set, and his wild hair fell to his shoulders. There were other scars littering his body now too, adding to the collection he had already, most of which he'd noticed the other day. Holy hell, I'm, 5, 6 years older than I was? Was I in there for that amount of time, or did the fight somehow age me, or did time just move differently there? Ugh, too many damn questions. I wish Hermione. Harry had to pause as a fresh round of grief nearly overwhelmed him, but he gritted his teeth and controlled it, turning back to more immediate things, concentrating on transfiguring his ragged shirt back into a clean one for the moment. Anyway, nothing I can do about it now. But wow, that bastard did a number on me. Hell, it looks like I need to shave now. Weird. A snort from nearby broke Harry out of his introspection, and he turned to watch Thorin wake up. He nodded at the dwarf, who nodded then went off to the little dwarf's room Harry supposed, before coming back, looking at Harry curiously. "Where will you go now, Harry Potter?" "Just Harry, please," Harry said, shaking his head and looking at the sword of Gryffindor which had been lying next to him, conjuring up a sheath for it as well as a belt. "And if it's all the same to you, I'd like to follow you to a town at least. Then I won't trouble you further." Thorin only tore his eyes away from the now sheathed blade at Harry's side with difficulty, having seen the sword in the light of day for the first time. It was exquisite work, and he frowned suddenly looking at it. Something about its makeup called to him. "That blade," he said slowly, not answering Harry's question. "That blade is special in some way, is it not?" "In many ways, yes," Harry said with a laugh. "And before you ask, no, I don't have any idea who made it. It was ancient, called the Sword of Gryffindor in my world. It's supposed to be a goblin blade, but I have my doubts about that, since the only other works of goblins I've seen have been in stone. Their vaults and ward arrays were excellent. But it does take on the properties of anything it is soaked in, so there could be some truth to that too. Since I used it to kill a basilisk, one of the most poisonous creatures alive, it's become rather deadly. So please, don't touch the blade." Thorin pulled hand back from doing just that, scowling a little. "Interesting. As to your question, you can come with me so long as you do the chores around the camp as we go. I think I've already proven I'm a better cook than you," Harry said with a laugh, then nodded. "That's fine. I'll even put some runic arrays down to protect us at night. Nothing permanent, I've not gotten to that point in my studies yet, but I can certainly put down a mild notice me not field, or an aversion field to keep animals at bay." "Interesting," Thorin said, though his tone said I'll believe it when I see it. Harry nodded at the challenge and laughed. "Just wait until we stop for the night, then you'll see," he said as they began the day's journey. Oh. That evening they stopped early, Thorin not wishing to push the manling too far while he was still recovering. While Thorin went hunting for some food to bolster what little he'd brought along, small biscuits and dried meat. More than enough for a single dwarf to subsist on, but not for both of them. Harry stayed around the area that Thorin had chosen for their camp. He busied himself by taking out large flat stones and inscribing 2 or 3 runes on each of them before setting them out in a pattern around the camp. As he came back laden with a large raccoon, Thorin looked at the stones with interest, and Harry explained that he was putting down an aversion field to keep animals and anyone else from noticing the camp. At that explanation, Thorin looked at the rocks far more closely, using all his self-control not to gape. His people made use of runes to imbue magic into items, calling upon Mahal to power them, but the process was slow, oftentimes ponderous. The effects they could achieve varied, from weapons which never needed honing, or armor that was far lighter than even dwarven mail could be, to the famous lights of Hazad or the self-propelled carts, which would run continuously between the lowest mine and the forges above. Defense too was something the dwarves used runes for, creating magical doors, hiding them from any attempt to find them or enhancing their strength magically. No army could break such doors until the magic in them was destroyed, as had, alas, been the case with Erebor's own doors. Dragon fire destroyed magical bonds like that as fast as it did the wood of the door itself. Yet the use of runes was also something of a vanishing art amongst them, much of the knowledge lost after the fall of Hazad or even before in the Age of Wrath. At its height Erebor had 24 rune carvers, those men, and even one dam, who had learned how to enhance the runic letters with magic, the mightiest of their kind in all the dwarven kingdoms. Thorin's grandfather had sent more than half the remaining warriors of the mountain to the Iron Hills to guard the 6 surviving rune carvers barely weeks after Erebor fell, so precious were they. They remained there now, guarded by Dane and his people. But to see runes used in this manner, so quickly and with such an effect, that was beyond startling to Thorin. For one so young for his people to know such a skill, and be so open about it, what kind of society did Harry Potter come from where they teach runecraft so young, without teaching the need to guard the knowledge? This human is a mystery, but could he also represent an opportunity? But using them in this manner, so quickly and so haphazardly but yet with such an outcome was astonishing. Do you really think these little stones will be imbued with enough power to do what you say you wish them to? Oh yes, it's not so much in the stones themselves as in the runic array, each of them feeding upon one another. And magic's strong here, he thought to himself, shaking his head internally. It felt like he was at Hogwarts, the entire world seemed to be heavily imbued with magic. It was fascinating. Once Thorin crossed the boundary, Harry traced his finger over the much larger stone he had set up as the center of the ward. Activate. With that there was a bright shimmer in the air for a moment, which dissipated as quickly as it appeared. Thorin's eyes widened at this show of power, noting yet again that Harry was willing to throw more magic around than Gandalf ever had, or indeed any of the Istar was supposed to. He shook off his awe quickly, hiding his inner thoughts with the ease of long practice. That was only half your portion of this deal, Harry Potter. He held out the raccoon to Harry. I never agreed to be the one preparing the meat, but it's all one. They. 2 of them both set to work on the animal, skinning it quickly and then cutting out the meat from the bones, which they set aside. With Harry's wards up, no scavenger would be able to come close to them. With that done, Harry began to sprinkle them with pieces of fennel leaves that he had found on their journey through the day, before once more wrapping them to the meat in basil leaves. We'll need to find some kind of vegetable or fruit to go with this, you know. Bah, said Thorin, scoffing. Vegetables and fruits weaken the body, all you need is meat. Mind you, I'd prefer to have more spices to add to it. Harry laughed. I see that dietary needs aren't exactly known here. Frankly, he was starving at this point, so anything was good to him. I remember this one argument I had to stop, Hermione. Harry paused, his face crumpling up for a moment while he fell silent. Thorin looked at him, but did not speak, leaving the human youth to his grief. For a few moments the two sat in somewhat companionable silence, waiting for their food to finish cooking, each to his own thoughts. Then Thorin reached into a small pouch and pulled out a flask, taking a long pull before sighing in satisfaction. What's that? Harry asked, glad for something external to concentrate on. This. Thorin said, holding it up, then laughed. This is good dwarf mead, my young human. Strong enough it would knock you right out, and I've already carried you enough. Harry frowned, then conjured up a cup of his own and filled it with water via an aquamenti spell. Fine, be that way. Thorin nearly coughed on the mead in his flask at the sight of yet another amazing spell, then shook his head and looked off into the woods. A bit of free advice, Harry. You should be wary of throwing magic around like that. I've never heard of a wizard being so open with his talent, nor heard of magic used in that manner. Creating something out of nothing. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Still works though. I could even create food, bread, and other things, but you wouldn't get anything out of it. Water though is water, the spell pulls it from the environment and pulls it into wherever you need it. As to being wary, meh. I'm of no mind right now to care about whatever anyone think of my magic. I cared about what other people thought for far too damn long. Several hours later Thorin was astonished anew when Harry conjured up a full bed for himself. It sat there incongruous in this camp and the wilds around them, while Thorin stared at it agog. Harry laughed and waved his fingers. You want one? Thorin scoffed, though his lips twitched slightly. Being around Harry Potter reminded him all too easily of his two rambunctious nephews. Dwarfs are hardy folk, we laugh at irritations such as sleeping out in the cold. In other words, you do, but you are too prideful to ask, right? Thorin scoffed again, looking away, but he couldn't quite keep the longing edge out of his voice as he looked at the bed. Believe what you want. Then he gasped as a bed appeared beside him, though he scowled angrily as he noticed the size of it. Harry smiled at him beatifically. I had to make it to size, of course. He said in a butter would not melt in his mouth tone. Thorin grumbled, but couldn't keep his smile from widening slightly. The boy was obviously somewhat crazy, alone and with no way of getting home, and he still made jokes? Still, he was good company, and the conjured beds gave Thorin some more peace of mind when it came to the runic arrays around them. Plus, made camping out more comfortable, not that he would admit to such aloud. Later that night Thorin was roused out of his incredibly comfortable bed by noises in the forest. He quickly rolled out of the bed, coming up with his blade ready as he stared out into the forest. A goblin came out of the woods then, sniffing and moving around trying to pick up a trail of some kind, but not crossing the ward zone, staring directly at Thorin for a moment before turning away, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Potter's magic worked. Now he could see numerous goblins moving around the camp, but they never noticed it or its inhabitants, avoiding the area automatically thanks to the power of Harry's runic array. They spoke one another in their guttural tongue, which Thorin only knew a few words in. The word hunt he knew, and Longbeard, that was mentioned practically every other sentence the goblins spoke, and he thought he also caught his common name, Thorin, a time or two. Are they looking for me? Or did they just spot me and decide to have some fun? He moved over to rouse Harry, only to find him sitting up as well, though he had not left his bed, simply staring out at the goblins. So these are goblins here? They look vaguely similar to the ones at home, but not quite the same. These are larger, dirtier, and darker, less civilized too. Thorin gasped, turning back to stare at the goblins, who it seemed hadn't heard Harry. Before he could put this down to luck, Harry spoke up. Don't worry, the Notice Me Not field will cover sound as well. Are such parties like that normal in this area of the world, or do you think they're after you in particular? Gripping his sword, Thorin pulled out his pack and pulled on a helmet and armored greaves. Wish I had a shield as well, but I've borne worse. I don't know, and I don't care. Thorin growled. Is there any way to tell? I could use the same language spell I used on you on one them, but I'm afraid they'd notice that if they're at all magically sensitive. How do you feel about wiping them all out? Thorin said, growling angrily. Being this close to the hated enemy, Thorin's hands shook in rage, his fury tinging his voice. Too many good dwarves and good dams have gone to their deaths from such creatures for me to let any of them pass peaceably if I can help it. Might wish to curb that in the future. Harry said with a shrug, though his eyes had noticeably hardened, watching Thorin closely, before turning to the goblins. But right now, yes, I can definitely get behind that idea so long as we take one of them alive to question. But there might be more of them out there than we can handle at present if you're so set on attacking the whole crew. I am. Thorin said, his temper continuing to rise while Harry watched. Harry made a note that his new acquaintance had one hell of a temper on him, one that very obviously made him throw caution to the wind. Still, that was for pondering later. Right now Harry simply nodded. Then let me hit the entire area with a sound dampening spell. We'll still all be able to hear one another, but no sound will travel beyond a certain point. That way if some of them think to call for help and there are others around, they won't be heard. Do it. Thorin ordered, and Harry scowled, resisting the urge to change the dwarf's hair color or make his beard disappear just to show that he was not under the dwarf's command. But right now he had other guinea pigs for his magic. Very well, give me a second. Concentrating. Harry pulled up his magic, then raised his hand into the air and intoned Muffalatio. He had no idea how wide the area that spell would cover was, but he watched it expand through the night for a moment, possibly as much as a league in every direction. Once the spell settled into place, disappearing to his sense for now, he nodded over at the dwarf. So how are we going to do this? In reply, Thorin simply ran out from the camp, appearing as if from nowhere to the goblin's senses on their flank. Barak Hazard. His sword flashed, cutting one goblin's head off entirely, before whipping back to slice into another's side as he roared a battle cry. Tana Durin Nur. The axes of the dwarves. Remember Durin's folk. Harry gaped at him, then shrugged, his eyes glittering with battle light. That works. He raced forward, shouting aloud. If you were a student at Hogwarts, you'd be a Gryffindor, no doubt. With that he plunged the sword of Gryffindor into one goblin, pulling it out quickly and making a shallow cut on another goblin's cheek, who jumped back in time to avoid the full slash. He turned away, concentrating on to others and using magic now that he had won himself some space outside the camp, while behind him that goblin he had nicked fell screaming as the poison of the basilisk did its work. Snorkak Grex. Laughing suddenly, Harry conjured up huge creatures, the Snorkaks that Luna had always been going on around about, simply creating them from his imagination by following her descriptions of them. They barreled through the goblins, all scattered through the woods around the wizard. Shrieks and bellows of astonishment and fear abounded, while Harry also sent out offensive spells. A Bombarda spell blew a goblin apart, another spell swiftly grabbing all of the bits and pieces of said goblin before hurling them at another with bone-crushing force. Then Harry began to throw around transfiguration spells, the ground and forest coming alive. Thorin and his opponents all stopped and stared at the sheer carnage the wizard had created, but Thorin laughed and began to hack at the goblins with renewed vigor. Whatever strange chance had brought Harry to him, Thorin was suddenly beginning to wonder if maybe, just maybe his quest, the quest of his people, had suddenly gained a powerful ally. By this point most of the goblins were trying to get away from the fearsome twosome, desperate to get some distance to use their bows and arrows. Thorin didn't let them escape, rushing after the goblins, hacking and slashing, while Harry's conjured beasts continued to make a mockery of the battlefield as he used magic and even sword against those few goblins willing to close with him. Moments after the battle was begun it ended, with only one goblin still alive, stunned and immobilized. Thorin came back through the woods towards the fire of the camp, noticing that he could see it easily enough, including the two beds that were still there, even though Thorin himself was now out of that field. Magnificent magic, he said, only speaking half about what Harry had shown in the battle. Did you take a prisoner? Seeing as you didn't seem to be any kind of frame of mind to do so, yes. Harry said with a laugh, though there was a grim note to his voice. He had enjoyed that fight. The goblins were quite patently evil going by the stories Thorin had shared, and Harry had also noticed the trophies some of them carried, skulls, bones and other souvenirs. In particular he had noticed that some of them were tiny, like those of babies or extremely young children. Thorin shrugged, looking away uncomfortably at the memory of the fact that he had been taken by battle lust like some green warrior. Wake him up and use that spell on him then. I'm interested now, since some of these goblin scum shouted my name and the name of my father when they saw me. With Harry translating, Thorin questioned the goblin closely, making Harry wince occasionally when he went through with his threats of cutting off toes every time the goblin tried to not answer a question. The white orc, he's dead. Thorin said, standing up and moving back rapidly once he had gotten a bit of the truth out of the creature. Azog is dead and gone. There's no way he could have lived through that wound. Evidently he has, and has it out for you. Harry shrugged. Is there anything we can use right now? He said something about a base, didn't he? Even with his spell allowing him to understand the words, the goblin's snarls and use of local locations made the directions impossible for Harry to follow. Thorin nodded. I know the place, but are you certain you're up to go looking for trouble? Thorin had no idea about the long-term effects of spell-made wounds, and the human had handled himself well, but still, humans were normally much weaker and less durable than his own kind. I'm up for it. Harry smiled grimly, touching the goblin's chest, where 2 skulls and a few bits of jewelry hung, taken in some raid or other. I most definitely am up for it. Thorin smiled equally grimly, then sliced the goblin's throat neatly. Harry's eyes widened slightly at the act, but he made no comment. Those skulls and other souvenirs were making his fingers twitch. Then we'll leave at first light for this gathering point of theirs. I'm interested in seeing your magic in action once again, Harry. Realizing his tone might have given too much away, Thorin glanced at Harry's sword. I was astonished that one goblin you scratched with that died. Poisons rarely if ever work on goblins or orcs. Yes, well, as I said, the sword of Gryffindor is rather special. The poison from a basilisk was able to dispatch a soul imbued into a book, and I read afterwards that it is one of the deadliest substances ever discovered in my world. Really? Interesting. Thorin said, now looking at the blade with far more interest than he had shown even when he realized its craftsmanship. Poison, not an area any dwarf knows much about, but, if the dragon yet lives, could such as that work on him, at least to weaken the beast? There is a lot of meaning behind that interesting. Harry said, looking at the dwarf quizzically. Care to share? Thorin looked away again, scowling. It is not an easy thing to share. To share our fate, our shame. We might have fought together, Harry Potter, but that does not make us close. And my hope for the future is too precious to share so easily. Thorin, you helped me when I arrived, you could have left me for dead. Instead you welcomed me and gave me food and carried me for 2 days. Harry said. You've told me about this world, gave me information I would have had to take weeks to acquire otherwise. I owe you. If you need my help, ask and I will give it. Harry smiled. Gryffindor's charge. Thorin stared at him for a moment, then looked away. Let us burn these bodies, then retreat into your protected array. We leave at first light. And after we destroy that I will decide on if you are trustworthy enough to learn more about my people. End chapter. Now, this Harry isn't as well trained as the Harry in ADP was before his trip into the negative zone, nor did he have as much time alone to train and research, those his combat spells, especially Transfiguration, are close, and he is something of a runes prodigy. Mind you, he does have a moleskin pouch and books within, as well as a talent for runes and runic arrays. His power level, however, is far lower than ADP Harry, and his leadership skills haven't been tested. His skills with the sword and in hand-to-hand are practically non-existent, but the poison of the blade makes up for some of that shortcoming. He is also suffering from somewhat less all-consuming grief, though it is far more present in his mind. I think my Thorin is a bit more talkative than the original, but I hope other than that aspect I nailed his personality well enough. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed this story, and have a happy Thanksgiving. Chapter 2. I don't own Tolkien or Harry Potter. I said I'd try to get this out this month, so Been a while since this was updated, but blame the poll, not me. The next chapter of Magic of the Force will be posted in a few hours. I am hoping my new beta for it can get it back to me tonight, but if not, I will still post the chapter with a warning. This has been baited by Ultima Flare 0. Chapter 2, A Wizard's Meeting. Gandalf the Grey looked up, his beard twitching as a thoughtful frown appeared in his face before he sipped at a mug of ale. He'd come to the prancing pony to drop off a message for a friend, or rather the messenger of a friend, since Gandalf had no idea where said friend actually was at this present moment in time. While wizards were said to be all-knowing, their all-knowing act usually was based on a lot of footwork, some knowledge of those parts of Middle-earth that most individuals could not see or sense, and a certain level of intelligence. In this case, while he had quite a bit of knowledge about the individual, none of it pertained to his physical location at this point in time. Sipping thoughtfully at his ale, he finished writing the message before sending a compliment to the owner of the prancing pony, a Dexter Butterbur, whose young grandson had just begun working with him, something the man was rightly proud of. He then retired to his room, with another even larger stein of ale for himself, having had his fill of people, noise, and chatter for a time. What his senses as one of the mayor were telling him needed some thought. Despite the fact he looked like a disreputable vagabond to some, and to others who could see past first impressions a valuable and learned advisor, he was greater even than that. He was clothed in the form of a man, true, but still had the senses that had marked him as one of the mayor, a being of power created by Iluvatar himself before the music of the Einar. And what they were telling him was confusing. There had been a change to the feeling of the magic of Middle-earth. At first it hadn't been very noticeable, like a gong in the distance, or a crashing wave hundreds of miles away, making a very profound sound, but one you'd have to strain to hear from where you were. Since then, there had been a few more instances, each of which were far, far smaller, mere shimmering changes of color to the general magic, subtle but noticeable to any of the brethren who were nearby. Not that Gandalf thought that he actually was very near. From how faint it was, it could be anywhere in an area of 7 or 8 days' journey in any direction. Gandalf couldn't localize, and more than that, which was irritating. I wonder if Radagast has gotten into the bad moss again. Yet as the night wore on and those shiverings of magic continued, Gandalf realized it could not be any of his brethren. Only himself or Saruman, the greatest of their order, could draw upon magic for that long. And someone definitely was using and directing magic in a way that only the mayor or Vala could do. Elves of course had magic, and some of them could do things with it that even the mayor would have trouble doing, but their ability to craft magic into spell form was somewhat limited, with only a very few being able to surpass those limitations. Gandalf knew all such intimately, and would have known the touch of their minds, and indeed ridden to aid them, immediately if it had been any such. If only I could localize it further. If I could recognize a single spell being used, I think that one there, it is something to do with concealment. But of course it actually does what it is supposed to, concealing not only the user from physical senses but from my own magical senses at this long a distance. If I could only recognize a single spell, I could use the flavor of it to track this individual down. It was something like being a watcher on a tower with a spyglass trying to see over the horizon. The sunlight, or as in this case the darkness, worked against you, and you couldn't see details even if you could somehow figure out there was something out there. Bodarashan, he muttered aloud, lighting his pipe with a finger and putting his feet up as he puffed thoughtfully on the pipe. Eventually the pulses of magic ended, not abruptly, simply petering out. That was good, that seemed to indicate at least that the magic user in question hadn't died in the combat, which may or may not be good in the long term. And it was not Saruman. The feel of the magic told Gandalf that, nor was it Elrond or Galadriel, though the idea of the Lady of the Woods leaving said woods was somewhat laughable, or any other elfin spell crafter. Nor was there any kind of taint to the magic, so it was not some unknown or hidden remnant of the great darkness. This meant it was someone entirely new to Gandalf using magic. That was an astonishing and rather worrisome thought. But again, from the feel of it, Gandalf couldn't tell if the being was good, evil, or anything else. He couldn't even figure out the direction. It was as if his own senses were somehow being obscured. And he wondered why. Or perhaps not so much obscured as occluded by a greater rippling. Gandalf frowned, putting down his pipe and staring off into the distance, his eyes glowing momentarily as he seemed to almost toss off the raiment of the vagabond wanderer as that thought occurred to him. But he couldn't do so entirely, his purpose in Middle-earth did not allow for that, and his raiment was too permanent fixture of him at present for Gandalf to cast off for over long. After a moment his eyes faded back, the grey of his raiment settling fully once more onto him, changing him again into the somewhat normal if eccentric grey-haired old man he always looked. If I want answers to that question, I must go to the sea, and speak to Lord Ulmo himself, get him to at least carry a message to the others if he himself does not know what has gone on. Odd. The impression he had gotten in that one brief moment was a wait-and-see feeling sent to him from Irmo and Manwë himself. And after a moment's contemplation Gandalf decided to agree to do just that. Not willingly of course, but Gandalf did have other demands on his time at present. If I didn't have this meeting with Thorin and his band and finding them a thief to go on an adventure with, I might very well hunt down the feeling, the idea of waiting and seeing what happens or no. Still, I do, and that is that. Even the wisest cannot be in two places at once. Sighing he wondered what his lady and the others were up to, or if they knew themselves. Surprise after all could work in your favor or against you depending. Gandalf went to bed that night, then left Bein early in the morning after tipping the owner of the establishment heavily, the better to leave and make a good impression on him and his family. Before heading towards the Shire at his normal, seemingly leisurely but ground-devouring pace. Oh. Harry and Thorin stalked through the woods following the directions of their goblin prisoner until they found a trail showing where another group of goblins had passed. From there they tried to backtrack that group to their den, trusting to that rather than the orcs' directions. This wasn't something either of them were actually very good at. Thorin had some woodcraft, able to spot the trail itself, but that was all. But then again this group of orcs didn't seem to care to cover their tracks. They were concealed under one of Harry's spells as they moved, of course. While Harry had taken to heart Thorin's statement about being too profligate with his magic, he wasn't about to stop using it when the situation required it. They moved through the woods silently for the most part, gesturing this way or that when one spotted something they needed to see, content with their own thoughts and the hunt for now. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence as should have been supposed between two people who hadn't known one another for more than a few days, thrown together on what many would consider a ridiculously foolish quest. But it wasn't, rather it was the silence of grim purpose. Thorin was consumed with his hate of the orcs and worry about this Azog creature while Harry's mind continued to flash back to the little belt of skulls, fueling his own anger. He thought he had known evil before, but the orcs represented an evil greater than any he had met in his own world. Tommy would have probably loved them, that tells you all you need to know. That thought brought a wintry little smile to Harry's face as he glanced down at the scars on his hands and forearms for a brief moment, waiting for Thorin to find the trail again. The battle in the Ministry and what had happened to Hermione was a wound that had yet to scab over, let alone heal like his physical wounds, and he found himself eager for a fight, if only so he could once more push those memories away for a time. Thorin turned to him, gesturing Harry to look over his shoulder, his words a whisper. Their movements might be covered by Harry's spell, but that didn't mean he was going to get complacent. Look at this, he said, gesturing down. They broke off here from a larger band. Is the other group an attack force? Could they be attacking some settlement nearby? Harry asked quickly. I do not think so. I think this was 2 scout groups who broke off from one another after leaving their camp. The other has headed straight south from here, though how long they would keep to that course I do not know. And judging by the number of tracks I do not think their numbers would be enough to attack any of the settlements around here. Looking around, Thorin noted other signs of recent movement through the woods further along the trail and nodded grimly. We are close. The spells on us, they are not draining you? He asked, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Harry. Harry shook his head. No, if I had to keep them up for days on end maybe, but not for a single night's work. And how much activity will they cover? It can't cover us attacking them for more than a few seconds if that's what you're thinking. It'll bring too much notice to us for the spell to redirect. Pity, Thorin muttered, shaking his head. You'll have to start using attack spells in there then. I think we're going to be very heavily outnumbered. Harry smirked, and nodded, noting that Thorin didn't even mention the idea of retreating. Thorin's anger, his rage at the orcs was an almost but not quite visible thing around him, a sense unseen, and Harry wondered about it. Then again, if these were Death Eaters and they had massacred people and taken trophies like that, would I be any different? The answer to that one was simple, and the two of them continued on their way, with Harry readying his sword in one hand, and clicking his fingers quietly in the other, readying a several dozen spells in his mind. Transfiguration first, I think, create chaos in the battlefield, little things then bigger things, then attack spells. Confusion chaos, and we ride the whirlwind. The orcs were hiding out in a series of interconnected bog caves, low hills in the terrain of the forest. It wasn't a very large seeming den. But it was large enough to conceal at least 100, possibly as many as 200 warriors, given how closely orcs could be packed into a space. Thorin whispered that to Harry, gesturing at the various entrances they saw and the guards hidden in the scrub brush here and there. Why weren't they in the trees? Harry asked. Surely a guard in a tree would have a better vantage point. Orcs and goblins do not climb trees, Harry, Thorin said with a shrug. I think the orcs' shoulders can't seemingly reach above them like that, and goblins I believe are somewhat scared of heights. There might be more to it than that, but I have never known or heard tell of any of the dark races willingly climbing a tree. Weird, but all right. This is your show, Thorin, what should we do? Harry asked. Thorin scratched at his full beard thoughtfully, frowning somewhat. We take out those guards first, we'll start there. He said after a moment, pointing at one. He is out of sight of the others, silence him and move on, take out all of the guards, then. He looked up at Harry. Can you somehow block up some of those entrances? I can bring the entrances down, Harry said with a shrug. A single bombarda spell should do it. In fact, I could bury them all in there. They would simply tunnel another way out, best to wipe out the whole nest. Collapse a few, start a fire in another, get them running out into the open and hold the entrance against them. We do not want to fight orcs underground. Not in one of their own foul dens. Thorin shook his head. Seeing Harry looking at him quizzically, Thorin shrugged. If you were a dwarf, the two of us fully armed, armored and with a dozen other dwarves beside us, perhaps we could attempt it. But fighting orcs and goblins underground is a losing proposition if you are not prepared for it, even among my race. And anyone your size, Harry Potter or larger, would have an even worse time of it. Harry nodded, then cracked his neck explosively, wriggling out his fingers. Then let's get it stuck in with these motherfuckers. Thorin's face blanked, and he nodded very slowly. I appreciate the sentiment, however. Before Harry could react, Thorin's fist thumped him in the stomach hard enough to smack the wind out of him, dumping Harry onto his knees, gasping for air. That curse is far too violent even for orcs among my people. Do not even think of using it in front of any dwarf ever again, is that clear? Duly noted, Harry gasped, actually chuckling a little. Damn it, dwarves are a lot stronger than they seem. If not for Thorin pulling the punch, it might have cracked ribs. Thorin waited patiently until Harry stood up, and nodded at him before moving on. They dealt with each of the guards quickly, silencing them without the alarm being raised. After that, Thorin went about and gathered several dozen faggots of wood from nearby piles which had been partly hidden among the undergrowth, before piling them up in one of the entrances. Harry moved to another, and Thorin put flint to tinder, lighting the wood. Taking that as his signal, Harry sent a bombarda straight up at the top of the entrance, shattering the stone and earth there, before retreating quickly out of the tunnel as it collapsed. Can you do something with wind, Harry? Thorin asked, gesturing to the fire. I'll try, Harry replied, frowning. He actually didn't know any spells that would control wind like that, but realized it would be really dangerous to try. Air might seemingly weigh nothing, but try to move it and you would soon realize that was not the case. Frowning, he pushed his hands forward, imagining what he wanted to do, and a small zephyr appeared between them, then curled forward into the smoke from the fire, pushing it into the cavern. Harry could only keep it up for a few moments before he began to gasp, shaking his head and cancelling the spell. That took a lot out of me. I don't want to try that again. Thorin nodded, making a note of that. It seemed as if material creation was actually easier than weather manipulation, odd, but he wasn't a wizard, so was not in position to question it. Reaching down, he grabbed Harry by the upper arm and pulled him along to last entrance. That was well done, the smoke will force them out. When Harry looked at him in question once more, Thorin chuckled. It was a not very nice sound. Underground smoke like that is actually more dangerous than the fire itself. The fire won't spread, but the smoke will, and no living creature save a dragon can breathe in such fumes. At that Harry finally understood, nodding. He stood up, throwing his shoulders back and readying the sword of Gryffindor, his fingers once again twitching as he brought to mind the spells he had started to picture in his mind earlier. Well then, I suppose we should get ready to receive our guests. Ha! Thorin barked a laugh, bringing up his own longsword, a heavy, ugly-looking thing which wore its grim purpose in every inch of its grey steel. I suppose we should. It was a very panicked band of orcs and goblins that charged out of the cave, but these were after all orcs and goblins, and it was the very rare goblin who was unharmed at any point. These came out armed yet. The first few charged to meet the two interlopers as soon as they saw them, Harry's spells having faded during all the activity they'd already done. Barak Hezed, Tanadur and Nur. Thorin met them with a roar and a yell, his sword hacking at the first two, bowling an orc over entirely to smash into two goblins, before his sword flicked to either side, cutting two goblins down before bringing it back up to finish the fourth with a slice across the throat before it could get its feet under it. Harry charged with him, his hand rising and sparking with magical energies. A second later, several dozen small animals and a few larger ones appeared all around him, causing chaos. The small animals grabbed the orcs' attention. Even as they met that group, however, other orcs had actually forged their way through the smoke now that Harry's wind was no longer pushing it into the tunnel, pushing the wood aside after drowning the fire with buckets of water from inside. Harry noticed this, and again conjured up more animals, this time bears and wolves, sending them with a mental command into the attacking group. That command wouldn't last for very long, but he'd chosen predators thinking that their forms would force them to act in the same way as the rabbits or others did when confronted with violence, by their instincts. It certainly worked that way in the books he'd read that spell in, a gift from Professor McGonagall in a vain attempt to regain some of Harry's respect. That was all Harry had time to concentrate on before the fight around him took his full intention. One sword came at his head, and Harry barely got his own sword up in time, smacking the blow aside, though it was a powerful blow, almost enough to knock Harry to his knees. The orcs were strong, stronger than he had thought they were given the earlier encounter, and worse, there seemed to be something in the air. It was either that, of moving the wind like I did took it out of me more than I thought, Harry thought to himself as he conjured up a shield to defend himself, which clanged and rattled from a few swords. He killed 6 more goblins with well-placed rifle spells, which didn't seem to take it out of him as much as the area effect conjuration spells currently were, which was good. Okay, so I can work with this. Kazad, Barak Hezed. Thorin was a short, hairy nightmare, bellowing and roaring, his long hair flying as he turned this way and that, his sword seemingly light in his hands despite its heavy appearance. It cut and hacked at his opponents, and Thorin used anything he could grab to hand as a shield at times, a cob of wood, a downed weapon, a shield from one of his opponents. A small hand axe which he had grabbed up and looked at for a split second as it came to his hand caused him to falter for a brief second, but then Thorin then tore into the orcs with even more ferocity. Thorin! Shouted Harry, blocking a blow to that would have split his head open from above, holding his sword locked there with both hands before he could throw the orc backwards slightly enough to fire a point-blank rifle to his chest, ending his life and the life of a goblin behind him. We're in danger of being surrounded here, he said, pointing towards where the fire had been put out and a dozen large orcs and about 8 or 9 smaller goblins had finished with his conjured animals. They were now moving towards them around the edge of the tunnel they were currently fighting in front of. Into the tunnel then. Just enough to get them to be unable to attack us from the sides. Back to back. Thorin ordered, and roared forward shouting that battle cry of his again. The goblins quailed away from him, but the orcs were made of sterner stuff, and he cut down 2 of them as Harry dealt with a third. Harry waited until the group trying to take them from behind had bunched up in the entranceway of the cavern, moving towards him, and then fired a point-blank bombarda spell into the middle of the group. It exploded, shattering all of the goblins and more than a few of the orcs, though several of the orcs survived the explosion, which wasn't as powerful as Harry had intended. He frowned at that, making a note of it for later. That he couldn't put down to being tired. Harry knew he had put in enough strength for that spell to be more powerful than that. But then the orcs were all around them, and the 2 of attackers went back to back as Thorin had ordered. Thorin noticed out of the corner of his eye that Harry's sword work needed a lot of work, and furthermore Harry was far too reckless. Though he seemed adept at dodging strikes of the last minute, Thorin had to admit. His sword's poison also seemed to be doing just as much damage as its actual cutting edge, killing orcs with a bare scratch of the metal, and the goblins died screaming within seconds. Even the orcs seemed frightened by that, and more than one paused in their rush. The fight continued unabated for a few more minutes as fewer and fewer of their opponents tried to rush at them. Eventually the tide stopped, and Harry stood gasping, a few scratches and nicks here and there, but nothing dangerous. Indeed, his magic was already working to heal him for some reason. It had never done that back at home, but somewhere in the area between worlds and during his fight with Tom Riddle, Harry's magic, and its relation to his physical body, had changed. It did nothing for his scars though. "A good fight, Harry Potter," said Thorin, looking around and making sure that there were no other enemies. "You start gathering the bodies," he went on brusquely, "I'll head inside." "Are you sure it's a good idea to split up like that? Seems reckless." "What's reckless is your sword work," Thorin said with a shake of his head. "In fact, I'm not even going to call it sword work. You use that sword as if you've never have had a lesson in your life. It has a point, lad, use it, don't just slash all the time and keep your be-damned wrist loose. Don't go for so many overhead blows, you might look like a hero from a sage, but that kind of." This went on for some time. Thorin was a bit of a perfectionist when it came to both weapons and their use. Harry's amateur swordsmanship offended his sensibilities. "I'm sorry, I was never taught to use a sword," Harry said, his lips quirking, "and you haven't answered my question." Thorin shook his head at the idea of a young man like this owning a sword like that and not having gotten lessons in its use, but he had more important things to do right now. "You're too tall, and you're unused to fighting in the dark anyway. You would need to use a spell to see as well as I can in the dark, and you have never fought in a tunnel, have you?" "Not before this moment, no," Harry said, gesturing to the entrance of the cavern around them, which after all wasn't that very large, barely giving them a few inches to either side of their bodies. "Exactly." With that, Thorin turned and without another word forged his way deeper into the cavern over the bodies of the dead, leaving Harry shaking his head behind him. Thorin found that it wasn't very long, connecting to the other entrances quickly in a large area, about 300 feet to a side. Looking at the walls, Thorin saw that this area at least was a natural cavern, but the rest had just as obviously been dug out at some point. He made certain there were no survivors, finding dozens more bodies. Some of them had possibly asphyxiated by the smoke, which still wafted here and there in the area, and more had been trampled by their fellows, the smallest goblins and the slowest dying beneath the boots of their so-called comrades. A few dozen were also buried under a cave-in at the other side, which must have been started by the explosive spell Harry had used. Here and there Thorin also saw other remains, and Thorin could feel his lips twisting into a rictus snarl as he turned away from what had been the orc band's cookpot. Pulling at his beard with his free hand as he counted bodies, Thorin smiled grimly. "A good fight, and Harry's magic is suddenly efficacious. And that sword." As he marched back the way he came after making certain all of the bodies were indeed dead, Thorin's heavy-set face set into even grimmer lines. It was time to do something he had not been looking forward to, time to share his people's pain. "But I will be doing it with a person who might hopefully help us regain what we have lost." Outside, Harry had gone around doing the same thing Thorin did inside, cutting at the bodies lightly with his sword, then dragging the bodies into a large pile. Twice he had been surprised by goblins playing dead, but a single scratch from the sword that had been swum in basilisk venom saw them off. "I'll deal with that," Thorin said gruffly as he came up, a thick thumb pointing over his shoulder momentarily. "That place, however, deserves a more wizardly touch." "You mean I should cave it in now?" Thorin said, nodding. "And lad, don't go in there," he said quickly, grabbing Harry's shoulder roughly as Harry had moved to the entrance. Harry looked at Thorin quizzically, but something in the dwarf's eyes made him realize he didn't want to know what was behind that command. Nodding, he began to throw out a few bombarda spells to backle the entranceway, walking the spell along the top of the tunnel until the entire hill began to rumble, caving in on itself. By that point Thorin had piled the bodies into several reeking, loathsome mounds, which he piled over with wood, lighting it up with flint and tinder with the aid of some cooking oils he along with a bottle of the foul liquor orcs drank. The bonfires began quickly, and Harry came back, standing beside Thorin as he lit the last mound. "Come," Thorin said, gesturing away into the woods. "Best we get away from the smell and the smoke ourselves. Even in death orcs and goblins can strike down the unwary." Harry nodded, and as they moved off at a trot into the sword to his belt once more. "Perhaps you can answer a question for me. When I was trying magic back there against the orcs, there was some kind of dampening effect. It was harder than it should be to use magic around them." Thorin shrugged. "I know not about such things, my own people have never had magic of the nature that you wield. You would have to ask an actual wizard about such things. Still, it would not surprise me that such exists in orcs in particular. Both of those races are evil creatures, created in the dark times as abominable mirror images of elves, men, and even dwarves curse them." "Created?" Harry said sharply. "An entire race?" Harry shuddered, shaking his head. "All right, that's a scary thought." "Ha," Thorin barked a laugh, though there was nothing humorous in the sound. "That was among least of the fell deeds in the ages past. I know my own people's parts in that time, both fell and proud, but not the entirety. If you would have the entire tale, 't would be best to talk to someone who knows it from beginning to end. All I know is, that Morgoth the Betrayer was a fallen Vala, and he made war against all mortals, dwarves, elves, and men in Middle-earth. It was only when the other Vala, including my people's lord, all banded together and moved against him in force that he was overthrown. Before that, Morgoth might have had a few setbacks here and there, but in general, he was simply too powerful for any mere mortal to defeat in his mighty fortress of Angband. Lovely, Harry muttered. I will want that story in full later on. In fact, I'd like a history lesson about the entirety of Middle-earth. That is a tale true, but one for another time, as it is a dark tale, and we've had enough dark deeds today. Thorin replied. The two of them travelled silently again for a time, this time the silence of companions who had fought beside one another as well as the silence of their own thoughts. The moon had waned by the time Thorin found a good resting place for the day. He looked at Harry and Harry nodded, beginning to conjure up the beds they would use for the night. Thorin didn't want to get used to that kind of luxury, but after that fight he felt they had earned it. He himself went out hunting, or rather trapping. Thorin had no eyes for archery, and little woodcraft for stalking, but he was good at making traps and placing them in the right places to catch the unwary animal. Soon he came back to find that Harry had once again made up the campsite, 2 beds and a fire pit, which he'd actually done by hand. Thorin was pleased to note. He'd conjured up the beds of course, but stones had been excised from the surrounding area to form a rough circle, and he had placed wood in it correctly in such a manner that the smoke would not travel far. The boy, he was learning. No, Thorin thought, the young man was learning. He might be the same age or younger even than my cousins for his own race, but he is a man, one who was blooded even before that fight with that apparition that came with him. Harry held up a cup of camp water from a small cairn he had created, and Thorin nodded gratefully, dipping in a bit of his own ale into the water, the alcohol being so strong it even watered down if it was almost as strong as the alcohol most humans made do with. One of these days I'm going to try that straight up, you know, Harry said, gesturing at where Thorin was now sipping from his own flask. Perhaps, Thorin said, chuckling into his bear, perhaps. You'll have to build up some immunity first, however. Harry nodded, falling silent, and for a moment the two of them simply stared into the crackling fire. Then Thorin began. My name is Thorin Oakenshield, as I said. But I am not a simple warrior or smith as I appear. I am the son of Thror, son of Thrain, the rightful king of Erebor. Or I would be, if not for the horror that is Smaug. Thorin did not look up at Harry as he spoke. This tale would be easier if he stared into the fire, the better to remember what had ended his kingdom, and the fact his listener was not of his kin. The Lonely Mountain. He began again, shaking his head. Bright were our halls and strong our hearts in those days. Thorin went on from there, describing the halls of Erebor as best he could for a time, the wonder of mind and hand that had gone into the greatest kingdom of dwarves of this age. And then his tale turned dark, with the coming of Smaug. Harry interrupted the tale only twice, asking about the weapons they had used and the defences of the town of Man, which Thorin willingly told him about, and again when he mentioned the elves left his people to die. They just turned aside. Harry said incredulously. They didn't even offer to help your people? Not even with food or anything of that nature? No, Thorin said, growling the word as his hands clenched in front of his lap. They give us nothing, they turned us away, and when a few of my people tried to enter Mirkwood, tried to go through them to seek aid elsewhere, none returned. The elves would not help, either through fear, or uncaring, I know not and care not. We had to march far afield, towards the Iron Hills before finding aid from our cousins there, and many a dam and child died in the journey. Looking at Thorin's profile, his eyes glittering darkly, Harry realized that those losses meant even more to Thorin than it would have to a human leader. Some social importance there wasn't crossing over here, but he set his curiosity aside for now, concentrating on the Thorin's story as the dwarf started to speak again. At the end of the tale, Harry frowned, asking some questions, most of which were about the humans of Dale, of course. Thorin answered, though he didn't know anything about what was going on there at this point. He knew that the humans had created a kind of water town there near the ruins of Old Dale, and that a surprising number of them had survived the coming of the dragon, though their houses and livelihoods had not. But unlike his people, they could not call upon the largest of distant neighbors, there was no nearby human country that would come to their aid, and traversing the lands between them and the nearest one would have killed more than staying and trying to rebuild had. Dwarves, Thorin said with a sort of grim pride, were tougher than men, even their children to such hardship. Harry looked away after that, frowning as he stared out into the woods. And I thought my life was tough. I understand. So, you and your friends are following these portents and signs that it is time to take back the mountain? I really don't have much truck with prophecy like that. He saw Thorin cock his head quizzically at that, and Harry shook his head. I mean, I don't trust it, but still, what can I do to help? As simple as that? Thorin asked, his deep-set eyes narrowing as he looked at the young man. Even though Harry had said something similar, that had been when he had been ignorant of the true depth of Thorin's plight, his people's plight and what might be asked of him. You're my friend and you were wronged, your people slaughtered, of course I will help. Harry said with a shrug. But no, he said with that sudden fake grin of his that made Thorin realize anew Harry was not quite right in the head. I'm not going to do it for free. I want something in return. Thorin's eyes narrowed, but Harry went on unhurriedly. I want to know everything you can teach me about this Middle-earth. I also want an introduction to these wizards you've mentioned. You said one of them was helping you organize this expedition. Thorin nodded, relaxing slightly, seeing that his friend wasn't going to demand gold up front or anything of that nature. Even if he had, Thorin would have acquiesced, of course. That sword and what it could possibly do represented too good a weapon to pass up. And he would not stoop to killing the man in front of him or attempting to take it from him that way. Dishonorable deeds like that had a habit of coming back to haunt you. And I also want sword lessons, Harry said after seconds' thought. Evidently, finished dryly, I need them. Thorin looked at him, then began to laugh, a booming chuckle that reverberated around their campsite. Agreed. Agreed and thrice agreed Harry Potter. He held out his hand, and Harry took it, shaking it firmly. Now, Thorin said briskly, ending the hand clasp. We've had enough of grim talk, let us share tales of happier times. Those odd creatures you used in the first battle last night interest me. Where did they come from, and is there a tale behind how quickly they came to your mind? Oh yes, Harry said with a grin, remembering happier times with his friends, before he was ostracized by the majority of the school, before war had come into their lives, before he had realized his life was never going to be totally his own. Luna Lovegood, the quirkiest witch I ever met. And perhaps one of the surest friends one could ever make. Lovegood? Thorin asked blanched. Is that a mistranslation perhaps? Harry laughed. No, that was really her name. And yes, there is a story behind those creatures. You see. Oh. Gandalf had reached the edge of the Shire, moving past the small post of bounders, having had to apologize for not having any fireworks with him this time. He could of course have entered the Shire without dealing with the small, officious border patrol, but why bother doing so when he had no need to? He stopped just out of sight of the Hobbit behind him when he felt the feeling of magic being worked again in the distance. Someone was casting several magic spells in quick succession, including one heavy spell, a kind of wind manipulation, and he shook his head ruefully. The wizard in question was going to feel that in the morning, Gandalf knew from long experience. Manwë did not like people who tried to manipulate his air. Unfortunately, the feelings again cut off before Gandalf could localize them. He'd gotten a direction from the pulses that time, but nothing more. Ah well, that will come in time, I suppose. If whoever is using magic continues to do so, it will be simple enough to hunt them down and have a long conversation with whoever it is. For now, I had best find an inn for the evening. I will approach Baggins on the morrow. Oh. It took Harry and Thorin a few hours to find the road the next morning, and 2 full days travelling at the top speed they could manage on their own 2 feet to travel within sight of the Hobbit's odd country. I will be grateful to meet up with my kin for more than one reason. We will make better time with ponies, and I know one of my companions has already purchased such for our journey. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I've never been on a horse, so I imagine it will be an amusing moment when I tried to ride, even if only on a pony. Ahead of them there was a small wooden guard post, a table set outside it. At the table sat 2 small folk, puffing on their pipes. On the table the remains of a heavy meal for 4 was visible as the 2 came close. Harry took a moment to look at them as he and Thorin strode up. They were shorter by a few inches or so than Thorin, and where he was squat with muscle, these simply seemed short. They were both stolid, not quite fat but definitely well fed, with wide, round faces and curly hair. They also, Harry was amused to note, did not have shoes on. This was visible as one of them had propped his feet up on the table. The feet in question were larger than their size suggested, hairy and calloused heavily on the bottom. The owner of those feet looked up lazily, then blinked 3 times rapidly as if unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He then hopped to his feet, nudged his companion, and the both of them moved out into the road, picking up long heavy-looking staves as they went. The staves weren't pointed, but Harry imagined that they could crack a man's head easily enough. Are they as strong as you are? He had asked out of the corner of his mouth. Thorin chuckled at the very idea. I think not. He replied dryly. Hobbits are supposedly decent enough warriors with bows and slings when roused, but it takes something truly spectacular to do so. I have no idea why Gandalf wanted us to meet in the Shire, but in our last meeting he claimed to have found a thief for us, though with your inclusion it might not even be necessary. Still, it was too late to change our plans. True, Harry said with a shrug. It's not as if you could have planned for my arrival after all. My travel plans were not exactly under my control, let alone anyone else's. Thorin chuckled again at the dark joke, and the 2 of them stopped, raising their hands towards the 2 guards. I think they are called bounders. Thorin said slowly out of the corner of his mouth. You should do the talking. Blinking, Harry looked at him and Thorin shrugged. There are some of these small folk among humans in Bree and a few dwarves too, but not many. They will be friendlier to you, I think. What about your companions? They will have coming in from other directions, or overland entirely. I doubt the bounders will have noticed them, and once we are leaving they will not care how we got in the first place if they even notice us then. Thorin shrugged. Harry nodded, and took a step forward, holding up his hands peaceably. Good evening friends, he said, bowing politely. Tell me, are we allowed to enter your nation peaceably at this time of the evening, or must we wait someplace else and enter at a specific time? His equable tone and manners disarmed the two bounders despite their shock at seeing one of the big folk and a dwarf traveling together. You can enter whenever you wish strangers, we don't turn away any save those who look disreputable, and while you two look hard-trod, you don't look that bad off. Said one of them. Oh if you only knew. Harry thought with an internal laugh, his lips twitching. I'll thank you for that faint praise, he said instead, touching his forelock respectfully as he had read about in a few fantasy novels. And then we'll be on our way. Wait, said the other one, looking between the two travelers officiously. Are you just passing through the Shire or are you here for some purpose? He looked at his companion, shrugged his shoulders. You know, at least the master of the hall will want to know, and maybe the old Took as well. The other bounder nodded, though the names meant nothing to Harry and Thorin. Still Harry answered readily enough, gesturing out past the road to a few distant farms, heavy and redolent with food. We won't be here for long, we are here in fact to meet a few of our friends, and I personally would like to look at some of the farmland around here. You short folk seem to have a way with soil that is frankly amazing to me. The two hobbits smiled complacently at that, nodding their heads to one another. It's the rare human indeed who can match a hobbit when it comes to working with the earth. Come in then, but be on your best behavior. Harry nodded, even though Thorin bristled slightly at the idea that these two could stop him if he wanted to behave badly. He wasn't going to, of course, but their lack of manners sat ill with him. The two went on their way, though Thorin had to wonder at how often Harry stopped to ask questions of the various farmers. There was something about the area that seemed to fascinate Harry, but what it was Thorin couldn't tell. He wasn't a farmer, so the amount of agriculture going on didn't interest him at all. Though it seemed as if Harry wasn't getting any answers. More than one of the hobbits didn't even try to talk to him, turning away quickly and moving off, leery of strangers. Others simply laughed, and Thorin heard more than one state the big folk and the dwarf wanted to know that, it's no secret, but not something you'll be able to do. Before going on their way still laughing. For his part down, Thorin also had some issues with the area, though his came from its inhabitants rather than their doings. This was the first time he'd met any hobbits, and he was surprised at the impact of them, not the men so much as the maidens. They were all short, very well formed, with wide, happy faces, their eyes of citron, agate or tourmaline or lazuli, their hair curly, like spun gold or bronze. Shame they have no beards, he thought, not realizing he had said that aloud as the two made their way forward through an area where there were no hobbits at the present moment. Beards? Harry thought, then shook his head deciding he didn't want to know. A very odd place to meet these companions of yours, Thorin, he said instead, shaking his head as the two of them continued on their way. I told you the wizard chose it, and wizards are all odd in various ways, Thorin replied drolly, looking up at his taller companion who laughed, shaking his head as they continued on their way, astounding any who met them by the sheer oddity of seeing a human and a dwarf together like that. Harry kept on looking around, feeling this place out. Something was in the air here, not so much magical potential but simple goodness. It was hard to describe more than that. It was magical in a way, sort of giving off a feel like Hogwarts in type though not in style. It wasn't magic of an individual, but of a place. They passed through several more small hamlets with Thorin stopping occasionally to stare at a doorway or door before moving on. When Harry asked what he was looking for, Thorin replied that Thraken would have marked the house they were supposed to meet in, the one where the thief lived. More than once, they walked past a tavern, the sound of merriment and laughter inside making Harry smile and Thorin shake his head. Despite his own good mood, the levity in the atmosphere here was a little much for him. This got worse as two maidens came out of a tavern, leaning on one another and moving down the road towards home. They stopped and stared at Thorin, and Harry, mesmerized by Harry's emerald eyes for a moment as he walked past, touching his forelock respectfully to them as Thorin did the same. But it was Thorin who grabbed their attention, his dark looks and long hair, his taller than normal build appealing to them greatly, and they began to whisper excitedly to one another before moving away quickly giggling. Harry paused, shaking his head, resolutely not turning around to look at the hobbit maidens. All right, I'm not even going to comment on that one. Thorin looked at him and Harry shrugged. Farm folk tend to be very earthy, and the two ladies back there were no exception. Do you want to know what they would be willing to do with you? Thorin's ears flushed slightly, and he turned away quickly. Not at all, thank you, he said quickly. I know other races do things differently, but even so such things should be kept private, between a dam and her chosen. At that Harry laughed, and he was still laughing as they finally found the door that they were searching for. A moment later, however, Thorin turned the tables on him. Oh, and if those twins you mentioned made such comments about you, would you have acted any differently than I? Oh. He's here, said one dwarf to another, and Bilbo, with a sigh of despair for a day gone horribly strange, opened the door quickly, to stare at what was apparently supposed to be the last dwarf. Behind him the other dwarves had all gathered to watch their friend. Their leader arrived, only to stare as Bilbo did at the sight of Thorin laughing at something, which wasn't exactly normal in the best of times, but then there was his companion, a companion who Gandalf too stared at in amused shock. The magic user here. Is that why the Vala sent that wait-and-see feeling towards me? Well, thank you for that. Perhaps I can solve this minor mystery soon and without going out of my way to do so. Thorin, said Gandalf, walking forward, his head bowed low due to the ceiling. Welcome. Thorin entered, looking up at tall wizard, smirking slightly at how he stooped he was forced to be at present. Gandalf, I apologize for my lateness, he said, looking at the wizard and then around at the others. I had some trouble on the road, both before and after meeting my new companion here. He looked at a few dwarfs more seriously, his cousins Philly and Kill, and Duel. An orc raiding party was getting together to attack at Hamlet on my way, and my friend and I decided we should do something about it before coming here. It took us a bit out of our way, I'm sorry to say. Alone? Said one of the other dwarves, shocked. You two took on an entire band of goblins alone. My friend has certain abilities that even the balance. Thorin said with a chuckle, entering the house. And you would be? He looked at the lone hobbit standing amongst his brethren. Bilbo Baggins, at your service and that of your family, he said respectfully. Something about this dwarf demanded that sort of seriousness, which had faded after the first few dwarves arrived. Thorin Oakenshield, Thorin said, nodding his head. He made no mention of service whatever. Harry Potter, at your service and your families. Harry said, entering the house after him and bowing politely. My people don't normally say at your service and your families, but I suppose when in Rome, or in this case the Shire. Even if he had no idea where Rome was, the big folk's droll response caused Bilbo to actually chuckle, shaking his head. Then he suddenly felt something, and stepped aside, allowing the two humans to stare at one another as Thorin moved forward, clapping backs and shaking arms among his brethren. Even as he did so, though, more than one of the dwarves was looking past him at his companion, which Thorin supposed was to be expected. His old friend Balin pulled him into a close hug, as Thorin did the same, whispering into his king's ear. A human, Thorin, why are you traveling with one of them? That's a tale to tell, and one I think you'll all need to hear along with Gandalf. But he is an ally. For now, take a look at the sword he's wearing. The older dwarf did so, his eyes widening as he realized that the sword in question was of incredibly good make. Dwarven at least, possibly ancient elvish work. I see, he said thoughtfully, looking at his king once more before shrugging his shoulders. I'll wait for the tale, lad, but not over long. For their part, the two wizards were too busy staring at one another to notice this byplay. Harry's first impression was that this old man was Dumbledore, only he wasn't, not when you took in the details. He had the same beard, the same look of age about him, but there the resemblance ended. This one was windswept, he wore his age lightly without any of the sense of gravitas Dumbledore liked to surround himself with. His beard was far less cared for, his body thinner but stronger seeming for that, and he wore dirty robes rather than gaudy robes. There was also a strength in Gandalf that Harry could feel, whereas Dumbledore went to great lengths to hide his own. In turn Gandalf saw Harry, deeper perhaps than Harry would have been comfortable with. He noticed the young man was scarred heavily. His hands and forearms had several healed scars that looked like a cross between burn scars and claw marks. There was scar on his face too, and an older one, faded with age, on his forehead. His youth was also only a seeming, his stance, his scars, told of great hardship over time, and his green eyes spoke of great power and pain in equal measure. Gandalf saw a deep, if possibly recent sadness behind those eyes. His levity was a front, a well-practiced mask, or perhaps a shield against that grief that the young man had yet to deal with. I warn you, bearded one. Harry said after a moment's contemplation of the older man. If your eyes start to twinkle I will poke them out. No, Gandalf decided as he chuckled, best not to try to get the boy to admit to that pain just yet. Best to get to know him first, and to be known in turn. The only time my eyes twinkle is when I am deep into my cups, and they don't twinkle so much as become glassy at times like that, he said with a chuckle. I welcome you, fellow wizard, we will have to have a talk later. But for now, sit, eat and be merry. The dwarf's reaction to Thorin showing up with the human was mixed to say the least. A few were looking at him distrustfully, a few in astonishment, and more than one speculatively given the nature of the sword that Thorin had pointed out to them. The two youngest however grinned, at the comment about eyes, moving forward to shake Harry's hand firmly, seeing in him a kindred spirit and unwilling to look into it deeper just then. Time enough for deep talks and thoughts after the eating and making merry, as Gandalf put it. Harry spent a few moments talking to Philly and Keely, telling them a little bit about how he and their uncle had met up, but not too much. Thorin had said he wanted to get that introduction over with all at once, and Harry had to agree. It was much better that way than telling the same story over and over again. He also wasn't interested in being cornered by Gandalf just yet, though thankfully Gandalf seemed to have sensed that and had moved on, joining the general merrymaking. Instead, as Philly and Keely rushed to the table, Harry concentrated on their host, who looked rather harried. "Might I help Mr. Baggins?" he asked, quickly moving to help the little fellow with a cheese that came up to his waist. As he did, he examined the hobbit closely, not seeing anything to make him stand out amongst his fellows except possibly more intelligence in his face, though Harry knew he wasn't exactly the best at spotting that kind of thing. He was fit certainly, not like a lot of other hobbits they'd seen today, but he wasn't the only one to be that either. "What about you?" grabbed Gandalf's attention enough for him to make the Shire the place you all are meeting. "Oh, thank you Mr. Potter," Bilbo said, smiling. "I must say I approve of your name, it certainly makes more sense than most of the names I've heard from the big people." "I wish I could tell you there was a story behind it," Harry said as the two maneuvered the cheese over to where a few of the other dwarves quickly grabbed it, slamming it onto the table and slicing into it quickly. The dwarves were all eating as if they had been fasting for weeks, at least Harry hoped this was the case. They ate like this every day. That was a horrifying thought. "But apparently my family really were just Potters at one point, rich ones admittedly, but nothing major. We were very good however at managing our money and my ancestors made it grow over time." "Sound practice," said one of the other dwarves nearby, one of the fatter ones, if not the fattest. "You would not believe how many people forget or choose to ignore the fact they should leave something to the descendants." Harry shook his head. "They left me a legacy, true enough, but I would have traded that legacy for actually having my parents around in the first place." He shook his head before anyone could ask a question about that, turning back to Bilbo. "But later for that kind of discussion. I actually had a question for you Mr. Baggins." "Certainly," said the hobbit, seemingly somewhat overwhelmed that this tall human was taking an interest in him beyond simply gorging Bag End out of food and wine. "As Thorin and I were traveling through the Shire, I was amazed by the amount of green growing things there are in here." Harry gave a small half shrug. "I understand there is a monstrous forest to one side, and that is bright green and growing, but it's not exactly tilled land, is it? Trees can grow and sometimes grow where nothing else can. And the rest of the land outside of that forest seems almost dead, not land that could be turned into such amazing farmland as you have here." Harry had noticed that even traveling through Bree, the largest group of settlements they had passed through, there were a few farms there, and if Harry had time to explore he might have found a few farms there whose verdant green fertility could match the farms in the Shire, but he hadn't. "Yes, I can see where a big person might be intrigued by that, but there's no real secret behind it." Bilbo laughed. "Or at least that is what most of my fellows think. We don't like unnatural things we cannot see and touch, and most of us have forgotten our origins." Harry cocked an eyebrow inquisitively, gesturing the hobbit to go on. Bilbo puffed himself up slightly, fisting his hands in the front of his lapels and leaning back against the wall behind him. "My father and my father's father before him, going generations back, always thought that knowledge of where we came from and who we worshipped should be passed on, even though the worshipping part has fallen by the wayside. We hobbits are followers of the Yavanna, you see." Not understanding the importance of that, Harry kept a confused expression off his face with difficulty, but he still gestured Bilbo to go on. "Yavanna is the lady of the trees, of growing things. It is from Yavanna which all things which grow, from the trees to the grass, come in the time of the spring of Arda, though of course that was ages before my own people came to be. But through Yavanna's power, growing things can remove the taint of things." Bilbo shrugged his shoulders, his voice, which had seemed to have an odd power to it when he spoke of Yavanna, returning to normal. "We can purge the taint from things, make the land grow bright and green again. That is what we have done here. This land used to be dead land created during the wars against Angmar. But hundreds of years of work has gone into the Shire over time to make it the way it is. My great-great-great-grandfather could have told you stories about how the lands were in his father's times, and it was just as vile then as the area outside the Shire is now." Throughout this explanation Gandalf had coasted over into hearing range, and his eyes widened before a smile of pure delight showed on his face. Chuckling quietly he turned away, and Harry frowned after him. He didn't know? Or did he suspect and had yet to hear it from Bilbo? Strange that. As is this talk of Vala that Thorin told me, though he never mentioned Yavanna. Gods, demigods, and goddesses. Harry! Thorin shouted, "Come here. Well Mr. Baggins, I suggest we get some of our food, before these ravenous dwarves eat it all. Honestly," he shouted, looking at some of the youngsters and in particular the fat one, Bomber he thought the name was. "You all are acting like a crop of locusts." There was some good-natured laughter at that, while Keely jokingly made buzzing noises until his brother smacked him upside the head. Bilbo scooted into a corner after grabbing a plate of food while Gandalf scrunched himself into another corner. Harry sat between Thorin and Philly as Thorin gestured him into the seat. One or two of the dwarves looked askance at that, but didn't speak up, and the talking and laughter continued. Harry joined in wholeheartedly, talking with Keely, and Bilbo in particular. From the two brothers, he learned more about their people, about their family, and what their life had been like since Erebor. He learned their mother was named Dis, and, through subtle questioning, the fact that women barely made up a third of the dwarves' total population. This made them precious and thus they were rarely seen outside their homes. The three of them talked about pranks for a while until Thorin interjected, looking both pained and fearful. He drew Philly into a conversation of his own, while Dwellin did the same with Keely. He learned much the same from Bilbo, though in his case Harry tried to draw him out about himself and his family. The Baggins were related to the Tooks and Brandybucks, the two largest and most important families in the Shire. For the most part the Baggins had been known to be sensible sorts, except in their knowledge of old things and languages, though Belladonna, Bilbo's mother, had been known as a wild thing. And Bilbo too had gone through a few wild patches in his life. He had travelled the length of the Shire and even into the Old Forest several times. He had met elves travelling to the White Harbour, something which needed some explanation for Harry, and had traded tales with them and had at one point thought to join the Bounders. That was all in the past, of course. Since his mother's death Bilbo had settled down dramatically, taking over Bag End, the magnificent dwelling his father had built over his lifetime, tending to his garden with the help of a poorer family of farmers nearby, the Gamgees. After several hours of merry-making and general banter it became time for serious discussions. Thorin began the talk by saying his cousin Dane, Lord of the Iron Hills, was not willing to help them. He had his own people to look after, and while he would be willing to send military aid after the expedition succeeded, he was not willing to attempt the smog even if he had not been seen for over decades now. Harry listened intently as all the others talked, frowning thoughtfully at the key that Gandalf gave Thorin. The map was also interesting. The idea of hidden runes or even doors was not foreign to Harry, though the idea of seeing a keyhole from a certain type of light was something that would tie into astrology more than he personally liked. "And what if Smog is alive?" said one of them. "We need a thief to get in and figure that out, but what if it is alive? Then this really will be a fool's errand." "Not exactly," Thorin said. "I think it has become time now to speak of Harry. Harry, if you would place your sword on the table." Harry nodded, standing up but pausing before he reached for his sword. "I'll warn you all to not touch the blade. It is heavily poisoned, so poisoned that even a scratch will kill you horribly." "Poison," said one of the dwarves, the bald one whose name was Dwellin if Harry was remembering it correctly. Harry hadn't gotten all of their names. "That's the weapon of a coward." There were some rumblings of agreement at that, but Thorin thumped the table with a heavy palm, causing the cutlery to jump. "It is only a coward's tactic if in all other ways you are equal with your enemy or even within spitting distance. Smog has crushed armies, broke our people in a single day. How dare you say it is dishonorable to use any weapon we can against such a monstrosity? The only dishonorable thing would be to not strive with our utmost, to use any weapon we can." Dwellin looked away at that, nodding his head in submission, and the muttering subsided. After the noise had subsided, Harry waited patiently until Thorin nodded to him again, then pulled out the blade, laying it on the table as he began his tale. "My name is Harry Potter, as I have already said. But what Thorin I did not want to speak of before this was that I am not of this world. And by that I do not mean I come from across the city from the west." He looked around, but to his surprise none of the dwarves interrupted again, though he could see Gandalf and surprisingly Bilbo seeming to burst with curiosity. "Hey, so there might be more to Bilbo than meets the eye, even beyond his being a hobbit and having this power against dark things." Looking at Gandalf directly, Harry went on. "I come from an entirely different world. The geography is different, the people are different, even the oceans are different. As far as I know in my world, the dwarves have retreated entirely, closing their mountains to anyone but themselves. On the other hand, my own people, magic users that is, have become insular to the point of stupidity. I won't go into it all, but suffice to say I was in a battle with a local Dark Lord, not as you would understand term I think, rather one of these wraiths of the last war that I've heard of from Thorin. We fell through a magical construct, and found ourselves in between worlds for a time, only to come out here. I have various abilities, skills in magic that this world seemingly doesn't have." Harry gestured, conjuring up a soft fluffy chair for himself and sat down in it to the gasps of astonishment and shock of all concerned. "We really will have to have a talk, young man," Gandalf said thoughtfully, staring at the younger man. But he wasn't going to break his flow for now. "This is but one example, Thorin can tell you of a few others which I used during our battles against the orcs," Harry said as he stood up again. Another wave of his hand made the chair scoot backwards towards Bilbo, who sat in it quickly with a nod of thanks at the human. Bilbo hadn't actually been able to sit at the table, there were too many people there, and he was too self-effacing to force his way up to the table against these wild-looking dwarves. At this point Harry slowly brought out his sword, making sure that none of the other dwarves were close enough for him to accidentally hit. He laid it on the table, and the oldest dwarf, Balin, leaned forward intently, examining the work closely, pulling on a pair of gloves to move the blade this way to catch the light better. "It's somewhat crude for elven work, but it's better than any human could have made it, save perhaps the Númenóreans, and it's not a style dwarves would make. It looks almost like a collaboration effort between a dwarf and elf mad for a human, but that's impossible. Impossible here certainly, Gandalf said sadly. At least in this time of ill content. Yet perhaps eventually. I'm not going to be drawn on that one, Harry said, shaking his head at Thorin, who huffed but subsided, a small smile appearing under his beard as Harry went on. Though given the fact the elves of Mirkwood turned aside the dwarves of Erebor when they needed help, I can't see it happening any time soon. Alas, elves have long memories for good or ill, and Thranduil is not the most forward-thinking soul. Still, it would be best to not take his example as a measure of all elves. In any event, Harry went on nodding to the old man before continuing, understanding what he meant but not willing to go into a discussion about that kind of thing at the moment. This sword is one of the deadlier weapons in my world, and that was before I used it to kill a basilisk, where it absorbed the beast's venom. What's one of those then? Said one of the dwarves suspiciously, a scrawny sort of fellow who looked almost unkempt in comparison to the other dwarves. He and a few others had backed away from the table slightly, though most of them hadn't. A giant serpent. About. Harry thought for a moment. It was as wide as this house, I suppose, and about as tall, and in terms of length I would guess from here to that inn we passed earlier today. Thorin simply nodded, while most of the other dwarves simply gasped. But Harry went on before any could speak, looking again at Gandalf. It had eyes which could petrify, turn its victims into stone, and poison that could literally kill anything in our world. Luckily basilisks were very, very rare due to how complicated their birth process was. The one I killed was thousands of years old, and its poison had only gotten even more deadly in that time. Gandalf's eyes narrowed suddenly. Exactly how old were you when you faced this basilisk, and under what circumstances? I was 12 at the time. It was terrorizing the school I was staying in, and no one else seemed able to find the beast, let alone face it. Harry said with a shrug. Then his eyes hardened. Besides, the thing hurt Hermione. A second after he said the name his face seemed to crumple for a split second before returning to its normal, almost carefree expression. His age at the time of his fight against the basilisk caused many a gasp among the dwarves. Wyackle that age would be barely allowed out of his house, let alone allowed to train in the arts of war. Even Bilbo looked horrified at the very idea of a young boy that age in a fight of any sort. The only one who had noticed Harry's expression change before he mentioned this Hermione was Balin, who cocked his head thoughtfully, staring at the young human through his wire-rimmed glasses. That sounded almost like a dwarf would speak of someone having hurt his one. He also saw the human's face crumple after saying the name, and a horrible suspicion welled up inside him. Oh dear! Thorin alone appeared unmoved, though he too was somewhat shocked, not having heard how young Harry had been at the time. But Gandalf's eyes blazed, the shadows behind him seeming to move and twitch as his body appeared to expand with his sudden fury. How exactly did that creature come to be in a school, and where were your teachers? A discussion for another time, Thorin interjected smoothly. Gandalf, do you think poison could kill the dragon? Gathering his self-control, Gandalf shook his head, seeming to shrink back to his normal size. I will be coming back to that question again, young Harry. But as to your question, Thorin, I would have said before this that no mortal poison could slay a dragon. Yet this basilisk, it reminds me of a creature from the Age of Wrath created by Melcher. It was killed by Tolkas before his battle against Melcher. Are you willing to sell the sword then? Said one of the dwarves, squeaking backwards as Harry glared at him. Those emerald eyes could contain quite a bit of venom if they wanted to. But Thorin spoke up before Harry could. No, he has agreed to aid us for friendship's sake alone. There was some murmuring about that, with the youngest dwarf smiling at Harry, but the oldest shook their heads. I gave my word, and Thorin helped me tremendously upon my arrival, he said mildly, holding out his heavily scarred hands. I would have died without his aid then and there, and he has helped me since, teaching me the local language, helping me get my feet under me. He's also agreed to give me sword lessons, which apparently I desperately need, he added dryly. Thorin chuckled, slapping Harry on the shoulder, and more than one dwarf was struck by the strange camaraderie between the two of them. Thorin had never been known to be so friendly to anybody beside family, his two youngest cousins in particular, but somehow this human had gotten under his defenses. That assuaged most of them, but Balin shook his head, putting aside his worries about Harry's past for now. I understand what you're saying, laddie, but the greed of man and dwarf can sometimes rear its head in unexpected circumstances. And many a man, I and dwarf, has been turned by gold. At home, I had a cavern about as big as this house filled with gold coins, so many I didn't bother counting, and I could have cared less about them. They were simply there to let me buy things if I needed to, which I rarely did. Friendship mattered more to me than gold, as I didn't have any of it for the first 11 years of my life, Harry said, his voice still mild, but his emerald eyes were noticeably harder. I understand that, and if it's friendship you've wants, you have here aplenty. Balin shook his head as Philly and Keely led the others in a chorus of cheers, even Bilbo getting in on it. But for this lad, for this, You'd have the thanks of an entire dwarven kingdom for your entire life and that of your children and your children's children. Yet still I'd be safer in my head if we had it in writing. This just the way of our people, you have to understand. Our contracts are our bond. So you're not doubting my friendship or my word, just wanting a permanent sign of it? Harry asked, frowning, but eventually he nodded. I'll agree to that, I suppose. In which case, Balin said, turning to Gandalf and Bilbo. It becomes time for us to also talk about the agreements for the thief that you have brought us here to meet Thraken. Thief? Bilbo said, squeaking from within Harry's conjured chair. Me? I would have called you a scout myself, Harry said. Tell me, Bilbo, when you were on your long walkabouts, did you ever sneak up on people? Well, of course, every young hobbit does that. Although, Bilbo said, puffing himself up slightly, I'll admit that I took it a step further. I was able to sneak up on other hobbits. You big people and you dwarves, all if you stamp around in your overgrown feet and those boots of yours, too noisy by far. Scout then, the old dwarf said, nodding amicably. Although, will your scouting abilities transfer to the inside of a cavern? Exactly what would you be asking me to do? Bilbo said cautiously, wondering where the heck this was all going, but with Harry's eyes on him, Bilbo felt a bit of the courage that his family had been known for. Talking to the human and explaining about his walkabouts and adventures had lit a fire in him somehow. And what is this talk of dragons anyway? Thorin sighed sadly, shaking his head and motioning one of the other dwarves to talk. And you, Bilbo exclaimed after Boffer and Bomber finished, and you expect me to try to sneak up on something like that? It might not even be alive at this point, it's been decades since he was seen after all. One of the other dwarves said. Harry's sword is just going to be insurance. I'm noting that the official wizard among us is not talking right now. Gandalf. Harry said mildly. Gandalf frowned, looking at Harry but nodding his head. It's highly unlikely that a dragon of Smaug's power would simply die of old age. It could have caused a cave-in of some kind and been trapped and starved, but even that would take years. It is my hope that the dragon is dead, but... Harry nodded. My people have a saying. Hope in one hand, shit in another, see which one fills up first. That garnered a moment of cacophonous laughter from the dwarves, who slapped their knees or the table in delight at the pithy phrase. Bilbo looked mildly affronted, and also still quite scared. No, just know this is beyond me. I'll hold my hand up and say I'd be fine with helping you move through terrain, scouting ahead of you in that kind of fashion for a time, but going into a cavern where a dragon could be, no. Gandalf's eyes had narrowed speculatively. Bilbo's even slight courage after so long in a sedentary life surprised him, and he wondered how much of it was Bilbo himself, or the charismatic Harry Potter. Harry seems to be able to draw out people, why look at what he had done with Thorin. Consider what else you might be needed for, Bilbo, Harry said, leaning back in his chair and looking over at all of the people were beginning to fill up with tobacco. I never got into that habit before, he said, thoughtfully changing the subject as he stared at them. I might need to at this point. Every wizard should have a vice of some kind, I suppose. Gandalf chuckled at that, shaking his head. I'll buy you a pipe before we leave, my lad, and you can try some of my own pipe weed. It's not for everyone though, I'll warn you. Well, it's either that or dwarven mead, which I was promised at one point, I think, Thorin. Harry said, cocking an eyebrow at the dwarf, who sighed and gestured to Gloin. Here you go, laddie, down a dram of that, Gloin said, passing a small flagon over to Harry, who took it with a bow of thanks. Before he drank from it, however, Harry turned back to Bilbo, who was still wringing his hands and shaking slightly in his chair. Mr. Baggins, I was never given the opportunity to say no to any of the adventures I've been on in my life, and I fully understand why this is a daunting concept. But consider this, adventures like this, they come along once in a lifetime, once in every 4 lifetimes perhaps. And it is not for gold you journey, nor for friendship either in your case. Rather it is the adventure itself, seeing the world beyond the walls of the Shire. You said that you were eager at one point to do so, you almost joined the Bounders to do that, right? You've been into the Old Forest a time or two, you said. Well, yes, but that's a vast difference from trying to sneak through dwarven halls on a dragon. Bilbo replied, although he was no longer shaking. You will have help, Harry said mildly. I have spells that can help you sneak around, that can hide you in plain sight even, and you'll have training along the way. Not just in scouting but in sword play. Thorin groaned slightly to himself but nodded slowly. Harry for some reason wanted Bilbo along, as did Gandalf. If 2 wizards agreed on something, he was willing to go along with it. Bilbo frowned, looking up at Harry and then over at Gandalf, who seemingly had chosen him for this reason. If they see something in me that I myself cannot see, who is in the right? I will think about it. Can I have this agreement and look it over for the night? Lad, it's not a decision that anyone should make quickly, I understand, Balin replied, patting Bilbo on the shoulder. As the other dwarves began to clean up, moving chairs out of the dining hall and into the room with a fireplace, Thorin and Gandalf moved to the doorway, staring out into the night outside contemplatively for a moment before Harry joined them. Both of you believe Bilbo's aid is seemingly important for reasons beyond what he himself knows. A scout eye, that I can see and would even agree with if not for Harry's abilities in that area. Abilities which make a splash for senses to feel them, Gandalf said, looking over at as Harry joined them. A splash that can be sensed well beyond line of sight. Harry's eyes narrowed. You've been feeling the magic I've been doing? Oh yes, indeed it was rather interesting. I thought at first that one of my own order had imbibed in something of a hallucinogenic nature, or run into trouble. I wanted to hunt you down, but I felt it incumbent to wait and see. Harry's eyes remained narrowed, catching something in the way that Gandalf said that. After a moment though he shrugged, looking away. I'll remember that. You think Smaug would be able to sense my magic? Possibly not through stone, but once we are within the caverns yes. Gandalf said with a nod. I'll remember that too, bugger, Harry said shaking his head. At that point Thorin took control of the discussion once more. But I cannot see what you see in Bilbo that makes him so important once we get there. It is the nature of hobbits, isn't it? Harry asked looking at Gandalf. Yes, I had not known that, and I thought I knew everything there was to know about hobbit kind, more fool I for that. I had been guided almost, by my own thoughts and feelings to believe that Bilbo was important somehow, but if hobbits do look to Yavanna, that makes a lot of sense. Gandalf turned to Thorin. Dragons leave a taint behind you see, a madness in the gold they touch, in the places they live. Bilbo might be able to better combat that than any of us, and might even be able to help cleanse it. Thorin thought about this, wondering if this was a barb sent his way because of the fact his family had been known to fall into gold madness, but decided not to broach the subject. He vowed once again to himself that he would not fall into the same madness his grandfather Thror had, before the fall of Erebor, he would not. If he comes, very well. I'll help train him, or I'll get one of the youngsters to do it. Both of them are actually quite good swordsmen in their own rights, and quite a bit more patient than I. But I will not be responsible for his fate. He will be a contributing member of the company, not baggage to be used only when needed. He will have to pull its own weight understood. Of course, Gandalf said mildly, and Thorin moved inside. Harry waited a moment, then looked at Gandalf thoughtfully. We will have to talk later, he said, and Gandalf nodded equably and the two men followed Thorin back inside, joining the other dwarves in the room with the fireplace. Thorin pulled out a small pipe of his own, lighting it and puffing at it for a few moments as he stood in front of the fireplace, his back to the others. Then he did what the one thing Harry would never have expected from the dwarf. He began to sing, in a remarkably good deep bass. Song taken from The Hobbit, by J.R.R. Tolkien. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old we must away ere break of day, to seek the pale enchanted gold. The dwarves of yore made mighty spells while hammers fell like ringing bells, in places deep, where dark things sleep, in hollow halls beneath the fells. One hand coming up to scratch at his chin Harry frowned, hearing something in Thorin's voice. There was pride there, longing of course, but also something more than that, more than grief too. Whatever it was, he saw it in the dwarves' faces all around them. Purpose born in loss perhaps? Harry actually had to hold back a shudder, hearing the amount of loss in the dwarves' voices. For ancient king and elvish lord there many a gleaming golden hoard they shaped and wrought in light they caught to hide in gems on hilt of sword. On silver necklaces they strung the flowering stars, on crowns they hung the dragon fire. In twisted wire, they meshed the light of moon and sun. Far over the misty mountains cold to dungeons deep and caverns old we must away, ere break of day, to claim our long-forgotten gold. Dwellin had joined in on that refrain, as had Boffer and Bifer, and one of the others whose name Harry hadn't caught. He realized now that the dwarfish pride in things they made went far beyond what most humans could conceive. Goblets they carved there for themselves, and harps of gold, where no man delves there lay they long, and many a song was sung unheard by men or elves. On that line Balin and the last two dwarves joined in, Oin and Ori. Ori, Thorin had explained at one point, had a wish to be a bard. Oin was a healer of some repute among their people. And then something changed, the pain in the dwarves' voices came to the fore as they went into the next refrain, with every dwarf now on their feet, staring at Thorin and the fire he stood beside. The pines were roaring on the height, the winds were moaning in the night. The fire was red, it flaming spread, the trees like torches blazed with light. The bells were ringing in the dale and men they looked up with faces pale. The dragon's ire more fierce than fire laid low their towers and houses frail. The mountain smoked beneath the moon, the dwarves they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their hall to dying fall, beneath his feet, beneath the moon. Far over the misty mountains grim, to dungeons deep and caverns dim. We must away, ere break of day, to win our harps and gold from him. Oh! Later that night as the dwarves went to bed in various places around Bag End Gandalf and Harry moved out to the small bench beside the little green door set in the small hill, staring up into the nighttime sky. They sat there for a few moments silently, wondering how to begin. Different stars, Harry said thoughtfully, staring up into the clear sky. I was never the best at astrology, but even I know that none of these stars have ever graced the nighttime sky of my own home. And do you wish to return there? Gandalf asked softly. Harry flinched, the memory of Hermione's dead body, his wounded or killed friends, and what he would face there even with Riddle gone, even with his friends there. No, he said eventually. No, I don't think so. Gandalf looked at the young man thoughtfully. There was more than a simple statement there was grief as well, deep grief. Harry had obviously lost a loved one recently, and wasn't over it at all despite his ability to act and almost seem merry at times. Slowly, he held out his pipe. Harry. You were able to conjure a chair earlier, could you make one of these for yourself? Harry nodded, taking the pipe respectfully, looking it over for a moment, noting how the end looked in particular, which he'd never actually seen before. Then he conjured his own, comparing the two before handing them back. Solemnly Gandalf filled both pipes with tobacco, holding the conjured pipe out to Harry. You'll want to breathe in a little bit at first, then breathe out. Don't suck all of the fumes in at once, just breathe in a bit at a time, he began, instructing Harry on how to smoke a pipe. Pipe weed makes things easier to speak of, he said, laying his head back against the outer wall of Bag End, his legs splayed out in front of him. Harry nodded, leaning back thoughtfully. So, I suppose given the fact that you're the local here I should start? He asked after a moment, having coughed only once on the pipe weed, before getting into the rhythm. It was mildly nice he supposed, but not a habit he was going to take up long term. The dwarven mead though, that was excellent, and Harry realized he would have a lot of trouble keeping himself from becoming an alcoholic if he had access to that every day. If you will, lad, beauty before age and all that. Though I think we're going to be out here all night. I have questions, but I am certain you have just as many. Gandalf said equably. You might say that, yes, Harry replied dryly, then after another puff, he began to speak. End chapter. This was the winner of the poll here on Fanfic, though it lost over on part1. I said I would, as mentioned above, try to get this chapter out, and I did. I could have gone on to describe the conversation between Harry and Gandalf, but I honestly am uncertain how that will go, the tone of it and how in-depth, i.e., info-droppy, I want to make it. I also did not want to be bogged down in explanations or unimportant conversations. Harry's abilities and especially ability with his runes will be discussed while on the move, and Harry will in turn learn about dwarves and these fellows in particular as the tale continues in as natural a manner as I can contrive. Anyway, the poll for April should be up within an hour or so of this chapter being posted. Remember to vote, but if you want more say in what I write, the best way is to go over to my part1 page. Chapter 3. When factoring the votes over on part1, finding new ways of mentioning that site is kind of amusing now that I think about it. It was in the lead right up until I added in a few latecomers, so I had it mostly written anyway. The totals for the winner and the runner-up were 256 votes here on Fanfic and 300 there. A Fate Touched in Middle-earth total, 556. Semblance of Hope only took in 129 points here, but it racked in 460 points, giving it a total of 589. This is easily the closest first and second place winners I've seen for month, hence why I had this chapter prepared and ready to go. I will try to get Semblance of Hope out with a third path, but we'll see. Regarding a third path, I have it mostly written bar a few world-building moments and the initial scenes with Hela, Harry and Emma meeting in Niflheim and what occurs there. Those scenes are extremely important going forward, and I have a beta reader I have used in the past for all things Asgardian/Asatru related. A lot of the stuff regarding the Althing was from him in the last chapter. As such, I won't be putting the chapter out until we are both happy with those segments, and they call it the feel of Hela's turmoil and the action going on. I hope to put it out by the end of the month, but refuse to make any promises. This has been baited by Ultima Flare 0. Anyway, without further ado, here is the next chapter of Fate Touched. Chapter 3, A Journey Begins and Hits a Pothole. Snarling and growling filled the clearing around the former den of orcs and goblins, all of it coming from a force of short, wiry-looking orcs on top of giant wolves, or wargs as they were known. There should have been a force of upwards of 100 mixed goblins and orcs here, but instead the group of scouts and messengers found nothing. Their leader was a head taller than any of the others, though just as wiry, wearing black iron armor with spikes and cruel hooks sticking out of it here and there. He stared at the ruins of the small cave system which had housed the small tribe of their fellows here, then around. Kneeling down to examine the ground, the orc picked up a small trail leading away from the remains of a pyre. Moving quickly into the woods with his warg, he forced the giant wolf's head down to the ground. An instant later it lifted its head and howled. The orc smiled at that confirmation, though he continued to look around, wondering. Their quarry had been a part of this, but how had at best only 2 people done all this? And why in the world had there been so many animal scents scattered around the clearing, but no trace of them out in the woods? Something odd had occurred here, and it made the orc's skin crawl. Regardless, his war band had a task given to them by the White Orc himself, and they had at last picked up the trail of their quarry once more. Oh! Hours had gone past and Gandalf and Harry were sitting where they had been from the first, smoking on their pipes as they stared up into the starry sky. Gandalf had gone through his entire supply of pipeweed for a week in the space of a single night between them, though Harry had more often than not simply used his smoking to slow down the conversation than out of actual enjoyment. An entire school for learning magic, I can scarce believe that, let alone the rest of it. Though my mind keeps coming back to that single fact for some reason, Gandalf mused, smoking on the last few puffs worth of his current pipe full. Yet your words have the ring of truth to them, and it would be even odder indeed if every world was like to Arda. And I can scarce believe that this world was entirely created by magical beings. Oh, we have our own creation myths, but as far as I know there was never any evidence behind them, only belief. Harry waved a hand that held his own pipe at present, the smoke of curling and twisting into the dark sky. Harry had no idea if this Eru Iluvatar had also created his world, or the blackness between worlds where he and Tom had battled was this void. Gandalf however was certain it was. He had taken the existence of another world in stride, far more in stride than he had taken the idea of an entire hidden society of magic users. That and the number of times the adults in Harry's world had stood back and let him handle the issues coming his way was utterly bizarre to him. He was also certain that one of the Aratar, one of the 8 greatest Vala, had opened the door to let Harry and his foe through. But he could not guess as to who had sensed them in the void, let alone made the decision to let them through to this world. Whoever it was took a heinous chance if so, but it seems to have succeeded. But there again, since Morgoth is also imprisoned within the void, they might have decided to take the chance rather than to let him meet this Dark Lord of Harry's. Gandalf's lips twisted into a snarl of fury that none of his friends would ever have thought he could show. Riddle himself had not awoken that fury, the same fury he had lost control of at one point to the detriment of a stretch Bilbo's garden. No, it had been Dumbledore and the others adults in Harry's life which had touched off Gandalf's ire. Teachers who would not help their students were anathema to Gandalf, but it had been Dumbledore and his inaction which had infuriated Gandalf the Grey to the point where he lost control of his own magic. The very idea of someone who thought himself wise yet was willing to let others, let alone a child, pay the price for his own choices and decisions was simply evil in his mind. You're going to have to do something about that. Reminds me how I once blew up my aunt once when she bad-mouthed my parents in front of me during my 3rd year at Hogwarts. Blew up like a balloon she did, the Obliviators were busy that day. Harry said now, once more waving his conjured pipe, this time at the portion of Bilbo's garden which had been the inadvertent target of Gandalf's ire. The scars on his hands once more caught the eye, though not as much as what he gestured to. A section of the garden about as wide as Gandalf was tall had been flattened by his magic. It looked as if a monstrous weight had suddenly descended onto the area, but from what Harry had been able to tell it had been some kind of wind attack. No word or gesture had accompanied that attack, and it had felt like a very low-level spell in comparison to Gandalf's sheer aura of power at the time, but the effect was beyond Harry's expectations. Looking away, Gandalf puffed on his pipe again instead of replying. As primarily a follower of Manwë Lord of the Sky and his wife Varda, most of Gandalf's powers came from lightning, air, with quite a bit of far-seeing and speaking thrown in from Varda's teachings. You make fun of it now, Harry Potter, but your world, it seems as broken as mine own in many ways. In Arda the flaws were built in by Melkor and his attempts to manipulate the Ainulindal which opened the door for the corruption of mortals of all sorts and the very earth beneath our feet. The Kanya, or High Elven, name for the song of creation rolled off Gandalf's tongue, hanging in the air with an almost otherworldly note to it. Harry noted this, and wondered about that and about how Gandalf spoke about the events of the ages, not as if he had seen them, but as if he had spoken to many who had. There was even more to Gandalf than his simply being a powerful wizard, or servant of the secret fire, as he put it, there was something buried beneath his physical body. Whereas my world is broken as you put it by the inherent corruption and sheep-like tendency of wizards? Harry asked, his smile disappearing despite his words, keeping his thoughts on Gandalf to himself. Gandalf had seemed enthralled by Harry's tale of his world, just as Harry had about the history of this world and what magic was like here. Yet as the story continued, Gandalf had become grimmer and grimmer, asking questions about the adults in Harry's life and their inaction, delving deeper than Harry had anticipated into his own motivations and the Muggle world too. You'll forgive me, my young friend, but I think that your problems went far deeper than even the bigotry you and your best friend noticed. Gandalf had paused before changing the words he used there at the end, and even so he noticed Harry twitch at the words. Yes, there is grief there, a deep fissure in the youth's emotional strength that has yet to heal. Gandalf wanted desperately to introduce Harry to Galadriel, feeling that she could help Harry heal far better than he or even Elrond would be able to. And Harry did need to be healed, lest his fey attitude lead him to his doom. The problem is complacency, Gandalf said aloud, once more setting that thought aside. Your wizarding society seemed to use magic for everything, relying on it to the point it became everyday. And thus you lose the wonder, the delight of it. You stop striving to understand the world around you or the magic within it. Whereas here, not only is magic not an everyday thing, but you can feel magic all around you just out of sight if you have the ability to sense it at all. Harry mused. No wonder the magic here is so prevalent but so weirdly wild. Harry all too easily remembered how much it took out of him to try and couldn't control the wind, or transfigure the ground. The magics of men we ran through them as the power of the other Vala did through everything else. Thus conjuration is far easier than transfiguration. Still runes will no doubt prove relatively easy. On the other hand, Harry had been just as horrified by the idea of Morgoth as Gandalf had been infuriated by his own tale of the adults in his life. Hearing about how he was purportedly a fallen demigod from Thorin had been very different from speaking to Gandalf, who made that history come alive. And so this great shadow created whole races to be dark mirrors of other life. And created dragons too. He said aloud, changing the subject somewhat. Dragons who sound as like to the dragons of my world as lions are to cats. He chuckled wanly. And then there is this Sauron, the lesser shadow as you put it. Yet all too effective, Gandalf nodded, looking at the younger man. The tales of Middle-earth were rarely joyful affairs due to Morgoth and his machinations. Sauron and his doings, while indeed lesser than his masters, were just as fell. His voice and wit was just as much a weapon as his legions, and far more effective at times. How many people can feel magic? I'm not talking about manipulating it themselves, but feeling when magic is being used. You mentioned that earlier. Harry asked. All elves to a certain extent can feel magic in their vicinity, though the distance varies wildly from one group to another, and in this age most elves would not particularly care to leave their forests or harbors to search out any new feeling on the wind. Some dwarves can, but only through their hands, through touch, and even then it is muted at best. Their rune carvers can do some manipulation along the lines of feeling out their runes. They didn't use pick and chisel, you know, but their very fingers. At Harry's incredulous look, Gandalf chuckled. Oh yes, I recall watching a few of them at work in the past, when dwarves were slightly more free with their secrets. I watched a rune scribe at work in return for aiding his family with some healing, and it was magnificent to watch the power flowing as they worked it into the very stone. They wear copper-covered gloves with pointed talons over their fingers to carve out the runes. Dwarves, like elves, are inherently magical to a certain extent, and while they cannot use it like most elves, they can use that power to begin the process of powering runes. Then as they do so, the power starts to glow along the runes' lines, like bright molten fire, as the stone itself hums with the connection the dwarves have with it. Gandalf shook his head. Ah, the wonders of the dwarven halls were said to rival the greatest of elven works. Perhaps when all is said and done, Erebor will be so once again. So saying, Gandalf returned to Harry's question. And older orcs can sense magic in the vicinity. Goblins cannot, but orcs, in particular orcs from Mordor, can do so. Gandalf cocked his head thoughtfully as he looked at the young man beside him. The two of them had merely covered a sort of overview of one another's lives and worlds at this point. There were still questions to be asked, but that would have been true if they sat and talked for days rather than a single night. They had spoken enough, however, to get a feel for one another, especially in Gandalf's case to Harry. So, it is my turn for a question, my young friend. I think we have covered enough of the past for now, let us speak of the present and the future. You have agreed to aid Thorin and his company out of friendship's sake, and knowing now how important friendship is to you, I do not doubt your word. But I have to ask, what will you do if we succeed? Will you try to return to your world, or would you be happy to stay here? Harry paused, thinking as he turned away to look up at the nighttime sky, unwilling to give Gandalf a flippant answer, not when he looked at you with those deep, dark eyes of his. More effective than Dumbledore's twinkling, for damned certain. I do not think I would be happy there, too many memories. Harry's teeth clenched on the pipe in his mouth for a moment, and his emerald eyes darkened before Harry moved around the roiling emotions his own words had evoked. Then the dark emotions were gone and Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with amusement. Besides, I've always been the adventurous sort, so this world and what it can represent interests me a lot. Shaking his shaggy head, Gandalf had to chuckle at that. Young ones always should have a desire to see what is on the other side of the river, or beyond the next bend. That adventurous nature is the only way we can grow. Wise words from the man in the grey cloak, Harry quipped. Looking at the ancient, and Gandalf was a hell of a lot older than he appeared, he had been open about that. Wizard Harry wondered if he would get a straight answer on this one. Why did you decide to come to the Shire searching for a thief, specifically Bilbo Baggins? You had no idea about the Hobbit's ability to cleanse objects with their presences or work, so it had to be something else. This was a test, Gandalf realized. Up to here they had been talking about generalities, the past and magic, nothing really to do with Gandalf's task, or his place in Thorin's company. Harry's friendship might be new, but it was genuine, and Harry wanted to make certain that Gandalf's decision to bring in Bilbo would truly add to the group's chance of success. Then too, the boy has been lied to in the past, and used sorely, Gandalf thought, his hand clenching on his pipe for a moment as the wind picked up around them before he regained control of himself. He no doubt dislikes half-truths and dissembling, and alas, both my age and overall looks are still against me. Gandalf suddenly had to bite back a chuckle, wondering how Harry would get on with his friend Saruman. Wise and powerful and even personally courageous Saruman was, but he liked to keep his own counsel, was somewhat arrogant and at times spoke in half-truths, which Harry would detest. Keeping secrets about himself was fine, but not anything that could endanger Harry or his friends. Oil and water, methinks. For one thing, hobbits are very good at sneaking around. Gandalf began. They downplay it, but they are very, very good at it. If a hobbit puts his minds to it, he could climb a tree and not disturb a squirrel, as is said in the Shire. But more, I have always enjoyed my time with the little ones. He paused, thinking and looking out over the darkened Shire, this land of little homes, farms, and people which had once been dead, barren land. I have watched them rise to the challenge before at times, and watching them so gives me courage, that such little people are able to face the task ahead of them. I could not tell you why I was so interested in them in the first place. I felt, drawn you might say. Harry's eyes narrowed, but Gandalf merely blew out a smoke ring that looked like a ship for a moment, then a bit of breeze blew it off over the night and out of sight. He could be open about much to a fellow wizard, but his true nature and his connection to Manwë and his wife were not things he could share with any mortal. Before Harry could say anything, he spoke again. Or are you really asking me what I am doing aiding the dwarves at all in this quest? That was part of my thinking, yes. I think you're a good man, Gandalf, but I also don't think you're involved in this quest for any reason that has to deal with the dwarves or friendship or Erebor. Harry's eyes locked on Gandalf's own for a moment. Or are you simply worried about this smog, and what it could do? The dragon is part of it. Gandalf drew in a breath, then decided to open up to this young wizard, hoping not only to put Harry at ease, but perhaps to gain an ally in the greater struggle Gandalf could see coming even if no one else wished to. I told you of why my order was sent into Middle-earth. Part of that is to battle those who would use dark magics to their own ends. One such is a mortal wizard called the Necromancer, who has taken residence near Mirkwood in Dol Guldur. He has been gathering fell things to his service, and I fear what such a one could do if he could somehow convince Smaug to join him. Dragons are too powerful for any in this age to deal with easily, and whole nations could be burned by dragon fire before it could be felt. Ah! And you hope to find proof the dragon is dead, or deal with it before that happens? Harry nodded, understanding and happy that Gandalf was being so open with him. Thank you for answering my questions, Gandalf. It means a lot that you are open with me. But now I think it's your turn. Then let us turn to happier things. Gandalf exclaimed, beaming at Harry. Tell me about these charms or yours. What can they do, and what of this Professor Flitwick? He sounded like a most interesting fellow. The two of them continued to talk until the sun began to glimmer in the distance, speaking through the night of magic, of happy moments or places Gandalf had seen, and of pranks Harry had played or been a part of. It was a pleasant time for them both, and neither could have said they noticed the passage of time at all until they began to hear birdsong and see the glimmering of sunlight on the horizon. That sight brought to mind something Gandalf had been meaning to ask. By the way, what did you mean by twinkling eyes? I assume it was in reference to some kind of spell or other. I wouldn't put it past the man to use a spell for that purpose, but Dumbledore always had these twinkling eyes whenever he talked to me alone or was trying to get someone to see his point of view. You might say I've developed a phobia toward it, that, garish clothing and the term the greater good. Harry replied, yet again hiding his serious thoughts underneath humor. Bah, the greater good is made of the lesser goods all piled together. I will not say sacrifice is not necessary in the pursuit of victory over the dark, but I would be willing to sacrifice myself before asking anyone to do so beside me. I put my own welfare where my words are, my young friend, as you will no doubt see at some point along our journey. Harry looked at Gandalf for a long moment, then he simply nodded and they turned to stare out over the Shire as the sun continued to rise. Oh! Bilbo woke up at the crack of dawn, not something he was used to, but his dreams had been disturbing to say the least. Dreams of blood, the clashing of steel on anvil, the crackling of fire and of dwarven voices raised in a lament of such loss that it would make a stone weep. Sighing, Bilbo slipped out of bed, moving around Bag End with the ease of long practice, easily avoiding the dwarves. This was made all the easier by the fact several of them were snoring fit to wake the dead. Good grief, bless me if that isn't the most horrifying symphony of the age. Eventually he found his way to the kitchen, where he discovered he wasn't the first up. Thorin and Balin were up already, sitting at the tiny kitchen table poring over a map and a list of some kind. Looking over their shoulders, Bilbo noticed that the list seemed to be of different supplies, far too much to be carried even by so doughty a group as the dwarves. You have ponies then, I suppose? Both dwarves started, and Thorin half turned, his hand dropping to where his sword was presently propped up alongside the table before stopping, scowling at the hobbit. You have very soft feet, Mr. Baggins. Indeed, lad, I'd have thought with these wooden floors sneaking up on someone would be impossible. I suppose Tharkin was right to think you a good scout and thief. Balin said, shaking his head, but his tone was noticeably more welcoming than the younger, far more intense dwarf. Yes, well, it helps that your fellows are snoring down Bag End at present. Nor do I think it would be that hard to sneak up on you even if you were ready for it. You dwarves and your large metal boots, Bilbo chuckled, moving over to the sink to find all the dishes done. Ah, bless your friends for this. So saying, he turned to look at the two dwarves, breathed in once, then asked quickly, so how long would you estimate I would be away? You're really thinking of signing up with us, Bilbo? Balin asked, his eyes wide behind the glasses he had been using to read the list of supplies. Yes. Yes, I am. Bilbo replied, his voice uncertain but his eyes clear as he nodded. Thorin frowned, pulling at his beard as he looked at the so-called burglar cum scout impossible. He wasn't certain what term to describe the last task Mr. Baggins might be suited for. He remembered what Bilbo had said hobbits could do about cleansing the taint of things, and Bilbo's ability to sneak around was obvious. He could possibly be an aid in many ways, if he wasn't as soft as Thorin feared looking at him. But even so, there was one question Thorin wanted answered. Why? I can understand why we might need the help, but why do you wish to help us? I can tell by this hobbit hole that you are well off, you have no need of coin. Your wanderlust is long gone by your own words. So why agree to come with us, even knowing we will be journeying into danger? Bilbo stared back levelly, feeling courage welling up within him somehow now that he had finally voiced a decision he had made last night despite his words about needing to think about it. That's right, I am well off, and I love my home. I cannot imagine what it would be like to lose it, let alone through violence and death. But you don't have to imagine it, you saw it firsthand. You have no homes to go to, no Bag End, no Shire. Still staring into Thorin's eyes, Bilbo smiled. But I will help you regain your home if I can. And I think, like Mr. Potter said, if this is the adventure of my lifetime, the only one to come to me, then I will grasp it with both hands. Returning the stare from the hobbit, Thorin slowly nodded, holding out his hand and shaking Bilbo's hand once, respect in his face now rather than the disdain he had first shown Bilbo last night. He was still uncertain about the hobbit's physical mettle but was willing to give Baggins the benefit of the doubt now. Do you know aught about weapons, Mr. Baggins? I will need training in swordsmanship, but I can get a good hobbit bow and quiver if I leave now. Bilbo grinned suddenly. I was a dab shot at one point in my youth, until I nearly parted my father's hair with an arrow. That was the end of that, alas. The two dwarves chuckled at that image, and Bilbo went on. I need to make certain someone watches Bag End for me in any event. I have rather irksome relatives who might attempt to move in if I do not. Thorin nodded, understanding that concept easily enough. He loved his sister and his nephews, and even his cousin Dane, but some of his more distant kin had made their disdain for their suddenly homeless relatives plain often enough that had they not been kin, Thorin would have declared blood feud. As it was, Dane had made it clear neither group was welcome to come within a league of one another. We will be leaving within the hour, but if you wish, you may catch us up on the main road out of the Shire. Let me sign up officially first, then I'll change and be on my way. Bilbo replied, still smiling. Balin quickly brought out the same contract as Bilbo had seen last night at that, smiling at the courage the little hobbit was showing, though internally questioning his choice just as much as Thorin. After asking a few questions about the wording and in particular the type of remuneration, jewels versus worked jewelry or gold coins, Bilbo signed his name under where Harry had done so the night before, formally joining the company. Moments later, Bilbo walked out of the door with a bag of clothing on his back, dropping it by the two wizards who looked up at him, eyebrows raised all around as they looked at him, and he realized the two humans had been out here all night. I signed, he said simply. I need to go pick up something from the Thane's house however before we leave. Happy to have you, Mr. Baggins, Harry said, standing up and clapping the short hobbit on the shoulder as Gandalf beamed behind him. A few moments later found Bilbo walking to the west farthing into the Tooklands and up to the Thane's house. Several farmers were already at work in their fields by this point, and more than one of the extended Took clan were out and about. Isumbras, the leader of the sprawling family, was sitting out on his patio, talking firmly to a few of his younger relatives, who raced off as Bilbo walked up. Well, a top of the morning to you, kinsman, the older hobbit said, his voice gravelly, his eyes shrewd. And what brings a Baggins out and about this early? Or are you here as a Took instead? The Tooks, as had been seen in Bilbo's mother, always had a bit of wildness to them, a bit less common sense and more wanderlust. The Baggins had been known for generations as the most staid if learned of hobbits, and Bilbo's father had been no exception, though Belladonna his mother had more than made up for that. She had been a wild thing in her youth according to her surviving siblings, of which Isumbras was the oldest. You might say I'm here as a Took, sir. I am going to be going on a bit of an adventure. I was hoping to pick up the bow my mother bought me, and to ask you to have someone look after my home for me. Bilbo replied, touching his forelock respectfully. Even today, in this time of peace and plenty, the Tooks and the Brandybucks were treated with respect by smaller families. The two clans were the most wild and willful of hobbits at times, so much so they were at times looked at askance by the rest of the Shire, but they were strong and sturdy and above all dependable. Their members made up a large portion of the bounders and few sheriffs, and the oldest male Took was the Thane, leader of the Shire in times of danger and the commander of its muster. Isumbras looked at Bilbo for a moment, his eyes shrewd. I saw my old friend Gandalf yesterday, had a thought something might be up. Glad to see you showing a bit of Bella's fire. Let's head inside then, and I'll see if I can find that old bow. And you'll need to sign a contract for someone to watch your home. That took some time, but eventually the two of them had written up a contract for the Tooks to watch over Bag End for 2 years. If Bilbo was gone for longer than that, the property would become Took property to do with as they may. The contract was witnessed by the mayor of the nearest town in Hamfast Gamgee, who would be retained to look over the garden at Bag End as he had been for years. It might have been talking to Hamfast, or it might have been the fact the sun was well into the sky, but as Bilbo was walking up to the entrance to Bag End, where the dwarves and the 2 humans were now all ready to be off, Bilbo could not help but notice what had happened to a portion of his garden. Gandalf, whatever happens to my rose bushes? Or that poor tree? Or the grass around them? Oh. Passing through the Shire had been easy going, of course, though Bilbo had a moment of laughter seeing Harry on a pony. The human might be somewhat short for his race, or rather, but even so he was too tall to look right on a pony. Especially one bought in the Shire, because none of the other dwarves had realized they would be adding 2 people to their company rather than 1 before his and Thorin's arrival. For his part, Harry had merely shrugged, saying, I've never been on a horse at all, so while I imagine I look funny like this, I'd be a laugh outright falling off a horse. We might need to do something about that at some point, my young friend. Gandalf murmured. In this land you need to know how to use a horse or build up calluses on your feet enough to make even a hobbit blush in envy. As they left the Shire behind, however, the sky darkened, and within a few leagues it began to rain. It was not a torrential downpour but a slow steady rain, the kind that was quite content to stay around all day. Master Wizards, can one of you do something about this rain? Bilbo asked, now remembering why he had stopped wandering around the Shire so often. Alas no, Mr. Baggins, no wizard can control the weather. Gandalf replied. I'd really rather not try to even keep the rain off us, not after how much it took me to even generate a breeze a few days ago. Harry said, shaking his head. I have no desire to bring this man's ire on me for attempting that again. A sign of wisdom from such a young man, it is enough to bring a smile to this weathered face of mine, Gandalf replied, and the 2 of them chuckled. At that point Philly and Keely moved up the column to either side of Harry. They had enjoyed talking to him the day before, and wanted to talk to him more about pranks. They also wanted to know how he seemed to have gotten under their uncle's armor of anger and hauteur too. Harry told them, and the others listening, about the Marauders, the group his father had been a part of, as well as his friends George and Fred, going into detail on some of the pranks he had seen them play. Hearing this, Keely replied by telling Harry about a time they had pranked their mother and father, and Philly told about their aborted attempts to prank Thorin when he stayed with them in the Blue Mountains. Wincing at the memory, Thorin turned in his saddle from where he was leading the party. I realize I can't make you 3 stop your pranking, but I'll have your agreement, all 3 of you, not to attempt anything that would lose someone's sleep or slow our travel. Agreed, said Philly and Keely as one, while Harry merely nodded his head. After that the ice was truly broken and the dwarves began to talk more freely amongst themselves and with their new travel companions. Bifur, Oin, and Balin struck up a conversation with Bilbo, while Dwellin, Philly, Keely and Thorin talked with Gandalf and Harry about swordwork and combat magics. Gandalf was somewhat reticent beyond saying he was good with a sword and preferred to use as little magic as possible outside of light spells or lightning, while Harry was more eclectic and I know my swordwork needs work. That evening the company pulled off the road into a clear area around a tiny stream. Bilbo volunteered to scout around for game as the others set up camp, digging out a fire pit, warming water, and setting up sentry posts. Coming back with 2 hares taken on the bow, Bilbo found the dwarves had even laid out his bedroll, Bifur and Oin had taken control of the fire pit. He handed his rabbits over, jerking his head to the side to indicate where Dwellin was glaring daggers at Bombur. Chuckling, Oin explained. Bombur's not allowed near the cooking fires until called, else none of the rest of us would get anything. Nodding at that, Bilbo sat down by the fire, stretching out his bare feet to the fire for a moment to see if they would warm up slightly. Hobbits never wore shoes, so their feet had to stand any amount of punishment both from the pounding of their steps and the weather. But that didn't mean Bilbo had to like how soaked and dirty they were at the moment. Nearby Harry sat on a large rocky outcropping with Thorin as Gandalf, Dwellin, and Balin stood in front of them. The 2 of them went into greater detail about the Orcish camp the 2 had destroyed, including the lead up to that battle for the first time. Azog, you sure he mentioned Azog by name, lad? Balin asked, staring at Thorin. Thorin nodded grimly and the 2 brothers cursed volubly. Curse his soul, how did Azog survive the war? Dwellin asked. You mentioned this Azog before, but war, what war? Harry asked, looking between the 3 of them. We call it the War of Dwarves and Orcs, 6 years of bloody fighting from one underground stronghold to another in the Misty Mountains north to south. Balin said, shaking his head. We shattered their power, but we couldn't wipe them out or retake our ancient halls of Hazad-dum, we simply didn't have the numbers at the time, and the last battle was a seesaw affair that ended in our favor by the slimmest margins. Dwellin grunted. If Azog survived, he'll no doubt still be a powerful chieftain, and he'll be after you for taking his arm, Thorin. We'll have to be on the lookout for orcs going forward. In that case, can we start training now? Every little bit helps after all. Harry asked, standing up from the rock he'd been sitting on and taking out the sword of Gryffindor. Aye, that's the best thing we can do at this point. Be on the lookout and prepare, Thorin replied, moving over to his pack to pull out his own blade. Sword practice with Thorin was a revelation for Harry, despite having been given some verbal instructions and critiques. Thorin was shorter than Harry, but he was almost as quick and massively strong. Each time Harry blocked or tried to redirect Thorin's blade, the blow smashed him like a hammer, numbing Harry's hands and arms. Thorin disdained trying to explain sword styles or footwork, instead brutally pushing Harry as hard as he could, building up experience and body memory. Eventually Philly and Keely turned from their own work around the camp to join the practice, both of them taking on Thorin when Thorin decided to get Dwellin to take his place. Dwellin learned quickly that Harry, despite being a scrawny human, was fast enough to make up for his lack of strength, and fought dirty too. Not that Dwellin had a problem with that. Indeed, he thought it a good thing to see. However, Harry in turn learned something very important: dwarves had incredibly hard heads. At one point Harry had redirected one of Dwellin's paired axes, simple but incredibly well designed and balanced weapons he called Grasper and Keeper, into the ground. The other came down, trying to cut at Harry, but he blocked it high before Dwellin could get too into the blow. Knowing he couldn't keep the axe there for long against his opponent's greater strength, and knowing the first axe was now free, Harry then tried for a headbutt to gain some of the initiative. Dwellin had no chance to set himself, but after their foreheads slammed together it was Harry who saw stars, falling to his rear. Arg, what the hell, since when did you have a helmet on? Dwellin bellowed in laughter as the nearby dwarves who had seen what occurred all chuckled at the human's misstep. Let that teach ya, Harry, never try to headbutt a dwarf. Ugh. I feel like I just had a concussion. Meat's good for that, right? Harry asked, wobbling in place, to the laughter of the dwarves, even as Balin refused to give the human any more of his precious stash. Oh. The next day, Harry and the dwarves made good time, despite the fact that the rain continued to fall, crossing half again as many leagues as they had the day before. They crossed the entirety of the Brelands, unwilling to stop there. They rested within sight of the last few farms of those lands and moved off quickly the next day, with Thorin and Gandalf in the lead. The party began to fall into a natural division of labor both while moving and at camp. They would break at around noon. At Harry's suggestion, Bilbo began to use this time to range around them, silent and unseen, before coming back and rejoining the column as they were ready to go, usually with a squirrel or rabbit to aid to the company's fare. Oin and Boffer took over cooking, while Ori and Nori would look after the ponies. While moving, Thorin and Gandalf would be in the lead, with Harry and Keely, Philly, or Dwellin at the back of the column. Harry had quickly learned that those three, along with Thorin himself, were the best warriors in the company, with Gloin, Bifur and Boffer being the next tier of warriors. Whichever warriors were not assigned their back trail or up front with would be set to the side of the main column, watching their flanks. The dwarves rotated through that task, but at least one of the better warriors was always somewhere ready and armed. After Harry and Thorin's news about the orcs, no one was willing to take any chances. The other dwarves had other talents, including the fat bomber, who apparently was the wealthiest among them, a financier or moneylender or some such in the Blue Mountains. Most of the ponies had belonged to Boffer, who was the owner of a pony stud farm near the lands of something called the Gap of Rohanna, land mostly of men rather than dwarves. Dori was a dwarven healer and herbalist who could look after their mounts' ailments as well as he could the dwarves, having worked on Boffer's farm. One thing all the dwarves had was a level of physical toughness Harry had only seen matched in Hagrid. All of them continually wore chainmail under their cloaks, and even though he knew nothing about such things, Harry could tell the armor was plain but of excellent quality for all of them, with Thorin's being the best. They also could carry as much as the pack animals, routinely taking several hours a day to give the ponies a break, marching alongside them wearing packs that had to weigh more than Harry as if they were nothing. The dwarves also shared another thing, a deep undercurrent of grief based upon what they had suffered at the hands of Smaug. Of them all, only the three youngest, Philly, Keely, and Ori, were too young to remember Erebor, despite it having been sacked 200 years ago. All of three had been born after the sack, though Ori by a bare few years during the time the people of Erebor were still scattered and weak. And all three had grown up on stories of their stolen halls and wealth. Every one of the others could remember it. They all could remember the names and faces of hundreds of dwarves who died, the smell of the burning, the blood and fire. It remained in their memories, seared there like a brand on their souls. The years after had made their marks too, but it was from the fall of Erebor that their anguish sprang. The dwarves in turn learned about their two new companions, and surprisingly Thorin. Bilbo was not a natural early riser, but as the days went on he seemed to get into the pace far faster than a similarly out-of-shape dwarf would have. Indeed, Bomber and Oin complained far more about the early mornings than Bilbo. The Hobbit was also just as silent and good at sneaking around as he had said he was. He and Balin made a game of it at every lunchtime stop, the old dwarf trying to spot the hobbit as he came back from his hunts. Bilbo was also as literate and learned as he could be, arguing points of history with Gandalf, speaking about ancient elven tales in that tongue, and even knew a smattering of dwarfish, enough to have learned some of their ancient ballads. He and Dori and Nori became close friends over trying to translate a few hobbit drinking songs. Harry in turn was intelligent but unlearned in anything dealing with trailcraft or history beyond what he had learned from discussion with Thorin and Gandalf, though he was a very good cook and pitched in as one every lunch. Every evening he would practice swordplay with Thorin or one of the others. He was open about the world he had come from, only asking for an even exchange of information, something the dwarves, reticent about themselves and their recent past, had trouble with at times. But they were more willing to talk about their culture and the works of their ancestors, which was enough to appease Harry's questions. They also learned however that there were things that would set Harry to brooding for a brief second after which he would become even more outgoing, joking and jocular. None of them questioned this, they all had bits and pieces of their past they didn't wish to talk about, and in that Harry fit in easily. Only Balin noticed the true source of this sadness, but put off talking with the human about it for now until they became closer. His friendship with Thorin also seemed to have somehow thawed him, that first impression the others had gotten proving true over the days on the trail. The two of them often stayed up later than the others, talking quietly about leadership, Harry having gotten a taste of this during his time as leader of the Defense Association and Thorin having been raised to it. Philly and Keely bonded with Harry over pranks, and being the youngest in the party, indeed all the others had to force themselves at times to remember that despite how young Harry was for his people he was a blooded warrior. Dwellin and Gloin bonded with him over sword work and drinks. Balin joined Thorin quickly in becoming interested in Harry's runes and what they could mean in the long term, though Gandalf had warned Harry about keeping the magic use to a minimum outside of combat for now. All in all both of the non-dwarves molded themselves into the company with relative ease. On the 5th day out from the Shire, Gandalf began to lead the party away from the East Road. The Great East Road wound north out of their way into the ruined lands of Arnir, and given their concerns about orcs it was a bad idea to head into that blighted land anyway. Instead they would make for a straight line towards the Misty Mountains, a huge range of mountains between their starting point and the Lonely Mountain, saving them nearly 3 weeks. Once they rejoined the East Road they would follow it until met the High Pass. This was the only real pass through the mountains, hewn, according to Gandalf, by Arom of the Vala in the First Age. There was some argument between Thorin and Gandalf about that bit of the route, but it hadn't been brought out into the open yet, so Harry had no idea what it might be about. The rest of the journey on the other side of the mountains was still a matter for debate. A bare week later they rejoined the East Road, and after crossing a river called the Horwell their route started to go up into a series of tiny hills before they got to the real mountains, which Gandalf expertly said was within 6 days' distance or so. They would soon need to start skirting north along them, having no wish to head straight up into the mountains. They were barely out of sight of the river when they surprisingly came upon an abandoned farm. It was just a little ways off the road, but Philly, ranging ahead of the rest of the party to find a place to stop for the evening, spotted it and led the rest of the group to it. Harry and the rest of the company looked around as they were led into the small farm area, noting the outer gate had been knocked down, the house's roof was smashed, and there was a lot of wreckage scattered around the house. What did they farm here, do you think? Harry asked looking over at Bilbo. Bilbo frowned looking around, gripping his hobbit bow tightly in one hand, his other dropping to his quiver. I would think sheep or perhaps goats. No cows and certainly no produce. This soil is not the best for such, he said authoritatively, his bare toes wiggling in said soil for a moment. But I don't have any idea what could do that to the house. This was recent, said Boffer, looking over at Thorin and Gandalf. The furnishings inside haven't been damaged over much by the elements. Something smashed that roof from above by the angle, said Keely, looking up at it from underneath for a moment. Trolls, you think? They don't range this far out from the mountains, Thorin said, shaking his head. Not in days past perhaps, but many dark things are on the move these days, Gandalf said, frowning darkly. And while stupid trolls are dangerous opponents, where would they hide during the day? Thorin asked, looking over at Gandalf as Harry mouthed the word trolls. Any pre-existing cave would do for that, trolls are better at carving out earth than any other race. Gandalf said with a shrug. Though if they are still in this area I cannot tell. There are no tracks here. Thorin looked over the other dwarves for confirmation, but none of them had found anything that looked like fresh tracks either. Unfortunately, none of them were any good at said activity, not even Bilbo, a fact that surprised many. Harry held up a hand. These trolls, do they have any inbuilt immunity to direct attack magic, Gandalf? It would depend on the variety. Hill trolls have but little, mountain trolls and cave trolls much more, for their skin is harder like the stone of their environment, Gandalf said, remembering the few times he'd fought trolls. They are, as I said, dangerous opponents if they catch you unawares. If not, they can be misled or sacred off, they are rather stupid after all. Illusion spells then, Harry mused. As the others began to make camp, Thorin and Gandalf spoke of their route from here on. Thorin wanted to head directly to the high pass, rest for a half-day right before the hills gave way to the mountains, then force march the entire way across the high pass. Gandalf, however, wanted to skirt around the start of the pass and make for Rivendell, a elven settlement of some sort built into a hidden valley nearby. There we could gain both more supplies and advice from Elrond himself. Ask aid from the elves. Thorin said, spitting the word as if it was a curse word, glaring up at the tall wizard. Never. Do not blind yourself to the help he could be, Gandalf began. Bah! Thorin cut him off with a growl. Help? Where was elven help when our people needed it? Where was the much vaunted kindness of the elves even after the dragon flew off back to the lonely mountain? They could have aided us then without fear of the dragon. But no, they gave us no help even then, instead they turned us away. I will never seek help from any elf. Elrond knows how to read moon runes. Without that, how are we supposed to know how to find the hidden door? Or do you think that just because you have 2 wizards instead of 1, you can simply march up to the gates of Erebor and knock on the front door to see if the dragon is alive? Gandalf asked rather scathingly. Strength of arms alone is worthless in this quest. Moving towards the 2 of them through the camp as all the others began to move away, Harry could almost hear Thorin's teeth grind together. And you think Elrond will just help us out of the goodness of his heart? Do not take me for a fool, Gandalf. When have elves ever done anything for my people? We will find another what person to read the moon runes of my father's map. Thorin said, putting an emphasis on the word fathers. Or perhaps decipher it ourselves. Dori and Balin between them could perhaps learn how to read them. Gandalf seemed to swell up for a moment. Not like he had during Harry's tale of his life with magical fury, but with simple anger. It was at that point that Harry stepped in. Gentlemen, can we be civil here please? As for your argument, I can see both points, he said as both men looked at him, somewhat angry at his interruption. Thorin, you can't paint all the elves with the same brush as those of Mirkwood who refused to help your people and closed their borders to you. And Gandalf, you cannot honestly imagine that Thorin will forget that kind of thing. Hundreds if not thousands of his people died because Mirkwood was closed to them, and worse that the elves of that realm refused to aid them even with food. As Harry watched, Gandalf's anger dissipated quickly. He looked thoughtful, while Thorin continued to glare at Harry, managing only a slow nod of his head. Knowing Thorin was rather stubborn, Harry was willing to take what he could get. If you want my advice, Thorin, I would meet with this Elrond, but I would also make certain that he knows ahead of time that while you are willing to listen to advice, nothing he says will stop you from your quest. And you are only there to ask for advice. If he demands some kind of payment, we can turn away then. Thorin growled again, but nodded his head slightly. I will consider it, he said, looking at Gandalf sternly. I'll give you my decision tomorrow morning. Gandalf glared at the dwarf, then at Harry as Thorin turned away, marching off to talk to Balin. Mr. Potter, he said, rather coldly, I would have thought that you would have at the very least attempted to mitigate Thorin's stubbornness. If Thorin wasn't stubborn, none of his people would be alive right now, Harry said grimly. You haven't heard him talk about the march to the Iron Hills, which would have been much easier if they'd been given aid by the elves, or entirely unneeded if Mirkwood hadn't been closed to them. You need to remember, Gandalf, that just because you can look past something doesn't mean other people will, or that they don't have a real reason for their anger. Gandalf stared at him for a moment, then nodded abruptly and turned away, pulling the tethers of his horse around. Gandalf, where are you going? Bilbo asked. To be by myself, Mr. Baggins. I find myself in need of some deep thinking, and I cannot get that surrounded by those who would not know such thoughts from holes in the ground. He never noticed Harry's grimness giving way to a smirk. Nor did he see the other wizard stretching a finger out towards Gandalf's back. The young man's other finger flashed out towards Thorin, and there was a tiny splash of magic from his fingers. Thorin looked at Balin quizzically as he gasped, then stared, looking down at himself and pulling at his beard to look at the color before turning to glare at Harry. Then he stopped, as several other dwarves began to snicker at Gandalf, who was just about to leave the camp, now with neon green hair and beard. Harry shrugged unrepentantly under Thorin's glare as Philly and Keely laughed, coming over to slap him on the shoulders. That conversation was a little too serious. I thought I couldn't let you stay angry for too long lest it fester, Harry said with a butter would not melt in his mouth expression. Thorin looked down at his beard, then chuckled unwillingly. I suppose it could be worse. Dark red at least reminds me of my cousin Dane. Harry winced. I suppose that redheads among dwarves have tempers to match those among humans. Oh yes. Dane is slow to anger admittedly, but once it's begun his anger is something of a legend among the Iron Hills, Thorin drawled, before turning back to his meal to help the others set up a fire pit well away from the ruins of the house. Oh. Gandalf did not return that evening or even that night, and it was a somewhat uneasy camp that started to bed down that night under a moonless sky. Holding 2 bowls, Bilbo moved through the camp heading towards where he knew Keely and Boffer were on watch over the ponies. He found the 2 of them staring at the edge of the pasture land that they had set the ponies out into. What's wrong? He asked, handing the 2 bowls of stew to them. We went to help the others set up a defensive ring over by the farmstead aimed towards, and we just came back. Only now. Boffer began hesitantly. Keely went on as Boffer floundered. We should have 14 ponies, but we're missing 3. All 3 of them exchanged glances then scrambled into the pasture, moving through the ponies and out the other side to stare at the edge of the pasture land. It had heretofore been marked by a series of large boulders and downed trees which combined to make a crude but effective fence. One of the downed trees had been moved aside, shoved out of position from the outside by brute force. Something very big and very strong moved this, Bilbo muttered, completely pointlessly of course as the other 2 dwarves could easily see the same thing. Staring out into the darkness, he noticed that a few trees in the forest leading further up into the hills had also been knocked over. Something very big, like a troll. Then it's a good thing we have a thief and scout here, isn't it? Boffer said, clapping him on the shoulder. What do you mean? Bilbo asked, looking at him skeptically though he feared he already could guess. Well, go out there, scout around and see what you can find, Keely said somewhat hesitantly. Bilbo simply stared at him, one eyebrow raised. Somehow I don't think troll finder was in the job description. Still, it is night time out there. Do trolls have good night vision? Not from the tales I've heard, they have horrible day sight, but no one said anything about having good night vision to go along with having to move around at night. Boffer replied. Bilbo bit his lip, staring out into the darkness but then nodded slowly. All right, I'll grab my bow and quiver, you wake up the others. We might need them. If trolls are really out there, I'll try to lead them away or something, then we can get the ponies back. If there are too many of them though, we might need to be ready to run and cut our losses. Moments later Harry and Thorin were glaring at Keely and Boffer. What do you mean you told Bilbo to go out there alone? Harry asked calmly, his fingers twitching in such a way that worried the young Keely immensely. And judging by his brother's sudden snort of laughter, he had every right to. You're looking quite fair there, brother. Philly said, chuckling even as he strapped on his chain mail. Keely's hair was now platinum blonde and done up in rolling curls. He also had a bright red face. The spell would remain until Harry felt Keely had paid for this bit of thoughtlessness. Focus. Thorin growled, even as his lips twitched at the sight of his cousin. This could be said to be penance for all the times he and his brother have pranked me over the years, though I shan't mention that at present. Which way did our burglar go? Fearing what Harry would do to him, Boffer quickly explained what had happened and what Bilbo was planning to do. He did not want to get the same treatment as Keely. This didn't help him however, and his hat, which put Harry in mind of one Hagrid wore in winter, sprouted rabbit ears and changed color to bright kill-me orange. Get everyone up and the ponies ready to be off, Thorin ordered Bomber and Dory, the 2 dwarves who were the worst in a fight, before turning to the others. Let's get after our burglar. Scout at the moment, and I'd suggest we wait nearby just in case, Harry said, holding up his hand. Remember how silently Bilbo can move, if we just rush in, we might bullocks up his plan. No, let's prepare a little more for this and go quietly if we can. Everyone line up, it's time for some serious magic. I hope these trolls can't sense magic like Gandalf said some orcs can, although maybe I should have thought of that before using magic a few times since we arrived here. Too late now. With that thought Harry began to cast disillusion charms on the dwarves one after another, along with spells to keep them from being overheard. This took some time, but eventually they were ready to go. Leaving Bomber and Dory behind, the rest of the dwarves and one young wizard moved out into the rocky woodlands. Oh! By the time the camp was aroused, Bilbo was already moving through the woods, his bow unstrung in its sheath on its back along with his quiver of arrows. He was moving so silently Harry would have thought that the Hobbit had already been silenced, but he wasn't. It was just the normal Hobbit quiet movement coming out in a far more serious locale than normal. Nor did his bow and quiver get in his way, since Hobbit bow and quivers were special because above all other considerations they were made for stealth. The quiver was full of either moss or wool so as to muffle any sound of the arrows rattling around. The bow too was kept in a felt-covered sheath, until it came time for it to be strung. Of course, all this slowed down the speed with which they could prepare to fire, but hobbits felt that if they were going to sneak around, then it was best they do it properly, and as such they would have no business needing to fire quickly. Hobbit bows were also different than most. They were short of course, as befitted hobbits, but they were also recurved bows, which gave the bow a lot more stopping power than any bow of a similar size. Made of yew prepared in a secret solution, they were also able to bend somewhat more easily than most recurved bows, which helped keep the bow silent, a problem than most recurved bows had, being much noisier when fired than a normal bow. Bilbo had never really considered those properties before, but right now he was very thankful for them as he moved through the night, over an underbrush, leaving behind no sounds or signal of his passage. Eventually the trail he was following in a roundabout manner through the woods ended at dip in the land protected on two sides by a rocky crag of stone. There was a fire there, and a primitive and small paddock set against the far side of the crag of stone containing the missing ponies. That stone also had a small cleft in it, which cut down into the earth too. And around the fire were three massive beings which had to be trolls. Bilbo had never seen one before of course, but felt up to giving them that label. All 3 trolls were grotesque, huge, fat grey-skinned creatures at least 3 or 4 stories tall each, with massive hands that looked as if they could pluck Bilbo up as easily as if he was a rabbit. Their grey skin looked thick, they had huge, bulbous noses jutting out and down from between deep-set eyes over jutting jowls and not a single hair on their bodies. From where he was crouched in the darkness Bilbo frowned, ignoring the 3 trolls seemingly complaining about the sameness of the food they were eating. He wasn't a burglar, not really, but then again I'm not about to try and burgle anything off these 3, just get their ponies back. Now, how to go about doing so, he mused, moving further back into the darkness as he recalled the sketchy plan he had shared with Keely and Boffer. Pulling out his bow and an arrow for a moment he contemplated it and the giant trolls. Shaking his head he put both back in their respective places, then looked around thinking. Thinking hard, he moved through the undergrowth, pulling out some of the spare bow strings that he had bought from the old took. With that and a few rocks he began to set up a series of bunkers, small noise-making traps that little hobbits were wont to create at the drop of a hat around a hollow tree stump. The rocks would bounce every time the string on them was pulled, and hopefully in this instance grab the trolls' attention. Tying all the string together to a longer piece of rope what was part of all of their camp kits, Bilbo slowly moved away through the brush before crouching down hiding among a few bushes. Once certain he was hidden he pulled on the rope lying slack next to him, listening intently as the bunkers went off. What was that?" said one of the trolls. "Summiting's moving out dear," said the second troll, getting to its feet. "Might be summiting tastier than pony." Let's go and see," said the third moving away from the stewpot and the 3 trolls picked up large clubs and moved in the direction of the noise. Bilbo tugged on the rope a few more times, making certain that the trolls knew in which direction the noise was coming from before quickly crawling off through the underbrush, then almost running around the incoming trolls towards their camp, relying on his hobbit feet to remain silent. He reached the troll camp without trouble. Once there he pulled out a tiny knife and began to cut into the sinew of something or other that the trolls were using to keep the paddock closed. Once he had it open he grabbed the ponies' leads trying to shush them as he got them moving while nearby the trolls wandered around the area where Bilbo had set up the bunkers. He was just out of the firelight when one of the ponies let loose a bray as its fellow kicked up a stone into its leg. At the sound the trolls all turned from where they had been looking around the forest. That little thing's tryin' to steal our food." He looks plump enough to replace it any road." "Get it?" Panicking Bilbo pulled harder at the lead of the ponies, racing through the underbrush away from the trolls who snarled after him. It was at that point that the rest of the company arrived, moving forward with roars and shouts loud enough to break the spells covering them. "Well done Mr. Baggins!" Thorin bellowed as he raced past towards the trolls with the others at his heels. "Barak Hezid! Tana Durin Nur!" replied the other dwarves as they howled forward in a mob. Harry was with them until he slid to a stop, casting several illusion spells over the area, doubling the number of dwarves charging forward. He did this by simply copying the dwarves' looks twice each, then spreading out the copies. But despite suddenly finding themselves surrounded by near to 40 dwarves the trolls didn't try to run away and instead began to lash out at the dwarves and the illusions. "Split into groups!" Thorin shouted, closing in on one troll from behind. "Dwellin lead one, I'll lead a second, Philly and Keely the third. Harry, keep conjuring." Harry nodded, but his hands were already working into an attack spell, a simple stupefy towards the leading troll to see if Gandalf had been correct about these trolls having some magical immunity like the trolls in his own world. They do sort of look like them, only about 3 times the size and apparently somewhat more intelligent, though that's not saying much. The red blast of magic washed over the troll without any apparent reaction, and he cursed before casting a Lumos spell. Light blazed around the small dip in the hills, causing the trolls to rear back in surprise. Unfortunately for Harry's hopes, the spell didn't actually create sunlight, simply a light, and as such didn't have the mysterious properties of sunlight which would have caused the trolls to turn to stone. After a moment's hesitation the trolls roared and moved forward, swinging their trunks or fists down at the dwarves and their illusion body doubles. The real dwarves were all around them now hacking and slashing moving in and out quickly, none of them staying still. But only the strongest of them could penetrate the hide of the trolls, who were ignoring the injuries they were sustaining. Boffer, Ori, and Gloin, wielding maces and a warhammer respectively, were having better luck though. One troll howled, hopping on one foot as he held his other foot with both hands, screaming in pain at the broken toe from a blow from Gloin's hammer. When he closed in at one point Harry ran into the same problem, the sword of Gryffindor just bouncing off the troll's hide as he slashed forward. He just wasn't strong enough to actually slice into the troll's thick hide. "I'd have to thrust, and none of these 3 are staying still for that kind of thing." The trolls were surprisingly maneuverable, and those giant clouds of theirs crashed through many of Harry's illusions. One such blow caught a dwarf. Harry thought it might be Bifur, he couldn't quite tell from his angle, and the dwarf was flung through the air. To Harry's astonishment though the dwarf got back up, his armor and general durability was able to see him through that blow, though he'd be feeling it in a few hours. Dodging under a blow of his own Harry cried out reducto. The spell slammed into the troll, knocking it back a few feet and opening up a small spiral pattern wound on its fat stomach, but it didn't slow the troll down. The troll roared, but his fist came down, smashing through another one of Harry's illusions, before grabbing up a dwarf in its massive mitt. Oin, Harry recognized, before launching another spell. Bombarda. The spell, which sort of resembled a cannon blast, struck the troll's arm, and it yelled in fury and agony as the bone in the arm broke somewhere under the explosive impact. Oin dropped to the ground, rolling forward between the troll, stabbing upwards, and the troll yelped, jumping away. Oi, dear Snow, call for dat. Elsewhere the dwarves were not having it go their way, unable to do much damage, and the battle was slowly going against them. Help! Nori yelled in fear and shock as he was plucked up into the air, while Ori was smacked aside. But then Thorin was there, thrusting his sword down into the foot of the trolls. Barak Hazard. The blade bit deep into the large foot, and the wound began bleeding profusely as Thorin ripped his blade out ready to stab again. Gra, you little shit, I'm gonna make paste out of ye. The troll howled in agony, but was able to nearly take Thorin's head off with a cuff to the head, hurling him away. Thorin looked up groggily, shaking his head, and was about to be slammed to the ground by the troll's raging fist, when it seemed to pause, the fist unclenching and going up to its face. Gaya! It screamed in agony once more, and the dwarves saw in the light of Harry's lumos that an arrow had just sprouted from one of its eye. A second arrow soon followed, slamming fletching deep into its second eye, blinding the troll utterly. The troll raged around, slamming into its two fellows and then off into the forest, maddened with agony and blind. Well shot, Bilbo! Harry exclaimed, finally getting into a position of his own to thrust forward with the sword of Gryffindor. The same troll he had been targeting with his spells hadn't seen him coming, dealing with Gloin and Boffer. The sword penetrated its thick hide, along the calf. Arg, yar little Humie! Ducking under a frantic grab, Harry retreated, but Troll turned, following his movements. Wait until I's get ya in my pot, ag. Grimly Harry backed away, watching as the troll staggered, still trying to grab it. Did dwarves all around it for a second until the pain of the venom him. Then it screamed, grabbing at the injury and spasming in agony as the basilisk venom went to work. For a moment the clearing fell silent as the surviving troll turned and stared, as did the dwarves at its friend's death throes. This moment was interrupted by a booming voice from on high of the rocky crag set along one side of the hidden gully. Don take you all and be stoned to you. The troll turned, and they watched as Gandalf brought his staff down, shattering the giant boulder which had heretofore been hiding the clearing from the newly risen sunlight. The troll roared, trying to turn away, trying to get into its hole, but too late, and Harry watched in bemused fascination as the single remaining troll, its horribly wounded fellow and the body of the poisoned troll all turned to stone. The effect wasn't instantaneous, but it was still quick, and between 1 second and the next they were all turned into granite statue as where they stood. Harry sighed, sinking to his knees as he gingerly began to clean the sword of Gryffindor. Around him the dwarves set up a cheer. Bilbo was the hero of the hour, having blinded one of the trolls, while Harry soon found his back becoming sore from all the slaps it received. Pushing to his feet, Harry moved over towards where Thorin had been making towards Gandalf. A timely intervention, yet where did you get off to, Gandalf? Thorin was saying as he came up. Looking ahead, Gandalf said simply. And what brought you back? Harry asked. Looking behind, Gandalf replied, his gaze moving between the two odd friends before turning his attention fully to Thorin. I owe you an apology, Thorin, he said slowly. I tend to take the long view, see the true threat as I believe it to be so clearly that I forget that grievances between dwarves and elves, or humans and either, can have more basis in this day and age than I like to recall. I will not ask you to forget such again, but I do ask you to remember that Elrond is not Thranduil. His people have never personally done aught to you and yours, either through action or inaction. And we do need his help. Thorin frowned, then looked over to the trolls, then at Harry, who nodded at him. I suppose I have to apologize too, to both you and to Mr. Baggins. As for Elrond, I will give him the benefit of the doubt when we meet. Nearby Balin and Willin, who had been moving to join them, stopped and stared while Philly gasped in shock. Thorin glared at his nephew for a second, before turning back to look over at Bilbo and then to Gandalf. I had doubted Bilbo's inclusion even after he had proven himself a good hunter on the road. But you were right, Gandalf, and you are indeed a welcome addition to this party, Mr. Baggins. Bilbo said firmly. I think we're beyond needing to rely on Mr. at this point. Then he smirked. But you're looking a little green, Gandalf, are you coming down with something? Green is it? I happen to think I do this color justice, young Bilbo. Gandalf said, stroking his still green beard and winking at Harry. Then with a wave of his hand and a bare whisper of magic, both Gandalf's and Thorin's hair was back to their original color. Harry simply nodded at the older wizard, then looked over at Oin as the dwarf moved towards him, wanting to thank Harry for saving his life. Bilbo, Thorin! Shouted Boffer. We've found the troll cave. Gandalf, Harry and the others moved towards Boffer, coming across the cleft in the rock Bilbo had spotted during his scouting. It was large enough to allow a troll to enter, and quite a bit deeper than Harry had first assumed when he spotted it during the battle. The dwarves began to look around the cave, finding several chests worth of jewelry and gold, scattered here and there, worthless to the trolls who only cared about feeding their bottomless stomachs. These they began to bury outside the cave, while a few other dwarves took down the primitive fence outside, hurling the bits away so that no one could find the treasure once they buried it. Thorin, Gandalf, and Harry though continued to explore deeper, eventually finding buried blades as well. How did this get to be here? Gandalf exclaimed as he pulled out a long sword, the blade of it nearly as tall as Bilbo was at the shoulders. Holding it up, Gandalf moved into a series of attacks, showing that the ancient wizard was quite a bit sprighter than he looked. This is elven work. No warrior worth wielding a sword like this would have been beaten by mere mountain trolls. The trolls might have raided someone else's treasury at some point, or perhaps a battlefield, Thorin said, pulling out a dwarven axe and handing it over to Balin, who nodded, taking it. Underneath that he found another blade, shorter than the one Gandalf had down by about a foot but with a thicker blade. When he pulled the blade out of its sheath, he noticed it too was of excellent craftsmanship, its edge not dulled at all by the ages. That too is elven make, Gandalf said, shaking his head. Such an odd place to find blades of this worth. Thorin stiffened slightly, but said nothing and simply belted the new sword to his side after examining the blade closely. He had to admit, grudgingly, that it was good as or better than any his people could have made. In this day and age anyway, he added hastily to himself. Behind them Bilbo tripped near the entrance, eliciting some chuckles from the nearby dwarves. Really, Bilbo, you can move through the night so silent and unseen, then trip over those giant feet of yours when the battle's over? Asked Philly teasingly. I would think my timing was actually quite excellent in that case, Philly. Bilbo retorted before reaching down to fell out the ground and find what he had tripped over. A second later he pulled out what looked like a short sword in his hands. Another sword. More like a dagger, lad, said Balin, leaning over the hobbit's shoulder to gaze at the blade. Elven make like the swords too, though. Keep it, Bilbo, like you said, in your hands it's a decent short sword. These are indeed excellent finds, even that one, Gandalf said, smiling and knowing now that the powers in the west were with them, aiding their luck in this quest. Elven weapons glow in the presence of enemies, you'll never be snuck up upon so long as you can check for it. But wait, Harry said, holding up a hand. Doesn't that mean they'll also give your position away to the enemy? Gandalf actually twitched. Yes, that might indeed take some thought. Elves can control that enchantment, but I don't know if even another wizard will be able to control the reaction. It might be an enchantment bound to their elven blood. Yet another reason to go to Witch Rivendell, he said, glancing sideways at Thorin. Thorin scowled. I already said we would head to Rivendell, Gandalf, do not rub it in. And meanwhile, Harry said, glancing from the sword of Gryffindor to the elven blade in Thorin's hand, noting the differences, I think we need to figure out a better way of working as a unit instead of a mob. Oh. In the most distant reaches of Mirkwood, at an ancient fortress named Dol Guldur, evil dwelt. It marshaled its forces, biding its time, gathering its strength both magical, material, and among its followers. Sauron was that evil's name, the abominable in Kenya. It was a name he had earned in acts of evil great and small throughout the ages of Arda. He of course had setbacks, much like his master Morgoth, or as Sauron still thought of him, the one true god of Arda. He had lost his original body in the sinking of Numenor and the bending of the world by Eru Elevator after he, Sauron, had convinced the overproud Númenóreans to break the ban of the Vala. But thanks to his creation of the One Ring, his spirit had survived, able to create a new physical form. He had lost that form too when sundered from his ring, nor had he yet regained a physical form. But despite the lack of a physical body, his will was still strong, and everything that had been created by his master owed allegiance to him, though the most powerful creatures, dragons and balrogs, could and did resist his call, if they were aware of it at all in his still weakened state. The time was coming, Sauron knew, when its garb as the necromancer would fail it at last, or perhaps his guise as the necromancer would become too powerful for his enemies to ignore. He, if such a term could be used to describe Sauron, had planned for that eventuality and was almost ready to retreat in good order to Barad-dûr, the true seat of his strength, the heart of Mordor. There he would be unassailable even if all the peoples in the free worlds tried to make war on him. At least if he could keep from retreating until his armies there were strong enough to secure that land's natural borders. The alliance he had made when he had feigned a retreat years before this with the Easterlings would be a major aid there. But something new was moving across Middle-earth, magic of a kind he had never sensed before. But at present he was still too weak, and too wary of the White Council to discern what kind of magic it was or its user's precise location. Yet Sauron could feel the direction of the changes the magic made to the world, and that was almost enough. The orcs and goblins surrounding Sauron's pillars all shuddered as the blazing pillar of fire and darkness that was Sauron spoke, his voice appearing in all their minds with a physical force as he spoke the black tongue. Send messages out to all of our hidden realms in the Misty Mountains. Be on the watch for a strange magic user. He is to be taken alive if possible, killed if not. And send for Azog. This task is more important than my chosen general's personal vendetta. End chapter. I tried to use a font to make Sauron's speech stand out as it should, but while the bold stayed the style did not, ah well. Anyway, hope you all liked this chapter, and as always please review. Also be on the lookout tomorrow for the poll for next month. I hear my SW muse calling me back baby. Chapter 4. Alas, my last name is not Tolkien nor Rowling. Apologies for this being a day later than I had promised. I had hoped to get it back edited before posting it, but my new editor hasn't gotten it back to me yet. I will update this chapter when he has with the baited version. If you prefer to read stories with as few mistakes as possible, please wait until this message disappears. Of the small stories included in this month's poll, Fate Touched in Middle-earth won 262 votes here on Fanfic, coming in second place, and won 428 over on partron. This gave it 690 votes total, beating out even Magic of the Force. I found it interesting to see the love of Tolkien and Harry was able to defeat the power of Eki. Comedy. You go guys! This has now been baited by my new beta reader Michael. He has done a very good job of removing most of the mistakes, and in particular the DNS created issues. Fate Touched Chapter 4, Tactics, Training, and Lots of Magic. The party moved on quickly after finishing with the Troll's Cave despite most of the dwarves, Harry and Bilbo not having gotten any sleep the previous night. The Hobbit complained about it once or twice, and they had more problems with the ponies, who were intelligent enough to know that they should have gotten more rest before being loaded up once more. Harry dealt with his first recalcitrant mount because of that, and barely avoided being bitten by his pony. Bloody hell, you stupid animal, I'm not edible. I thought ponies only ate grass and stuff like that. Ha, yes, but they do tend to become angry and fractious if worked too hard, or if they have had a fright, said Bomber, chuckling into his beard as he helped Harry to his feet. The fattest dwarf in the company was remarkably quick at times. Just show them who's in charge. Use the reins freely and don't be afraid to thump them a good one to the nose or top of their head. Noted, Harry said, dodging an attempt by his mount to step on him. He pulled on the reins hard, dragging the head around as he leaped into the saddle, landing like a sack for a moment. The pony's ears went back, and it seemed to think about acting out further for a moment. Suddenly having an idea, Harry leaned forward, whispering into the pony's ear, but not in the local language. Instead, he used Parseltongue. Quit it, you stupid beast. The reaction was instantaneous, the pony stiffening, almost shuddering in place. It couldn't understand him, of course, but hearing a snake's hiss from right next to its ear would be enough to make any equine freeze. After a moment, when it wasn't bitten, the pony started moving forward, still looking around warily, unable to figure out the sound had come from its rider. After starting off, the group fell once more into a column with Philly splitting out to one side and Boffer the other, and Willin guarding the back of the column. Now that Thorin had agreed to meet with Elrond at his home, Gandalf once more took the lead of the column. This allowed Thorin and Harry time to talk about what Harry called group tactics, or rather about the lack thereof the party had shown. You can't just charge in and assume you are going to be able to hack anything you meet into pieces. It worked this time because of myself and Bilbo, and admittedly Gandalf's timely arrival. We need some more organization and teamwork. An organized unit of soldiers will beat any group of barbarian warriors into the ground. Harry had loved learning about ancient history, at least until he got to Hogwarts, anyway. He remembered reading about the Roman legions in particular. In my world there was an empire built on the backbone of their infantry. They had used organization, training, and an understanding of combat engineering and logistics to defeat larger or equivalently sized armies of barbarians, including those of my own homeland. For a time, anyway. I think we can use some of the same tactics they did. Group tactics or formations won't work against trolls, lad, Balin said with a chuckle from where he was riding a pony behind Thorin. They'd just smash through it. We dwarves are strong, but not that strong. And though few of us would like to admit it, orcs can become even stronger than us, and their longer reach can make them deadly. He's right. Oh, I've seen pole arms deal with trolls before in formation, but even then you have issues. And you're open to attack from orcs or goblins when they get under your spears, Thorin said, tugging at his beard as he looked at Harry shrewdly, wondering where his human friend was going with this. Yet after seeing Harry in action several times now, Thorin was willing to hear him out. That's no excuse for not trying in the first place. We're a small group, and we should start training together to emphasize our ability to fight together, rather than separately. Organization and training is a force multiplier, Harry said. This coming from the boy who charged his mortal enemy and tackled him through a seemingly deadly mirror rather than work with his fellows to take the man down, said Thorin and drolly. Your words do not persuade. But before that I was working with a group. A group, furthermore, that I had trained to work together. 16 and 17-year-olds trained to work together in units against grown UPS who had used magic all their lives, and we were winning until Riddle showed up, Harry replied calmly, though his face twitched at the memory. Noticing that Balin winced once more, wondering about what, or rather who, the young human had lost. He said nothing, however, as Harry held out a hand. Look at this. Harry imagined what he wanted to conjure up. Then he was holding a Roman shield. It wasn't a perfect example. Of course, Harry had never been close to a real one, but it was close enough. Harry knew the weight was wrong the moment he had it in his hand. It wasn't nearly heavy enough to be the real thing, but the size was accurate at least. He handed it over to Thorin, who took it gingerly, at first thinking it would disappear the moment he touched it. He was still not used to Harry's conjuration abilities. It's light, Thorin said after a moment. The original was heavier in my world. I think my conjuration of it needs some work, Harry said with a shrug. What the ancient Roman warriors of my world would do would be to form what they call the shield wall, each shield slightly overlapping with their allies to either side, holding the line as the attacker advanced. The attacker crashes into them, then they would separate the shields slightly. Harry described this by pulling his two fists apart, the knuckles almost looking like they interlocked for a moment before he did so. Then they would thrust out with short swords. Laddie, if we used short swords we'd never be able to hit the enemy. They'd always have a reach advantage, Balin said with a laugh. Not according to the history of my world. Barbarians routinely used broadswords or two-handed axes and swords, but they'd always have to come within range of the short sword to try to get over the shield or break the shield wall. That caused Balin to fall silent, thinking. Give me another one. Let's see if you can get the weight and material right, first, Thorin ordered, holding the shield back out Harry. Harry nodded and began to change the shield, making it slightly larger, having missed on the size the first time for a dwarf, something he only realized when Thorin was holding it. Then he thickened the wood while adding a metal boss around the rim of the shield as well as in the center. Just like being back in Transfiguration class trying to create a more elaborate teapot or needle, he thought whimsically, holding the shield out to Thorin again. Thorin held it for a moment, moving it up and down on his arm as he mimed thrusting with his other hand. A moment later he pulled his pony to a halt before kicking out of the saddle of the pony, handing the reins to Balin, who was watching interestedly. Thorin held the shield, pulling out his new sword with his other hand. The shield was as tall as Thorin was, almost, covering him from hobnail boot up to his nose, and wasn't heavy enough for him to notice much at all. Ori, Gloin, get down here, Thorin ordered. Harry, conjure up 2 more shields. Let's see if there is any kind of reasoning behind this idea. The 2 dwarves so named scrambled off of their ponies while the rest of the column came to a halt with Gandalf looking back from the head of the column quizzically. The 3 dwarves now standing, however, ignored their fellows, moving into a line formation with Thorin in the center as Harry conjured up 2 more identical shields from the first one, copying its design exactly now. I've seen a special on, well, I guess you could call it a play once, where they showed how this worked, Harry said, getting down from his own pony and moving towards them, adjusting their stances and how they were holding their shields, occasionally. See here, he said, as the shields slid together, one on top of another. They would overlap just slightly like this, covering their fellows and their sides, then at an order from their officers the shields would come apart, and their short swords would stab out. How do you get over the problem of facing stronger opponents who could just smash your entire shield wall away? Asked Duelin, crossing his powerful arms over his chest, staring with something approaching contempt at this 3 dwarves on the ground with their shields. He wilted slightly at Thorin's glare, but even Thorin wondered about that one. But you have wizards with you, Harry said with a chuckle. Place your shields down onto the ground, you 3. They did so, hunkering down behind them for a moment as Harry waved his hands, muttering an incantation under his breath. That is a fascinating concept, Gandalf said suddenly, having come up on them from the front of the column without Harry noticing. Harry turned, and Gandalf winked at him. I was able to follow the magic for that one, and indeed I might be able to replicate that spell, with difficulty admittedly for that second part. Interesting, Harry said, before looking over at the objector. Try to smash their shields, Duelin, and you too, Dory. Shrugging his shoulders the bald dwarf got off his pony and moved forward as Dory did the same, pulling out his warhammer. Without warning Duelin charged the short distance between where he had been in the column and the 3 dwarves to one side of it, his axes flashing out. A second later the blows bounced off causing no harm, and he cursed, the vibrations of the impact almost causing him to drop his weapons. He shouted angrily at the top of his lungs in dwarfish as he glared over at Harry. You could have warned me, you emerald-eyed ass. Dory came at the problem more cautiously. He stood at the farthest point he could from the shield wall and his fellows while still being able to hit them with his warhammer, then swung as powerful a blow as he could right at the center of the leftmost shield. The blow bounced off like it had hit a rock and Dory turned with the blow, taking the vibrations somewhat better with his hammer than Duelin had with his axes. That's amazing. I used 3 spells to first connect the shields to the ground, then to make them unbreakable, and also added weight to them, Harry explained. I can make the entire shield wall almost unbreakable for a short amount of time. Though you wouldn't be able to go on the offensive like that. I'd have to cancel the spells and let you be able to pick the shields up again and break the line to stab out, then redo them after. Thorin picked up the shield again, hefting it thoughtfully. This has promise, Harry, but... Thorin wasn't certain he was enthusiastic about this change to their tactics, as Harry called it, but then again Thorin was one of the 4 best warriors in the group and had a lot of confidence in his own abilities. However, he could not deny that not everyone in the party was as good a warrior as he would have liked. Oin, Ori, Nori, Dori, Balin, and Bombur, at the very least, should learn to work together like this. On the other hand, Balin was enthusiastic about the idea. He shouted something in Dwarfish that made Thorin blink for a moment before slowly nodding agreement even if he didn't look convinced. Gandalf leaned over and said softly, Balin has already spotted a bit of an issue with that kind of tactic, that you can be flanked. But if you back it up with pike and are in a tunnel? Much of the war against the orcs in the mountains occurred underground in just such an environment. You could save yourself a lot of casualties while slaughtering the enemy with this kind of tactic. It's a very interesting concept, but it would take a lot of training, would it not, to pull off the shield wall like your Romans. In my world it took constant training. I think the term a soldier would have to sign up for was 10 to 15 years, something like that. Training would be practically constant from that point on. 6 months to a year before he was put out into the actual legions, and then constant training in camp and even on the march. Like I said, the Romans faced armies larger than them, more maneuverable and sometimes with better weapons and certainly better bows at times. Organization and working together were the main weapons against that kind of thing. Gandalf nodded thoughtfully, watching as Balin argued with a few of the other dwarves in their own tongue. They are objecting to it, saying it isn't honorable to hide behind shields like that. Odd that Dwellin, Balin, and the other more experienced among them in warfare are not the ones arguing. Honor, Harry said loudly, getting everyone's attention, is coming home again victorious. With a faint smile towards Thorin he went on as the other dwarves all looked at him. Warfare is not honorable, it is simply necessary at times. Never go into battle looking for glory or you'll just find death. Enter war like you are a tradesman, say a blacksmith, at his trade, and the enemy the metal you are going to pound. The enemy doesn't have any rights, and dealing with it gives you no pleasure or joy, but it must be done. Take pleasure from a job well done after the battle is over. Thorin had remained silent throughout this discussion, simply watching, before tying the shield to the saddle of his pony as Harry finished, barely hiding a smirk beyond his beard. How long will that last, Harry? About half an hour, or so I think. Conjurations like that never last very long. It's a good idea for facing orcs and other groups of enemies, but we need to think of the dragon and regular tactics now, not training for later, Thorin said seriously as the column began to move once more. But your magic, Harry, can be a game changer, and I think we've just discovered ways you can help. Support spells like those you just used, and after last night. Agreed. I was thinking of 3 stages for myself in a fight. 1. Illusions and conjured beasts to bolster our company's position and disrupt the enemy. Yes, the conjured beasts helped quite a lot last night, Bilbo said helpfully from where he had been listening to the exchange, rather sleepily and disinterestedly, it had to be said. He wasn't used to going without a full night's sleep any longer, although he had toughened up noticeably since this journey began. On top of that, Bilbo would be the last person in the company to be part of a shield wall like that for various reasons. They were, indeed, Balin said musingly, looking over Gandalf. Can you do that kind of spell, Gandalf? Alas no, Balin. My powers rely on a different method, or rather school of thought than Harry's. His is about controlling, or adding to the environment. Mine is about working with natural forces. Harry nodded to that. We've talked about this, and we think that Gandalf's magic is more powerful, but it's raw or rather than refined, as it were, compared to mine. To use another analogy, my magic is a full set of tools for several hundred different jobs, while Gandalf's magic is a set of tools designed to perform a dozen specific tasks where they work far better than my own tools. There were several nods at that since that was an analogy most of the dwarves could understand, and Harry went on. Anyway, that would be stage 1. Then I'd follow that up with support spells. Conjuring up defenses or weapons or anything else of that nature for you all would be stage 2. Direct attack spells would be stage 3. And charging in with your sword at the very end. Thorin asked archly. You still need training with that blade of yours. Furthermore, he went on before Harry could say anything, your conjured weapons aren't very good. I tested one of them before they disappeared last night, and it shattered on the first blow. Do you even know what steel is? Harry looked confused for a moment, staring down at the sword riding at his side. I know it's created through mixing different ores, but I have no idea about their right mix, if that's what you're asking. A sword is rather more work than a needle or something of that nature. Nodding his head at that, Thorin replied. There's no harm in that. A farmer or wizard shouldn't have to know that kind of thing. But if you're going to be conjuring weapons for us, I think you need to learn now. After that he'd launched into a long discussion on the proper weight balance and makeup of a sword, with Oin, a miner of some renown in the Blue Mountains, joining in. Nearby, Philly, who had just rejoined the column, replaced at his position by Gloin, winced. Shaking his head he leaned over toward Harry, whispering, "Sorry, our uncle's a bit of a perfectionist with such things." Harry shrugged. "I find it interesting, and he's right, I do need to know this stuff. Conjured weapons or even shields wouldn't do much if they fell apart in battle the moment I removed my spells." "Well, shields are entirely different from swords, of course, even in the metal you'd like to see around the rim," Thorin replied, before going on to that topic. That discussion lasted the rest of the day, interspersed with both Thorin and Harry taking turns breaking trail with Gandalf. But despite what he had said about thinking of tactics to deal with the dragon, Thorin sent Bilbo ahead to find a spot for them to stop for the night a little earlier than he would have before the battle with the trolls. They stopped in a rather nice, if small, clearing just off the route they had been following. It was almost hidden between two trees which had grown so close together they seemed to almost be touching one trunk to the other about 7 feet up. But you could lead your ponies through on foot one at a time, finding the clearing on the other side defended on every side by rocks and other trees. It was a small space, but a very easily defensible one. Putting the ponies at the far back next to the rocky outcrop, the rest of the dwarves gathered near the entrance to the glade and began to prepare the rest of the camp as Gandalf looked around thoughtfully. "This place is a bit too perfect. I wonder," he said before stooping and smiling at something he picked up from the ground. It was a small stone with a mark of some kind on it. "Well, Mr. Baggins, this was indeed a fortunate find. This is a ranger's camp." Bilbo blinked in shock at that, having heard of the rangers a time or two. "Truly." The dwarves however looked blank as did Harry, and Gandalf perforce had to explain. "The rangers are a group of men who patrol the Badlands around Angmar and elsewhere in Middle-earth. They bow to no nation, but they hunt dark things that move from the western sea to the mountains of Mordor, guarding all the other nations from them." Thorin nodded thoughtfully at that. "The human nation of Gondor is the stout shield, and these the hunters in the dark. Are we likely to meet any such on the road?" "No. Their numbers have never been great, so it would indeed be a lucky chance if we were to meet any such." For a moment he looked over at Harry, then away, his thoughts hidden, though no one had seen his look in any event. "Then, at least we can make use of this camp of theirs for the night. Harry, conjure up those shields again. Bombur, Ori, Nori, Dori, Oin, and Bifur, get over here. Let's try that shield tactic, 3 on 3 I think, for now, pushing against one another. I want to see how it works with weapons other than swords, and how well it would work without Harry's magic backing it up." It turned out that it worked all right with other weapons, but the slashing attacks most weapons other than swords demanded took long enough to open up the user for counter blows from the enemy. Thrusting with the sword was really the best way to both attack and let your shield do the work of defending yourself. After some time spent helping the dwarves with that idea, Harry worked with Balin to create a pike, taking a massively long spear and putting a pike head on the end of it. The billhook was sharp, heavy, and deadly in a thrust, having slightly more range than even the clubs the trolls had been using the evening before. That's it laddie. That's the kind of thing I saw the dwarves of the Stiffbeards use in the war against the orcs." "Stiffbeards? They'd be another clan based on the 7 fathers of the dwarves, correct?" Harry asked, clicking his fingers as he tried to bring them to mind. "Thorin told me they sent a small unit to the war, but it was one of the best trained." They only sent 800 to the war, given how far they had to come from the east, and through a lot of hostile territory too. Rune is a land of ancient peoples, and ones who have never been friendly to outsiders. The other eastern clans also sent troops. 'Twas a magnificent moment of unity between the dwarven clans, but Balin sighed. All for merely a partial victory, not the total. Hazad still lies within the hands of the orcs. Shaking his head, Balin described how the Stiffbeards had used the pikes. They worked well enough against trolls, and even against orcs, but not so well against goblins that were quick enough to duck underneath the heavy, unwieldy weapons. Second and third pike rows could deal with that, but then the group of pikes were not wieldy enough to deal with trolls. Despite this, Balin was already thinking up ways of using the pike and the shield wall in tandem with Harry's magic. 1 row of shield and short sword users, then 2 rows of pike, I think. Some illusion spells to confuse the trolls, then the pike charge in, killing it, only to retreat back behind the shield line. It could work even in enclosed spaces, I think. And orcs can only rarely bring more than 2 or 3 trolls to a fight at a time. They are stupid creatures, for the most part, that must be goaded in the right direction. Thorin also liked the idea. During the war against the orcs of the Misty Mountains, trolls had been few and far between, never used in more than groups of 3, but they had still been deadly for all but the Stiffbeards. However, Thorin felt that the training necessary for most of Balin's ideas would be something they would have to start their young on before dwarves got set into their ways. That, Balin willfully agreed with. Our people are stone hard. It makes us hard to influence us against our will, but it also makes us slow to change or take in new ideas, and it gets worse as we grow older. Really, I hadn't noticed, Harry said far too innocently, while Bilbo and the three youngest dwarves hid chuckles behind their hands. Duel smacked Harry upside the head, growling good-naturedly at the human who he'd come to see as a friend just like his king did. And now I think it's time for personal training. Why don't you go conjure yourself a sword, Harry, and we'll get started. Groaning, Harry did so and was thoroughly thrashed by a series of dwarves, only able to hold his own in a pure sword contest against Filly and Keely. One preferred to stay at range with a bow, while Keely preferred mobility and dodging attacks rather than parrying just like Harry did. But Harry was faster at it and had a longer reach, which gave him an advantage. The group set out early the next morning, and for the next 4 days they traversed the forests quickly and efficiently, stopping early every night to train with the new tactics. Harry spent the journey talking magic with Gandalf, coming away with more respect for the older man's form of magic and its sheer brute power, while Gandalf came away with a better understanding of the malleable nature of Harry's magic. It was exactly as Harry had described. Gandalf could do fewer actual things with his magic than Harry, but what he could do he did to a level that Harry couldn't match. For another thing, unlike Harry's magic, Gandalf's magic automatically fought against the aura of darkness that groups of orcs or goblins created. He had never felt the debilitating effect Harry had described, and his spells, light and air-based, were polar opposites to the magic inherent in the fell creation of the dark races. That gave him an edge against them that Harry didn't have. Moreover, they talked further about the magic elves and wizards could both use in this realm. The enchantments Gandalf described had effects that seemed to last far longer than any in Harry's realm, and were also far more powerful. The Notice Me Not arrays that covered the wizarding world were decent and powerful, but they were actually more runic work than enchantments. But while they worked very well, Harry had no idea if they could have stood up to millions of people actually looking for where they were hidden. And they certainly would not have stood up to confusing or keeping a literal dark god at bay as some of the elven nations in the past had. The arrays back home were also passive things, while the enchantments of the elven lands were aggressive in keeping their borders or warning those within of intruders, which would have been an entirely different spell back home. From there they discussed how Harry could learn some of Gandalf's tricks, in particular his ability to sense things beyond his line of sight and hiding his own aura, something Gandalf was very firm that Harry needed to learn. Gandalf, in turn, would have a bit of an easier time learning Harry's spells, for the most part anyway. He could track the magical energies as Harry formed them and could already duplicate a few of the prank spells he had seen Harry use, though he could not transfigure or conjure. Those skills lay well outside his area as a follower of Manwë and Varda rather than Al, or rather, Mahal, as the dwarves called him. 2 days' travel and training found them once more making camp, though they were noticeably closer to the Misty Mountains than they had been. Currently they were traveling along a low ravine between hills. It was somewhat less strenuous travel than going over the hills would be, though the terrain was tougher since there were far more trees in the ravine than on the hills leading up to the Misty Mountains. This had forced them to go in single file several times, and the scouts to either side had not been able to move very far away from the rest of the group before losing them in the trees. After the dwarves and their companions had finished training, they sat around the fire as the cooks fought their nightly battle against Bomber while trying to finish the night's meal. The fire was a low one since they were wary of running into any other trolls, or worse, orcs in the area, but Bilbo had nabbed 2 rabbits that afternoon, adding some meat to the meal. Harry sat leaning back against one of the rucksacks as he winced, massaging his thigh and knee. Thorin had thumped him a good one with the flat of his training blade, and the wound was only now slowly disappearing. It was ironic that his magic could so quickly deal with such small wounds, yet the scars on his hands and chest remained. Curse scars are like that, I guess, Harry thought ruefully, touching his lightning bolt scar lightly for a moment. Then again, even those scars are nothing to the pain inside. Feeling his thoughts turn dark at that moment, Harry looked up from his thigh and was about to start up another prank war with Filly and Keely when one of the other dwarves, Oin, came over to him holding something in his hand. Mr. Potter. The dwarf began. Just Harry, please, Oin. I think after slaying 3 trolls and so many days on the road together we're well past the last name stage, Harry quipped, smiling both at the dwarf's odd formality and at the interruption. Well, it's good you mentioned the trolls since that were what I wanted to talk to ya about. Didn't know if you noticed at the time, but that troll whose arm ya smashed, it had me dead to rights, Harry. Oin actually shivered a moment. I swear I saw me life flashing before me eyes, and 't was far too short a journey. He coughed, looking down at his beard for a moment, which Harry noticed was white and rather shorter than most of the others, before thrusting out his hand. Anyway, I remember you and Gandalf smoking the morning we left Bag End, but haven't seen ya do so since, so I figured this might help you. Harry took the object Oin held out to him. It was a crude but decently made pipe, shorter than Gandalf's, with a far simpler end to it, without the carvings that adorned Gandalf's. He put it to his mouth and found the end of it actually tasted of pine, which he thought would add a bit to the pleasure of the smoke. Thank you for the gift Oin, but you should know that such things between friends aren't necessary. Harry grinned suddenly, gesturing past Oin to where Gloin had turned to watch his brother and the human. On the other hand, if you could convince your brother to share some of his mead. Oin laughed, as did the other dwarves. If he is going to share with anyone it should be his own brother. Oin said addressing Gloin. Away with the lot of you. You know this is the last mead we've got, and I'll not be sharing it with anyone until we're within sight of the Lonely Mountain. That'll be a moment worthy of celebration. Gloin bellowed, getting to his feet and making for his brother, one fist raised in mock threat. And as for you, you mead thief, you've stolen enough of it from me over the years to equal your share of the treasure when we finish this journey. Watching the two brothers fall into a familial argument, Harry leaned back once more, as Gandalf moved over to him with Thorin, holding a bag of pipe weed. A moment later the three of them were smoking away on their pipes. Harry smiled lazily, watching his smoke be turned into shapes of ships and animals under Gandalf's magic. He tried to do the same thing, reaching out to control the air with his magic and will rather than with a specific spell, but Gandalf merely chuckled, beating off his attempts with ease. Despite that defeat, however, Harry felt this was a most pleasant way to end the day. Oh! They are going towards the Misty Mountains. Growled a rangy orc, dropping out of the saddle of his mount as several others scattered around him. The rest of his hunting band followed his example quickly, examining the dead trolls. The fact 2 of those trolls had been killed before they were turned to stone was worrying, but they still had a task to do. Send word to all the ranging packs, they are to join us here. Once we are all gathered we will go after them with all speed. We must take them before they reach the cursed house of the filthy half-elf. Oh! The next day Gandalf let drop a bit of a revelation as they were once more riding along the ravine in single file. Has it occurred to you, young Harry, that there are a few fast and dirty rules of magic that you mentioned in your world that remain the case here, only more so? We've talked about those before, Gandalf. You've mentioned a few of them, conservation of water, air, that kind of thing, Harry said from around the top of his new pipe. Even if he didn't actually like smoking all that much, he was not going to turn down the gift, and perhaps he would acquire a taste for it. Certainly it seemed the normal thing to do around here. You mentioned that this headmaster, he who thought himself wise, Gandalf started, his teeth gritting on the term. He did not like talking about that man. The very idea of someone in such a position of power doing nothing with that power and letting someone else do all his fighting for him was abhorrent to Gandalf. That he lived for, what was it, 170 years? And was still spry. Quite spry, yes, Harry said with a nod. But he wasn't the oldest witch or wizard I knew of. There was another one, Griselda, I think her name was. She was at least 100 years older than that. Gandalf nodded. How old do you think I am? As old as dirt? Harry asked, winking at the older man. Gandalf chuckled. Not quite. Although you're closer than you might think, he thought, amused. After all, Gandalf, or Oranine, had been among those who sang the song of this world. He could remember it even now, the great song. He could remember the discordant note introduced by Melkor, then how the music changed as Eru-Elevator turned that darkness to his own design, and thus the song became even fuller, more vibrant and alive. Yet at the same time, darkness and sin was built into the very world from that moment on. I sometimes wonder if Eru-Elevator intended that as well, or simply did not understand what it would entail for mortal beings upon this world. Shaking himself out of his memories, Gandalf went on in a lower voice, conjuring up a bit of magic to keep their words from moving beyond a small sphere which neatly encompassed the two wizards and their mounts. You see, there is a connection between magic and lifespan, young Harry. Elves are inherently magical to a degree that no other race can even come close to, and can live practically forever. There are thousands of elves in the land beyond Belegayr that remember all of the ages of this world. Gandalf gestured down to himself. As for myself, I may look human, but I have even more magic than most elves save those of the firstborn who have made a study of it. And I will live until my task is done as you see me, unchanging. He laughed suddenly, a gay, almost young sound that at the same time spoke of experience somehow in a way Harry could not understand. Except for a few more grey hairs, a bit more dirt on the robe, perhaps even a scar here and there. Such things help to remember what you have done and seen, and I would not be without them. He went on more seriously, however, after his brief moment of humor. But you are magical to a degree that no human has ever been. You could live for hundreds upon hundreds of years, even more than a Númenórine. The Númenóreans? You've mentioned the sinking of an island of that name, and the bending of the world by Eru-Elevator. But this is the first time you've mentioned that the people there lived longer than other humans, Harry said, his eyes narrowed in thought. Yes, that never came out, did it? But in any event, it is so. They live far longer than mere normal men, and your lifespan could possibly exceed theirs. That's interesting. As is the fact you just used present tense to describe them. I wonder what that could mean? Harry thought. I say this for a reason, Harry," Gandalf said, moving his horse closer to Harry's pony, reaching over and down to the younger man's shoulder, squeezing it. "There is a sadness in you, a grief that eats at you. It comes through to those about you at times despite your normal japery." Harry stiffened, and his mouth quirked into a rictus of a smile as if he were about to say something that would have either diffused the moment or attempted to cover his grief with some joke or other. But Gandalf's stare halted him. "I know it, and you have not yet healed. But I ask you to at least be open to the possibility of healing in time. You do not do those you loved any justice by holding on to your grief, Harry Potter. Let the grief go and keep the memories. Live for them, don't live your life in grief." Harry stared at him for a moment before nodding his head slowly and turning away, hurrying his pony along. From behind Gandalf, Balin sighed, moving up to join the wizard. While he had been unable to hear anything the two said, the young human's face was practically an open book to one of his years. "He lost his one, I can feel it. That kind of pain will never go away, Gandalf," he said sadly. "Humans do not have ones as you dwarves do. I often think it would be better all around if humans do, but they do not. And even you dwarves can move past that pain, can you not? Still feeling it, but not letting it hurl you into death?" Gandalf asked, looking over at Balin shrewdly. Balin slowly nodded, his eyes far away, remembering happier times. We can that. I'd recommend staying away from him for the rest of the day though. Let Harry settle down again. Teach your grandfather to dig coal," Gandalf said in Dwarfish, and Balin surprised himself by laughing. The next day the trip seemed normal until around midday, when the dwarf riding scout downhill of the column turned up to them fast, coming through the woods with more haste than he normally would, pulling his pony to a stop quickly at the front of the column where Harry, Thorin, and Gandalf were riding. "There's something coming up from the south of us. It's coming fast, whatever it is, and there's some kind of banging I heard a time or two, like wood smacking into wood. It's not in sight yet, but it will be soon." Thorin looked around, thinking quickly. It wasn't an ideal spot, but if Keely was right they wouldn't be able to evade something moving at that speed. "Take the ponies over there," he ordered, gesturing to a large rocky outcropping uphill from their current position. "Ori, Nori, take care of them. The rest of you get armed." "There is no such thing as coincidence," Gandalf said grimly as he clambered off his horse, grabbing his staff and his new sword. It wasn't glowing yet, but if there was an enemy out there it soon would. "This cannot be coincidence." Harry frowned, one hand on the hilt of his sword, his other twitching occasionally at his side as he thought of what spells to use. Gandalf caught that and shook his head quickly. "Wait until my sword is glowing, at the very least." Harry nodded, but he was not prepared for the sight that came over the low rise to the trail they were on, racing through the trees towards them. It was a sled of some kind, small and of light but durable construction, made mostly of wood. It was being pulled by 12 giant rabbits, rabbits of a size that standing on their hind legs their ears reached Bilbo's shoulders. On the back of the contraption was a man who had to be another wizard. "Radagast!" Gandalf exclaimed, waving his hands in the air quickly. "He's a friend, let him approach." "You told your order about our movements, Gandalf?" Thorin exclaimed, glaring over at the wizard. "No, I did not, Thorin Oakenshield," Gandalf said, glaring at the dwarf, his beard bristling. "But those of my order have ways of finding one another that have nothing whatsoever to do with prior knowledge of our movement." By this point Radagast had crisscrossed through the trees towards them. His sled came to a halt just a little lower on the incline of the hill they were on than the majority of the column. "Gandalf! I've been looking for you." Harry looked at the newcomer with his head cocked to one side. He was younger looking than Gandalf, or perhaps simply not as weathered as the grey wizard. He wore brown cloak, brown pants, and a brown undershirt and hat. His beard wasn't as long as Gandalf's and was bushy and bristling, and it also seemingly had life within it. "There's a bird in his hat, and is that a porcupine or squirrel in his beard?" Twigs and other things stuck out here and there, along with flowers blooming from a few of them. "Gandalf," Harry said thoughtfully as Gandalf got down from his horse and moved toward the newcomer. "Is there something you want to tell me about your Order of the Sacred Fire? Perhaps what it's fueled by, a certain weed methinks, or perhaps some variety of mushrooms." "Yes, well, this is Radagast. He is an excellent wizard at his own way of things, though what he is doing here I don't know," Gandalf said in a low tone. "He's not a fighter by any means, but his knowledge of forest and animal is matchless." Nearing his fellow wizard Gandalf's eyes narrowed behind his bushy brows. Holding out his hand towards Radagast he stared at the other man. "You're sweating, Radagast," he said softly. "What is it that has brought you so far from home?" Glancing behind Gandalf's shoulder Radagast took in all the dwarves, nodded companionably to them, then pulled Gandalf to the back of his sled. "Something is stirring, Gandalf. Some darkness is upon my forest." Harry and Thorin had moved up to take part in the conversation. Gandalf was about to wave them both off, then thought better of it, waving them to join them instead. Radagast blinked at that, looking over at the dwarf and the young human before his eyes widened in surprise at something he saw in Harry. Gandalf, what have you found? I rather think we just sort of found one another. Though maybe these higher powers that you two serve might have a hand in that, Harry said, shrugging his shoulders. Not certain how I feel about that if it is indeed the case. Radagast took this with surprising aplomb, simply nodding his head and then turning back to Gandalf. I've been looking for you, Gandalf. Something is. He trailed off for a moment. Wait a moment. I had it, it was on the tip of my tongue. Harry and Thorin watched as the apparently scatterbrained wizard pulled a stick insect out of his mouth. However, when he began to talk once more he was far more serious. Harry thought it was as if he had needed a moment of revelry before turning to more serious matters. There is a sickness in the greenwood, Gandalf, a sickness in the air and the earth. The air is foul with decay. Trees and plants are turning dark, evil of soul or simply dying. Greenwood? Harry asked Thorin out of the corner of his mouth. An ancient name for Mirkwood, from before the fall of Erebor, Thorin replied, his eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. Radagast had continued speaking while Harry asked his question, and was now answering a question from Gandalf. Spiders, Gandalf. Giant spiders the size of a man, some foul get of Ungoliant, or I'm not a wizard. I thought Ungoliant was dead. Harry interrupted, moving forward with Thorin. Killed by the followers of Morgoth after they turned on one another. Alas no, Harry, Gandalf said while Radagast blinked, seemingly having forgotten he and his brother wizard were not alone in this discussion. Ungoliant fled from Morgoth as Balrogs, and where she finally died none know, though it is known that before she passed she sired many species of giant spiders. Harry frowned at that, exchanging a glance with Thorin, but Radagast spoke up once more, preventing any further questions just yet. I followed the initial infestation's trail. They came from Dol Guldur, Gandalf. At the name Dol Guldur it was as if a shadow had passed over the small clearing, blotting out the sun for a moment. All of them felt it, but it was Gandalf who replied. Dol Guldur? That fortress is abandoned. No, Gandalf, it is not. There is a power there. The necromancer, you've heard of him, surely? He's back, or perhaps never left. Regardless, he is there, and he is powerful. Radagast shuddered. As powerful as this one perhaps. He is a shadow of an ancient evil, he said, gesturing to Harry. He was able to summon up ghosts of ancient dead to guard himself, but I still saw him. Such darkness I never wish to feel again, Radagast finished, shivering as if he had been dunked into ice. These giant spiders, how prevalent are they in the northwest of the forest? Thorin asked, his thoughts centered on what this news meant for his company and quest. Harry remained silent, staring between the two wizards, wondering what this necromancer was and what his presence meant. Or rather, how it tied into Gandalf, his order, and the history the old wizard had told him about. They have begun to encroach even on elven lands in the forest, take of that what you will, Radagast said sharply. The road through the forest might be safe, there are enchantments laid upon it that protect those who stay within its bounds. But those enchantments have become twisted as well, both by the design of Thranduil and by the darkness growing power. Its corrupting effect goes before even the spiders. It would take us months, possibly even a year out of our way to try to go around it, Thorin said, growling the words. We have no choice but to attempt it. This darkness, can it be expelled? Harry asked intently. The spells on the path worried him less than the darkness, given how seriously Radagast and Gandalf were taking it. We have spells for such, yes, Radagast said. I did that very thing back in my home of Rosegobel when the darkness tried to encroach there. Whether you do so or not, I cannot say. That's all right, then, Harry said thoughtfully. I can perform a spell that might be able to do the same thing. It works in my world to see off a monster that feeds off happiness and good emotions, it could work in the same fashion against this encroaching corruption. Though I don't even know at this point if I'll be able to cast it. Harry shrugged off that dark thought, looking over at Gandalf. You'll have to show me that spell at some point, Gandalf said musingly. But still, I highly doubt a merely mortal wizard could gain such power. It is just not the necromancer, it is what he might be allied with, Radagast said, shaking his head and puffing on his pipe, a long-necked, simple-looking thing, irritably. There is more to it than the spiders or the corruption. With that Radagast looked searchingly at Harry and Thorin for a moment before turning back to his sled, reaching into it for a bundle. It was covered by a bit of brown cloth, but when he pulled it back it revealed a sword, a simple, almost crude-looking thing all of grey metal. But that was only what it looked like, not like what it felt to those with magic to see it. Harry flinched away from the thing as Gandalf gasped, but in the younger man's case it wasn't just the magical feel of the thing that had caused him to flinch away, or at least not entirely. Harry's scars burned with the cold, as if they had been doused in ice or something even colder, and he jerked away, cursing for a moment. Luckily the effect didn't spread out beyond the sword very far. Wringing his hands out, Harry glared at the sword. That feels almost like a Dementor, the monsters I mentioned. Thorin glared at the thing, his hand going to his sword. Such abominations should be destroyed, he said, gritting his teeth. He didn't feel the thing's miasma of evil as the three wizards did, or indeed as humans or even elves would have. Dwarves were hardy folk, and pretty much immune to such influences. Even the mighty rings of power could not change dwarves overmuch, though they could influence the luck of their owners. But he could feel the cold of the grave the blade emitted, and that was enough to tell him what it was. What the hell is it? Harry asked, still staring at the thing, his hands now clenched into fists despite the lingering pain in them. A fell blade of Mordor. Such blades were habitually held in the hands of those whose souls have been turned to evil, held from going to their rightful rest both by the mind of their master and their own tainted will. Gandalf said slowly, not able to turn his eyes away from the blade. Then he looked up at Harry, his eyes compassionate. They come from beyond the grave, you could almost say, and they partake of the cold of it. I take it finding this blade is a VBT, or very bad thing, then. Harry tried to make a joke, his teeth showing in a rictus grin for a moment, but it fell flat. He did understand what Gandalf had said, however. His scars had been created by a creature much like the one Gandalf was describing, save in Riddle's case he had no master. The fact that being near even the weapon of a similar creature could cause his scars to act up was concerning, but Harry had no idea what to do about it. I took this from a ghost which attacked me at Dol Guldur under the command of the necromancer, Radagast said grimly. After dispersing it, that was when I saw the necromancer. I had no choice but to flee at that point, but I was able to take this with me despite the necromancer's creatures of the air coming after me. You did well, my friend. Leave this with me for now. Our company is making for Imladris already. I will show it to Elrond, and he and I will convene the White Council to decide what we should do. Thorin's eyes narrowed. This necromancer seems to be a threat, but not one our company can deal with, Gandalf, and indeed he is not a direct threat to us. Yet I can tell it concerns you greatly. Did you know of this necromancer before joining up with us? Just then the four of them were interrupted by the rear scout, Boffer, coming up at a rapid pace. He looked almost frantic as he pointed over his shoulder, stumbling down the hill of rock, moss, and trees to where the four had moved to talk privately away from the rest of the company. We've got wolves out there somewhere, you'll be able to hear them in a minute. And they are moving right along our back trail. A second after he said that a wolf came over the crest of the hill behind them, moving quickly through the small gorge they had been following before meeting with Radagast. It was struck through the eye by an arrow from Bilbo, but the giant wolf, large as a horse, had a rider. The rider, a small goblin, rolled as his mount collapsed under him but was brained almost at once by Ori. Gulping, Boffer shrugged his shoulders. All right, so they were a lot closer than I thought they were. And a lot bigger too. Thorin cursed, staring at the two corpses before looking all around them. Wargs. They must have trailed myself and Harry from the destruction of their outpost. I would not have thought there would be enough of them that we missed in our attack left alive for them to go looking for trouble, though. The White Orc, Thorin, Balin said slowly. You mentioned his name. If he is alive he'd be looking for you to avenge his lost hand. And we seem to have been found. Thorin was still looking around at the forest woodlands shaking his head. We can't fight them here, we're too strung out on this trail, the ground's too uneven to fight from. Wolves could move through terrain like this far better than any two-legged person could, and the trees were far too close here for the dwarves to use their bows. We have to get some distance. I'll try to lead them off for you, Radagast said. They will catch you, those are Gundabit wargs out there. Gandalf shouted, also looking around in thought. These are Rosegobel rabbits, I'd like to see them try. Radagast snapped back, and suddenly Harry had no trouble seeing the connection between these two wizards, seeing a fierceness in Radagast that hadn't been there a moment ago. I might be able to help, if you're willing to try it, Radagast, Harry said, looking over at Gandalf. Illusions to cover him with the likeness of our party. Though I have no idea how long they'll remain in place. And there's no way I could control conjured animals that far away from me. Conjured animals? Radagast asked intently, his smile becoming something that reminded Harry of Luna Lovegood for a moment, eliciting a grin from Harry. A moment later Radagast's sled was racing off through the woodland, banging and scrapping its way over rocks and through trees as Radagast shouted something aloud in Dwarfish, a list of words that should not be spoken in polite company. Instead of the 8 rabbits that had previously been pulling his sled, there were now 16, all of them obeying his commands just like the originals. Around him were hearts, racing through the woods with him like an honor guard. Each of them in turn was covered by an illusion of a dwarf on a pony. Harry breathed deeply, the effort of creating such lifelike animals, and imbuing them with enough magic to last for a few hours had taken it out of him for a moment. I hope that works. Ha, never fear my young friend. Radagast will lead them a merry chase. Gandalf said, helping Harry over to his pony while Thorin organized the others. Ponies were sure-footed creatures who could subsist off the land far more easily than most horses, and intelligent to boot. But they were not fast, especially in terrain like this. Nonetheless, the party broke out of the ravine out onto a flat top of the hill without running into further enemies. However, not all of the warg riders had been fooled by Radagast. Several of them had remained on the trail, coming out of the ravine after the dwarves. Bilbo, riding at the back of the column, saw them and hissed a warning. The dwarves all hid among the scattered rocks of white and grey stone scattered around the hillside, while Bilbo and Philly readied their bows just in case. Hiding with his pony under a mulefalatio with Gandalf and Duel, Harry smacked his forehead. Damnit, scent. The wargs didn't smell my illusions. I would think that the smell of Radagast and his rabbits would have driven the wargs to chase them in any event, Harry. Don't beat yourself over the head with it, it's not your fault, Gandalf muttered, summoning up a bit of air. Nonetheless, that gives me an idea. He began to work the air with the skill of an artist, pulling the scent of the dwarves and their ponies away from the wargs, letting the trail disappear in front of them. However, before he could do so entirely, one of the wargs spotted Ori. He had hidden in a small dip in the land between two rocks, hidden from the first few wargs, but not after they had begun sniffing all around. It howled, calling its pack to the hunt, and rocketed towards the young dwarf's position. Before it could attack him, however, 2 arrows flew, and rider and warg both fell dead to arrows through the eye. Despite that, the damage was done, the beast's howl having already summoned its fellows. Answering howls resounded from the ravine and the hills all around the dwarves' current position. Nearer to hand, the warg riders in view turned and raced for Ori and their pack-mates killers. The 3 of them broke cover, racing away, and the rest of the party soon followed, coming together quickly. That's Tornit, we'll have to fight. Philly, Keely, any large rock we can put our backs to. Thorin shouted over the ever-increasing noise of their pursuers. Over there. Keely shouted, urging his mule forward, though the animal needed little urging, hearing the dirge of the wargs behind them. The group saw where he was pointing, a large rocky outcropping about 200 feet away and about 2 stories tall, with wide sides. It looked like a decent place to make a stand. Harry turned once to send a wide area-cutting spell behind them, and Gandalf turned as well, lashing out with his own blast of air pressure which hurled clumps of their assailants away, but not enough to stop them, though they became more circumspect for a time, running around the group as far as they could while keeping an eye on them. Harry estimated the 2 magic attacks had killed 7 or 9 of the attackers, but there were still at least 40 warg riders around them. They didn't close yet, however, and the company made for the rock Keely had spotted. Philly immediately climbed up the rock face with Bilbo following. The 2 archers exchanged a glance, then stared out past the warg riders the others could see to the mass still coming out of the woodlands. Gandalf was right. Running was the only thing we could do, but ah well. It's been nice knowing you, Bilbo. It's been an adventure knowing you as well, Philly, but don't give up just yet. We're still alive, after all. So saying, Bilbo drew back his hobbit bow, letting fly. A warg rider fell off his beast, an arrow through its throat. I was aiming for its chest, but that will do. And besides, we have 2 wizards with us. If they can't change the odds against us, I don't know what power in this world could. Harry, we need those shields now. Thorin barked, then began to order the dwarves around into a semicircle. Harry nodded and began to conjure up the shields. Soon all of the dwarves save Ori, Duel, Thorin, and Keely had shields. Those 4 stood behind the other dwarves who grabbed up the shields, pulling out their swords. The mules were pressed to the rock, and Gandalf muttered something as he moved among them. Each mule stilled as if under a spell, and the dwarves formed a shield wall in a semicircle around the rock. Here they come! Shouted Philly from above as he and Bilbo began to duel with some archers among the warg riders. The 2 archers moved around on top of the rock, but it was Gandalf who provided most of their protection. Every time the enemy launched arrows, he would raise his staff and a wind would pick up, blowing the arrows off course. Then he would lower it, and the 2 archers would be able to aim true. Call it out, Thorin! Harry shouted over the din of the approaching wolves and their riders' bellows as he moved to join Duel and the others, back of the line. Thorin hopped up onto the side of the rocky outcropping to see the battle, while above them Bilbo's next arrow took one of the wolves in the eye, dumping it to the ground, crushing its rider, and taking out another. Philly's shot didn't do as well, taking out one of the riders with an arrow through the chest, hurling him off his warg, but the warg kept on coming, baying for blood. Harry waited, his magic crackling around one hand behind his body as he stared at the oncoming group of around 40 or so. They were trying to spread out, but Gandalf was having none of it. He waved his hand and cracks of air lashed out from the top of his staff, swirling through the air like small hurricanes, lashing out and tossing them back occasionally or just blocking their arrows. The attackers seemingly paused for a moment, taking that in the defense of the dwarves in, then more of them came out of the woods, charging forward to join the group already present. Just as the first of the wolves were about to impact the line of shield-bearing dwarves, Thorin shouted aloud, and those shields clanked together then down onto the ground as the dwarves holding them huddled down behind them. Now, Harry! Harry cast his spells, and the charge slammed home onto the shield wall. The wargs were large and should have been able to blast through the dwarves just like the troll clubs Dwellin had been worried about when Harry first described the shield wall. But thanks to Harry's spells on the shields, that didn't happen. Instead, the chaotic charge shattered, bouncing away in places as the wolves smashed off the shields, turning in place, snarling at one another, or just whimpering in pain as if they had run into wall. Thorin shouted once more. Loose and stab. At that Harry undid the spells and the dwarves holding the shields rose up, pressing the wargs and dismounted goblins back, off balance. Now that the momentum of their charge was gone, the dwarves were strong enough to overcome the wargs' size, and goblins were weaker than dwarves by far. The dwarves of the line now began stabbing forward with their swords. Several wargs and goblins died immediately, and more fell back. Now move apart! Thorin shouted, racing forward. At that command the dwarves holding the line parted slightly, while the second line of the charging attackers tried to get itself under control. Thorin and the others, including Harry, charged through. Harry ran a dismounted goblin through the chest, turning to cast a point-blank cutting spell at a warg recovering slowly from the impact with the unbreakable shield wall. He then ducked under a blade aimed for his head, dodged another spear thrust for his heart, and cut its owner down while Dwellin cut the goblin sword wielder down before killing two wounded wargs in quick succession. Nearby Keely and Thorin fought, the older oaken shield's blade glowing as he hacked at the goblins, who gasped and snarled trying to get away from the fell blade as they shouted imprecations in their own tongue. Keely, too, held his own, his sword flashing faster as he protected his uncle's side. Ori stood on Thorin's other side, not as lethal as the two kinsmen, but his blows had a monstrous power to them. Once, his hammer flung a warg back several dozen paces from the force of the blow to the head. More wargs incoming! Shouted Bilbo. Get back, Thorin! Back! Thorin bellowed, and he and his team retreated, pulling back behind the shield line. Without any order from Thorin that shield line shrank once more, their shields clanking into place. That was magnificent! Harry shouted, backing away further and joining Gandalf on the small step of the rocky outcropping. Once there he began to lash the attackers with spells. First he tried to use illusions, conjuring up a group of dwarves trying to run off, but it didn't seem to work on the wargs. Harry couldn't conjure up smells to go with the illusions quickly enough for them to fool the animal senses, and the goblins learned quickly to follow their beast's lead. Worse, the orcs and wargs dealt with his following attempt of conjured animals quickly, so quickly Harry didn't really want to use that attack again, he'd feel sorry for the little critters. How long the battle went on, Harry didn't know. Goblin reinforcements came out from the woods several more times, joining the battle, adding to the attackers' numbers. Harry estimated there were at least 300 or so wargs and goblins out there. They couldn't seem to get a handle on the shield tactics, and whenever Thorin and his group of warriors charged out, they positively slaughtered the enemy for a few moments before retreating behind the shields again. The other dwarves in that shield wall also did some damage when they let loose with their short swords. At one point Harry nearly fell, stumbling over a downed goblin as an orc, larger than the goblins by far, attacked him. He stared at the sword coming for his chest. At least I'll see Hermione soon this way. Then Thorin was there, cutting the orc in half at the waist before pulling up Harry in a grip of iron. Move, you foolish man, move. With that the two of them once more retreated behind the shield wall with the others. However, eventually the attacking goblins got over their own bloodlust and began to circle the group, launching arrow upon arrow at them. In return Gandalf defended the company's position from the arrows while Harry, Bilbo, and Philly fired back. Harry's attack spells did a lot of damage, but the attackers learned quickly to not bunch up, constantly moving around the group on their wargs so he couldn't kill more than two of them with any one spell. Feeling himself weaken, Harry looked down at Gandalf. He was intent on asking him if the older wizard had any idea how to get out of this, but he saw the older wizard suddenly smile. Ah, I believe help is about to arrive. Cocking an eyebrow, Harry turned his attention back to the battle only to watch as something new was added to the battlefield. Arrows flew from one side of the battle, impacting the group of orcs and goblins, smashing several dozen of them out of the saddle in as many seconds. Then 60 of what could only be elves charged into view over the ridgeline, firing arrows as they came, then closing with sword and lance to finish those their arrow barrage hadn't killed. The dwarves stood watching this activity behind the pile of corpses they had made, waiting. Soon enough the elves had finished off the warg riders, and one of them left the others behind, moving his horse daintily through the littered corpses before halting beyond the ring of dead the dwarves had caused, the bodies too thick for his horse to traverse safely. He pulled off his helmet revealing an aquiline face of middle years with long straight brown hair draping down his neck and shoulders. His ears were pointed, rising up out of his hair, and his eyes were warm as he gazed upon Gandalf. Mithrandir, so you are the reason orcs and their ilk dare to come so close to my realm. Frowning, Harry hit the elf with a spell, which the man seemed to sense, his hand flying down to his sword. Peace, Elrond. My rude friend here merely used a translation spell on you. Gandalf said quickly as both elves and dwarves bristled. Sorry if you took offense, but where I come from it's rude to speak in a language not everyone in the conversation can follow, Harry said glibly, casting the same spell on the nearest dwarves, who smirked at his comment. I see you found the strange magic user who has been making so much noise in the ether of late, Mithrandir, Elrond said dryly, though his mouth twitched as the human seemingly addressed him in perfect Elven. Welcome, unknown one, to Middle-earth. Though you travel in odd company for a seeming human. I am Thorin, son of Thrain, king under the mountain, Lord Elrond. Harry Potter is my ally and friend, Lord Elrond, Thorin said formally, hiding a smile by kneeling to clean his blade, feeling that Harry's translation spell was getting up the elf's nose enough at the moment. This thought was compounded as Elrond looked amazed at his own speaking of the elven tongue. He came to Middle-earth in great distress, and I aided him in getting onto his feet. Since then we have become friends and travel together. And why would 13 dwarves, a hobbit and an unknown human wizard be traveling with you, Mithrandir? I have to wonder if perhaps you have overstepped yourself, Elrond said in the trade tongue, staring hard at Gandalf, before allowing a faint smile to appear on his face as he looked at Harry and the dwarves. Yet nonetheless, you and your company, Thorin, and you, Mithrandir, are welcome in Imladris. Follow us and you will have as much rest and welcome as you would allow us to give. With that Elrond turned away, and the dwarves, after looking at one another for a few moments, gathered their packs and once more climbed into the saddle to follow the elves. End chapter. Originally I had intended to have this chapter cover the events in Rivendell, but looking at the notes I had on that bit, I felt I was not giving enough attention to all the undercurrents, and certainly not to the first meeting between Harry, Galadriel, and Saruman. So that will all happen in the next chapter. But having realized that, I have to think about how I want to play that aspect once more so this story will not appear in July's poll. Sorry, need to think about that, do some more research, and think about how I want to play the difference between Harry's magic and those of the history going forward. Also need to seriously think about how to portray Saruman, need to make certain of a few facts of his fall from grace etc. The poll here and over on my part1 page is up now, but will be closed on the 10th of July. That will give me the rest of the month to work on the stories which win the polls. Those first 10 days I will use to work on the One Piece/Ranma crossover that is my current part1 only exclusive work, as well as maybe writing up an omake. If you wish to have access to those works in a larger voice in what stories I pursue, please go over and sign up. I will also be using those days to follow up on reviews. I realize I've been falling behind on those somewhat in a few of my stories, and I apologize, but I hope to turn that around a bit in the next few days. Chapter 5. Last name's not Tolkien and I'm a guy. So, once more the monthly poll went very differently from here in comparison to over on part1. Here on fanfic this story took the poll, Master Splinter voice, ha, I tell a funny, position with 282. But it only took in 332 votes over on part1. However, since it is one of the stories which hasn't been updated in a long time which is still alive, I added in my own 200 votes to it, giving it a total of 814. In second place here was Anything Goes Game Changer, with 260. It won 326 votes over on Patty. This gave it a total of 586. Third place here was Gods and Devils, again quite close, with 241. Elsewhere it brought in more votes than Game Changer at 332. This gave it a total of 573. And in fourth place, but first over on part1, was Semblance of Hope. On fanfic it only brought in 157, but here it blew away the competition, with 770. This gave it a total of 927, making it the winner. However, because Fate Touched hasn't been updated in a while, and I put my own votes toward it, I then put up another poll over on part1 between Fate Touched and what I call teaser chapters, one-off story starters which I post over there. If you want to see more, sign up and you'll get them in Omax from my Magic of the Force universe where I send Harry and co back to Hogwarts. Thankfully for those of you looking forward to this chapter, it won this second poll with 60% of the votes. Warning: this has not been baited. I have a beta reader set up for the future of this story when we get to the Dwarven Realms, but I lack a real small mistakes guy for this story. If you think you can do the job, and wish to earn this story 10 points per chapter you look at to put towards your story choice of that month, PM me. Chapter 5, A Meeting Unforeseen. As they traveled to Rivendell, Harry had fallen back from the forefront of the column, wishing to touch base with each of the dwarves in turn. He was amused to note that Thorin did the same thing, clapping shoulders and trading jokes with every dwarf in the column as well as Bilbo. He spent several minutes speaking quietly to Bilbo, in fact, well away from Gandalf and their erstwhile host. Whether they were really out of hearing range Harry couldn't say, but it was evident that Thorin was asking some questions of Bilbo about elves in general and Elrond in particular. Eventually, however, Thorin returned to the front of the column and spoke politely if succinctly with Elrond as Gandalf looked on, puffing once more on his pipe. Harry did not, preferring to let Elrond and Thorin talk about the company's journey and various issues without muddying the conversation with his own. It was evident however that Elrond, for all his politeness and welcome of them, was being eaten alive by curiosity of the magic-using yet seeming mortal young man. Still, his sense of propriety seemed to be in control, and he refrained from looking toward Harry more than a dozen or so times before they came to the edge of Rivendell itself. This edge was not marked out as far as the dwarves could tell, but Harry felt it, like a subtle touch to his skin, making his hair stand on end. He glanced sharply at Gandalf and Elrond, only to find them both looking at him, the ancient wizard with a humorous quirk to his mouth around his pipe and Elrond, a searching look to his eyes. Yet as he and Harry locked eyes, that look faded and he smiled. "Be welcome, one and all to Imladris, or Rivendell as men call it." That was the only sign of any habitation they saw for some time, until the column came through a crack in the hill to discover the path overlooked a hidden valley. The valley itself was wide, going on as far as Harry could see, filled with trees from one end to another. Yet here and there among those trees was an interweaving community of some size, with houses, 2, 3 and even 4 sorry sprawling mansions of stone built here and there, not fighting the nature around them, but working with them to a certain degree. There was also the sound of water, not just from within the valley but from one edge of it, and looking in that direction Harry could see another side of the valley at the edge of his sight was protected further by a wide river. Yet behind that, there were fountains, visible even from here, tiny pools of deep water splashing one into another. And on the breeze there was song, not just voices, though the quality of those voices would have astonished Harry had he any ear for music. But no, there were wood instruments, a series of flutes and many stringed instrument working in chorus, their song filling the valley from one end to another. Again as the sounds of the valley began to flow gently over them Harry felt the touch of magic. It was a kind he had never seen before, a softer, gentler side of Gandalf's air magic perhaps. Regardless, Harry knew suddenly with the sort of intuitive grasp of magic that had always irritated Hermione and his more bookish friends, that the magic of the valley would repel anything of the dark. So long as that first defense and the power behind but yet not part of that music was there, this valley would remain clean of the taint of evil. "This is my home Thorin Oakenshield and Company, so long as you remain within this valley you are under my protection and that of my people. No evil can come within this valley, save that within you," Elrond said, his voice somehow even more formal than they had been when he initially welcomed them into the valley, and in Elvish this time, since he knew that Harry and many of the dwarves could now understand his native tongue. His eyes flashed between Thorin and Harry in particular for some reason, searching, judging. What he was searching for Harry had no idea, but he seemed satisfied, as he turned away and gestured the company to follow him. They did so, their ponies prancing now beside the taller horses of the elves, the sound and feel of the valley working with the magic of the elves to make them nearly giddy. Bilbo wasn't much better, beaming around him happily as the feeling of welcome worked on him. Harry could feel it too, but the magic of the valley couldn't quite get a grip on him, though the feeling of the place did bring a faint smile to his face. The dwarves in contrast seemed almost immune to both magic and the feeling the music and valley evoked, looking around in some distrust. But a barked word from Thorin had Philly and Keely moving through the company, reminding all and sundry to be on their best behavior. They especially reminded Duel several times, Harry noticed, amused. Soon they were led through the valley and over a small stone bridge and into what looked like a large cobbled square. Their servants came out, dressed in flowing robes of green and white. They bowed quickly to Elrond and Gandalf, then moved forward taking their horses and leading them off. After a few commands in Elvish that Thorin and Harry could follow thanks to his spell, Elrond turned to Thorin. "My servants here will tend to your animals, while you and your friends are shown to the bathing areas. By the time you are done there, we will have laid out clean clothing for you all if you wish, and I will send another servant to lead you to my dining hall. Time enough for more serious discussions this evening after we have all been fed and watered." "Is that your way of telling us we stink?" Harry asked while the dwarves grumbled and Bilbo looked like he was about to swoon. "In a word, yes," Gandalf said responding in kind and causing Harry to laugh as Elrond, and more obviously his servants, looked pained. "And if you do not, I certainly do. Moreover I am certain a bath and a nice bearding will put us all in better moods." Harry held up his hand conceding the point. Each of the guests were shown to a separate room with their own personal bathing areas, something every dwarf approved of, being rather prudish about nakedness even with other men. Harry, for his part just stared at the bath, which reminded him of what he had seen of the prefect's bath in Hogwarts, complete with hot water and numerous types of soap. Pity it seems to be missing the mermaids though. Ah well, one can't have everything. Gingerly pulling off his clothing and setting it all aside, Harry winced as he finally registered that yes, he did kind of stink. It had been several weeks since he had arrived in this world, and he had probably been rather ripe when he arrived to boot. Once naked he slowly lowered himself into the bath, grimacing then smiling as the heat of the water first stung then began to work at his muscles in a way he hadn't even realized he needed. With a whoop he dived forward, fully immersing himself. Once he realized he was beginning to prune Harry exited the bath with visible reluctance, making certain he had cleaned his hair and body as much as possible. Outside the bathing area he found a servant had indeed come by with some clothing for him. It consisted of dark brown leather pants, a green shirt and a leather jerkin to go over it. Overall he looked more like one of the locals than he had since arriving, and Harry idly wondered what the elves would make of the zipper on the pants he had been wearing under his robes during the battle in the ministry. The memory of that went through him once more, and again Harry saw the faces of the friends he had left behind, the ones he knew had died, Hermione's face most prominent of all. Gritting his teeth, Harry threw his grief back down to where he kept it once again, concentrating instead on his face in the mirror set onto one wall. His hair was longer now down to his shoulder, and the scar on his face had healed far better than the ones on his hands and forearms. It was now a thin, clearly healed thing, while the ones on his hands still looked new and painful. The scars elsewhere were somewhere in between. Now satisfied with his appearance, Harry exited the room and went looking for Thorin. He found him quickly enough coming out of his own room. Thorin too had changed his clothing, though he had ruined that by putting his armor on over his new clothing once more, and then his cloak over that. He didn't have his new sword tied to his side though, which Harry thought was as much a concession as Harry was going to get from the black-haired dwarf. Thorin had however taken pains on his hair and beard, which was much shinier and more cared for than Harry had seen before, and he seemed to be smiling somewhere behind that beard too. The two men nodded to one another and began to walk down the hall side by side. "So," Harry said as they came to an intersection, breaking the companionable silence. "I know I shouldn't have to ask, but you're not going to fly off the handle here, are you? I know you have reasons to hate elves, and I could see earlier that this place makes you uneasy for some reason, but..." Thorin chucked. "No, I've had my bit of adventure for the day. Even I can see that it would be best not to anger an elven lord in the seat of his power if I can but help it. Besides, you and Gandalf were right, we'll need his help if we are to succeed in our quest." From a nearby doorway Balin walked out, joined quickly by Philly. As Thorin's closest relative, Philly was his designated heir, and Thorin tended to push him to join any discussion about their plans going forward. He was also somewhat more diplomatic than Thorin tended to be, and Thorin had requested he join Balin, his other advisor, for this discussion. The five of them stood in the hall, talking quietly and looking around them, watching as the others gathered along the hallway. Once they were led off by a group of servants to an overlooking second-story balcony, which held a single large table and several other servants. The balcony wound around the house, and to the other side of the house was a smaller, cozier alcove, with an equally small table set for 6. There Gandalf and Elrond waited for them, also dressed in different clothing. Gandalf's tattered grey robes had been replaced with a new grey robe, his beard and hair as well cared for as Thorin's. Elrond had left his armor and weapons behind and was dressed like a lord in his raiment. He sat at the front of the table but stood with Gandalf beside him as Harry and the dwarves came around the bend in the balcony, addressing them in the trade tongue. "Welcome to my table, friends. Please, sit." They did so, with Thorin directly across from Elrond and Harry across from Gandalf, with Balin and Philly spaced between them. Once they were sitting, servants moved forward with several plates of food. While they sat, Elrond was once more caught by the young magic user's eyes. Those emerald eyes were such a peculiar color, so vibrant and powerful that they looked like something from a different age. His looks in general however made Elrond wonder if he had come from ranger stock, which he voiced to Gandalf. "Ah, no, Harry is something else, which we will need to talk about later. For now, let us concentrate on Thorin's issues." Gandalf replied. "So you say, yet I can see that the two are intertwined." Gandalf, Elrond replied shrewdly. "Nevertheless, let us talk first about what you and your company are doing." Thorin Oakenshield. Thorin glared at Elrond for a moment, hearing the note of command in the half-elf's tone and not liking it. Despite that, he nodded to Philly, who began to speak of the mission of the company, telling the story far more clearly and diplomatically than Thorin would have been able to, as well as the reason they had been making for Rivendell in the first place. "The map we have to show the hidden entrance however has much of the instructions to find it written in moon runes, a language which none of us can read. Thus Gandalf advised us to speak to you. Needless to say, any help you give us in this, and in terms of provisions, will be paid for after we have reclaimed Erebor." "Reclaimed Erebor?" Elrond said softly, having listened with increasing concern as the story continued. "Reclaim the lonely mountain from Smaug, the greatest dragon seen since the fall of Numenor? You say that as if it was so certain, as if you would not instead rouse Smaug from his rest into a world that has little which could halt his rampage." He stared at Thorin, then over at Gandalf. "And you have gone along with this?" Gandalf looked back amiably, waving the dwarves and Harry to silence when they seemed to speak. "Whether or not I had gone along with it, Thorin and his fellows would still have gone forward with their plans. And between them and Harry they would have had a chance to succeed regardless of mine or your aid. With it, they are far more likely to succeed in their mission rather than, as you said, igniting Smaug's ire." Harry laughed incredulously at Gandalf's joke, while Elrond simply stared at him, then over to Harry and Thorin. Seeing the truth of Gandalf's words in Thorin's steely gaze and Balin and Philly's level looks, he sighed, leaning back. "Very well, show me this map," and I will translate it. I also understand that you have found 2 weapons of my people? Show them to me, and I will name them for you. Beyond that, what aid I can give you we will see. The rest of the discussion went by somewhat more amiably. Elrond informed them of what the map said, and named Gandalf and Thorin's swords, Glamdring and Orcrist, fell blades that in Elrond's words should never have been found as they had been in a troll's lair. Gandalf took that in stride while Thorin was well pleased with his weapon's pedigree, though he tried to hide it. He was also startled that Elrond made no move to claim the weapons due to their elvish heritage, instead saying that they had found their way into his and Gandalf's hands for a reason. Elrond didn't say it, but he felt the act had the hands of the Vala in it, guiding simple chance so that these weapons were once more found when they were needed. From there, Gandalf and Harry were surprised that Elrond made no further moves to ask Harry about his past, instead asking about his sword. For I can see it is of near equal quality to the elven blades Gandalf and Thorin now carry, even if the style is not known to me. Yes, I suppose the style would be different, Harry replied dryly, before letting Elrond send a servant for the sword of Gryffindor. When it arrived, Harry spoke of the blade's special properties, grabbing Elrond's hand as he made to touch the blade. Don't cut yourself on it, trust me, the poison is incredibly deadly. I see. Elrond mused, staring at the blade, then over at Thorin and finally Gandalf. And you say the poison of this came from a basilisk, a great land Wyrm? If so then yes, if Smaug lives and you can get the poison into his body, you might be able to kill him. If, that is, you can survive until the poison does its work. I am no betting man, but even if I were, I would not deign to wager on that outcome. To his shock, however, Harry merely laughed. I've made a habit of beating the odds before this, and at least this time I'm not going to be alone. That counts for quite a bit. Elrond nodded at that but then seemed to hesitate, staring first at Harry then Thorin before looking over at Gandalf. Yet even if you should kill Smaug, your danger will not end. If you are thinking of anyone else trying to come along and take Erebor back when they hear about our victory, don't, Thorin said coolly. Erebor's defenses might not have prevailed much against the dragon, but I have no doubt we will be able to defend my halls against any normal, land-based army given even a short amount of time to work on it. That is not what I was speaking of, Thorin Oakenshield. Elrond replied sternly, then glanced again at Harry and Gandalf before going on. When I met you I had no inclination to bring this up, but your family is known for a certain malady of the mind when it comes to gold. Your own grandfather suffered from it, slowly going mad and becoming ever more paranoid as the years went on. As Thorin stiffened, his beard practically bristling, Balin to gird his teeth, yet Philly did not rise to the jibe and Elrond simply went on calmly. Yet added to that is the corrupting effect Smaug will have had on the gold. Dragon's gold is tainted, able to twist and warp the strongest of minds. That is why we have our scout along, Harry said quickly, knowing any response Thorin would have made to that blunt warning would not have been diplomatic at best. Hobbits apparently are almost immune to such taints, and can even remove the taint eventually. Something, he went on calmly, gesturing to Gandalf, that even Gandalf had not known until Bilbo mentioned it in response to a few questions. Elrond fell silent, staring first at Harry then Gandalf, who nodded and explained, while Thorin stewed, his anger cooling as he saw their words allay Elrond's concerns. When Gandalf finished, however, he could no longer hold himself back. And when he spoke, his voice was pure steel, hammered on the anvil. Yet his anger was not the white-hot sort that Elrond's words had first evoked, rather it was like magma moving under the steel of his words from a pain he had dealing with for decades. You were right, Lord Elrond, my grandfather Thror did fall to the gold madness. Many of my ancestors have done so as well at various times. But I was forced to watch as Thror did so, slowly weakening relations with our neighbors, even the humans of nearby Dale, which had long been our staunch allies before the dragon came. I then watched as my king, my grandfather, nearly killed himself during the evacuation for a fistful of gold from our hoard. Heard how Thror walked willingly into the mines of Hazad-dûm alone to demand the orcs turn them over. I saw my father too exhibit some of the madness, before grief in his father's death drowned it out and pulled the dwarven states into war. Then it came back, and he roved off on his own, leaving kith and kin behind in his mad quest. Glaring into Elrond's eyes, Thorin smacked his chest with one fist so hard Harry knew if he had hit someone else with that much force he might have laid them out. I saw it all. I know, more than you can ever imagine about what gold madness can lead to. And I swear on the honor of my house that I will not fall to the same malady. If I do, I will end myself before I let my actions harm those who follow me. Lips twitching, Harry nodded. And if he even shows the slightest sign of it, I'd wager a good magically applied smack upside the head would get him out of it. Thorin rolled his eyes, his serious mien dissipating at his friend's jovial humor as Philly laughed. Oh yes, and that has worked so often when you're in one of your moods. The two looked at one another then laughed, and Elrond, who had sat shocked by the power of Thorin's words and oath, could only smile as well. From there the conversation segued into what Elrond could tell the dwarves of their roots, and what provisions he could offer, which Philly took over from his uncle. Eventually Balin stepped in to help him write up an actual contract, though Elrond did not seem to think it was needed. While his people couldn't supply much in the way of meat, they could supply lembas, special bread which supposedly could fill someone up in a few bites and keep a person going for days. On top of that they could provide warm weather gear for the mountains, arrows for Keely and Bilbo, and some medical herbs and poultices. What they could not provide was information on the high pass through the mountains. It has been many years since that was in use more often than once a year or less. Further, the goblins of the mountains have grown bold of late, something has stirred them up, though my scouts have not discovered what, and they never move in this direction. My sons and I remember all too clearly the horrors such as them visited upon my wife Sealbrain to ever allow such. Standing, Elrond moved toward a servant who had just arrived, holding a platter. On it was a silver leaf with several small lines of elven script. But I can hopefully aid you in another way. This is a symbol of one who is acting with my knowledge and under my protection, a request that they be given leave to pass through elven lands. I have not exchanged messages of any sort with Thranduil for centuries, but it is hoped that this will convince him and any of his people to let you pass through Mirkwood unmolested. He made to hand it over to Thorin, but stayed his hand, staring hard at Thorin, Balin, and Harry. But remember this, as I said, Thranduil has not communicated with me or any other nation for centuries. The elves of Mirkwood have turned almost entirely inward. This might work, or it might not. The best thing you could do would be to keep on the east road through the forest, whatever happens. We were told the spells protecting it might have been warped. Thorin said, looking between Elrond, Harry, and Gandalf as he took the silver leaf on its chain, placing it over his head and tucking it into his undershirt. Elrond twitched in surprise at that and looked sharply at Gandalf. Indeed, then tonight's discussion will be even more interesting than it was already shaping up to be. Gandalf merely nodded at that, and the meal slowly came to an end. Thorin, Fili, and Balin, after a glance at Harry and a wave from him indicating he was fine, moved to join the other dwarves. As they did, Elrond stood up once more and gestured for Gandalf to follow him. When Harry moved to join them at a similar gesture from Gandalf, he made no move to stop him. The three of them made their way up a winding staircase set in the side of one of the largest hills that dotted Lothlorien. You were foolish to encourage the dwarves on this mad scheme, Gandalf, yet chance seems to have favored you, Elrond said bluntly in the trade tongue, which he had been speaking since he had translated Thorin's map. As I said below, with or without me or even Harry here, Thorin and his fellows would march on the mountain, the need to reclaim their homeland borders on near obsession. Further, Thorin Oakenshield does not feel himself beholden to anyone for his actions. Nor for that matter am I. Gandalf retorted with some carefully controlled heat in his voice. It is not me you need to answer to, Elrond said, sweeping to one side as they entered the top of the spire. It overlooked a huge chasm to one side of Rivendell, a drop of some 1,000 yards going straight down, the faint noise of water barely rising to where they stood, a stone escarpment built out of this side of the chasm marked by large stone plinths. Above them the moon shone down, the night astonishingly clear, the light of it filling the area. Yet for all of that, neither Gandalf nor even Harry had any attention to spare for the view. No, their attention was on the woman who stood there, slowly turning from the chasm to look at them. Never could Harry ever describe to his own satisfaction that first sight of the Lady Galadriel. She was tall and fair, fairer far than any woman Harry had ever seen or dreamed of. She was dressed in raiment of blue and white with golden hair that seemed to contain a light of its own cascading down her back in ringlets, with two long stands falling down either side of her chest. She had deep, compelling eyes set into a face, whose regal bearing no queen among man or elf could ever match. On her forehead was a surcelt of silver, at her breast a large pearl. With the moon streaming down on her, Galadriel exuded a noble majesty and power that could be felt like an almost physical blow far beyond what Elrond did. Or rather, Harry would later think, it was as if Elrond could perhaps hide his power inside himself, Galadriel could not. Yet the part that Harry would never be able to describe later was the feel of the lady. There was compassion there, understanding, not innocence or naivete but a feeling of such powerful goodness that it practically shimmered in the air. Yet at the same time there was also good humor, amusement perhaps, and simple welcome and friendship as she looked at Gandalf, then Harry, and then back to Gandalf. Gandalf too was struck dumb for a moment, and he walked 2 steps forward, his eyes locked on the woman. Lady Galadriel. Mithrandir. She said, and even her voice was beautiful beyond Harry's ability to describe, deep and powerful as she spoke the elven tongue. It has been a long time. Age may have changed me, but not so the Lady of Lorien, Gandalf proclaimed, bowing his head slightly yet profoundly towards the woman. As the eyes of the lady now switched entirely to him, Harry too felt compelled to speak, and he did so, bowing more deeply to this woman who he had just met than he ever had anyone else in his life. The words tumbled out of him, more poetic by far than he could ever have come up with before. Far have I come, milady, yet would I go still further to be in thy presence. The tales Gandalf have told of you have said much about your lands and your work of hand and mind, but he spared no words for your beauty, and seeing thee, it is obvious why, for no mere words could describe it to one who has not seen you for themselves. Galadriel smiled at Harry's words, yet continued to look at him, and through him. Galadriel was the lady of Lothlorien, a princess among elves thrice over, daughter to Finarfin, king of the Noldor in Aman, granddaughter to Olwet, High King of the Teleri, sibling to Finrod Felagund, king of Nargothrond and niece to Fingolfin, High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth. Galadriel was one of the most powerful of the Noldor after Fëanor himself. Born in Valinor, she had walked among the Vala and Maiar in the First Age, where she had been known to have skill at healing, speaking, and craft, before journeying to Middle-earth with the majority of the Noldor. There, she had fallen in love with Sealborn, a kinsman of Thingol, High King of the Sindar, and had learned at the feet of Melian, Maia, and Queen of Doriath, oldest realm of elvenkind on Middle-earth. Of all the firstborn, the elves, Galadriel had perhaps the most discerning eye. She had seen Melkor's machinations after his first defeat and subsequent atonement for what they were, and wanted naught to do with him. She had seen in Fëanor the madness which would eventually lead to his death, refusing his suit for her hand. And she had been wary of Annatar, the guise of Sauron, as he attempted to gain control of the Noldor through their own creations in the Second Age. And now she looked at Harry, and saw far more than even Gandalf had. She could feel the magic this young man held within him. But she was struck more by two other things. For one, there was his youth, which was somewhat startling in relation to the power of him, and was far more so than his appearance. Then there was those emerald eyes, eyes the like of which had not seen the like in literal ages. Not since Fëanor have I seen eyes like that, full of such power and life. Yet for all his power I see no ego in this young man. I can also see goodness and love, a penchant or perhaps a hunger for friendship and family over anything, based on old wounds and neglect perhaps. She could also see that the young mortal had been sharply marked by fate. Not a cruel fate perhaps, but a self-destructive one, and one he had overcome, a startling thing to realize. And there is pain too, deeply hidden, but there, and powerful, along with grief and rage. This young man has been hurt deep inside, but hides it with his general attitude. Before she could speak to him, however, another voice spoke up in a somewhat jocular yet serious voice, causing both Harry and Gandalf to look away from Galadriel, very reluctantly in both their cases. The Lady Galadriel is not the only one here, though I of course completely understand overlooking one such as I in her presence. That voice was powerful too in its own right, not so much commanding as simply one you had to listen to. The speaker was a man who looked like Gandalf in many ways, old and bearded, wearing a white robe and with a staff in one hand. Yet there the similarities ended. Gandalf was weather-beaten, his robe frayed here and there despite being cleaned, his beard more natural-looking than groomed. This man's face also was more austere, thinner and less outgoing even as he smiled. In fact, Harry could see far more of Dumbledore in Saruman's face and body language than he had of Gandalf's, which caused his back to stiffen somewhat. "Saruman," Gandalf said, smiling and striding over to clasp forearms with the other man. "I had not thought to see either of you here." "Ah, when one goes to tickle awake a dragon, my friend, one should always at least warn those who watch for such things," Saruman said with another chuckle. "But before we get to this mission you have set yourself upon, Gandalf, can you introduce us to your young companion? He is the one who has been using magic so profligately of late, is he not?" Saruman asked, looking over with intense, one could almost have said covetous interest at Harry. Harry's eyes flashed, banishing the lingering feeling of Galadriel's aura of majesty, and he moved over to the table, sitting down and leaning, propping his feet up on the table. "Mages and even half-elves seem to be so wedded to their dignity, yet I think you would look just smashing with perhaps a shiny gold beard, no neon pink robes. Your lack of bright colors displeases me. Almost as much as being talked down to. Can you do silver?" Galadriel asked before any of the others could speak, her lips twitching into a smile. "For you, milady?" Harry asked, then as she nodded, pointed at her. "Done." They all felt the brief susurration of power, and Galadriel felt it actually impact her person, sticking there almost before she consciously allowed it to affect her. A further wave of Harry's hand and a small mirror appeared there, which he held out for Galadriel's inspection, and she saw he had indeed changed her clothing, not her hair, which she was thankful for. Her hair had been praised even by the Vala, and the idea of someone changing it was not one she wished to contemplate. You do magnificent work, but the color does not work quite as well as I would have hoped." "Gold. And what do I get for this service, milady?" Harry asked, smiling at her. "My momentary affection and undying constraint perhaps." Galadriel replied back, arching an eyebrow. Not enough I think," Harry replied even as he used another color-changing spell on her raiment. "Then perhaps my nuisance to your attempts to, what is the term, prank these three worthies? And not quite, the gold of the cloth clashes horribly with my hair." Perhaps a different style then for my hair? And for that I might even deign to aid you in your efforts." "Done," Harry crowed, while the three men now looked rather horrified. An instant later Galadriel's hairstyle had changed into several long, extremely fine braids down her back and chest. Chuckling, Galadriel turned to the others, and suddenly all three were struck nearly numb with the feeling of awe filling them, her beauty entrancing even these powerful men for a brief instant. Before they could break out of it, Harry struck. His spells shot out as they jerked back, unable to gather enough of their own will to block his attempts. His first spell changed Elrond's clothing to that of the character Puck from A Midsummer Night's Dream, which Hermione had taken him to see once. The memory hit him once more, his eyes dimming as Galadriel watched, her own eyes still locked on his form though he did not know it. The moment passed quickly, and Gandalf once more found himself sporting a bright green beard. Saruman's however was worse, a bright pink monstrosity that had the man nearly apoplectic at the affront to his dignity. Excellent, but it is missing something. Galadriel mused, one elegant finger coming up to tap her chin. You seem to think in terms of colors, and small changes, such a limited theater. Still you are young yet, I'm certain you'll grow out of it. Excuse me? Harry asked, turning to almost but not quite glare at the Elven Queen. He couldn't seem to work up enough ire to truly glare at her. Yes, you think too small. You could have not just changed their clothing, but made them match perhaps, and instead of a neon beard, you could have shaved it off entirely. Then, perhaps beguile them to perform parts in a play. Galadriel said, smiling beatifically as Saruman and Gandalf both squawked in outrage. Lady Galadriel please. Elrond said, almost reaching over to shake her but thinking better of it. In reality, while Galadriel was of the opinion that Saruman in particular needed to have his ego shrunk in no uncertain terms, she of course did have ulterior motives for going along with Harry's attitude. For one thing, she did enjoy pranks, though it had literally been ages since she had ever done some herself. She was also no stranger to the odd ways elves dealt with emotional pain, and felt that humans would be much the same. Elves sometimes tried to hide their pain in music, art, duty, or, yes, pranking. Just like Harry was using it right this moment. It also showed Galadriel some of what Harry could perform with his magic. I do not have nearly enough pipeweed for this, Gandalf muttered, then glared at the two pranksters. Go on, get it out of your system, but I'll warn you not to do anything to my beard beyond changing its color. That is one touchy spot I have in common with our dwarven friends. Tisk, that takes all the fun out of it, Harry said, almost but not quite pouting, while his eyes locked on Saruman. Saruman sighed, then waved his hands over his beard and clothing, changing them back to what they had been, his will overriding the spell. Most interesting, if rather childish. Still, creating a permanent color change like that is impossible to do on one whose body is imbued with magic like ours. He looked over at Elrond, then his lips twitched into a smile, which caused Harry to relax somewhat, the lack of only serving to draw Galadriel and Gandalf's attention to the original tension. Both wondered what that was about, but Saruman went on seemingly not having noticed. Your clothing on the other hand, changing that back quickly is not going to be a quick task. Elrond gritted his teeth, looking down at himself, then back at Harry who smirked unrepentantly at him, then at Galadriel, who chuckled, leaning back in her chair and leaving him to Harry's tender mercy. Might I ask that you change my clothes back, Harry? This odd thing you have me wear seems built for either a small child or a woman, and it chafes something fierce. When Harry opened his mouth, Galadriel moved at last, touching his shoulder gently from where she had sat down next to him. Please do so, Harry. I think it's time to be serious now. Pouting, Harry complied and Galadriel nodded while Elrond breathed a sigh of relief, moving to join the others at the table. So, transfiguration, changing one thing to another and conjuration, she mused, pressing the conjured mirror into Harry's hand, watching as it dissipated between 1 second and the next. Fascinating, and most definitely not from around here. So, where have you come from? You say you have traveled far, from where did your journey begin? Not from around here, Harry replied dryly before wilting somewhat under Galadriel's look. He glanced over at Gandalf then back to Galadriel and then to the other two. My personal tale is a long one, but the short of it is. Harry spoke for some time, with Gandalf interjecting what he had discerned of Harry's world and his brand of magic, as well as where he and Voldemort had been, caught between worlds. Throughout Elrond and Galadriel asked questions, both of a different sort. Elrond asked about his schooling, magic and the teachers, while Galadriel began to ask Harry some questions here and there about his friends. Saruman too asked a few questions, but as the story went on he fell silent, simply looking at Harry as if he was a puzzle Saruman had to unlock, or a treasure he wanted to find the key to. He was quick to cover that look however whenever Harry or any of the others looked at him. Eventually Elrond nodded, leaning back and looking between Gandalf and Harry. To hear there are other worlds beyond this one is an amazing thing, and one that has never felt the light of Eru Iluvatar too. Yet your words have the ring of truth to them, Harry Potter, and your magics are amazing, an entirely different school than our own. And a world that while not as steeped in death or violence as our own is just as flawed by stupidity, arrogance, and betrayal. Galadriel murmured, looking down at her own long, thin hands for a moment as she internalized all they had heard, matching Harry's words to what she had sensed from him. Doing so gave her a far better understanding of Harry the person than even Thorin could say he had. And in so doing, she found him precisely the same kind, gentle yet troubled man she had sensed. Yes, well, as fascinating as Harry's past is, and as stupendous his arrival, nay momentous, we did not in fact gather just to discuss the new magic user in Middle-earth. Saruman said, with a slow, thoughtful shake of his hand. Not just that at any rate, Galadriel said, smiling at Harry, who smiled back. It was a real smile, a warm, caring yet shy smile which made her own lips broaden slightly before she turned back to the others. Indeed, what exactly were you thinking of, Gandalf, trying to hide and even instigate this journey of the dwarves? Saruman asked. Even with young Harry's help, this mission is a parlous one, and many more people could pay for tickling a sleeping dragon. Harry leaned back, clamping his jaw down on the joke that had just sprung to his mind, hearing Saruman use Hogwarts' motto, refraining with difficulty as he knew silence would lead him into a greater understanding of Gandalf's larger mission, and the discussion they had with Radagast. Across from him Gandalf quickly began to speak, covering several things that he and Harry hadn't talked about, Gandalf's long-term concerns that the necromancer was a worse threat than the White Council had thought. What that meant, he didn't say outright, but the others seemed to understand what he was talking about. Indeed, they seemed to look at Harry somewhat askance, but Galadriel and Gandalf both nodded, and the other two subsided, though Saruman's interest in Harry increased. The discussion continued, with both Elrond and Saruman downplaying Gandalf's concerns, saying that the necromancer was merely mortal. As Saruman finished taking a shot at Radagast for his love of mushrooms and how that made him a very dubious source of information, Gandalf paused, looking at his fellow wizard and the other two. At that, Galadriel seemed to frown, staring at Gandalf. Harry's hair stood on end for a moment, as something like an electric current flowed out from her for so brief a moment he would have been hard-pressed to say it had been there at all. Then Gandalf brought Harry's attention back to him with a thump as he reached into his robe and brought out the sword that Radagast had given him. He set it down on the table in front of them all, and Harry hissed as the cold of the weapon seared through the scars on his hands, forearms, and chest. The scar on his cheek too stung, but not overmuch. He bit back a growl as the pain from the blade being this close was worse than what he had felt before, but his reaction was not the only one. Saruman's back straightened as he stared at the blade. Elrond moved from where he had been leaning against the balcony's banister, staring. What is that? A blade of Mordor, Galadriel said softly, her voice deep and powerful as she too looked at the blade with loathing. Forged for the Witch King, and thence buried with him. This blade has not been seen since the men of the North buried him and all he possessed in the High Fells after Angmar fell. But then she turned to Harry, swiftly going to her knees next to him. Your hands, the scars react to the blade. Yes. Harry gritted out, which Gandalf knew. I'm going to have to hurt you later for this, Gandalf. I am truly sorry, my friend, I had forgotten your reaction to the blade of the ring wraiths. The touch of death is deep within Harry from his time fighting this Voldemort shade, you see. Gandalf said, though he moved aside as Elrond joined Galadriel at Harry's side. Harry, however, had seen Gandalf's eyes. While they were apologetic, they were also firm, and Harry understood. The other White Council members might have not believed even the appearance of the blade. With Harry's reaction, however, they knew it had been tainted by something beyond, like the shades these ring wraiths were supposed to be. And if they are involved, then Gandalf's concerns about Sauron might also be real. He used my pain, but the bastard at least did it for a good reason. I'll see how well he takes his thumps later before passing judgment. These are deep, and only half physical. The other half is mystical in nature, Elrond mused, working on Harry's scars. As this was his house, he took the lead when it came to dealing with wounds like this, though he liked to think he was actually a bit better at the physical side of things than Galadriel in any event, although he would bow to her in the realms of the mental. Running one of his thumbs gently over the red, now raw-looking scars, the pulsing which had gone through them seemed to fade, as Elrond's healing magic combated the cold beyond the grave which infused them. Galadriel did the same, both on Harry's hands and on the others. She could somehow sense under his clothing, and between them the two were able to banish the pain for a moment. When they stopped, it came back, but Harry could control it and stood up, moving away from the table. He didn't see the looks that passed between the two elves, who had been able to tell a lot more in those brief touches than Harry would have believed possible given his limited understanding of their magic. The scars had been dealt by a being of incredible magical power and utter evil, the likes they had not seen since the Second Age. Indeed, in Galadriel's estimation, this Voldemort fellow might have been more powerful than any two ring wraiths combined beyond the Shadow King. Worse, the touch of death was so deeply entrenched both of them felt it would take many years' worth of healing and a lot of light-sided magic to do away with it. We have done what we can for your wounds, Harry, son of James, Galadriel said softly. We have seen such things before, but your case is among the worst we have seen in literal ages. I, however, can see they can be healed given time. We will discuss this further after this meeting is over. Harry thanked them both, then began to move around the balcony, walking off the dull throbbing pain he was still feeling in his hands, cocking his head to the discussion which restarted swiftly. Now that the bona fides of the weapon had been proven beyond doubt, which Elrond put into words. This blade was clearly carried by a ring wraith then, and recently too, to be so imbued with the power of that which lies between life and death. And no man could ever command a ring wraith, even one of the lesser five. I accede that point, and your concerns about the necromancer were well founded. Saruman said quietly, his face set in an expression of sadness and regret as he looked over at the pacing Harry before looking back to Gandalf, one eyebrow rising in censure. But Gandalf merely nodded, acceding that he would have to pay for using his young friend like that, and Saruman went on. However, I think we cannot afford to concentrate our full attention on Dol Guldur. Moving against that fortress could blind us to other threats. The orcs of the mountains in the far north are gathering in force once more, their numbers nearly equal to what they were during the War of the Dwarves and Orcs. And I have had reports from the rangers. Not many but bits here and there, Elrond said quietly, staring down at the blade on the table as if he was willing it to melt. Before this, I had not read much into it to my dismay, but now the organization the orcs and goblins might be putting into place they have spotted signs of seem far more believable. We ran into something like that, Harry said, rejoining the conversation, but making no move to come closer to the table. Galadriel joined him at the banister, touching his shoulder gently. Smiling at her, Harry continued, explaining about the White Orc, his sending out packs apparently looking for Thorin, as well as the larger outpost of raiders he and Thorin had wiped out. That rather gives my worries more weight then. Saruman said, leaning back and thinking. The White Orc might be a general for the resurgent Sauron. Though truly how much power could he have amassed without the One Ring at his command? With that gone from Middle-earth, carried out into the realm of Ulmo, his personal power will not be nearly as much as it was in past ages. The true danger will be in those he commands, the fear his aura can still generate, and his skill of mind and voice. Gandalf was forced to nod at that. Yes, if Sauron had regained his true strength, I doubt Radagast would have been able to escape Dol Guldur as he did. But I would still prefer to assault Sauron himself at Dol Guldur before he can escape. I believe that to be a good idea, Elrond said thoughtfully. However, Saruman is correct, the threat of his troops needs to be addressed. Further, as Saruman said, we must remember that Sauron's most dangerous powers have always been guile, subterfuge, and persuasion. Exactly. Who is to say Sauron himself is at Dol Guldur at all? Why would he use an abandoned fortress that doesn't have as large a logistical base as he could find in the north? Saruman said, his voice compelling and words logical. Having no real idea of the map of this world, Harry fell silent, simply listening as, to his surprise, did Galadriel. She only mentioned a worry about the ruins of Hazad Dum being used as a base of operations, which from her comments stretched through the mountains to near her own realm. For some reason at the mention of the ancient dwarven fortress all of them became even grimmer, nodding at her words and worried more about that idea than the idea of Sauron being at Dol Guldur in the first place. As Harry listened, the White Council, or rather 4 of its members, agreed to put a watch on the northern orcs, as well as to put a cordon up around the usable entrances to Hazad Dum. They lacked the strength to take it from the enemy, but they could at least keep it isolated for now. Indeed, none of the 4 were talking about military strength at all, which threw Harry for a moment, but he set that aside, reasoning that they would need time to gather such forces. When it came to direct action against Dol Guldur, however, they could not agree, concerned that the necromancer was but a feint for where Sauron was truly gathering his forces. Gandalf to his credit volunteered to scout out Dol Guldur on his own, which made Harry nearly volunteer to go with him. Gandalf might have manipulated Harry's injury to his benefit, but he also was willing to sacrifice himself for his mission, which made Harry respect him. Still, he shook his head. I really wish I could go with you, but I have a prior engagement as it were with Thorin and his band. Not only did I make Thorin a promise, I don't want to leave my friends in the lurch like that. Nay, Saruman countered. He would be one of those watching over Hazad Dum, while Elrond would be sending his sons to watch the north while remaining in Rivendell with Galadriel, ready to move the instant they were certain where Sauron was, going so far as marshalling what military strength he had. The march against the dragon is important, Harry Potter, and I think we would all feel better to have a wizard there, even one who is not technically of the wise. Although he would not respond to any but Sauron himself in person, we must keep them from meeting Smaug, if he can be roused at all. Gandalf chuckled at that and nodded. Indeed, and never fear, I will be with you until we are on the other side of the Misty Mountains. Indeed, I will set you and the dwarves on the path through Mirkwood before making my way south from there. Then why don't we move on the dragon first? Finish that mission, then move together on Dol Guldur and whatever is there. Harry proposed. Gandalf shook his head, as did the other 3. We have lost too much time as it is. We need to know for certain what we are dealing with, and that means my going to Dol Guldur on my own. Scowling, Harry had to accede that point, as he truly had only the vaguest idea of the power this Sauron creature could bring to bear given time. Gandalf had told him about the wars of Numenor and the last war of Elf and Man, but he lacked any idea of what Sauron could do now after so much time. The fact he was almost certainly still around at all was worrisome enough on its own though for Harry to understand the severity of the threat, especially when he considered the orcs and the sword which had apparently been used by one of Sauron's followers rather than the being itself. We should tell Thorin. He said instead, holding up a hand as all of them save Gandalf opened their mouths to protest. I know that he personally cannot call upon any great force of arms, but he has connections among the remaining dwarven clans, and if the orcs in particular are stirring they need to be told. I do not agree with that, Elrond said, shaking his head. The time is not yet come for force of arms. And the dwarves would not be quick to respond to even one of Thorin's pedigree on the scant information we have. Agreed. And remember, deception and betrayal were ever the most dangerous tools of the enemy, Saruman cautioned. You and Gandalf vouch for this Thorin and I say very well to that, yet can you vouch for whoever he may tell? And further, how could he get a message to his connections as you put it? Any elf we send would perjure the listeners against the message. Needless to say Harry lost that argument as well, though he saw a look pass between Elrond and Gandalf at that point, and he wondered what they had decided. The discussion ended soon after that, but Harry was somehow not surprised to find Galadriel moving with him down the long, winding staircase back down into the rest of Elrond's home. Come walk with me Harry Potter. Nodding wordlessly Harry matched his step to her, letting Elrond, Saruman and Gandalf move off together, still speaking softly. Saruman would be leaving later that day to head towards the nearest entrance to Hazad to start his watch, while Elrond would send for his sons and a score of others who he would send north. Gandalf would remain to prepare himself for the journey ahead, catching up with Harry and Thorin while they pushed through the mountains. They would not be taking the high road either, instead they would take several back routes through the mountains to try and keep from being noticed by the resurgent goblin clans. How likely that was Gandalf couldn't say, but he needed to talk over the route with Thorin and Balin and broke off from the other two quickly to search out the dwarves. The Elven Queen and Dimensional Vagrant were silent as they walked down the steps before heading down a hallway. From there Galadriel led the way through the forests of Rivendell. The silence between them was odd, warm, and welcoming, yet a different sort of companionable air than Harry felt around Thorin. Eventually the two of them left the lights of the homely house behind, though the music still reached them as it would wherever they were on the valley floor. Soon after that Harry followed Galadriel into a small clearing in the forest, a natural one from what Harry could see. There, Galadriel turned to him, taking one hand in his lightly as she looked into his eyes. What was her name? The question came out so gently and so suddenly that it bypassed Harry's defenses entirely, cutting the word out of him before he could stop it. Hermione. Her name was Hermione. Harry looked away, realizing now what Galadriel had brought him out here for. A part of him resented it, while the rest of him wanted to bring his humor to bear to hide his pain. Too many people had been able to see it for his liking, and he really just wanted to avoid talking about it. Yet staring at the austere beauty of Galadriel, seeing the compassion on her face, visible in the moonlight almost like it was glowing, and the warmth of her hand on his, he could not look away. Instead, the words came tumbling out at last as he faced his pain squarely. He talked about Hermione, how they had met, how he had attacked a troll to make up for not standing up for her, the years they had known one another. We hadn't been together for very long, but she was dear to me. And I saw her die, I saw the light disappearing from her eyes. Harry quivered as he said that, boiling in remembered rage and renewed grief, yet the tears would not come again as they had that first night in this word. Galadriel fell silent as Harry spoke, looking at him. She was reminded that Harry, for all that he looked older, was actually quite young, having spent so many years locked in the void. Losing one so young cannot be easy, she said at last, yet you say you had years together as her friend. As Harry nodded she went on. You need to remember those times further, Harry Potter. Let the memory of them wash out the pain of her loss and leave it behind. But I don't want to forget her like that. Harry protested, his voice somewhere between a cry of grief and a growl of anger at the very idea. I did not say that you should, Galadriel said soothingly, squeezing his hand lightly. Instead you should not dwell on the pain of her loss, and further the loss of what you imagined the two of you would become over time. Would your Hermione want you to live your life always remembering what cannot be? Would you wish that for her? Harry twitched but made no response, looking away yet unable to tear his hand out of hers, despite her not actually trying to hold on to him. No, she would not. Galadriel answered her own question, pulling him to the center of the clearing, where she slid down to sit on the grass, looking natural sitting there despite her regal air as she pulled Harry down to sit in front of her. Instead, tell me of the good times you shared together. Not as a courting pair, but as friends. Tell me of the laughter, of the times you stood together against any challenges that came your way. Tell me about Hermione the girl, not Hermione your prospective lover. Hesitantly Harry began, but after talking about how they had initially met on the train to Hogwarts the stories seemed to tumble out of him. The stories then spread to his other friends, none of whom he would see again yet most of whom he knew were alive. Before he knew it the moon had moved across the sky and there was a faint light in the distance of the sun, whatever they called it here, rising in the sky. Yet despite being tired, Harry felt, lighter almost, unburdened. His grief was still there, but it was no longer a raw, painful thing. He could now remember Hermione and the others without immediately thinking about how they died, without thinking about what he had lost. Seeing this realization in Harry's eyes, Galadriel smiled, rising with no hint of stiffness in her limbs. I am happy for you, to have had such friends. As Harry stood up, she touched his face gently. You must remember, however, Harry Potter, you are young. Do not be so quick to seek to join those you lost in the lands beyond. There will be other friends, even other loves. Do not close yourself off to that possibility. Your heart is too noble to be forever alone. Harry twitched, shaking his head as some of his humor came back to him, the real thing now rather than a shield against his grief. I don't know about that, considering I'm going to be traveling with dwarves and maybe living with them for some time if we win, which will be a tall order even if I'm not going to welcome death if it comes my way. Beards and extremely short, stout women just don't attract me. He finished, changing what he was saying so that Galadriel could understand his point. Ah, but you will not spend all your time among dwarves, will you? There is much of the magic of this world you have yet to learn, Harry Potter, and you will have time to learn such. Well, I suppose after several thousand years you would know all about that, wouldn't you, grandmother? Harry quipped, earning himself a very light slap upside the head. Shaking her head at Harry's returning sense of humor, Galadriel smiled. When you are done with aiding Thorin Oakenshield on his mad quest, come to Lothlorien, my friend. You will find further healing for your hands, and time. Time to get used to your new life here, and to bid a final farewell properly to your past one. Harry looked at her closely at that, knowing somehow this was beyond any kind of concern she would have been showing for a stranger, even if that stranger was a strange magic user with powers she had never seen. That there was something special about Galadriel inviting him to this Lothlorien place, which Gandalf had told him of briefly as being a nation of elves. I will think about it. Stooping down, he picked up a handful of grass and concentrating transfigured it into a delicate white rose, which he held out to Galadriel. I will think about it, and I am very thankful for your help tonight, milady. He smiled then, his eyes turning almost intense as he looked away then back. But if I am to do so, I will need to make certain that I and my friends survive. So if you will excuse me. Smiling, Galadriel held up the rose to her nose, noting it felt real, but that Harry hadn't quite gotten the scent right. Still she nodded acquiescence and watched as the green-eyed wizard strode off, purpose radiating off him. Still holding the rose to her face, Galadriel turned her eyes out past the edge of the valley to the mountains. Slowly the smile slid off her face as she wondered what challenges her new friend Harry Potter would face before she saw him again. And what strange destiny had brought a fate marked from one world to their own. Oh. After meeting and discussing the changes to their routes through the mountain with Balin and Thorin, Gandalf found himself walking along the river Anduin with its lord. I would rather keep young Potter here to instruct him in the deep mysteries and the Vala if nothing else, Elrond said. He could feel where Galadriel had woven a subtle spell of healing for some reason in his woods, and knew she was doing what she could to bring out and then lance the pain and growing rage they could all see in Harry Potter, but beyond that, the young magic user's presence represented both an oddity and possible concern. Alas, I doubt that any such would work. While young Harry's powers come from his own being as it does mine or Saruman's, it does not need the flavor to it from following one or the other Vala. Despite that, I have no doubt that the Vala know of his presence, Gandalf replied. Elrond stopped, searching Gandalf's face as he gave voice to one of the most disturbing worries he had about Harry's arrival in Middle-earth. How certain are you that he was brought here by them and not sent by the greater darkness? Morgoth had been banished into the void after all, which all of them agreed was what he and this dead spirit named Voldemort had passed through. I am as certain as I possibly can be, Gandalf replied with a laugh, shaking his head firmly. There have been too many coincidences since he arrived here. First meeting Thorin, then myself, and finally the effect he has had on the dwarves, in particular Thorin. You did not know him before this, but I can tell you Thorin has mellowed considerably since their meeting. And it was Harry who brought out the fact that hobbits could remove the taint from things from questioning Bilbo. Further, you have to only spend a few hours in his presence to know he would never serve Morgoth or any of his followers. I agree with that, I suppose. Still, whatever made you look in the hobbits' direction in the first place if you did not know about Yavanna's influence on them? Elrond asked curiously. Gandalf paused, then smiled as he watched Bilbo coming out of the homely house, his hobbit bow on his back and a quiver of new arrows in his quiver as he moved after one of Elrond's servants towards the practice range. He gives me hope. He said simply. If such a small being can have an impact, it gives me hope for all of us. He then shuddered slightly. I have to worry, however, what Harry will do to me for having forgotten about how his scars reacted to being near that sword. Elrond shuddered, moving perceptively to one side as he recalled the outfit he suddenly found himself wearing. Yes, well, better you than me there. Oh. Saruman left Rivendell as Harry returned from his night spent talking to Galadriel, smiling and waving farewell to Elrond and many of his elves who Saruman had befriended over the decades. As soon as he was out of the valley and away from any eyes, however, Saruman's expression turned calculating, stern and distant. Young Harry, son of James, will bear watching, close watching. His magical abilities are beyond anything I have ever seen, yet perhaps I can duplicate some of it. Saruman thought as he rode along. Not his childish color-changing spell of course, but the conjuration of solid objects. I am a follower of all after all, creating should be well within my abilities now that I know it is possible. Transfiguration would probably be easier to start with however. And I must never let word of this ability spread to Sauron. Shaking his head, Saruman had to mentally nod his head at Gandalf's gambit. Using the young wizard's wounds like that had been harsh, but it combined with Harry and Gandalf's words about where he had been in the beyond had convinced Elrond and Galadriel of the veracity of the blade Radagast had handed off. From there, Saruman had been fighting a losing battle trying to convince the others to not move against Sauron. Still, he thought he had done enough to let Sauron escape. Letting Sauron live was a necessary evil at this point, since it would give him time to find the One Ring. If Sauron was banished entirely, the One Ring would lose much of its power. Yet once Saruman possessed it, he could use it to banish Sauron forever, claiming his power for his own. And then I will take his place, I will rule this world through guile, vision, and word rather than brute force. No longer will the races be allowed to go their separate chaotic ways. It will be better for all that a strong hand guides Middle-earth, and I am that hand. Oh. The dwarves left the next day, their ponies and their own backs laden with all the goods the elves had been able to lend them for the day. Bilbo and Keely were particularly happy, given the elven-made arrows that filled their quivers. Even the dwarves who had the least time for elves, Dwellin and Bomber, could only grumble about the lack of meat which had been added to their supplies. The only real pall over the company was the fact Gandalf would not be with them for a few days. Despite that, and the knowledge they would be keeping to harder, less traveled routes through the mountains, the party left Rivendell in good spirits. Thorin sat in his pony at the head of the company, Dwellin and Bilbo taking up the rear of the column, waiting for Harry. His pony too was ready and packed, but the young human had yet to be seen since being led off by Gandalf the day before. Boffer put the dwarves' concerns for their friends into words. So have we lost both our magic users? I would have thought young Harry at least had enough stone sense to not be caught by the wiles of this place, no matter how subtle. Ah, but there are wiles, and then there are charms, Boffer. The trick is always to tell the difference between them. Harry said as he came down one of the paths leading into the square. He looked tired, somewhat bedraggled. Yet for all his seeming tiredness, there was an almost jaunty edge to his steps as he moved to his pony, swinging up into the saddle with more enthusiasm than skill. The pony whickered irritably, huffing out air but made no move to try and buck him off as Harry took up the reins. Looking over at his human friend, Thorin smiled slightly, the expression hidden by his beard. Something had changed in Harry, a weight was gone from his shoulders almost, his eyes seemed clearer. There was still the glint of the devilish humor he had been using as a front for his grief, indeed it seemed magnified, or perhaps purer, not so cracked and jagged. The grief it seemed had gone. And what did you spend the night working on, Harry? Thorin asked, flicking his reins with one hand as he held up the other in a clenched fist. The company all began to move with Thorin and Harry leading the way. Oh, this and that, cracked open my rune carving set. Let's just say I've begun to really think ahead, tried to figure out what small arrays I could create to help us on our way. Some simple glow stones for night, protective arrays we can set around the camp at night as I did for the two of us before we entered the Shire. This many people meant I had to power and enlarge the array somewhat and I'll need to renew the power of each stone every night. As the dwarves began to gape at him, Harry continued, counting off points on his fingers. I also came up with one-shot protective arrays that will act like a shield against blows, though the number of blows they'll stop vary, so they aren't perfect. Another few that may serve to ward off animals, cover our scents, that kind of thing. I couldn't figure out how to create an offensive runic array, but I think this will give us an edge no one should expect. We won't be able to use them at first against the dragon, but according to the Lady Galadriel orcs won't be able to sense the magic in them. Thorin chuckled, reaching over to clap Harry on the shoulder. Aye Harry, that sounds amazing indeed. As does the fact you're thinking long-term as you put it. His words might have been light, but the look in his eyes was not, and Harry understood the hidden meaning of his words. Behind them Balin too smiled as did a few of the other dwarves who had realized how damaged Harry had been internally before their arrival at the last homely house. Harry chuckled dryly. Yes, well, the Lady Galadriel helped me get over my grief and anger at my friend's passing. And that I was letting my grief stop me from remembering the good times. I don't know, it seems easy to say, but I couldn't think of it before she told me it. She also offered to open her home to me when we are done. At Thorin's quizzical look, Harry explained, and Thorin nodded slowly, awed by the idea that the Lady of the Wood would let a human into her realm. As far as he knew that was something that happened literally once an age. Still, to Thorin it didn't matter much, at the moment. That's for later though lad. True, Harry said with a laugh. Time enough for any thoughts along those lines after the dragon is dead and you and yours have reclaimed your halls. Now there's a plan I can get behind, Thorin replied, a grim laugh coming from his own lips as they both turned their attention to the trail leading up and further up into the mountains. End chapter. A shorter chapter than most of mine I realize, but I don't have the Goblin town scenes right. It's a big battle, yes, but it is also one happening entirely underground and with an entirely different environment than I've used before. Also have to think hard about how this Bilbo will react to Gollum etc. I am not pleased with the notes I have on that meeting at this point. Chapter 6. Ain't named Tolkien or Rowling. Author's note. As everyone who reads my stories should know by now, I run a series of polls to determine which story will be updated in any given month. The choices here on fanfic are limited somewhat, but I routinely have 2 or more polls going on over on my part1 page. This was the case this month. I had 3 polls going over there, 2 of which linked back together afterwards, with the 2 most popular choices being the 2 small stories I update here. I did this so that I could give some of my stories that are still technically active but which haven't been updated in a while a shot in the arm. I am happy to say it worked. With a staggering showing, Fate Touched won first place. It brought in 295 votes here on fanfic, letting it take second place and, once the part1 votes were added in, took in a total of 1,527. This puts it far and away the winner. In second place, by the narrowest of margins, is another story that hasn't been updated in a long while, Anything Goes Game Changer. It brought in 176 votes Viaduct fanfic, with a total of 1,184 votes. Nipping at its heels was the first place winner here on fanfic, FILFI Teacher. It brought in a total of 1,177. AGCC won by only 7 votes. I thought FILFI would win and actually put in several days' worth of work on it, but, the people spoke, and I had to listen. Then, too, AGCC is one of the 2 stories I can see ending sometime this year if it keeps winning. In fourth place, with a decent showing, was Stallion of the Line with 962, 213 of which came from fanfic votes. Scoring an even 200 points here and bringing in a total of 874 was Gdwam. Semblance just can't seem to bring in enough votes here on fanfic to really contend without massive part1 support, it only brought in 80 here and won a total of 500. The other choices were for part1 content which will remain a mystery unless you go and sign up lol. Note, I have used the words of both versions of the Goblin song and mixed them. I will not mark them out beyond underlining them so as to avoid breaking the story flow. This has been baited by Michael and by Nad Destroyer. And with that on with the show. Chapter 6, Mountains Are Not As Solid As You Think. Harry was in the center of the company, since he was still dealing with the exhaustion of having pulled an all-nighter, and an intensely emotional one at that. He was also going over in his mind what he had done with runic arrays the evening before and also about how Galadriel had guided him to open up. Even when he was away from her presence, the feeling of being near Galadriel, the power of her simple goodness, still lingered in Harry's mind. Harry likened it to what he might feel if someone had cast a low-powered patroness right into his head. The trail they were following was wide enough for 2 ponies to walk abreast, but it was somewhat steep, so it was slow going, slower than they'd ever moved before this. More than once Harry and the others had to lead their mounts, since even donkeys couldn't take the trail with riders on their backs. And, according to Elrond's description of the trail that Thorin had relayed to the others, they all knew it would get tougher still. At one point they stopped to feed their mounts, and Balin came over, bringing Oin and Dori with him. Dori held the sack that contained many of the runic stones which Harry had created the night before and had put on one of the other ponies. So, lad, Balin said, touching the sack with one hand and making a motion for the other dwarf to set it down. You say these are runic arrays, and you have described some of the things you think they'll do. Is that all your runes can do? That was just a sample, Harry said with a sigh. Outside of direct offensive spells, specific ones like Bombarda or Reducto, runic arrays can do pretty much anything spells can, and for longer too in many cases. Setting them up takes time, however, and a lot of prior knowledge. Ancient runes was one of the most work-intensive classes I ever took. Oin nodded too, leaning on his mace staff. It was an odd weapon, as long as a staff, but the head was that of a flanged mace, and Harry had seen him use it in the fight against the warg riders to devastating effect before they fell back into the shield wall defense. Any undertaking worth doing is hard, laddie. And I imagine that if you get even one rune slightly wrong, you'll ruin the entire array? That was the way it worked for our own runesmiths. Exactly, Harry said with a nod. The effects of such an array once powered up run the gamut from the bizarre to the dangerous. How permanent are they? Balin asked. That depends on what you want the array to do. These should last us for months if we're careful with the rune stones and I make sure they are taking enough power from the world around them. If you wanted the runic array to, say, add toughness to something you are using in battle, then I'd be worried about it running out of magic or failing mid-battle. On the other hand, from what I remember, the runic arrays I put up around our camp after Thorin and I met didn't fade when the goblins came close to it. Can they add the same defensive abilities you used on our line of battle against the orcs? Some. The spell that made your shields as if they were extensions of the ground they can't do. But I've also never worked with metal, Harry said with a shrug. I can't use magical fire to make the markings into the metal. The magic of the spell would interfere with magically charging the runes. That's why we use granite, it's about the least magically responsive stone in the world other than. Harry frowned, clicking his fingers. Some kind of black stone made in volcanoes. Can't remember the name. Basalt. Balin supplied. Yes, that's it. But that stuff is hard to work with because it is fragile, and, if you're not careful, you'll crack the stone. So you're saying you wouldn't be able to work with metal? That's sad. No, I said I wouldn't know how to. My rune carving set won't work metal. I'd be willing to try once I find out what metal to make the carving stick from, but not with any of the armor we have now. We, after all, are going to need it, Harry said dryly. That naturally brought Harry's thoughts to the discussion he'd had with the White Council back in Rivendell. I'll talk to him about that and all of the implications about it when we set up camp. I say it for the second time, I know, but we really must introduce you to our own runesmiths, laddie, said Balin with a cackle. Seeing what you and they could come up with together would be astonishing, I think. Why, it could lead to a revival of the art among us. Harry nodded, sitting down on the ground and accepting a piece of hardtack and bread from one of the others. Tell me about them. Thorin has told me some of the things they could do, but not a lot of details. Gandalf told me what he knew, but that was second-hand at best. Balin said, sighing sadly. Yes, I imagine he wouldn't. For many, remembering the amazing things our runesmiths did brings to mind the fact we've lost much of that knowledge since the fall of Hazard-dum. Erebor, our nation, we specialized in machinery, with only a few runic creations. Still, I'll tell you what I can. He pulled out a pipe to smoke, smiling happily over at Harry as he forced his mind away from the bad memories of Erebor's fall to think only of the good times. Hazard-dum was where our best runesmiths lived until its fall. In Erebor we didn't have nearly as many. But the crystal caverns that dotted the mountain here and there, they were lit up, and mirrors were set up to reflect the light throughout the mountain. Our doors, they were a mechanical construction, massive, yards thick, made of metal and stone. But they were reinforced by runes too, which glowed as the lights hit them just so. A few forges, too, were reinforced by runes. I watched some of our runesmiths at work many a time. Dwarves needed scant urging to talk about their deeds of hand and craft. Dory and Gloin came over and eagerly supplied their own memories of the many wonders they had seen both in Erebor and elsewhere in the Iron Hills and even, from Oin, elsewhere in other dwarven realms. As a merchant he had travelled between dwarven realms occasionally. Thus time passed quickly until they were interrupted by Thorin's shout. Time to get moving. The scouts are coming back. Philly and Boffer had gone ahead of the rest of the party on foot to see what they could expect from the rest of the trail that day. The going is tough but manageable, we think, Philly reported to the group. It gets even steeper and thinner as we go along. We'll have to watch our footing very carefully at a lot of places, the stone of this mountain isn't the strongest. Bah, Shale, Bifur, a miner, said, spitting to one side. It infests this mountain despite the fact that these mountains have deep, strong roots to them. Thorin nodded. With the high passes closed to us, this path is the only way over the mountains. Whatever we run into along the way, we must persevere. That was the crux of the matter. This trail wasn't really designed for most people to get over the mountains. That task had been that of the High Pass, part of the Great East Road, an actual road complete with large bridges over some of the crevasses and a gentle slope up and down the mountain. However, the main expanse of it was also very high into the mountains, as should be supposed by the name. And Elrond had warned them that it was being interdicted by the goblins of the mountains. Given how the company had been pursued by creatures under the command of the Azog, none of them were willing to chance the pass. We can use it as far as we were able to go before having to turn back to report to you, Uncle, said Philly with a shrug. Beyond that? Well, it's not an easy going by any means. Still, you're right. The younger dwarf visibly threw back his shoulders and looked over at his brother and all the others. This is the only way through, so we'll see it done. Good lad. Thorin said, clapping the young dwarf on the shoulder. Continue to lead the way, Philly, Boffer. Keely, Dwellin, take up the rear. Their slow but steady progress continued for that rest of that day until darkness began to fall. Then they made camp, with Keely and Bilbo heading further ahead to see if they could hunt something up for dinner. Bilbo had been spending most of the journey to this point with Bifur and Nori, the most experienced mountain travelers among them, being warned of the dangers the mountains posed. At the same time Harry went around setting up the defensive rune stones he had created, watched by the dwarves as they could from their own tasks, continually being asked questions by Balin and the others. Many of them were still a little bemused by how open Harry was with his craft, but their concern on that score, he was their friend, after all, and they didn't want to see him taken advantage of, had faded sharply when Balin examined one of the stones he had created. These stones were about the same sizes as two human hands pressed together and about 2 inches thick. The edges could be jagged or soft, which didn't seem to matter to their effect. Inscribed in each of them were intricate arrays of 10 to 15 interconnected sigils, not a one of which Balin recognized, causing the old dwarf to laugh. It was very obvious that not only did Harry know how to create runic arrays, but the runes themselves came from an entirely different language than what the dwarves used. There was also no sign of them being related to the elven written language, which was the same as the tongue they used in some of their magics. Balin had learned their written language when he was Chancellor of Erebor and had to deal with the nearby, relatively, elves of Mirkwood. Then again, elves very rarely worked in stone at all, so Balin hadn't been worried about Harry using the elvish runic language that much. There were tales of one ancient group that had, but they were long gone, swallowed up in the dark times of Morgotha's wars. The elves who remained in Middle-earth worked almost exclusively with gems, silver, cloth, and, of course, wood, when they used runes at all rather than spells. That night Harry asked Thorin to come and speak with him alone, moving away from the rest of the party, down the trail. Since there was no place to pull off the trail, the group had simply set up right there on the trail itself. It wasn't that Harry agreed with the council about how they needed to be aware of treachery, he trusted the dwarves of the company enough to keep anything he asked them to themselves. But frankly they all had enough on their plates as it was, worrying about the distant future was something that should be left to the leaders. In this case, Thorin. What is it, Harry? Thorin asked. You haven't asked about the meeting between me, Gandalf, and Elrond back there, Harry said with a sigh. I'm glad you haven't, but there are some things you need to be aware of. So this is a serious discussion, Thorin grunted, moving over to sit on a nearby boulder, leaning his back against the side of the mountain. Here the trail wound between large protrusions of stone that jutted out of the mountain, almost cutting off the view of the trail both back down the mountain and forward. Once past this point, however, Philly and the other scout reported they would have perhaps a morning's worth of somewhat calm going before it became even steeper. Let me warn you before we begin, only Gandalf and I felt you should be told this. The others, they were concerned about you telling anyone else and that it would worry you unduly, telling you about things you could not influence. It involves that weapon that Radagast showed us and what it implies. If you don't want to know about it, if you just want to concentrate on our current mission, I'll understand. But Thorin quickly shook his head, staring at Harry intently. Tell me, he almost ordered. If it is something that will eventually threaten my people, I have a right, no, a need to know. Such is the burden of kingship. First, 2 other powerful people were there. First was another wizard, named Saruman. He seemed to be the organizer of the group. The other was Lady Galadriel of Lothlorien. Have you heard of her? Thorin snorted, shaking his head. Lad, I didn't leave my mother's hearth yesterday. Of course I've heard of the Lady of the Woods. Though hearing that she left her realm for this, that is worrying. Now, tell me the rest. The orcs are on the move in the north, around Mount Gundabad, in the Grey Mountains, Harry said bluntly. Gandalf was concerned long before that information reached Rivendell, but combined with the sword. From there Harry described as much of the discussion last night as was pertinent for Thorin to know. He had to stop at one point as he explained how Elrond had learned about the orcs being on the move, putting it together with what Harry and Thorin had heard about Azog still being alive after they met. At that Thorin stood up and began to pace along the trail, cursing luridly in Husdul as he made the connection between Azog and the returning darkness. Harry made a note of some of those curses, they were quite colorful when Thorin cursed the necromancer. Though he didn't think they would scan very well when translated into common. Pity, that. Eventually Thorin wound down and turned back to Harry. How much more dangerous will this make our journey? Very dangerous while we're in the mountains, but, then again, we already knew that. Hopefully not so much once we leave Mirkwood behind, but, again, we knew some of the dangers we might face in Mirkwood already. But after that we will face threats on the road all the way to the mountain. And even after we reclaim Erebor I will have to be prepared to defend my mountain almost immediately, won't I? Thorin said tiredly. Our return to the Lonely Mountain will be marked, and I am not so foolish as to assume that the great enemy, should this necromancer indeed prove such, would be without spies in the region. Especially if he is trying to recruit Smaug, if the dragon is indeed still alive. Thorin looked sharply at Harry at that point. So, it was not just friendship that convinced Gandalf to aid us. The dragon. If Smaug could be controlled he would become the most dangerous weapon in all Middle-earth. What city or nation could stand against him in this age of the world? Exactly, Harry said with a sigh. I'm sorry, I should have told you earlier, but I was still dealing with my own personal issues, frankly, and I couldn't really concentrate on the bigger picture even after I started work on my rune stones. Thorin waved that off. You told me eventually. However, I think I need to ask you to help us on our journey further. As you said, crossing the Misty Mountains is one of the most dangerous portions of the journey. We must push through as quickly as possible. Can you silence us all that long? No, Harry said with a shake of his head. Oh, I can silence the harnesses of the ponies, the jingle of armor, even our voices so long as we remain somewhat quiet, no shouting from one end of the column to the other, for example. But I can't do anything to silence our passage entirely. Watch. He stood up, and moved away from Thorin, gesturing down to his feet, where there was a brief movement of air. I just cast a spell that should silence the movement of my feet, but... He moved away, and for a moment Thorin didn't understand why Harry said it wasn't working. Then he heard the noise of stones against stones, and realized that the trail was just too rocky for that kind of spell to work. Oh, Harry's actual footsteps were silenced, but each step caused a slight cascade of rocks, and, after a certain point, that cascade of sound still came through to Thorin's senses. Further, silencing spells like that are tougher the more noise the individual you're using them on makes. I could silence one or two of us with barely any effort. Yourself and some of the more heavily armed dwarves like Dwellin? That would take a bit more. However, I can use a spell to give whoever is on night watch the eyes of an owl, though I would recommend they go around the next day with their eyes covered for a bit to get over it. That spell is painful if you overuse it. Then there is my featherweight spell. Featherweight? Thorin asked. It sounds like some things humans would say of one who could not hold their drink. True, but it is a spell to lighten the weight of anything. I haven't been using it before this because there was no need, and because if you get used to something feeling as if it has no weight you forget that the weight is still there in terms of momentum, Harry replied. Dwarves were supposed to make light of hardship, and normally Thorin would have rejected any idea of lightening their burdens out of hand as unnecessary frippery. But right now speed and stealth were their greatest defenses, and he couldn't afford to look a gift horse in the mouth regardless of where it came from. Very well, he said, gesturing for Harry to join him and moving back towards the camp. I'll warn the others we're going to start setting a faster pace. Tomorrow morning we'll push on as hard as possible. Oh. As Harry and company were settling down that night, Galadriel was leaving Rivendell, traveling unseen by any as she moved southward around the Misty Mountains toward her home. She traveled on a white horse. It was a small horse but perfectly proportioned, with intelligence to its eyes that belied its breed, and no sign of shoe, saddle, or bridle could be seen. The horse knew the way back home as well as Galadriel, and with her magic surrounding them both they would pass unseen by any mortal eyes for good or ill. This let the ancient elven queen to allow her thoughts to travel back to the discussion from the night before and young Harry. She smiled as she contemplated the young wizard as well as the feeling of the world around her. Elrond might still have doubts. Saruman certainly did. But Galadriel knew that Harry had been allowed into this world on purpose. As she moved, she gently reached up to touch this or that tree bough, the woods around her beginning to reverberate with the feeling of her presence as she began to hum under her breath, the magic potential of the world gathering at this light touch. The Ainulindal, she thought, thinking back to that most ancient and powerful of magics, which was long before even her time, of course, and that of her race entirely. The world had been sung into being by Eru Elevator and the Ainur. But Melkor had corrupted the world from the very beginning. Evil itself had been built into the world at that moment, bringing with it sadness, madness, and conflict. And yet, from the great void between worlds Harry Potter has been allowed to enter here by the Ainur. I can sense their touch in this, even if it is subtle, and Harry himself does not know their names or glories. A foreign note, perhaps added to the song of the world to offset the sour notes that Melkor left behind, which linger even now when he is personally trapped in the void. A song of goodness and change. That is, Galadriel thought, her feelings turning somber as they were wont to at times as she contemplated the passing of the ages, if he survives the trials ahead. She turned to look towards the Misty Mountains, her thoughts going out towards Harry, though she did not send her mind out to find him. Not yet. There would be time for them to speak in that manner in the future. Remember my offer, young one, she thought. Return alive to me at my own halls, and we can finish what we began back in Rivendell. Continuing on through the woods, Galadriel's thoughts turned to another much-loved wanderer and the others who had been part of the discussion last night. Kind, courageous Gandalf, she said with a laugh, the sound sending the nearby trees to shivering in delight. And yet you two are all too eager to throw yourself into danger, much like Harry. My message to you will be as simple as mine to him. Come back to us. No amount of information is worth the loss of one whose light is so bright. Grateful am I that Elrond will be watching his progress from a distance. She shook her head with something approaching amusement as she contemplated her son-in-law. Galadriel herself had been deeply wounded by the death of her daughter and the torture she had been put through by the orcs. But Elrond had borne through that well enough. Yet in contrast Elrond had been deeply hurt after the last war of elves and men against Sauron thousands of years earlier. He saw what occurred afterwards with Isildur as a betrayal of the alliance between their species. Still, he does allow the Dunedain to enter his house and live there at need. That speaks well of him, and while Elrond is still somewhat skeptical of humanity and dwarves, he is willing to be proven wrong. That is enough. The same cannot be said about Saruman, she thought, a frown crossing her features. She had always liked Saruman not as much as Gandalf, but she respected the White Wizard. His deeds of hand and mind were such that even Galadriel was impressed, and his counsel had always been intelligent and accurate. But there was something off about Saruman of late. It was not apparent when she was in his presence, but it began to niggle at her mind whenever Galadriel left him. Something had changed within the mayor-turned-wizard. His arrogance was becoming stronger, as was his pride. Perhaps it was wrong of us to choose him to head the White Council. That sort of thing could go to anyone's head, mortal or immortal. And he does not wander as much as Gandalf. Losing the common touch is another aspect, I feel. Still, he is still willing to do what he has to and cares for us all in his own haughty way. Glad I am that he was willing to volunteer to go and create a circle of watch around Moria. Between the three of them, I feel. Galadriel paused, frowning, because even with all three of them on the job she felt worried suddenly. Very, very worried. She gently tapped her horse on the back of the head, causing it to halt as she turned around, staring all around her. She reached out past the impact of her own passage through the woods, touching the pulse of Arda and frowning slightly. Then Galadriel leaned forward and whispered in her horse's ear, turning it slightly eastward off of the trail that they had previously been following. Her destination had just changed. Oh. 2 days' hard travel found Thorin and his people having made fantastic progress through the mountains. With all of them able to sleep at night thanks to Harry's runes and with his spells during the day aiding the ponies and dwarves, they had made fantastic time. Nori estimated they are almost at the halfway point, the trail they were following almost becoming level at times, despite the fact that it was getting thinner and far more treacherous. The third day out from Rivendell, however, their luck in terms of weather changed to horrible. The dwarves were all woken up from their bedrolls by the peal of thunder overhead, and large rain pellets began to fall out of the morning sky. Thorin jumped up, shouting orders immediately. Secure our gear. Make certain the tents are under cover. We need to push on quickly, we can't just stay here and get drenched. Bilbo quickly leaped to his feet in turn, racing around and helping the dwarves, none of whom were very quick to rise in the morning unless there was some immediate danger. Harry did much the same, exchanging a wry smile with his small friend. The two of them hadn't had much time to talk since they had begun their push through the mountains, the pace that Thorin had set leaving both human and hobbit without breath at times to talk. Whoever thought dwarves were slow never really understood the idea of strategic speed over tactical, Harry thought rather wryly. About an hour later the rain was coming down in sheets, soaking through their raincoats, many of which had been replaced in Rivendell by elven work. That kept them relatively dry underneath, but made them no less miserable for all that, and the ponies were becoming more fractious as the day wore on. They weren't goats, after all, they were not at home on a trail like this, which was both steep and dangerous at this point. Then the trail became even more dangerous. Philly turned back from where he had been scouting ahead, coming back down and shouting over the noise of the ongoing storm, his words interspersed by the thunder of thunderclaps and the flashes of lightning lighting up the sky from every direction. The trail narrows even further. It's barely a trail at all from here on, and it winds around the mountainside rather than directly up it. Scowling, Thorin ordered the party to a halt, then ordered each dwarf to grab what he could from the ponies. They would have enough trouble with the rambunctious animals without needing to face the danger of losing their equipment. Seconds later there was a booming crash from on high, forcing all of them to turn in that direction. Lightning from high above them had caused a landslide, and they could see dozens, hundreds of rocks of various sizes hurtling down the mountain towards them. Harry quickly raised his hands, pushing outward with them towards the oncoming rocks. Protego! He shouted. Instantly the shield of energy appeared above the party, spreading out quickly from the point of origin directly above Harry. Normally the shield would have been invisible, but it became visible, and soon it looked more like a shelf of energy was holding the boulders above their head, directing the landslide out into space to one side. Some of the boulders still got through, however, before Harry's spell could spread enough to cover the entire company. One smashed 2 of the ponies off the side of the mountain with whinnies of pain and despair. Keely, Gloin, and Bomber were also struck by fist-sized stones, having pressed themselves against the mountainside to avoid some of the larger ones. They were able to retain their footing or, in Bomber's case, roll into a ball, taking the stones on the back of their armor. Bilbo also was struck in the shoulder and was nearly smashed off the trail entirely. Nori, however, saw that and grabbed him. But he in turn began to lose his footing. Worse, none of the others were close enough to help, separated from the 2 of them by one of the ponies, all of which were pressing against the mountainside in turn, their eyes wide. Thinking quickly, Bilbo reached down to his belt buckle. Oh, this is such a bad idea. Despite his own words Bilbo pulled his belt out, flipping it to one side around an outcropping of rock below him and pulling it tight. Rescue me when you can. He shouted, then let go of Nori's hand to swing there, using the outcropping as cover. This allowed Nori to regain his own footing, and Bilbo simply hung there for a few moments as the rest of the party got the chaos above him under control. Master Thief, you are certainly braver than anyone your size should be, Nori shouted over the sound of the rain. I'll agree to that, but I think I can make his ascent far less fraught than his descent. With that Harry waved a hand towards Bilbo, gently pulling him up towards him with a simple Wingardium Leviosa. Nori smiled at the hobbit, clapping him on the shoulder. That truly was fast thinking, my friend. A pity none of us could think fast enough to save those ponies. Let me try something, Harry said, leaning over the side of the trail to stare down the mountain where the ponies end. More importantly, the packs had disappeared. Holding his hand out, Harry intoned the same spell that he had used to pull Bilbo back up onto the path. He then tried an Oxio, thinking that it would have a longer range. But after a few moments it was obvious that nothing responded. They must be stuck somehow down there, he said, shaking his head, shouting to be heard over the sound of the storm. Maybe underneath the ponies? I could try to lift one of them up. What did we lose? Thorin asked from his position near the front of the column. Like too many of the others, he had been unable to help, given the ponies in the way. One of those ponies was carrying the majority of your runestones, Harry, and that carving set you were using to create them, Balin said after taking stock, wincing. Damn it, Harry muttered, turning back to the crevice as he held his hands out once more and used Oxio. He tried different words, runic stones, rune carving kit, but nothing worked, and Harry had to turn his attention back to the ongoing fall of rocks above them, renewing his shield spell. Damn it. Forget them, Thorin ordered, gesturing for them to get moving along the trail. We move on. Thorin, we have to get out of this storm somehow, shouted Balin. It was only because of Harry that we didn't lose any lives with that avalanche, and it's only a matter of time before we run into another. Agreed, Thorin said, turning back to his nephew. Lead on, Philly. Try to find a cave or something to get us out of this weather. A thought, Bilbo said suddenly. He slowly wound through the ponies, able to duck underneath them far more easily than the dwarves could. Pulling out ropes, he began to tie the dwarves together, the ropes winding underneath the ponies. Bifur slapped both hands to his forehead, growling, how did I not think of that? Each group of 4 tied themselves to one another, with Harry and Bifur the only 2 remaining free, bar Philly, who was now out of sight, up the trail. On Thorin's orders, Bifur moved to join Philly, tying himself to the scout and moving on with him as rapidly as possible. In this manner they were able to push along the arduous path despite the rain and the weather threatening to pull them off the trail into the air beyond. 3 times more they had to deal with avalanches, but Harry's spells protected them each time, though he could feel the drain on his magic as they went. Using a protective spell against an avalanche like this was the equivalent of creating a shelf out of your mind and then standing still, holding it up in the air as someone else began to pile things on it. In other words, it was quite tough. By the time Philly finally reported that he had found them a suitable cave, Harry was just about ready to collapse. Where is it, Philly? Thorin shouted. Around this next bend. We'll have to climb up a small ledge, but it's there. The younger dwarf shouted, staring worriedly at Harry over his uncle's head. The taller human's face was visibly pale. Can we get the ponies over the ledge? Thorin asked. If we have to, Dory replied before Philly could. I can knock them out, make them dead weight if I need to, Harry said. Dwellin laughed, holding up a fist. You think we'd need much help if we want to put these fool animals out? Harry chuckled wanly at that one, and the party continued up towards the cave. Soon enough they were at the cave, which was actually a greater find than Harry had anticipated they would be able to find on this trail. It was quite large inside, large enough for the entire party to enter and actually spread out comfortably. It was also dry away from the entrance, which was a blessing after the day's weather. Harry moved through the cave to sit against one wall, staring around him as 2 of the dwarves started a fire in the center of the cave, and the others worked to get the last pack mules up over the ledge into the cave. Surprisingly, only 3 of those mules had been knocked out and carried over like that. The others seemed smart enough not to make a fuss, as they were lifted into what looked like shelter away from the weather. But again, Harry's featherweight spell was proving its worth, and the work was proceeding quickly. Bilbo, could you do me a favor? Harry asked thoughtfully, looking around the cave. As I am relatively useless in helping with the pack mules, I would do so gladly, Bilbo said from the side. It's either that or help with the cooking, and the cook threatened to cook me the last time I thought to aid there beyond providing game for the pot. Harry smiled at that, then gestured around the cave. Could you take a look around? It might just be paranoia, but this cave, it's almost too good a find. I'll look around, but I think you're just jumping at shadows, Bilbo said, pushing himself to his feet and undoing the clasp on his drenched cloak, letting it fall to one side. He picked up one of the sticks of wood which had been used to light the fire and began to move around the cave, looking for anything out of the ordinary. There were some signs of someone else having used the cave, but, given its place on the trail, that wasn't unusual. So Bilbo returned and reported to Harry, who had moved over to help with the fire and the cooking. Once Bilbo finished his report, Harry struck up a conversation with the Hobbit about gardening, of all things. Most of the conversation went over the dwarves' heads, but Harry and Bilbo soon became immersed in it. You know a lot about gardening, but nothing about farming. That is a very odd combination, Bilbo said with a chuckle. Especially from a manling. I've always understood that gardens for the sake of beauty were seen more as a feminine thing among you tall folk. Harry shrugged. Like cooking, I tried to use gardening as an escape from my hellish relatives. Relatives, not family. Relatives. I never call them family, Harry said bluntly. That told Bilbo enough, and he dropped the subject. Instead, he began to weave a tale about his own family and his adventures as a youth, including the first few times he had snuck up on fellow hobbits. Among my people it was almost a rite of passage, stealing mushrooms from any nearby farms. My people love those as much as humans tend to love meat or gold. With Bilbo telling tales and generally trying to make light of their current situation, the dwarves, exhausted to a man, slowly began to drift off to sleep as the storm continued to rage outside. The crashing and blasting noises of numerous small avalanches roused a few of them from their sleep occasionally, but, for the most part, they slept through it all. Soon enough Harry and Bilbo were the only ones awake, and they voluntarily decided to split the night's watch between themselves. Bilbo even brought out his little elven short sword. They had been told that it and Orcrist, Thorin's sword, would glow in the presence of enemies. For his part, with the loss of most of his runic arrays, Harry was left with only a few, which he had already set up around the entrance to the cave, just in case. But even so, it was better to be safe than sorry, and, despite his own mental fatigue, Harry was determined to see the night through. Oh. That same night saw Gandalf setting off into the mountains on his own, intent on catching up to Thorin's company. Are you sure you cannot wait until the storm passes? Elrond asked, looking up as Gandalf did the same, staring up into the mountains as the storm raged. Though it was kept away by the magics woven into the valley, they could both sense it out there. I sense that Thorin and his fellows are already too far ahead of me as it is. I will need to press hard to catch up to them soon or run the risk of not meeting them before this side of Mirkwood, Gandalf said, shaking his head wryly. I suspect Harry's influence there, or can you say you have not felt him using those spells of his? They do seem to make a splash on the tone of Arda, Elrond said with a faint smile. He hadn't particularly enjoyed being the butt of Harry Potter's odd sense of humor, but the magic he had on call was most intriguing. Gandalf nodded. They do that, though I have found that it is almost impossible to correctly guess the intent of the spell unless you are seeing its effect firsthand. With that he abruptly changed the subject, turning from the vista beyond the balcony where they were standing to stare directly at Elrond now rather than out into the mountains. Your sons returned this afternoon, did they not? They did, and they brought many of the Dunedain. I will use them to send them out to the various dwarvish and human nations, warning them of the growing threats of the orcs. I'll have to be vague since we can't give away any of our own plans, but that will be enough for many of them. Especially Gundor. They will need to redouble the watch on the old borders. At the same time my sons will take groups of my warriors to interdict the orcs around Gundabad. We need to halt any attempts at communication between the disparate orc and goblin nations. Saruman had already left, of course, to create a magical watch over Moria. Given the nameless doom within, one of the wise had to be involved in that for now, just in case it was stirring, since the upstart darkness, Sauron, who was but a shadow of the greater darkness, was stirring too. Good, Gandalf said, gesturing once more into the mountain range above them, his eyes dark and grim. For that is not the only storm brewing. He held up his hand and Elrond responded, the two of them saying goodbye in the elven fashion. Farewell, my friend. Until we meet again. Without another word, Gandalf turned and exited the balcony. Moments later Elrond saw him marching off in pursuit of the dwarves, his legs carrying him as fast as a trotting horse. No pack was on his back, no pouch at his side. The only things he carried were the staff in his hand and his sword at his waist. He looked almost like a wandering vagabond but for that last touch, and Elrond smiled seeing him move so. That smile didn't last long, however, as he turned to the southeast and then the north, still wondering where the true strength of their enemy lay. Why do I think we will not learn the truth of that until it is too late? Oh. True to his internal promise, Harry remained awake throughout the night, leaning against the wall of the cave. Bilbo was curled up next to him in his sleeping bag, a gift from the elves, his small elven blade laid out between them in its sheath. Despite that there didn't seem to be any danger. The runestones by the entrance seemed to be keeping back anything dangerous. Indeed, Harry was just about to nod off when the short sword began to glow. Harry's eyes widened, for a moment unable to register what was going on, he was so tired. But then his eyes flicked over to his runestones, which were still there, and then around the cave. There didn't seem to be any threat, but the glow of the sword was getting brighter as he looked at it. Turning away, Harry leaped to his feet, kicking Bilbo with one foot as he shouted out, "Danger! Everyone up and armed!" Dwarves roused themselves slowly, but the shout did its work for Bilbo, who quickly grabbed up his elven blade, looking at its glowing surface owlishly. The elven blade is glowing, there must be orcs or goblins about. He added to Harry's shout, grabbing his bow and slinging his quiver over his shoulder as he moved toward the entrance. At the use of those hated races' names, the dwarves roused themselves swiftly, grabbing weapons always close to hand, donning their armor, and moving into a circle to join Bilbo and Harry at the entrance. "Where are they?" Thorin growled, staring at his own blade which had begun to glow as well. "What is the range from which these elvish blades can sense the enemy?" "I don't know, and I don't know," Harry muttered. The sword of Gryffindor was at his side, not yet unsheathed, his other hand twitching occasionally as he thought about what spells to use. "Perhaps a cast Lumos to give us better light?" Casting a spell like Lumos meant you flung the spell, which would normally simply light up the tip of your wand. Since Harry no longer had a wand, this was about the only way he could cast the spell anyway. They were all still staring out into the darkness beyond the cave mouth when the floor of the cave underneath them suddenly gave out as if a trapdoor had opened. None of them could do more than squawk in shock before they were falling into the darkness below, dwarves, human, hobbit, and ponies all. An instant later the trapdoor clicked shut above them, making it seem as if the cavern had never been disturbed. The floor underneath was not solid stone as they had all thought, but a long tunneled shaft, heading downward at a steep angle like a water park's thrill ride. Only the edges of this shaft weren't smooth, there was no water, and normally park goers were not tossed into a scrum with several dwarves and ponies that were yelling, kicking, and generally flailing about. Harry's head slammed into a hard dwarven shoulder as the screams of the ponies and dwarves mingled in his ears, a kick from another dwarf nearly catching him in the unmentionables as he fell. Despite all the distractions, however, Harry was able to thrust out his hands to either side and concentrate on the image of what he wanted to do as he gathered his magic, shouting, "Arresto momentum!" Being heavier, the ponies had been falling fast and they fell out of the spell's reach before he could cast it. The dwarves and Harry, on the other hand, slowed down almost entirely. "Get ourselves organized," Harry shouted over the sound of the still cursing dwarves, many of them having lost their weapons mid-tumble. Only 3 of them had retained their weapons, Thorin, Duel, and Bilbo, of all people. He had lost his bow but retained his grip on the elven blade. Harry, however, had a solution for that too and pointed downwards, shouting out the same spell he had used to try and regather their lost packs after the first avalanche. The effort of keeping 2 active spells was draining, especially after having had no rest, but Harry managed. Oxio dwarfish weapons. Several of the weapons moved back toward them from below in the dark tunnel, and the dwarves began to arm themselves. Though not all of them. Some of the weapons hadn't returned with Harry's spell. Hey! Could Oxio have a limited range on this world? Well, one that is far shorter than the one it had in my own world, anyway. There the spell could reach out for over a mile, but no more than 2. Here, it seemed its range was far less for some reason. More of the magic of the world fighting against the effect of the spell? "It must be goblins down there," Thorin said, growling angrily. "Among the evil races only they have such a way with stone and contraptions." Balin nodded, though he was not looking happy, his weapon having been among those permanently lost to the drop. "Our own people could devise something like this easily enough, but what would be the point? A door to guard the entrance to the cave, but a trap underneath the cave? The entire setting was simply a trap to catch the unwary." "Agreed. Harry, can you levitate us up back the way we came?" "Maybe," Harry grunted, shaking his head as the strain of the spell on top of yesterday's exertions once more began to tell. "But I couldn't get us through the stone at the same time. I had trouble casting a non-combat spell a second ago, and I doubt I could get through the stone without letting you drop or causing blowback. If we cannot go back the way we came in, we needs must go down," Thorin said decisively. "They may be ready for us down below, but let us face them with steel in our hands and courage in our hearts and see if they are ready for prepared warriors instead of shocked travelers." Down below in what the goblins laughingly called their receiving area, a group of 100 or so goblins stood atop a long wooden contrivance that held at its end what looked like a net-like bowl of some kind. It was built across a large chasm in the stone of the mountain, which ran down into darkness well below what anyone could see. Several dozen more goblins had already carried off the dead ponies, the fall having snapped their necks and legs. The meat would make fine eating, but those who remained were confused. They had expected to get both animals and owners in one group, but they haven't. For some reason they had only gotten the ponies. But that left the owners. It was taking so long that the goblin song they had been singing in exultation of new prey had stumbled to a halt as the gathered goblins began to realize something was wrong. "It's not like they could go back up their slide, yet?" asked one of the stupider goblins. "Ha! And how you suppose they do that, then?" said one of the others, cackling. "Fly. Elven magic, mayhap," said a third. "Bah! We'd never have even captured a pointy ears in the first place. Do you know the last time one of those pointy-eared fools was stupid enough to get caught by such as us? Besides, elves don't use ponies," said another one, slightly taller and better built than the other goblins. Just then there was a clattering noise from above, and a few of the other goblins stared up, one of them even remarking, "Well, here they come at last." Maybe someone had some rope and tied it off to something, speculated one of the others, still chewing at the whole not arriving with the ponies thing. The goblins nearby slapped the questioner roughly, shouting about how it didn't matter now and to get ready. But none of them could be ready for what happened next. There was a shout from above them and a flash of something slamming into them. 20 goblins were turned into so much mush as they exploded away from the point of impact, and then the owners of the ponies fell down into the horde of goblins. That was, at least, what it looked like to Harry. Harry's spells had blown open holes in their mass as the rest of Thorin's company fell down into them. A quick Petrificus Totalis spell followed, impacting the rope net and giving them solid footing to fall on, but also giving the goblins solid footing. Better, the dwarves were armed and ready for the impact, the goblins were not. Several of them were felled before the rest got over their shock and began to pile in. Harry personally dealt with 4 of them with his sword, trying to clear the area around him enough to concentrate on more spell work while also mindful to not nick his fellows, but he couldn't. There were just too many goblins. Strangely, the goblins generally ignored the dwarves' weapons, grabbing at arms, legs or anything else and simply piling in more and more trying to confine the interlopers. Soon only a few dwarves at the far end could move, and not even them for very long as more goblins piled on them from every direction. From along the causeway they charged forward, going weapon to weapon with the dwarves who could still move before they could turn to help their fellows. From up over the edge of this odd contraption they had been dropped into, the goblins climbed, throwing more nets over the entire group and obstructing their movement. They were soon pressed so tightly that Harry was forced to sheath his sword lest he poison the nearest dwarf, who happened to be Oin. The only one who could still move was Bilbo, who had fallen to the back of the net-like contraption. From there Bilbo stabbed a few goblins in the back, hacking at one after another as he balanced on the edge. Harry, still constrained on all sides, could no longer even use any spells for fear of harming his friends. They were just too close. He was, however, still the tallest one there and was able to watch as Bilbo tried to kill enough of the goblins along the side of the fight to free up his friends. But it didn't work, as goblins were pouring down the causeway towards them with nets and ropes. As Harry watched, Bilbo's good luck ran out. A goblin had crawled up from the underside of the capture net, pouncing on Bilbo. Before Bilbo could regain his balance, the goblin had him by the leg. Desperately Bilbo kicked out, catching the goblin in the face but only succeeding in forcing the creature to let go with its other hand to paw at its battered face, releasing its grip on the underside of the net. The sudden weight of the goblin pulled Bilbo off the edge of the net into the dark below. No! Harry shouted aloud, trying to force his magic to push the rest of the pile away from him in order to get free and try to get to Bilbo. It worked for a brief second before more goblins piled in again, blocking him from seeing Bilbo's continued descent. A second later iron clamps slammed down onto his wrist as a few of the goblins began to tie them up, one after another, as they all began to sing. No. Oh. Bilbo fell through the crevasse hidden under the mountain's harsh exterior, falling away from the light of the goblin-infested areas above and his friends both. But this was not a gentle if terrifying passage through the air. His fall was a painful one interspersed with smashing into, falling along, hitting, and then bouncing off rocky protrusions and pieces of heavily angled stone. The goblin whose dead weight had dragged him off the contraption above was smashed free of his leg. He could feel the arrows in his quiver shatter under the repeated blows before it was torn entirely off his body. His clothing, the sturdy, well-made clothing which had seen him through the journey up to this point, was soon shredded, and he was bleeding and bruised, his teeth gritted and his hands white on the hilt of his elven blade as he held the flat of it against his body. And still he fell. Eventually the fell fall ended, and Bilbo found himself slamming into something with enough of a lack of angle to it to constitute the ground, in this case, a large boulder sticking out of the ground. He hit it and tumbled down one side to land on his back, which knocked the air out of him. For a second he lay there, feeling all the little aches and pains, but hobbits were made of stern stuff, and nothing had been broken despite the fall. Rousing himself quickly, Bilbo pushed himself to his feet, staring around him with the light of his elven blade helping him. That sight made Bilbo blink. "Right, Bilbo me lad, time's past to start sneaking rather than fighting," he said in a near whisper, trying to keep his spirits up with a bit of wordplay. "But a blooded blade needs a name." "A name?" Bilbo thought for a moment, then smiled. "Sting. I will call you Sting, because even the largest animal should fear the sting of the wasp." Looking around, he found his sheath and belt, which, like his quiver, had been torn from him. Of that there was no sign, which Bilbo regretted now as he quickly sheathed his sword and stared around him. While the shaft which had deposited him had narrowed all the way along, here, it seemed to have come out into a large cavern. Bilbo couldn't see the far end of it from where he was even after sheathing Sting and letting his eyes adjust to the dark. Like dwarves, hobbits had far better night vision than humans, but even so the far side of the cavern was impenetrable. He could hear the sound of something plunking into water, but that was all he could hear for now. Moving forward, Bilbo began to call upon all his skill at moving as silently as possible. Well, if you look at it in a certain way, it's a bit of a relief being away from the rest. Humans and dwarves, clonking around in those huge boots of theirs, making such a racket. Of course this was more bravado than anything, but after his fall Bilbo was eager to look at the bright side of things. Now, where do I go from here? A few steps took Bilbo around the boulder he'd hit. There he stopped, moving backwards quickly and hiding in among some smaller boulders. There lay the goblin he had fallen with, having bounced a different way after being smashed free of his grip on Bilbo's leg. There were no major wounds on him, and Bilbo had a horrifying thought of the creature coming alive. But even worse was the fact that Bilbo could make out the sound of steps in the distance coming closer. An instant after he hit himself, Bilbo saw a small creature, the likes of which he had never seen before, climb over another large boulder to stare down at the dead orc. The thing might well have stood slightly taller than Bilbo, but it was hunched and rail-thin with wiry, almost spider-like limbs and a head that looked too large for its small frame. Its face was dominated by two large, luminescent eyes and a mouth full of fangs which were currently on display. Another goblin falling into the cave. It looks tasty, it does, Gollum, Gollum, the creature muttered in disjointed common, its voice a low rasp. Red meat, much better than fishies, it is, Gollum, Gollum. The creature leaned forward, reaching down to grab at the goblin, which suddenly came alive, roaring and grabbing at the creature. Nasty goblinses, stay dead. The creature shrieked, bringing a heavy and very sharp-looking rock down on the goblin's head 3 times before it fell limp. Then the thing leaped down and began to feed right then and there on the goblin. Watching this from his hiding place, it was all Bilbo could do to keep his stomach from rising. I have to get out of here. Faced with being alone with this creature who was a cannibal, panic finally began to set in, despite Bilbo's best efforts to keep it at bay. He slowly backed away, putting another small boulder between him and the creature, then turned, making his way away from the scene of the butchery. He crouched low, making certain his footsteps made no sound and that there was some of the rubble between him and the creature. Bilbo was trying to desperately look in every direction, including behind him, only to frown and look down as his big toe touched metal rather than stone. Looking down, he found his gaze suddenly grabbed by a small, innocuous golden ring lying on the ground of the cavern like someone had lost it out of a pocket. Reaching down, he picked it up, examining it closely before, almost unconsciously, slipping it into his breast pocket and moving on. A few steps after that Bilbo began to see the nearest wall of the cavern through the darkness and breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to turn and follow it in the hopes of finding an exit, Bilbo's foot tripped on some debris underfoot, making a small noise which nonetheless carried throughout the cavern. Darn it, Bilbo! Almost home free and look what you did. That'll teach you to never count your mushrooms until they're sliced. With that thought Bilbo pulled out his blade and turned, pressing his back into the wall of the cavern as his eyes sought out any sign of movement to indicate that the creature had heard him. Despite that, the creature was almost able to take him by surprise. Bilbo also noted that Sting didn't light up as the creature suddenly hopped onto a nearby rock, blocking Bilbo's way forward. What do we have here, my precious? Some odd little creature, not goblinses, no, Gollum, Gollum. What is it, then? Summoning up the same well of courage that had seen him in good stead all along this trip, Bilbo brought up Sting, pointing it at the creature's face. Isn't it polite to introduce yourself first? But nonetheless, I am Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit, not a goblin. They are my enemies, just as they are yours. The creature cocked its head, smiling evilly. Gollum, Gollum me name, a hobbit, is it? What is a hobbit? Where does it come from? Is it tasty, is it good to eat, will it fill the belly? Gollum made to leap forward, but Bilbo whipped his blade back and forth, crouching low and pulling it back to thrust all in a second. Thanks to Thorin's insistence, Bilbo had gotten some training in the blade, and, despite Gollum having a bit of a reach advantage, Bilbo knew he could hurt the other being badly if pressed. The kind that would cost you more to take than you'd get. Hissing, Gollum backed away, and Bilbo continued to speak, keeping his voice calm with difficulty. As I said, Gollum, I'm not your enemy, not unless you attack me. Now that we have established that, can you tell me how to get back up? Back where the goblins have their trap. Or, barring that, a way out of the mountain. No, NOS, Gollum, Gollum. Cannot lead you there. Many goblins is in the caves and tunnels above, Gollum, Gollum, Gollum replied, trying to circle around Bilbo, but Bilbo stood firm, and Gollum harumphed, leaning back as a look of cunning intelligence came into his luminescent eyes. Besides, what is in it for Gollum? What do you want? Besides to eat me, anyway, Bilbo asked, not making any move to lower his sword. It was getting a little heavy, but there was no way he wouldn't keep it at the ready when facing this creature. Nothing, yous has, nothing but the meat on you that Gollum wants. Such tasty, thick meat it is, Gollum replied. Then he smiled, his fangs all showing at once as he looked at Bilbo. Still, it's be a long time since Gollum spoke to someone else. We plays a riddle game, a game. If yous win, Gollum shows yous the way out. And if Gollum wins, Gollum eats you. Bilbo frowned. We each must both answer and then stump the other person. And I will have your word not to attack me if I win, correct? Yes, yes. But Gollum goes first, he does, and Bagginses must not threaten him with bright blade, Gollum retorted. Fair enough. I agree. With that Bilbo moved away from Gollum for a moment, sheathing his blade in its battered scabbard. Let's hear your riddles then, Gollum. I'll warn you, though, I'm a dab hand at riddles. Oh. Funny. If not for the manner of the beings who live here, this would be an amazing place, Harry thought, pushing his anger and grief down with difficulty as he was manhandled through a veritable horde of goblins alongside his friends. His hands were bound behind him, but that wouldn't have mattered at all if his friends hadn't been nearby. None of the spells he had which could do enough damage to free the group wouldn't have hurt his friends at the same time, just as before. Well, except for mass animal conjuration, but that would probably be too much weight for this wooden bridge thing we're on. Or it might push some of my friends over the side along with the goblins. Best to bide my time. They've kept us alive for a reason, that means we might have a chance to break free soon. With that in mind, Harry tried to concentrate on taking in the sights around him with some difficulty. The fact that they were being dragged along the ground was one thing, the song the goblins were all singing, was another. The dwarves were carried to near the top of a huge cavern the size of a football field, with far more depth to it than Harry could see. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of small wooden enclosures and decks jutted out of the sides of the cavern, some of which, Harry could see, led into tunnels beyond. There were hundreds of ropes leading all around with no set organization to them, along with numerous wooden and rope bridges connecting all of the wooden decks. Directly above them and stretching nearly down to their current level was a gigantic stalactite with thousands of candles stuck on crevices carved out of the rock. Together with numerous scattered torches they lit up the cavern so that even Harry could see easily. And everywhere Harry looked there were goblins. Goblins hung from the ropes or climbed across them. Goblins congregated on every surface and climbed up the sheer rock face in places. There must have been thousands of them, an uncountable horde of goblins here, hidden underground. And they were all singing as if someone nearby was directing a choir. Each line of the song was sung by a different group of goblins, the song moving all around the cavern. And they were all singing in common rather than their own language, making it an obvious attempt to intimidate the group. Alas, that didn't make it any less effective or irritating. Clap. Snap. The back crack. Grip, grab. Pinch, nab. You go, my lad. Ho, ho. And down, down to Goblin Town you go, my lad. At that the goblins around the dwarves and Harry snapped whips above their heads and onto their backs, joining in with the chorus. Down, down to Goblin Town. Down, down to Goblin Town. Down, down to Goblin Town you go, my lad. Ho, ho. My lad. Clash, crash. Crush, smash. Hammer and tongs. Knocker and gongs. Pound, pound, far underground. Ho, ho. My lad. You go, my lad. This was followed instantly by the goblins all around them punching, kicking, or hurling stones at the prisoners. Many of the dwarves turned their heads to their shoulders or hid them, but Thorin didn't, taking a rock to the side of his face, and Harry did the same as the goblins once more shouted out that chorus before moving on to the next line of the song. Swish, smack. Whip crack. Batter and beat. Yammer and bleat. Work, work. Nor dare to shirk, while goblins quaff and laugh. Batter, jabber, whip, and toffer hoo-hoo. Below, my lad. Ho, ho. My lad. Down, down to Goblin Town. Down, down to Goblin Town. Shouted groups of goblins as they passed, yelling and tossing foul-smelling offal at them as, once more, other goblins cracked whips at the company's backs. The song ended as they were pushed out onto a long platform which led to a circular dais set into the middle of the cavern. It was held there by massive chunks of wood made into an arch below the platform and steel chains thicker than a man's body dangling from the stalactite above. Standing there was a massive goblin, so corpulent he looked as if he could eat some of the smaller goblins whole. On his head he wore a crude crown, gleaming gold in the light. He was wielding a large scepter of wood which had a skull set on top of it with something rattling around inside it, which he shook at the dwarves, bellowing out his laughter, the sound carrying both amusement and disdain. Ha 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 ha. I do hope that you've enjoyed our song, strangers. It might be the last thing you hear. Now, tell me, what are these foul outsiders which you have brought before me? The large goblin shouted, waving his scepter around. Like magic the background music cut out, and one of the goblins who had captured Harry and the dwarves moved forward. My king, these are indeed strangers to our land, as you can see. We found them loitering on our front door. They come armed into your mountains, your munificence. Who among you speaks for your rabble? The king asked, striding forward on stumpy legs which were as fat as the rest of him. "I do," Thorin said boldly, standing upright from where he and the others had been forced to their knees in front of the goblin chieftain. He was quickly brought forward to the front of the crowd, which began to shout and jeer at him until the king once more gestured for silence. With that incentive, Thorin spoke up quickly. "My name is Latham Ironhand. My companions and I were attempting to join our brethren in the Iron Hills. We had no idea we were trespassing and no wish to do so. We were peaceably sleeping in a cave after we sought shelter from the storm when we were set upon by your alert guards. A likely story, dwarf. After all, I see a human there among your party. What of him?" the king asked, gesturing to Harry. Harry too stood up tall and was quickly brought forward to stand beside Thorin. This was fine by Harry, as it brought him free of the others so he could finally start using some spells. Taking his cue from Thorin, he bowed his head toward the king. "Your Majesty, I am a farmer of some repute in my homeland. Latham and his folk commissioned me to come and live with them to teach them my farming techniques." He then smiled slightly, looking around at the underground kingdom. "If I knew we were passing through goblin territory, I would have demanded more money up front. Hazard pay, you understand." As the goblins laughed, Harry's fingers were moving, generating a tiny cutting spell. He couldn't point at his own bonds, however, so he was slowly cutting at those of Thorin beside him. "Ha! You would make a good jester, I think, human, but you and your companions' words do not persuade," the king intoned. He was interrupted by a shriek to one side of him. One of the other goblins on the dais had been bringing the weapons they had captured forward to be inspected, and he had just pulled Orcrist out of the pile. He now screamed as the blade lit up like a small star, the blade's light and its touch actually paining him, causing him to drop the sword. The light had initially gone out when Thorin had killed the first goblin, part of its magic dousing the light after the warning had been given. But the touch of one of the fell races on its hilt had activated the enchantment once more. "You see!" the king shouted, pointing at the blade as the goblins all around scattered or began to beat on the captives in return. "You see! They have proven themselves enemies from that weapon alone. It is the goblin cleaver, the biter." The king whirled, moving surprisingly quickly for his bulk as he moved to stand in front of Thorin. He gestured and the guards stood Thorin upright once more as the king leaned down into his face. "And even without that I would know you, Thorin Oakenshield. Your description has spread throughout these mountains, sent there by an old friend of yours. A white-skinned orc, riding a white warg." Thorin gritted his teeth but said nothing, having just felt his bonds part enough that he felt he could snap them easily. Any more and the effect would have been seen. "Send a message to the White One. Tell him we have his prize," the king shouted, pushing Thorin back with his free hand even as he turned to shout this at a small messenger goblin. The tiny thing nodded, writing down the words, and then shoved off, moving along a rope in a tiny cart out into the rest of the cavern. As it did, though, the king turned his attention to Harry, the malicious gleam in his eyes not fading at all. "Ah, but you travel with someone even more infamous. A young, magic user. Did you think I would not understand what you did to slow your friend's descent down our little trap? You have made quite a splash, wizard, and we have orders about you too. Orders from on high, orders from someone beyond even the White Orc. You, wizard, are to be turned over to the master's servants at the earliest opportunity. They will be coming for you." Harry didn't understand why the king was putting such an emphasis on the word servants, but the master bit, that he understood well enough. "Well, I wanted an opening, and this looks to be the best I'm going to get. Yes, well, the thing about wizards is, even tied up, we're never unarmed." With that 2 cutting spells lanced out backwards, blasting several of the goblin guards directly behind him into bits. He turned at the same time, his still tied up hands facing backwards toward the pile of weapons. Oxio Orcrist. The blade flew through the air, causing the king to stumble out of the way along with several of his guards, which in turn allowed Thorin to break his weakened bonds. Kicking off of Harry's hunched back, he leaped further into the air, catching his blade and bringing it down and around, slicing the king's head from his shoulders. Turning, he quickly cut Harry's bonds, and Harry swiftly began to lash out with cutting spells, cutting down the guards around the rest of the dwarves as Thorin roared out, "Take up your weapons and fight." With that he charged forward to hold the bridge to the dais as his friends ran the other way, grabbing their weapons once more. For a moment the goblins crowding the cavern's walls stared in shock. Then a screeching roar rushed toward them as the goblins pushed forward. Hundreds came at them across the bridge to the dais, while hundreds more climbed up the ropes or down the chains or even up from the arch below. Worse for Harry, the miasma of this many Morgoth-created creatures began to sap his magic power almost immediately. Not, thankfully, as badly as it would have against an equal number of orcs, but it still forced Harry to overpower his spells something fierce, but they worked to thin the horde on the causeway. With Thorin guarding him from the goblins coming at them from below, they held for a moment, alone. A moment was all the dwarves needed to rearm themselves and rush to their king and his friend's aid. Barak Hazard. Hazard ra durin nur. They bellowed their defiance as they hammered into the horde, pushing into it and scattering the goblins off the bridge, their impact nearly causing as many deaths that way as their weapons. Now Harry began to use spells not only to attack but to defend his friends. More than one blow was turned aside by a hasty protego as cutting and a few fire spells cut through the horde. Thorin cut one goblin down and leaped over another, letting Keely gut it, then pushed on, ducking under another blow, or Christ slicing the goblin near in two as he whirled to cut into another. With that he had reached the far side of the causeway from the dais, and he began to look around, trying to decide where to go. This was a problem in all the dwarves' minds, and even as he pushed a goblin off the edge of the causeway and made to join his king, Bomber roared out, "Where to? Where should we go?" Balin nodded too, following his bellowing brother as he moved to stand with Thorin, guarding one side of the passage. Keely, Philly and Gloin barged around Balin, hacking down 4 goblins and pushing more back, carrying conjured shields from Harry and moving in step like a line. Thorin, we have no idea where to go, but we have to go somewhere. They'll overwhelm us soon enough." That his last word was punctuated by Balin bringing down his sword on a goblin's head as the creature tried to climb up the side of the platform was lost to no one. Following at the back, Harry looked around, wondering if he should try and figure out where Bilbo was, just as a goal, but there were too many goblins now on the causeway, charging at the company's open side. "Bombarda!" he yelled, bringing his hands forward and lashing out with the explosive spell at the causeway. A second bombarda followed the first, shattering the arch of wood holding the dais beyond up. Now held up only by the chains leading up to the stalactite and the various ropes, the edifice began to shudder and then tear itself apart, most of the pieces collapsing and taking the mass of goblins that had been coming at them that way to their doom. An instant later something else was added to the battlefield. A massive arc of lightning slammed through the mass of goblins to the side of the platform closest to where Thorin and Willin were holding the line. Another even larger blast of pure white light lanced out, blasting more goblins off the platform as it blinded hundreds more. That light slowly rose into the air of the giant cavern, blinding more of the goblins before they could climb towards the dwarves. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of goblins screamed and clutched at their eyes, falling from where they had been climbing. As the dwarves gaped, Harry began to laugh. "Now that is an entrance, old man." Gandalf moved out of one of the tunnels, standing and glaring up at them from a platform just slightly below the one they were fighting on, connected to it by a plank bridge. "This way, you fools. Fly, this battle is unwinnable for us all." Tying the sword of Gryffindor to his side, Harry nodded in thanks to Boffer, who had been the one to grab it from the pile. "Move, gentlemen." Thorin and Willin reached Gandalf first, and he directed them down the series of interconnected platforms and plank bridges. "Down. Head down as often as you are able. The only exit for us is away and down. Hopefully it will carry us through the mountain as well," Gandalf said as the dwarves joined him, followed by Harry. For a second he and Harry smiled at one another. "How exactly did you catch up to us?" Harry asked. "How exactly did you end up in this predicament?" Gandalf retorted tartly, his eyes twinkling in good humor in a way that worked more for him than Dumbledore's overdone expression ever had for him. The goblin blood splattered over his grey robes helped quite a bit. "I do not suppose that this timely rescue relieves me of the burden of your anger at my manipulations back in Rivendell. Get us out of here and all is forgiven, Gandalf," Harry said, and then turned as he stared up at the top of the massive stalactite which hovered in the air over the area where the dais had been before. He held out his hand in that direction and sent out the most powerful bombarda spell he could. It smashed halfway through the base of the massive stalactite, but no more. "Well, it was worth a shot," he said, shrugging and following after the rest of them. Now with the dwarves all around him and Gandalf leading the way, Harry fell back into the group using long-range spell work, hurling out fire for the most part behind them and cutting spells in front along with the occasional defensive spell. The fires soon spread, causing even more chaos. Gandalf added his own spells, feeding the fires and sending the smoke into the faces of their enemies from behind, even as he wielded Glamdring with skills and speed well beyond his apparent age. At the front Thorin busily organized his friends while also cutting down the enemies piling into them from the direction they were trying to go. "Ori, Nori, Dory, cut any bridge we pass, we must cut down the avenues they can attack us from. Gloin, Bifur, Bomber, watch out below. Balin, Oin, Boffer, watch out above." With him, Gandalf, and Willin forging ahead and Harry standing behind Philly and Keely at the back, they continued on as more and more enemies appeared, racing through the spreading fires to get at them. Oh! Though he had thought his attempt to bring down the large, kilometer-high stalactite had failed, Harry's attack had an effect. The stalactite weighed many times more than Hogwarts, and now half of its support was gone. Hidden under the sounds of battle and the crackle of the spreading fires, the stone began to creak in agony. Oh! Deep below the main section of the Goblin Kingdom the sounds of battle did not penetrate. Instead the hidden underground lake reverberated with the words of a contest of intelligence rather than martial prowess. No legs lay on one leg, 2 legs sat near on 3 legs, 4 legs got some. Bilbo said, smiling at his enemy. He had actually been having fun with this, though Gollum certainly was beginning to become more anxious as the competition continued. Gollum paced back and forth, crawling, then flipping from hands to feet, then climbing up a boulder. Fishes on a table, that is the first. Gollum, Gollum. Cat get the scraps, that is the last. The middle one, my precious, what is it? He paced back and forth, and Bilbo began to hope that this would mean an end to the contest. The more time he spent with the little creature, it became more obvious that he was unhinged. At this point, despite his own enjoyment of the contest, Bilbo was starting to fear for his life. 2 out of 3, my friend, but that won't be enough. Soon you'll have to do as I asked and direct me out of here. Gollum. Gollum. Gollum hasn't lost yet, my precious. Gollum shouted, and then smiled as it came to him. Man on a stool, yes. That is the middle one, my precious. He rolled off the boulder he was sitting on, righting himself as he landed to glare at Bilbo. Now it best your turn to guess the riddle, yes, my precious. That was the rule. Ask away, Bilbo replied, cursing inwardly. I thought I had him there. I'll have to start using some of the riddles Harry has told me about. They were new, so there's no way this Gollum creature could have heard them before this. Gollum cackled and then went on, his tone becoming almost deep, with a malicious tint to it. This thing all things devours, birds, beasts, trees, flowers, gnaws iron, bites steel, grinds hard stones to meal, slays king, ruins town, and beats high mountain down. What is it? Bilbo frowned, walking around as energetic hobbits were wont to do if they were deep in thought. Let me think, let me think. It is all one thing. You cannot ask questions like that. Unless you are conceding, my precious. The odd little being across from him said, bouncing from one area to another, sniffing the air in anticipation. Is it tasty? Is its meat good? Will it need to be tenderized? Oh, definitely I would be after this trip, I think, Bilbo said absent-mindedly, then nodded resolutely. So it is not in fact an element. So it isn't wind, it isn't rain. With a grin he turned, pointing at Gollum excitedly. I have it. Time. The answer is time. Now Gollum truly began to show his anger at how the game was going. Instead of taking it good-naturedly as he had the first few iterations, he slammed his large hands down on the ground followed by his head before he rolled around angrily. He guessed it, the Baggins guessed it. We cannot eat him yet, my precious. Then it seemed to sober up, rolling onto all fours and glaring angrily at Bilbo. But that does not mean that the Baggins has won yet. It must ask its own question. Bilbo began to pat the front of his chest in thought, and for a moment he felt the golden ring he had found before inside. The oddly quixotic idea of simply asking, "What have I got in my pocket?" came to him, but that wouldn't be a riddle, and he discarded it immediately in favor of one of the riddles that Harry had told him about from his own world. I sure would have liked to have met this friend of his with the very odd name. Padma, wasn't it? She seems to have been an interesting sort of a young lady even for human. I have one, he said, I'll warn you, though, I think this one is one of the toughest ones I have. Ask it. Gollum grumbled. We are getting hungry, my precious. Some say we are red, some say we are green. Some play us, some spray us. What are we? Bilbo asked. Gollum continued to mutter under his breath, and Bilbo gave it time. But eventually he began to feel very anxious and suddenly stood upright. All right, I've given you more than enough time, Gollum. It is now time for you to either try your guess or admit that you lost. No. No. Gollum will not lose, my precious. Baggins must give it three guesses. The little creature said, growling angrily and staring hard at Bilbo. Why would I do that? It's a riddle, not a guessing game. Bilbo retorted incredulously. I've given you more than enough time. If you don't know the answer, then I've won. Those are the rules of a riddle game, you can't suddenly change it. But Wes can, my precious. Gollum said, once more sounding cunning as he crouched on top of a rock between Bilbo and the direction he had been following along the cavern wall. You still need Gollum to get out of here, yes, my precious. So you will give me my choices. 2 chances, Bilbo said firmly. Then we go our separate ways, and you'll have to live with being a sore loser. Remember, friend, Bilbo said, pulling out Sting once more, I'm not entirely defenseless. Taking this hobbit might cost you more meat than you'd get off my corpse. Gollum growled, rolling this way and that on top of the rock before standing up abruptly, poised to leap. Bilbo brought up Sting, pointing it directly at Gollum, and Gollum huffed, sitting back down slightly. Very well, nasty hobbitses, he spat. 2 answers. But then you must wait here while I get something from my hut. Yes, he said, his eyes narrowing as a malevolent light began to fill them. Yes, My precious. We must get the precious before I lead you out. That sounds fair enough, Bilbo said slowly, only lowering his blade, not putting it away. Now for your answers. A bloody corpse. Gollum rattled out one right away, and when it was proven to not be correct, he paused, thinking, leaping over another rock, sliding down it, and then moving around on all fours as he thought before shouting out his second one. Leaves. Bilbo shook his head. I'm sorry, but no. The answer was a pepper. For they come in green and red. Nasty things, too spicy for my palate, but... Gollum glared at him before throwing a massive temper tantrum, rolling on the ground and thumping it hard with his hands and feet. Lost. Gollum has lost. No, my precious. That's right, friend, and that means you need to lead me out of here, Bilbo said firmly. Again Gollum showed that disturbing ability to change his mood at the drop of a hat. He abruptly stood up and nodded resolutely. Wait here you will, Bagginses, he said. Go to retrieve the precious up, Gollum will. He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Then lead you out I will, my precious, yes. With that Gollum pattered away, reaching the edge of the lake swiftly. There a very crude log boat waited, which he moved out into the water with his wide, almost paddle-like hands and feet to a small island in the center of the lake. There he began to search around an incredibly crude lean-to, his movements becoming more and more desperate with every second that passed without his finding what he was looking for. No. No, it is gone. The precious is gone, lost. Think. Gollum stopped suddenly, staring out across the lake. Think. Where could the precious be? Where could it have dropped? Gollum's shrieks had filled the cavern, and Bilbo shook his head. It's time to give this up as a bad idea and move on quickly, very quickly. Gollum's limited sanity seems to have cracked entirely from that noise he's making, poor creature. With that in mind, Bilbo turned resolutely in the direction he had been following before. Gollum had always put itself between Bilbo and this direction, so Bilbo supposed this was the right way to go to find the exit to the cavern. And, if he could find that, Bilbo supposed he could find his way out entirely eventually. Behind him Gollum's raging ceased, and he raced towards his little boat, paddling it back over quickly. Hearing the noise of Bilbo's passage, he moved in that direction, roaring his anger. What did Gollum say? Gollum said to you to stay still, my precious. Cannot enter the other caverns without the precious. That matters not to me, Bilbo said bluntly, sting once more in his hand as he stared at the oncoming Gollum, having stopped and put his back against the wall again. You promised to take me out of here. That is all that matters. Unless this precious of yours is a map to show us the way out. Unbeknownst to Bilbo, his free hand had begun to fiddle with one of his pockets, and for some reason Gollum's eyes tracked that movement. What has it got in its pockets? Gollum said suddenly, his voice low and malevolent, far more dangerous than even the worst Bilbo had heard before this moment. Nothing that concerns you, Bilbo said, scowling angrily at Gollum. Now show me the way out of here or else just let me try to find my own way. If you're too scared of the goblins, that is understandable, but I must brave them to get back to my companions. What has it got in its pockets? Gollum shouted, making to reach forward. But Bilbo directed his sword upwards, threatening Gollum once more. Nothing. Once more Gollum seems to do a 180, his attitude changing abruptly. Very well. Gollum will shows you the way out, nasty Bagginses. Uneasily Bilbo followed after Gollum, keeping Sting in hand just in case and staying several paces back so the creature could not leap on him suddenly. He no longer had any trust for the creature's sanity. They were barely halfway to the entrance when there was a loud booming crash above them, and the ceiling began to cave in. Large chunks of rock slammed into the ground around them and into the lake beyond, splashing the water everywhere, drenching them both and hurling both Gollum and Bilbo off their feet. What's going on? Bilbo shouted. Gollum didn't reply, too terrified by the sudden noise and violence of the cave-in, racing towards a shelter underneath a large, shiny-looking rock near what looked to be a fissure in the rock face of the cavern wall. Bilbo made to move after him, but stumbled, falling to his face. At the impact his breast pocket opened, and the little ring escaped, rolling in front of him on its side. That glint of gold somehow caught Gollum's attention, and he turned to stare, then shriek. Thief! Thief! You had it all this time. The precious! Now unmindful of the rooftop collapsing down all around them, he raced towards the sprawled Bilbo, his large hands extended to grab and strangle. The precious is mine. You will never have it, filthy Bagginses. From where he had sprawled Bilbo heard this and looked over, then back at the ring. All this trouble for that little ring? He stared at it, and, as he did so, another large boulder stuck nearby, causing the ring to jump up off the ground where it had landed, balanced against a small rock. Now it began to tumble towards him, and Bilbo found himself holding his hand out towards it. Then, in a sign of incredible luck, fate or an unseen hand, the ring hit a small stone and hopped into the air, before falling neatly on Bilbo's finger. The next second Bilbo had to roll away as another boulder crashed down where he had been sprawled on the ground. Between 1 minute and the next, just as Gollum was about to leap towards him, Bilbo disappeared from sight. No. The precious. For a moment Bilbo didn't understand what was going on. Then, as Gollum's eyes scanned over him and did not see him, Bilbo realized. The ring. It's like those spells of Harry's. It made me invisible. Amazing. Slowly Bilbo pushed himself to his feet, making an effort to make no noise. What little noise he made was covered by the sound of the ongoing cave-in. Now to figure out where to go. Think. Gollum shouted to himself, dodging to one side as a large piece of rock slammed into where he had been standing before collapsing against the one which had nearly crushed Bilbo. Think. Bagginses must make for the entrance, yes. Can get there first, we can. We will reclaim the precious. With that he raced off, heading towards the cleft in the side he had initially been moving towards when he had spotted the ring. Bilbo followed him on his heels, careful to still make no noise, hiding Sting under his shirt for now, having no way to know if the invisibility would cover its glow if it began to do so. This worked until right before he could reach the crack in the cavern's wall. The water from the lake had spread throughout the area, creating a puddle in front of the crevice leading out of the underground cavern, where Gollum had situated itself right in the entranceway. The puddle was hidden between a few rocks, and Bilbo walked right into it, causing a splashing sound. At that noise Gollum turned and snarled, leaping towards him. Even with the precious, Gollum can still hear you. Hastily Bilbo raised Sting, and Gollum smashed into him, taking the blow on his side but bodily slamming into Bilbo, bearing him to the earth. Sting had cut along Gollum's side, but had been knocked out of Bilbo's hand as Gollum had slammed into him. Now they rolled, Bilbo's invisibility no longer any help whatsoever now that Gollum had a hand on Bilbo. The precious will be mine. One of Gollum's hands tried to find Bilbo's unseen neck, only to be blocked by one of Bilbo's own hands in its efforts to squeeze the life out of him while Gollum's other hand picked up a large rock. An instant later he hammered it down into Bilbo despite not being able to see them, thumping Bilbo several times on the shoulders and chest, leaving large bruises and maybe even breaking a rib, but Bilbo ducked and dodged this way and that, the stone slamming down all around his head. But there were other small rocks around, and Bilbo's scrambling hand found one. He raised it and slammed it into the side of Gollum's head, sending him reeling, though the creature somehow retained a grip on Bilbo's arm. But that momentary break allowed Bilbo to grab Sting once more. Gollum lunged towards where he felt Bilbo was, given the grip on his arm, his mouth gaping in an effort to bring his teeth into play. But Bilbo punched Sting forward into its chest. The two of them stared at one another, one unseen by the other, as Gollum gaped, staring down at the sword thrusting through its chest and out the other side. "Why did you make me do that? Why?" Bilbo shouted, distraught. "We could have parted, you could have lived." Gollum made no reply, stumbling backwards, pulling Sting out of Bilbo's hand, and falling to his knees and finally onto his side, shuddering. There the light of life disappeared from his eyes, the shuddering ceasing quickly thereafter. For a moment Bilbo slumped, staring. This was not the first life he had taken, of course he had killed several orcs and goblins by this point, but all he could feel now was a well of pity rising up within him at the sight of the small body. "I'm sorry it had to be like that. I'm sorry your madness had such control of you." Sighing, he moved over and pulled Sting out, wiping it off on the ground before sheathing it once more and turning and racing towards the crevice, which hopefully would lead out and away. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, the ring was still on his finger. Oh. Several minutes before the cave-in began, in the main cavern the battle was not going well for the dwarves. 3 times their progress had nearly ground to a halt by the sheer number of goblins coming at them. Twice they had had to double back into the fires that Harry had caused before leaping down to a lower causeway rather than to brave the sheer numbers that had gathered in front of the way they had been going. "For every one of these beasts we kill, 20 take their place. How did they grow to such numbers, Gandalf?" Balin shouted, wrenching his stolen sword out of a goblin and kicking another in the head as it tried to climb over the edge of the causeway they were racing along. "A goblin can grow to maturity within a year, and it only takes a dozen or so to create a mud pit, Master Balin. The only way to make certain they will not come back is to cleanse every area and hidden hole they have used," Gandalf replied. "Here in the Misty Mountains that would include Moria, and is thus impossible, though the strength of this den so close to Rivendell is most worrisome." Harry shuddered, hearing this over the tumult of battle. Thanks to Gandalf and Thorin he knew how goblins and orcs had been created in the first place, and their reproduction was not something he ever wanted to see. "If you have any ideas how get us out of here, now is the time, Gandalf." The dwarves were slowly flagging, and Harry could feel his own exhaustion creeping up on him like a blackness at the back of his mind. He had been using attack spell and defensive spells almost exclusively, but had slowly begun to fall back on a purely defensive role as his mind began to fade under the effort. Everywhere he looked there was fire, smoke, and gathering goblins, always more of them. Despite the sheer number of the fires he had started along their route, the goblins didn't seem to care, they simply pushed through the fires and the smoke too. Harry saw several of them actually lighting themselves on fire from getting too close or gasping and falling back from smoke inhalation, but there were always more. The only reasons they hadn't been overwhelmed by this point were Harry's defensive spells, Gandalf, who seemed inexhaustible, and the fact that they kept moving. Though Harry felt it also had something to do with the fact that even goblins couldn't climb up the sheer rock faces under them or above them without using both hands. This naturally limited their effectiveness once they actually reached the dwarves. "We're going too slowly," Gandalf replied. "We have to speed our descent somehow." Harry looked around, then a wild idea came to him. "Hold here!" he shouted, looking down and further down. From what he could tell there were only 2, maybe 3 platforms directly below them. After that it was darkness all the way down. "If we take this shaft straight down, do you know where it will lead, Gandalf?" "There should be a series of passages and caves down there that could eventually lead us out," Gandalf said, grunting his words as he thrust out Glamdring, catching a goblin in the side of the head as it tried to land on Gloin's back. A blast of wind sent upward caught several other goblins, hurling them off the cavern's sides to their deaths. "What do you have in mind, Harry?" "Something insane," Harry said, laughing wildly now. He crouched down and put his hand on the floor of the platform they were on, using the same spell he had used to reinforce the strength of the dwarves' shields. Then he ordered 4 of the dwarves to start cutting away at the supports and the ropes that connected the platform they were on to the bridge they had traversed to get to it. They moved away from the sides where they had been fighting off the goblins, weakening the line for a moment, but Gandalf was able to take up the slack. Thorin grasped what Harry was trying to do almost immediately as he watched his youngest nephew chopping away at the supports. "Harry, by the beards of my fathers, what are you doing?" "Hopefully saving us, if in a decidedly insane manner," Harry said, moving to each dwarf and casting a sticking charm on their feet. More than one of them gasped as they found they couldn't move their feet away from where they were standing, but just as that was about to be a liability, the final pieces of support gave way behind them, and the entire platform instantly began to fall, sliding down the side of the cavern wall. "Hang on!" Harry whooped, moving over to the side of the platform and holding on with one hand, his other hand thrust out and down below. The platform below them came up towards them quickly, the goblins on it staring up at them in shock. Harry didn't give them any time to try to escape, thrusting his hand out and shouting, "Bombarda!" The spell, which at this point caused Harry to start to see spots for a second, hit about 3 seconds before the descending platform would have, blowing the goblins and the platform below them into pieces. Their own platform slid through the remains, bouncing and twirling, but it was still in one piece and going downwards in a semi-controlled manner. Again and again Harry's spells lanced out, transfiguring the side of the cavern wall, making it smoother as they passed. Indeed, Keely stared upwards along their route. Harry's created sections of glass. "Oddly, it's one of the easiest transfiguration spells," Harry said, grunting with the effort. "Turning stone to glass, that is. I suppose it is because glass comes from sand, which is just ground up stone. Even here that isn't so hard, since I'm not changing one element to another, I think." Beside him Bifer, who still retained one of the defensive spells Harry had last cast on his shield, moved to shield Harry as arrows began to fly, plunking his shield down right next to Harry so tightly that Harry could only look out over the side as his hands remained there, thrust out. "Do your work, Harry," the dwarf said grimly. "Let us shield you in turn, my friend." Right," Harry muttered, putting aside his musings on how magic worked here in Middle-earth to concentrate on the here and now. Soon they all saw the bottom of the cavern racing towards them from below. "Brace yourselves!" Harry roared, using a sticking charm a second before thrusting his other hand forward, trying to create a cushioning charm below them, even more spots appearing in his vision. The spell was weak, and there was a thunderous booming crash as the reinforced platform finally shattered, unable to withstand the impact. All the dwarves were flung this way and that, but when the rumbling of their crash ended they were all still alive. Bruised and battered, but alive. Harry and Gandalf quickly began to move around, cancelling the sticking charms and letting the dwarves move. "We must hurry," Gandalf said. Blearily Harry pushed himself to his feet, aided by Bifer and Dory. All 3 stared upwards as did many of the others in growing horror. Above them the entire cavern wall from one side to another was filled with goblins racing down towards them, climbing so quickly they looked more like spiders than anything normally bipedal. Gandalf too looked upwards and then shouted aloud. "Run! Do not just stand there and gape, run!" Harry, however, didn't run immediately. He stared upwards and then at the side of the cavern all around them. Breathing in deeply, he banished his tiredness through strength of will alone and thrust his hands outwards, channeling the same transfiguration spell that he had been using occasionally on their descent at the walls all around him, heading upwards as fast as he could. The walls of the cavern turned to glass as the dwarves watched, and Gandalf gaped before racing over towards Harry. "Harry! We can't hold them off. We can't let them rush after us all the way to Mirkwood either, Gandalf!" shouted Harry, his eyes beginning to twitch and his fingers shake even as he continued to use his magic. Let me work. Gandalf took one look at Harry's determined face, then nodded. Dory and Bifur. Protect him, and if he tries to stay any longer than it takes me to get out of your sight down that passage, knock him out and drag him. The rest of you, follow me. Thorin paused to grab Harry's shoulder as he passed by. Remember, you are worth more alive and breathing than as a martyr, my friend, and there are many here that would miss you should you be gone. With that said, the gruff dwarven king turned, racing ahead and shouting, Filly, with me. Let us make certain the trail is clear. Smiling grimly, Harry continued to use the spell for a few more seconds, as above them the goblins continued to careen down the walls. The first few soon reached the areas of transfigured glass where they realized, to a goblin, that climbing glass was much more difficult than stone. Behind them the rest of the horde started to slow as their fellows started to fall to their deaths, splattering all around the trio still standing there. Just then there was a mighty crash, unseen by any of the dwarves or Harry. Though they did not know it, that was the sound of the massive stalactite in the main cavern finally letting go, millions of tons of rock coming loose and careening downwards to slam into the ground far, far below it, into the top of the underground cavern which held the lake on whose shores Bilbo and Gollum had been having their contest. To Harry and the others the rumblings were a distant thing, but growing. Time to go. Harry shouted, turning and stumbling, his mental exhaustion carrying over into his mind as Dory and Bifur fell into place beside him. They all raced for the cavern entrance that the others had entered previously. Their Ori beckoned them on, shouting encouragement. Come on, brother. When Harry reached Ori he turned. Above them ropes began to come down from on high, and the goblins still chasing after them were now climbing down once more despite the whole cavern shaking from the distant impact. Time to add just a bit more to it. Harry aimed his hands at the now glass wall of the cavern and shouted, Conf Ringo Vinculum. Unlike the bombarda, which acted like an explosive shell going off when it struck something, Conf Ringo detonated the object itself. The Vinculum variant simply created dozens of further explosions in the object targeted. The spell barely registered against magical shields, unable to find anything to latch onto, and stone would have simply absorbed the explosion after it created a small gouge out of it. But glass. The glass exploded in every direction, causing Harry to dodge backwards into the tunnel, pulling Bifur behind him as Dory did the same for his younger brother to protect them from flying glass. Above them the explosions then travelled upwards, cracks flowing in every direction. But that was not all. As with the stalactite, Harry had removed the support of the rock directly above where his transfiguration spell had ended. Several hundred meters of stone, cracked and weakened by the still ongoing reverberations, began to tumble down, bearing with it much of the goblin horde. Those reverberations continued to spread throughout the rock. The goblins had not been kind to the mountain as they ripped out their hidden town, and they certainly had not thought about support, structural integrity, or anything of that nature. The small earthquake that Harry had caused with the stalactite reverberated, gaining momentum when it reached the areas where Harry had performed his last few spells. The result was that the whole mountain began to shake, if only slightly. Above them, on the surface, animals and birds quickly began to become alarmed, racing away, and more than one avalanche was caused in sympathy due to what was going on underneath. None of that mattered to Harry and his fellows however. What mattered to them was that, in consequence of this, the roof of the tunnel that they were in began to quiver and shake. What did you do, Harry? Dory shouted incredulously. I have no idea, Harry answered honestly. My spells shouldn't have caused this large an effect. A stone from above came loose then, slamming into Harry's shoulder and the side of his head, knocking him reeling. This proved too much for Harry, and he fell unconscious as his head smashed into the tunnel's floor. Wonder how it's happening later, Bifur ordered, pushing Ori ahead of them. Dory, grab him. We need to get out of here now. What a magnificent idea, said a new voice as Bilbo emerged from a side tunnel seemingly like magic, moving forward to take Dory's weapons and pack from him. Dory in turn pulled Harry up into his arms and raced on as if the human weighed next to nothing. Master Thief! Exclaimed Ori, clapping Bilbo on his shoulder as they ran alongside the others. Where did you come from? That is a tale, my friend, and one best told around a campfire, I feel. Bilbo ducked to one side, dodging another rock. That was my subtle way of saying we should all save our breath for running. Ahead of them Gandalf and several of the other dwarves, including Thorin, were waiting for them anxiously. Behind them the light of day could be seen through a crack in the mountain's side. Gandalf stood in the center of the group. His staff was alight, his equivalent of Harry's Protego spell blasting out of it in an umbrella of energy, holding back the stone. The wizard breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at Bilbo and Harry, his eyes turning worried as he saw that Harry was being carried, the younger man's face developing a large, rather spectacular bruise. Thorin also gaped at Harry, racing forward with Balin to check his pulse before breathing a sigh of relief and ordering the rest out, taking a moment to stare at Bilbo now. Master Baggins! You returned to us in a timely manner. Thank you for your welcome, but once again, such things can wait. Bilbo yelped, leaping aside as a rock tumbled down from the tunnel's roof. As they went, several of the dwarves were hit by falling debris, but thanks to their helmets and thicker-than-human skulls, they only got rattled a bit, not slowing at all as they raced out of the mountain to whatever lay beyond. End chapter. A natural place to break off the chapter, I feel. Next chapter will take us through meeting a certain skin changer, Harry, Animagus, a white orc, Harry being used as luggage, a talk with Bilbo, giant eagles, Gandalf once more leaving, and giant spiders who realize very quickly that attacking a wizard with a penchant for lighting things on fire is not a smart option before Harry is forced to admit that, yes, there are elves who are just assholes regardless of their race. The poll for July is up. As always, if you want to have more say in what stories I concentrate on, please consider signing up over on my Patreon page. There you will get 4 votes in each poll for every $1 and access to my Renma/Fairy Tale crossover, Making Waves, as well as several teaser chapters, OMACs, and future story concepts. Chapter 7. I am not Tolkien, could never create a whole new language, nor am I Rowling. Hey all! After more than a year out in the hinterlands, here, finally, is the next chapter of Fate Touched in Middle-earth. It has not ever done very well in the polls, but finally, the stars aligned, and it was able to win out in the small story poll, beating out Stallion of the Line thanks to my own votes going towards this story. Because of that, Stallion will be updated next month as the first story I'll have up. This and another decision I've made regarding the large story poll will have an impact on November's poll. Here on fanfic that should be up by tonight, so remember to check it out if you want to vote, even if this chapter is the shortest I've ever posted lol. Seriously, I wasn't able to finish the chapter I wanted to. I thought I'd have this whole week off to work on it, that did not happen. Still, I hope you all enjoy this even if it isn't the full chapter I wanted to put out this month. In other news, ADP will be up today, probably at the last minute. I am giving Michael Duggan as much time as possible to get it to me. But this has sort of backfired since he was out of touch the first 2 weeks of the month. Nor will it have been seen by my Asatru/Asgardian expert Mordreik, since I wanted to send him the version my small mistake guy had already seen. I will mark out the segment that he would be most interested in by an OO symbol when I post it so that when he does get that segment it will be easy for people to go back and see his changes. Balsan Remodel won the other poll, so that, and the next chapter of Making Waves here on fanfic, will be the only stories I update today. Chapter 7, From Fire to Air in One Easy Leap. The group raced as fast as the stocky legs of the dwarfs could carry them down the mountain. Surprisingly, despite the fact that Harry was now officially classified as baggage, that was quite fast. At least for dwarfs. This was helped by Bomber tossing himself down the mountain with almost suicidal abandon whenever he was in danger of being left behind. This action soon covered him with small bruises, but he kept up grimly with the group, unwilling to fall behind for more than a moment. If the goblins could get through the rubble of the tunnel behind them, the dwarves were too exhausted to put up much of a fight. Harry was being carried by the largest and most physically powerful dwarf, Dory, with Gandalf and Thorin leading the way. Nori and Boffer, the most trail-savvy of the dwarves, were at the back of the group, doing what they could to cover their tracks. This wasn't very much at first, but as the bones of the mountain began to abound all around, their task became easier. At the front of the group Gandalf led them, seeming to know these lands and having a specific goal in mind, though how this came to be, Thorin had no idea. Regardless, at the moment he was simply very thankful for, instead of irritated and annoyed by the wizard's all-knowing attitude as he normally would be. Running next to him, he asked, "How far do you think we should go, before resting? And is there a place we will be able to do so in some safety?" "That is an interesting question, Master Dwarf. I do not know if I have ever safe while resting outside of Rivendell, and we are certainly not going towards those hallowed halls," Gandalf said, running along beside Thorin. He did so with an ease that Thorin ached to put down to his long legs but knew he couldn't. For all that he was old, Gandalf was as tough as a gnarled oak and seemed to have a bottomless source of endurance. "That I can hopefully put down to magic at least." Tin replied to Gandalf's quip, though he replied as bluntly and coldly as he could without giving offense. "No, we are not. Now please answer the question. None of us got much sleep last night, we just had one of the toughest fights I've ever been in, we have injured, and goblins on our tail. If there is no place safe to rest, do you know a place where we could perhaps throw any pursuers off our tracks?" "That is a better question," Gandalf replied with a laugh, pointing ahead with his staff. "Ask, and you shall receive." Thorin looked ahead, then gave Gandalf a dirty look. "You're not going to try to claim that you conjured a river into being, are you? Or somehow convinced me to ask that question just now? That was pure coincidence, nothing wizardly about it." "You cannot blame a wizard for wanting to be mysterious, it is good for the trade," Gandalf said, stopping in place and gesturing the dwarves on. On. Through the river and over the other side. You should see a giant boulder, just over the cleft of the rise of the mountain. We can hide there out of sight for a time and hope to throw any pursuit off. The dwarves kept on, with Gandalf moving quickly in between them, laying a hand lightly on Harry's forehead, frowning first at the massive blotch now covering his face, then his eyes widened, and his lips quirked into a wry smile behind his beard, before turning away, gesturing the others on, which included Bilbo at this moment. On, Mr. Baggins. Over the river and on. That looks astonishingly cold, Bilbo said, shaking his head before leaping off the side of the riverbed and into the river. Splashing through onto the other side, he nodded at the dwarf who had leaped in with him. I was right, it was deucedly cold. The dwarf, Gloin, let out a bark of laughter, then turned to help Dory get up onto the bank while still carrying Harry. Gandalf followed after the group, and as he did, he held his staff sideways, the head of it above his free hand as he began to murmur. None of the dwarves or Bilbo were magic users. But if they were, they would have been able to see tiny zephyrs of wind appearing around the staff's head, then blowing over the river and around the dwarves, then away, moving down the side of the river south, rather than the west that the dwarves were moving in. Another whispered spell, and the few tracks Gandalf could see on the mud of the river disappeared under the water of the river as it flooded its banks just there under Gandalf's direction. It wouldn't fool anyone for very long, but it would hopefully give them a few hours extra before the pursuers were on the trail again. Job done. Gandalf quickly caught up with the dwarves, and soon all of them were resting underneath the large boulder that he had told them about. As the others rested, he examined them closely one after another. I see no one besides young Harry has been wounded overmuch. Bah, we're just run ragged is all, said Nori, shaking his head. Are we going to stop here? Indeed not, Nori, Gandalf said. We merely will stay out of sight for a moment. Sound thinking, Balin muttered, staring down the mountainside from where they were hiding. There they could see the outskirts of a forest begin to climb the side of the mountain. But between it and where they were now was nothing but a few small scattered rocks and bare earth. We would be caught out in the open out there. I'll climb back up and hid in the shrubs on the rock above us, Bilbo said quickly. We can't be caught unawares if the goblins aren't fooled by whatever it is you did back there, Gandalf. On with you then, Bilbo, Thorin said, clapping them on the shoulder, squeezing lightly to show his appreciation of the hobbit's return to them and his willingness to help. Indeed, thank you for the offer, Bilbo, Gandalf said with a laugh, reaching with a gentle finger to poke Bilbo in the chest. You might be half the hobbit you are when we set out, young Bilbo, but you have proven to be at least twice the scout anyone could have hoped for. Bilbo smiled wryly at that and raced up onto the rock and then upwards further into the bushes that had begun to grow in the dirt covering the top of the rock. He hid there, not using the ring for the moment. He didn't want Gandalf to chance to come looking for him. And besides, the day of Hobbit can't hide in shrubs like this, is the day that Hobbit should go home and never leave his hole again. And so he hid, ignoring with ease the idea of putting on the ring he had taken from Gollum again to stare up slope. He held back a shudder as now, with the adrenaline leaving him, he thought about the poor creature and how it had fought to kill him and reclaim its precious. It had been the most harrowing experience he'd yet had in his life, and after this trip, that was truly saying something. And even now, with the pain of his numerous injuries making themselves known, Bilbo could still feel only regret at the creature's death. After a moment he stopped thinking about Gollum, however, as he watched a band of goblins riding wargs come down the mountain. They stopped at the river, their mounts yipping and yapping at one another, one of them being pushed into the water by their fellows before it hopped out. But they didn't cross. Instead, they wargs seemed to pick up the scent of something and raced off along the river on the other side. Bilbo kept watching for several minutes until the band of would-be hunters was out of sight, then Bilbo backed away, slowly, no sudden movements to grab attention just in case. Now he put on the ring, turned and raced back the way he'd come, pulling it off, then hopping down the side of the large rock and into the and under the outcropping it created, nearly stumbling as his side flared in agony. Keely, standing there watching the area around them, caught him, frowning at his friend while Bilbo gasped out his report. They're following some kind of scent, down the river. I think if we make a break for it now, we can gain those trees quickly enough. Gandalf smiled in pleased relief, and Thorin nodded. Move, he said, not even bothering to raise his voice. All the dwarves were instantly on their feet and moving, with Harry again imitating luggage on the strongest dwarf's back and Keely now sticking close to Bilbo, watching in concern as the hobbit held his side. They were able to cross the open territory without incident and were soon within the forest. There they continued on, slowly pushing deeper, and with every step, Keely became more certain that Bilbo was wounded. He soon called for a halt, asking for Gandalf and Oin to come and have a look at him. Bilbo protested, however, saying, We can't stop here, I can keep going. If you have something for the pain I'll take it, but we can't yet rest. Gandalf frowned at him but nodded. Mr. Baggins does have a point. We must move on. But... He reached inside to a pocket in his long grey cloak, pulling out some bread. Lembas, the bread of the elves. It will not aid the pain, but it will fill you up and give you an instant burst of energy. He looked around at the dwarves and sighed, breaking the hand-sized wedge into bites for all of them. Best you all take some now. The dwarves nodded, while Oin gave Bilbo a sip from a tiny white-marked flask. It was a special medical mead, mixed with a type of flower traded from his distant kin. In small quantities, it would deaden the sensation of pain in the body. The dwarves used it on occasion to help deaden a warrior's pain when they were trying to sew up horrible wounds or even cut off limbs to save a life. And as Bilbo drank, the dwarf poked and prodded him as much as he could without stripping the hobbit bare, shaking his head. Numerous bruises, bad ones too I'll wager, and a rib was broken too. A clean break, but still broken. I'll give you more of the painkiller every quarter day for the next 2 days, but I don't have enough to use on just you Bilbo. After that, we'll have had time to tie them up at least. How did you get yourself so battered Bilbo? And how did you appear so suddenly? Balin asked, shaking his head. I might be old, but my eyes are still good. And I'd have sworn there was not there but. There was a small hidden culvert in an offshoot of the main passage, that I found. With all the noise you all were making I hid there, thinking you were orcs until I heard your voices clearly, Bilbo said with a shrug. My tale before that was much more eventful. For some reason, Bilbo was very reluctant to share the information about his ring, not with anyone including Gandalf. It's a magical item, after all. I'm certain he would object to it being in a non-wizard's possession out of hand. Gandalf was staring at him as if he knew there was more to it, but Thorin and the other dwarves took his words face value. Tell us your tale then. We all thought you dead after you fell off the net. Bilbo shuddered. That was the most harrowing experience, my friends. That initial area we all fell into, with the ropes, and the hanging net. It resides over a bottomless pit, a hole in the earth. I don't know how long I fell, with that goblin with me, but thankfully, I spotted a glint of something below me, some tiny glimmer of the ground, and I put the goblin between myself and it. We bounced several times, the ground was in no way form-fitting to the hole, rather it tapered off like a funnel almost. By the time I was at the end of the funnel, the goblin was near to flattened, although somehow still alive. And then I fell through and splashed into the steep pool. Let me tell you, I have never moved as fast as I did to get away from that goblin's body. And it was well I did, Bilbo said, mixing truth with fiction with an ease that should have surprised him, but somehow didn't. Soon enough I found myself on the shore, watching as something in the water ate the goblin. That goblin, my friends, saved my life, at least in a way. He just told. There I had to sneak around numerous goblins, attempting all the while to keep moving through the mountain, hoping to find an exit. It worked eventually, but I was ambushed by a goblin at one point. He knocked Sting right out of my hand, and we both had to scramble with one another, which was most distressing. He hit me more than a few times with a rock while trying to bash my head in, but I eventually fought him off and stabbed him with Sting. Ha, wrestling a goblin, and then evading dozens more. That's a fine adventure you had while away Bilbo, one that will no doubt astonish your fellow hobbits back home. Yes well, Bilbo muttered, looking a little sheepish. I have to raise myself up by my suspenders to be even with all of you. After all, I didn't take part in a desperate, insane fight against thousands upon thousands of goblins after all. If we're talking about tales, that surely takes the cake. The dwarves all chuckled at that, although it was a weary, wan chuckle. It had been close. Very, very close. Without Gandalf's sudden return, without Harry, and without the tunnel out of the mountain that they had found after crashing down from Goblin Town, all of them would be dead by this point. Or worse, wishing for death like Thorin and Harry, waiting to be handed over to the White Orc or his foul master. How is he? Bilbo asked, gesturing ahead of him to Harry was still riding on a dwarf. Have you had time to look at him? Harry's face was splotchy, red, and black from his left ear all the way down to under his shirt. His shoulder had also been dislocated, although Gandalf had already set it back in. The pain of that should have woken Harry up, but it hadn't. And his pallor, even where his face wasn't black and blue, was very poor. Thorin shook his head, trying to smile despite the worry plain in his gruff tone. Harry will be fine, he is a tough piece of granite. He just needs rest from overexerting himself. With Harry, I think it is most definitely a case of what doesn't kill him right away won't. Gandalf looked at him, nodding slowly. Oddly enough, I find myself in agreement with Thorin on this point. Harry is suffering from a minor concussion, on top of a major case of magical exhaustion. Rest, and more rest will do for him. But the same could be said for all of you. He pushed himself to his feet, staring around them, then pointing out in a seemingly random direction, just like any other the dwarves could see. Move on my good dwarves, lest you find yourselves once more a guest of goblins and their hospitality. With a weary groan, the dwarves and Bilbo complied, and the group was off once more through the forest, heading down the mountain. Oh! Behind the dwarves, the goblin domain was a shamble of what it had once been. The massive stalactite which had burst loose had fallen down, crushing much of the community which had originally been built up around the chasm beneath it. Goblin Town, as it had been called, was completely gone. In its destruction, the goblins had lost untold thousands of their numbers. Of course, no one was certain how many of them there had been, but there was certainly a lot less now. They would rebuild eventually, but at the moment, they had no desire to venture out in the daylight to chase the dwarves and their wizard allies down. They only sent out a band of 20 to try and find their trail, a token force more to salve their pride, with no real chance of taking on the dwarves even in the open. At the same time, however, they sent out messages. The White Orc would have to divert further down the mountain in order to catch them before they entered the territory of the blasted skin changer. Oh. Hours later, as the sun was beginning to go down, Harry was still unconscious. But while Thorin now looked a little worried, Gandalf was not. He needs just to sleep and let his body heal, the older wizard said. I would estimate no more than 2 days or so, but I do not know the impact his magic will have on his ability to rouse from a head wound. Whether or not his magic will help you, or his body's need to refill his magical reserves will slow the healing process, I cannot tell you. I've never seen or taken myself the head wound after using so much magic. But we must push on, Gandalf said after pushing himself to his feet again. We must. Bilbo shook his head. He and Philly had just returned from climbing a tree. Despite his wounds, Bilbo was easily the best tree climber of them all. But he was bone-weary, and the medical mead was beginning to wear off. I don't know, Gandalf, we haven't seen any pursuit. Perhaps they have given up. He paused as wolf howls echoed in the distance. It was still distant, but there was no mistaking that sound, and Bilbo shook his head. Okay, never mind what I said. The dwarves however, were already on the move, and Bilbo hurried after them. As they ran, Gandalf frowned heavily. They aren't coming from directly behind us, thanks to the spell I've been using. We don't have much of a scent in that direction anyway. These might not be mere goblins then. Soon the wargs, cutting the angle on the dwarves, had their scent whatever Gandalf could do, and their howls reverberated through the pine forest, the sound coming closer and closer. Damn it! Thorin growled. Is there any way you can throw them off the trail again, Gandalf? I'm afraid not, Gandalf said with a sigh. Not unless we come to another stream we can cross, but I do not believe we will do so. It was a combination of my magic and the stream that allowed me to do so last time. And these wargs are being driven harder than the others, they will not give over until they can run no longer, or we cannot. Thorin grumbled but nodded. Then how about hiding us? Perhaps covering us in a mound of dirt, create a cavern in the ground that we can hide in for a time until they have passed us by. I am not Harry, Thorin. My magic is more subtle and deals with air, wind and lightning, rather than creation, or the earth. If you wanted an earth mage, you will be sorely disappointed in my skills. In another life, Thorin might well have taken umbrage at Gandalf's words, and taken him to task severely for not being all that good a wizard. In this one, he merely sighed, glanced over at Harry and nodded ruefully. Understood. Then his eyes twinkled a little as he kept on running next to Gandalf. But how does it feel to come up short when compared to a younger wizard? Gandalf mock glared at him, but their momentary humor vanished with the wind as the sound of the wargs reverberated through the pine forest behind them. However, Gandalf had not been leading them willy-nilly. He had a purpose, a way for them to escape in such a manner that no goblin or orc would be able to follow. Soon they came to where the pine forest suddenly ended in a large gorge, its edges barred stone all the way down. Several large trees jutted out almost on a diagonal across the chasm, huge examples of their breed, despite their perfect carious perch on the edge of the gulf below. Where have you been leading us, Gandalf? Dwellin roared, staring at the gorge then up to the wizard. It's a dead end unless you can turn us all into birds and let us fly away. Up! Gandalf shouted up into the trees. Your guess, Dwellin, might prove the correct one in time, but now, let us at least get off the ground before the wargs arrive. What are you doing? Thorin growled angrily. If anything, we should see if we can climb down the edge. Going up makes this cliff even more of a dead end than it already is. Not with a wizard to hand, Thorin. Gandalf looked down at Thorin, his eyes dark and serious. You must trust me. Thorin frowned at him, and Gandalf and he stared at one another for a few moments, then Thorin sighed, turning away. Up! He ordered. We must trust the wizard to be as good as his word in this. We have no chance against the number of goblins behind us regardless. Dwellin looked to argue, as did Bombur and Bifur, but Thorin glared them all down and they started to move. Of course, getting them all up into the trees was not exactly a simple task, especially with Bombur and Oin. But they were able to do it eventually, spread out between two trees. And just in time too, because as Bilbo and Ori were pushing the final dwarf up into the trees to their fellows, the wargs came within sight through the trees. And there were no goblins on these wargs. Instead, they were being driven by orcs. Orcs larger, stronger, and more dangerous looking than any Bilbo had seen heretofore. Their skin was pale green and dark grey, their armor black. Their wargs too were larger than any Bilbo had seen in the fight before Rivendell. This might have made them a bit slower, but they came on now, howling in victory with their riders. And one of those riders was taller, wider, more powerful looking even than his fellows. He wore no armor above the waist but held a giant cleaver-like sword in one hand. His other ended in a claw. On his face was a large scar running right above one eye. And his skin was almost the white of snow. The sight of that orc caused Thorin to gape, his eyes going wide. He's alive. I had hoped it was but a lie, but Azog still lives. Gandalf too was staring at him in shock and worry. The white orc smiled up at them, a thing of fangs and hate than anything else. Such odd birds we have found in their nests. Shall we see if they can fly? He turned to his followers shouting, "Fire, set fire to the trees below them. We will burn them out or watch them suffocate and die." He turned back, his eyes latching onto Thorin, his feral smile widening still further. "So long as it is long and lingering I care not." He kept staring at the dwarf as his fellow gathered pine needles and other brush and then lighting it on fire. In the trees, the dwarves instantly began shouting and even Bilbo was now terrified. But they still had Gandalf. Gandalf and his magic, which while not as varied or splendiferous as Harry's, still could serve a purpose. Now he used that magic, taking the pine cones around them and changing them into weapons. Harry would have likened them to tiny, flashbangs, nothing more than sound and fury. And yet, he still worked quite well. One of them smashed into the nose of a wolf and it yelped, hopping away and so suddenly frightened by the flash of fire and heat it through its rider. Other wargs danced and howled, backing away rapidly from the beleaguered dwarves. While the fire was spreading still, it wasn't spreading fast enough for Azog. "Robe!" he roared, breaking his stare down with Thorin at last. "We will pull the trees down one at a time and feast on their corpses. Start with that one," he ordered, pointing at the tree containing Thorin, Balin, Dwellin, Fili, Gloin, and Boffer. This worked far better. With a few wolves and their riders still darting in to try and toss torches onto the still smoldering fires, two others with a rope between them moved around the tree and away. More wargs joined them, and they began to pull. Weakened by its position on the cliff edge and the fire, the tree slowly started to sway, then fall inexorably to the ground, much to the shocked fear and dismay of the dwarves within. The rope too caught fire, and Gandalf and the dwarves near him had not stopped tossing their bomb cones. But the damage had already been done. Even as the wolves retreated from their assault, the tree reached the halfway point to the ground, and after that, momentum and gravity took over. There was a tremendous crash, and the tree, with the dwarves aboard, smashed into the ground. The fire started to spread in earnest now, as the dwarves groggily got to their hands and knees among the wreckage. Gandalf paled in his tree, staring, and Bilbo shouted, "Thorin, everyone, are you all right?" Pushing out of the tree limbs, Thorin was the first to be seen, and Azog's snarl came back. He pointed his large sword at him, intoning, "Bring me Oakenshield alive. Kill the rest." The orcs and their wargs raced forward but were kept at bay by a renewed assault of pine cones. This let Thorin get to his feet before meeting the first warg with Orcrist. His sword caught the warg across its face, slicing into its saw and cutting off half its maw before cutting off the orc rider's leg. He then grabbed the orc's arm and twisted it into the way of another warg rider, whose warg tried to flinch away from the body, smacking into its nose. Thorin leaped forward, thrusting hard and stabbing the orc through the chest. But a third warg smashed him from the side, bringing him down. He barely got his sword up in time to skewer the thing through the mouth, but its dead corpse still smashed him off his feet, rolling in the dirt. His sword was buried underneath the warg now. He scrambled ineffectively to try to grab it before he was pinned down by another wolf, this one the white warg that Azog was using. Azog looked down at him, his fangs flashing. "Thorin Oakenshield," he said in common, before laughing. Then Azog reached down, its hook glistening in the firelight and lingering light of day. Then his wolf was yipping and falling backward as Bilbo was suddenly there, having raced after Thorin. With sting glowing like a sun given the form of a sword, slicing into the side of the wolf, not deeply, but enough to sting. And furthermore, his blade was that of an elven warrior, wrapped around with spells to make it the bane of all things dark. And so were wargs, despite being a natural creature, warped and twisted by being near orcs. Thorin gaped, staring up at Bilbo for a moment, then the rest of the dwarves from the down tree were there roaring and shouting, grabbing up what weapons they could, most of them having lost their weapons in the wild chase through the woods. Barak Hezed AI menu. This allowed Fili, Dwellin, and Gloin to reach Thorin and Bilbo. Two of them pushed the wolf off of their trapped king, who grabbed up his sword and quickly blocked a sword thrust from one of the other orcs that would have taken Gloin in the back. A short, very sharp melee occurred there, 7 orcs against the 5 of them, with the 7 unable to encircle the 5 dwarves thanks to the scattered fires. Those fires kept the rest of Azog's forces away and the bomb cones of the dwarves who had remained in the second tree. At that moment, Gandalf took a brief second to reach out with one hand as if holding a cup of water. A butterfly flitted towards him from the woods, landing on his hand. Gandalf whispered into his hands and the butterfly glowed for a brief moment before flitting away, letting Gandalf turn his attention to the battle below. He did so just in time, and his staff flashed in the light as he summoned his magic once more. Thorin hacked one of them down in the next instant, dancing around his fellow's attack. Duel reached his side, killing the orc who had attacked Thorin before blocking a blow aimed at his head. They. At the same time, Thorin answered, and Bilbo's less deep but no less determined voice. As he snapped thrust, moving around dancing around us were orcs, and not ever trying to their chest or upper body. No, Bilbo small in the woods. He disdained such quick blows that would have seen the orcs trying to block them. Instead, he went for the legs. He went for their feet. An orc flailed backward screaming as a foot was stabbed and then was neatly beheaded by Thorin, who laughed. Well done, Mr. Baggins. Bilbo took them in the legs, dodging around one dwarf. He hacked into the leg too low and too fast for the orc to do anything about it. His wild attempt opened him up for another attack from his opponent, and he fell to Keely's strike. My thanks, Bilbo. In this manner, with their fellows hurling the flash cones, they moved back as more orcs appeared. Yet at the same time, Thorin roared out a challenge, pointing his elvish blade over the fires towards Azog, matching the white orcs, a wild fury filling him. Much like the love of gold, the descendants of Durin sometimes felt the lash of the berserker, and the sight of the orc who killed his father and so many of his people had pushed Thorin to the brink of that state. Coward! He shouted. I would have faced you in single combat. Yet you huddle behind your fellow orcs, like a human woman. Craven! The insult was too much, and Azog roared, putting his stirrups into the side of his wolf. They bounded forward into the fire and across towards Thorin and the others. Thorin laughed, his eyes wild as all of the dead of the War of the Mountains came back to him, all of the friends he'd lost, his father's hacked-off head held up in Azog's hand, the body of his younger brother Frieren among the mounds of dead. With those images in his head, he charged. Barak Hezed, Tanith Rain Nur. But before the two of them could clash, the fire between them roared up. The white wolf, who had been brave enough to face the pine cones, was unwilling to face the fire and yelped, twisting around. On the other side of the fire, Thorin halted his own charge, scowling angrily at the orc who was now trying to pull his wolf around. Enough, Thorin. Even if you can slay him, the others will do us in. Join us up in the trees, my friends. Gandalf shouted from above, where he was standing out in the open, weaving his sword in one hand and his staff in the other. It was only now that Thorin realized that there had been a lot more orcs than he, Dwellin and the others had been fighting. Behind them came more than 24 archers, who had been firing up into the tree trying to halt the onslaught of pine bombs. But Gandalf had used his magic once more, creating a barrier of wind that halted all of their arrows in place, while letting the pine cones through. It was more of a show of power that he would have preferred, but desperate times called for equally desperate measures. Up the tree, you fools! He shouted. I cannot keep this up forever. Thorin grumbled, but he was in charge of his faculties once more and looked around at his friends. Up, he said with a nod towards the trees. Up you go, my friends. He sheathed his sword, clasping each warrior on the shoulder and hoisting them up into the tree one after another. Dwellin was first, followed by Gloin, then Boffer and the others. He was the last to climb up, grabbed by Bilbo and Dwellin, who hauled him up easily into the lower limbs of the tree. He stood there as the others continued their way up, scowling across the growing fire at Azog. Somehow, he said to himself, somehow I think he and I are going to meet again. A third time to settle everything. When you do, you'll have my sword and my bow at your back, Philly said instantly. The rightful king under the mountain smiled at his nephew, clapping him on the shoulder. I do not doubt it. Now up. I have no idea what mad scheme Gandalf has to get us out of this, but the further away from the fumes of the fires, the better. With that, he deliberately turned his back on Azog, climbing up into the trees. He quickly ascended up to next to Gandalf, looking at the wizard who had stopped his incantations now, the orcs apparently having run out of arrows. They were still out there though, watching, waiting, knowing that the dwarves were trapped, laughing. It was obvious to them the dwarves would either die from the fire and smoke, jump to their deaths, or come down and attempt to fight. Regardless, their deaths were certain. And how are we going to escape this parallel wizard? Thorin asked, one eyebrow raising in query. His earlier berserk state seemed to have burned him out somewhat, and he was feeling oddly mellow. That did not mean, however, that he could see a way out of their current plight. Why, with a little help from some big friends of mine, Gandalf said, smiling as he stared up into the air above them. Thorin did the same, and for a moment, he couldn't understand what he was seeing. It looked like a group of eagles up in the sky. Unusual to be sure, since eagles were solitary birds. But as they came closer, Thorin realized with a start they weren't as close as he had thought from the size of them. And that size too grew. But Thorin's attention was pulled back to earth as the fire had reached the tree they were all gathered in now and was rapidly crawling up its ancient timbers. Beside him, Gandalf took one look down at it, then around at the dwarves, then out into the gulf of the canyon beyond. Jump! He put action to words a second later as the dwarves gaped at him in slack-jawed astonishment. But a bear later, they saw the giant eagle, the first of many circling above, swooping down, grabbing up Gandalf in its claws and flying away with him. Wizards! Thorin shouted, his voice somewhere between a curse and a laugh of sheer stunned surprise and fear. A lot of fear admittedly, but he knew that this was the only way out. Curse wizards and their mad schemes. You heard the man, he said. Death by eagle or possible escape, or certain death here. Leave. Keely and Philly took one look at one another, then grinned and with twin whoops leaped out of the tree. Thorin had a brief moment to wonder where his sister and her husband had gone wrong in rearing those two before Ori and Nori joined them, followed by Bifer and Boffer. Dwellin refused to even think it. This is madness, they've all gone mad, what dwarf would leave the ground for something like that? Would you rather burn? Balin shouted at his obstinate brother. I'd rather not do either, Dwellin roared back. That isn't a choice. With that, Balin decided he had to show his younger brother the way forward, gathering his courage and leaping off into the nothing beyond. Behind him, Dwellin grumbled irritably. Bah, I can't have Balin of all people showing more courage than me. With that he leaped out after his brother, the both of them falling through the air to be plucked up like rabbits in the talons of the giant eagles. In this manner, the dwarves flung themselves out into the vastness beyond, to be picked up by the eagles and then carried away. Of course, the orcs realized what was happening, but even as they shouted and screamed their fury, the eagles were attacking them too. While others swooped or circled above, a group of 5 eagles attacked the orcs and wargs with vicious glee, their strident cries like bulges on the wind. More than one warg threw its rider as those eagles dove, and more than one orc was plucked up to be then dropped to splatter on the ground below. Azog kept control of his beast, yet he was still forced to retreat, his company being out of arrows and thus having no means to fight the eagles save let them come to them, which was a fool's game. Spears? He roared out. Grab up large pieces of wood, stick them up above us like spears. But this would be too little, too late, and Azog knew it. He could only stare from the relative safety of the trees nearby as his prey was snatched from his grasp. Soon the only ones left in the burning tree were Dory, Thorin, and Harry. What about Harry? Dory shouted over the fire and tumult of the battle, if battle it could be called now. Give him here, Thorin ordered. You're heavier than I am, we can't afford to burden our saviors. But give me your belt first. It's the muscles, I tell you, the muscles, Dory grumbled, his voice lost to Thorin. But he obeyed, handing Harry over then, having figured out what his king wanted, looped his belt around both Thorin and Harry. It fit, barely, but it tied Harry to the dwarf's back. Harry was still unconscious, a limp form in his arms. But tied like this and with his arms grabbing Harry's as they crossed over his chest, Thorin leaped out to join his fellows. The air whipped around him, his own beard almost blinding him, then a second later, he felt an impact as the eagle apparently assigned to him grabbed both him and Harry. It squawked something, but Thorin couldn't understand the speech of eagles, and after what sounded like the eagle equivalent of confused grumbling had both him and Harry safely in its talons. Then its wings pumped once and they were away, flying out from the Misty Mountains. For a moment, Bilbo just stared all around him at the vista that was laid out above, below, and to all sides. So, this is what it would be like if I had wings? Magnificent. The eagle carrying him seems to agree, letting loose a single loud eagle cry in reply. At the head of the roof of flying animals, Gandalf looked up at the Gwaihir the Wind Lord, the largest bird of the age, whose size and intelligence harkened back to the times of the great battles against Morgoth when the eagles flew into battle with the armies of the Vala. I thank you for the timely arrival, my friend. You are the very definition of a friend indeed who comes in great need. Not so great as that what you will face in the future, Olorin. You and I both know I am fated to be thy steed 3 times, each one to rescue you from a greater danger than the last. If all you have to fear thee is orcs and fire, then I will count myself and my purpose rather cheaply sought, the eagle replied in Kenya, the language of the Vala who had given his people their size and intelligence, thus winning their loyalty and the loyalty of all good birds for all time. Gandalf burst out into laughter, shaking his head. You are in an interesting mood. The hunt for you brought us wargs to eat. We will not feast upon the orcs, for their flesh is vile, made of foul things. But the wargs will make good eating. And it must be said, there is a feeling in the air these days, I can feel it in my pinions. Something new has been added to the world, Gandalf, some entirely new. That has not happened since my forefathers were but chicks, and I think it presages something interesting in the future. Great and terrible but interesting. I can agree with the sentiment, Gwaihir, and I could even point to the cause. They were interrupted by a screeching cry from one of the birds, to which the Wind Lord replied before looking down again with one of his eyes at Gandalf. One of your companions is dead? Gward says that he is tied to one of the dwarves, a human man. Unconscious only, Gandalf replied with a chuckle. And will no doubt be incredibly sad to have missed this. He gestured around them with his staff which he still held in one hand. His sword he had sheathed at his side, and it was clanking against his leg. but his staff he kept in his hand. Of all of us, I think he would miss this moment the most, for he has spoken of his own adventures in the air. Truly? A human speaking of adventures in the air? Gwyer replied with a cawing laugh. Indeed, where he comes from, his people have created magic's enchantments that allow them to fly up brooms as if they too were eagles. They even apparently have some kind of national game based upon teams that compete against one another. Gwyer was silent for a moment thinking this through, then said simply, "What is a broom?" Gandalf laughed again, gaily this time. As he tried to explain this and the odd game of Quidditch all around him, the dwarves and Bilbo remained silent, awed by the vista that the eagles were showing them. As escapes went, the thought passed around them, this would take some beating. Oh! Azog roared his anger and fury at the sky, then turned, grabbing his wolf by the scruffy its neck, causing it to whimper, leaping into the saddle a second later. "Ride!" he roared. "Ride! If we can but keep them in view, we will be able to pick up their trail." "That is not your task, sire," said a voice, and he turned, his sword whipping out of its scabbard angrily, but he paused as he stared at the orc that had come upon his orc band. The orc was large, almost as large as Azog, yet was clearly of different kin. Its skin more black than green, stoop-shouldered, with a more malformed head, its ears small and shrunken. It wore a cloak of fur around its shoulders, and had a red painted line flowing down its bald head and down onto its nose. For all that it was alone among orcs of a different breed, the orc, which must have been created in the halls of Dol Guldur, met Azog's glare fiercely. "You have been summoned by the master. He needs his general of the armies. No more can you spend your time on this private pursuit." Azog glared, and finally, the orc began to look nervous, shivering and looking away, bowing his head obsequiously. That was both its first mistake, showing weakness, and not enough. The other orc had dared to give Azog such bald-faced orders in front of his band. There could be only one response. In an eye blink, Azog moved his own wolf over to the other orcs, who before he could realize Azog had moved, lost his head in a spray of blood. Kicking the thing's body off of his warg, Azog snarled, pulling at the fur of his own animal and staring out into the distance. But despite the violence of the way he killed the messenger, Azog could not ignore the message itself. If the master summoned him, only a fool would disobey. Even if you ignored the fact that his own men would instantly turn on him for ignoring their master, the Dread One had ways of reaching you, and Azog would not dare his wrath. But Azog could not give up the chase. He could not give up the chase for the dwarf who had taken his hand, rooted his armies, and lived now after insulting his courage. But he could delegate it to one he trusted. So he turned, roaring out a command. Volg. One of his orcs, taller than the others and built along the same, nearly human lines of himself with none of the deformities of the others, pushed his warg forward. The two wargs instantly started snarling at one another, while Azog and Bolg glared. After a moment, Bolg bowed his head, just slightly, enough to show subservience. Azog nodded. Volg. I will take but 3 with me to answer this summons. The rest of my hunting band is yours. Bring me the head of Thorin Oakenshield. Kill his companions, in particular, the human, the short creature, and the cursed wizard most of all. The other orc nodded, slamming his fist into his chest with enough force to kill a less creature. As you command, Azog. Azog smiled, turning away, shouting 4 other names. Then he and his companions were away, heading south through the Misty Mountains. Their destination, the dread fortress of Dol Guldur, home to the being known as the Necromancer. But who Azog and all things evil knew, as Sauron, the Master. Oh. And where exactly have your friends dropped us off? Thorin asked, frowning as he looked around the large stone where they had been dropped on. It jutted out from the riverbed into the same river, the Anduin, which had created the canyon they had been near the top of. The tall stone, which was about 3 stories tall, looked almost like it had been worked by hand in places. Steps lead down from the top, large steps, crude steps, but steps, nonetheless. Its top was smoothed bare, with a tiny dip to the rock like something large and heavy had rested there long enough to warp the stone under it. This made for an easy landing for the eagles one after another as they dropped off their precious burden. Gandalf looked down at Harry, who was still unconscious, shaking his head slightly at what he sensed there, but he could not concentrate on it over long, not with Thorin beside him looking anxious. This is called the Car Rock, and it is a demarcation line of sorts between that of the goblins and that of an enemy of theirs. We are about a half-day's ride away from the westernmost border of the forest of Mirkwood Thorin. Our friends here have shaved off whole weeks of our journey in but an evening's flight. Thorin had been trying to ignore the giant eagle that had landed after the last dwarf had been unloaded, the same one that had been carrying Gandalf earlier. Thorin was a dwarf, he was used to feeling short to other sentient beings. What he was not used to feeling like was a mouse in front of a predator, and when those beady eyes looked at you, that was the feeling Thorin got. Nonetheless, he could not deny that Gandalf's mad scheme had worked. Indeed, it had put them beyond all possible pursuit. I thank you, Gwyer the Wind Lord, he said in his most formal diplomatic tones. If ever your people should need aid, they will find a safe eyrie on the Misty Mountain. The eagle smiled thinly, a bare movement of its lower beak. You are counting your nests before they are created, young dwarf, he replied in Kenya, which the dwarves, like all good creatures, could understand. And yet, I see a fire in you. A fire to see this thing done. Just make sure that you are not consumed by the fire of he who sleeps within the mountain. With that and a final look at Gandalf and a deep bow, Gwyer flapped his wings. So powerful was it that he nearly drove the dwarves to their knees, some of them actually stumbling to their rears, along with Bilbo. Then he was in the air, flapping to gain altitude and away. Tell me, Gandalf, Bilbo said in a dry tone as he tried to collect his scattered wits, pushing to his suddenly wobbly feet. Do all wizards keep such company, or is it just you? I have always had an affinity with the birds of the air, my young friend, just like Radagast has with the beasts of the fields and the forest. Saruman is the only one of us who does not get along with animals of any kind, although he does get along well with trees and plants and is very interested in the workings of his hands. As an architect and builder, he has no equal. Thorin shrugged. Would he be able to design a fortress that was dragon-proof? No person still living on Middle-earth could do that, save perhaps the darkness that was Sauron. From where he stood at the top of the staircase, Dwellin asked, so where to from here? I don't see any sign of the road. Indeed you will not. We are still somewhat near former Goblin territory, although if it will remain Goblin territory now that their nearest fastness has been so decimated, I cannot tell you. Still, we are in the lands of, if not an ally to me, then certainly an ally to Radagast, who has spoken of him often. I can only hope, he said looking at them all worriedly scratching at his scraggly beard, that Bjorn is in a welcoming mood. That does not fill me with confidence, Thorin drawled, gesturing his dwarves down the stairs. It shouldn't, Gandalf replied simply. This fellow is a man of uncertain tempers. As he started his own way down the stairs, Gandalf thought, staring around at them. I believe that we are within an hour's distance from his house or so. Let us go, but when we get there, I will introduce you a few at a time, in order to get him acquainted with you all. It will be best that way, so as to not shock him. I will take Bilbo with me first, so as to appear the least threatening we can be. Again, this does not fill me with confidence, Thorin replied, pulling at his beard. Still, you got us this far, he added somewhat involuntarily. I will trust you again, Gandalf. Gandalf smiled. That is uncommonly wise of you. Thorin just rolled his eyes, made a get-on-with-it gesture. With a wry chuckle, Gandalf hopped nimbly down the steps, showing yet again that he was not the old man he seemed, gesturing the dwarves after him. Bilbo looked over at Bombur, the closest dwarf to him, as he followed the others down the crude steps. What do you suppose this man will be like if his temper is such that it worries Gandalf? Your idea is as good as mine, Bilbo, Bombur replied, slapping him on the back. Still, I wager with you and Gandalf as our first representatives, you'll at least be able to get a toe in the doorway. Bilbo shrugged. I wish I still had my waistcoat. One needs the proper clothing to appear respectable. Bombur laughed, and the others around him laughed, including Bilbo, as they moved after the wizard. End chapter. See what I mean by not being the full chapter I wanted it to be? Ugh. I thought I'd have all week off to work on this, but knew family matters had to get in the way. Anyway, I have most of the next chapter written via DNS, means I need to add / double-check word usage, add formatting changes and so forth, so Fate Touched will still be one of the choices in the poll going forward into November, and even if it only gets second place I will still update it. If you want to have more votes to spend in the small story poll or the medium story poll, normally just called large story poll, but this month that's going to be Magic of the Force, so as to get rid of the semi-cliffhanger from last time and put the last big chunk of politics behind us going forward, please think about joining up over on Patreon. Chapter 8. I am not a Tolkien nor the Rowling. This was not the winner of the small story poll. Fi won that poll, but with how much trouble I had with making waves and losing this past weekend to a RL issue, sick to my stomach, coming and going, not fun, I knew early this week I wouldn't be able to get it done with enough time to send it off to be edited. It's a work that I have made certain is edited most of the time and decided I would rather not post a chapter of it without editing. This story is shorter by at least 8,000 words LOL and has also rarely been edited. And with the winner of the large story poll being Horse and the Patreon only story being Making Waves, I wanted to update a HPFIC. So here you go. Chapter 8, Into the Woods 2. Harry suspected he was dreaming, but he couldn't quite control the dream like people do once they realize they are in a dream. His mind felt like it was stuck in that odd sort of semi-awake state despite the fact his eyes were wide open taking in the world around him, and that was bothering the heck out of him. Because at the moment, what he could see he was doing, even if he knew he really wasn't, was floating. Floating in the middle of the air, with absolutely nothing around him in any direction beyond more air. Below, well below there might have been a distant flash of blue, like an ocean, but that was the only change. There weren't even any birds around. It was a very strange feeling, to be up so high without a broom underneath him, and with his mind stuck in this semi-aware state. Still, it felt sort of good. Invigorating, almost like being free. Just as that thought moved through his mind, the scenery below began to change, and Harry found himself flying over paradise. That was the easiest way to describe it. Below him was a land whose owners had merged with it almost, a land of forests, fields, rivers, all of it under a clear blue sky, on a day whose perfection was impossible to contemplate. It was like the greatest summer day, only emphasized to an amazing degree. It was like the sense Harry had gotten when around Lady Galadriel in Rivendell, only even more so. Among those geographical features were houses, towns and finally, a city. And yet, unlike any such he'd ever seen before, these artificial constructions did not just squat on the land, a part of it yet apart from the surrounding nature. No, these were part of the land. They looked grown almost rather than been built. White towers, white walls, gleaming in the sunlight here and there with crystal and glass reflecting the glory of the day, all of it flowing past below him too fast for Harry to take in any specific detail. Yet that did not take away from the impact of the vision. Is this what an elven city looks like? Harry thought, staring in awe. He knew instinctively no human could have created something so glorious, his race would simply not have had the patience to work with the land to this extent. Dwarves might have had the patience but they would not have done so, their sense of aesthetics not matching what he saw below. Ahead of Harry high above the city, ran a single peak, tall, taller than even what Harry figured Mount Everest would look like, so tall he wondered if its peak actually broke through the upper atmosphere, more than half of it covered in eternal snow. Nestled against its roots were more dwellings, including one large castle. Harry could tell it was tall given me people he could see moving around down there. And yet in comparison to the mountain, they were next to nothing. But even the stone of the mountain had been worked by the hands of elves. And Vala, he supposed, suddenly realizing where he was as he stared at that closer. This must be Valinor, the land beyond the western sea. Now that he was looking, Harry make out beings of near-perfect spirit here and there, ethereal beings of power moving among the elves and through the air. One or two of them paused to look up at him as he passed, but Harry was past them before he could concentrate on them. Or should that be my spirit? Yes, I think it is my spirit that is here, not my body. And that can only be the mountain of Tanaquedel that Gandalf mentioned. It is every bit as imposing as he said it was, and as magnificent, in a cold sort of way, Harry thought, although that last observation did not stay in his mind over long as he grew closer even as the land below him was replaced by the side of the mountain. Now that he was close enough he could see the green growing on the mountain, the flowers here and there, the designs of the gardens made not to mar the mountain, but to add to its majesty, a little whirl of stone here sticking out of the snow, a little squirrel carved out of a rock face there, an eagle and falcon flying forever captured in stone above a tiny frozen waterfall of breathtaking beauty, its waters falling into a quiet, clear pool far, far below, on the lower side of the snowline. They were random, these touches of magnificent craft, yet that randomness did not take away from the artistry of each piece or the beauty of it all. Harry felt he could have spent decades simply flying around the mountain, staring at these carvings, taking in their beauty, but even as he thought that, the vision or whatever he was stuck in pulled him upwards, away from the touch of elves and into the area where only the Mailer dwelt. Stone disappeared, replaced by eternal snow, no longer marking the mountain here and there but solid white. Here there was no artwork, nor any need. The mountain itself stood as a stark reminder of the Mailer's craft and power. At the top of the Tanaquedel, Harry's spirit found an area that looked almost like a Roman temple, with its walls removed. Instead of walls there were a series of stone columns rising from the ground to hold up a large, circular roof. The stone columns were each carved to hold the representation of a different kind of bird, while at the center was a series of seats set on a raised dais. And there, Harry found the beings who must have called his spirit forth. There were 8 seats there, but only 4 were currently occupied, and given the sheer presence of the 4 beings sitting there that was more than enough. In the center was a couple, their chairs set slightly closer than the others to one another. The man seemed to be made of both living skin and bones and the very elements themselves. He wore a raiment of blue like a cloak and toga combined, its front opened down the chest to show not a regular human chest but cloud, mist, and here and there jagged lightning flashed. This immaterial form also sprouted from the back of his elvish-looking head, flowing out from the back of the head and the top like a mortal's hair. But while his face seemed almost mortal, a thing of flesh, with real lips and elven ears, as did his hands up to his shoulders, with thin, dexterous fingers, his eyes were even more alarming than the rest of his visage. Glowing they were, like twin white dwarf stars, their gaze putting the word piercing to shame. On his head right before the flesh faded into his magical form he wore a crown of silver, worked to look like vines but shaped to appear the antlers of a deer, with a thumb-sized blue gem set into the center of the crown. In contrast to the man, the woman beside him seemed far more, not mortal, but not as odd in her body type, at least at first. She had a much more normal head, with elven ears rising out of dark black hair let loose like a flowing waterfall down her back, and her face was, there was no word for it. Perfection paled. Magnificent just couldn't come close. The gleam in her pale yellow eyes put any other woman to shame. It was as if this woman was the perfect representation of beauty, not just as a whole, but each different aspect taking the concept of beauty to an extreme. She too wore a robe, covering her from neck to toe. The robe however tossed any kind of normality out the window. It looked like someone had cut a piece of the nighttime sky and made it into a cloak, the ends of it indistinct, while the neck portion was lined with gold. These no doubt were Manwë and Varda, the queen and king of Arda and chieftains of the Einar and Vala. Manwë was firstborn of Eru Iluvatar, the god of this world, and had been placed as king of the other Einar, lord of winds, weather and birds. Varda was known as the light, her beauty representing or reflecting, Harry was uncertain which, the glory of the light of the original god. Next to them were two others, one of whom Harry knew almost instinctively. He was even more mortal seeming than Varda, although he was a giant of a man, with wide, broad shoulders, and massive muscles visible due to the vest he wore. The vest looked to be made of scales, as were his pants. He had a long flowing beard of grey and red, to match a wild mane of grey and red hair, both of which looked to be touched by ash almost. His face was craggy and burnt here and there, like a smith who had been too close to a fire. Which was probably the truth, although Harry didn't want to know how hot the fire had been to do that to him. His eyes were the fire of magma, breaking the thin veil of mortality the rest of his body tried to give the viewer. This was all, the smith. An Einar just like the couple beside him, he was the craftsman of the group, and the one who had created the dwarves. Thorin had told Harry quite a bit about him and how the dwarves viewed their god. On Manwë's other side was a fourth spirit, and here, while Harry didn't know him, Harry felt he understood the type of person sitting there. He looked almost uncomfortable being there, being still at all perhaps, but certainly sitting in a chair far too small for him, for he was a giant, dwarfing Manwë and all, both in the breadth of his shoulders and his height, his upper body massively powerful. He wore only a pair of pants, his skin marked by whirls of yellow and orange energy, which seemed to coalesce in his hands. His eyes too glowed yellow and orange. His hair was actually the most normal thing about him, a golden blonde color, with a short, well-trimmed beard. Harry felt their conjoined impact on his mind, overawing him, not purposefully, but simply because they were just too much for his mind to take in, too beyond mortal ken. A part of Harry was telling him he should kneel in prayer to these beings. Yet as his spirit stood in front of them, Harry simply bowed his head respectfully, not in supplication or awe. I'll be damned if I'll kneel to anyone until they've earned it. Whatever the powers in front of him, Harry refused to show that kind of respect or awe. The man with the blonde hair grinned at that, slamming his hands together and nodding at Harry in turn, as if pleased by Harry's courage. The others simply looked at him for a time, then the kingly figure finally spoke. Greetings. Foreign wizard. I am Manwë. This is my hall. As he spoke, some of his presence faded. Not much, but it was clear now the man had reined in his presence somewhat and was speaking in a way Harry could understand without being overwhelmed. Greetings. Lord, Harry said simply, bowing his head once more as he fought to form words. And I thank you for your greeting, although, why I am here in Ilmarin. Manwë acknowledged this with a wry smile, some good humor cracking through the formal facade before he moved on. I see that Olorin has taught you something or our world already. Yet I call you foreign, for you are a stranger in this land in Arda and Ea both. And yet, despite coming from somewhere else, you are a creation of Eru Iluvatar. Harry frowned at that, recalling his thoughts on the matter after his talk with Gandalf in Bag End. Wizards had never really gone into the whole reaction myth or even the scientific version of it. But the religious theories he'd heard did seem to have some connection in a fashion to the reality of how Arda had been created. Minus the music and the 14 lesser musicians, of course. But we are not here to wonder about how our Eru Iluvatar has created other worlds without the aid of our songs. Nor did we call you here to simply look upon you. We are here to learn from you. And the first and most important question must be answered now. The king of the Mailer leaned forward on his chair, his white dwarf eyes grabbing at Harry's attention and not letting go. We felt your arrival. We felt your arrival and that which with you fought. We know what you traversed to come to our world, and we let you in willingly. Yet I must ask, did you see anything else while in that nothingness? Did you meet with anyone else? With the last question he let loose his powers once more and somehow his attention seemed to harden even more. What do you mean? Harry asked, his thoughts moving sluggishly still. Part of it was the sheer wonder and impact of the people in front of him, the area this was happening in. The rest, he wasn't certain about. Varda instantly seemed to understand what was going on and she stood up and moved forward. She then raised a hand and gently touching Harry's forehead directly on his lightning bolt scare, before pulling her hand away. Some of Harry's sluggishness instantly disappeared. All spoke now up as the woman returned to her place among them without a word, his words almost casual in comparison to the words of Manwë. Basically, what you and that thing you fought was come through between worlds. That area we call the void, or the abyss. It is beyond, a place of darkness and nothingness, ever outside the light of the everlasting life force where life can dwell. And you shouldn't have been able to find the doorway we were, compelled, to let you through. The theory we all believed to be fact before your arrival was that no one could enter the void and travel from one world to another, if even there were any other creations like EA out there, which we again did not know for fact until you arrive. A being simply wouldn't be able to see any kind of path from one world to another without the flame imperishable that air elevator carries within him. Anyone who entered the void would either have to come out where they entered, retracing their path somehow, or they wouldn't be coming out at all. But your arrival threw that theory out the window. Out this window specifically, the blacksmith finished dryly, pointing out beyond the columns of stone that barely separated the outside world from Ilmarin. That's not good. It's not good at all. So we must ask again, did you meet or see anyone, anything else while in that nothingness? Said the last figure, his face broken into a grin. And I must say, Harry Potter, that was a magnificent entrance. Ha 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 ha, a worthy battle, strength against strength and the one with the greatest willpower winning. Now with his mind cleared of whatever had been causing his mind to be so slow, Harry understood what they were worried about. You're worried about that Morgoth creature that Gandalf mentioned. I thought he was dead, imprisoned there, unable to leave, to fade away and die. High spirits like us do not die, as you understand the term, Harry Potter. But yes, we are worried about Melkor. Flashing images then entered Harry's head as the original name of the Einar in question was used. The first murder, the war against the elves that he would have eventually won, save for a single half-human, and his courage in riding beyond the seas to ask for aid. His attempt to take over the music of the Einar. Horror upon horror flashed through Harry's brain, but only images with no emotions or feelings connecting them, because if there had been, Harry was certain he would have been driven mad with fear, terror and grief. But it was enough, the images finishing the work. Gandalf's words had begun to give him an image of the one who had been the father of darkness in this world. Sauron might have been a lot of trouble for the elves and humans, but in comparison to Melkor he was nothing. Makes Riddle look like a kindergarten bully in comparison, if that. Harry's thoughts on that subject were read by the people in front of him, and the warrior actually chuckled. Indeed, even the darkness that was left behind, which the elves apparently haven't dealt with as completely as we would have liked, is but a patch on that greater darkness. Harry paused, a scowl on his spirit's face. His memories of his fight against Riddle in that nothing place were disjointed, dominated by what the two of them were doing rather than anything else, and looking back, he knew it. I do not, that is, I don't think so, but I can't tell you for certain. All I saw, or remember seeing, was Riddle, his darkness somehow standing out against the void around us. Like a bit of shiny black surface on a matte black background, with only his eyes and our spells really standing out. When we could use them anyway. He steeled himself, then looked at the four beings firmly. If you have some way to view my memories, I would volunteer to allow you to, if that is what you want. The four spirits looked at one another, then Manwë gestured Harry forward. Want does not come into it, but we must be certain. This will not be pleasant, but it will not cause you permanent harm. Do not worry. Manwë actually smiled suddenly, showing a wry sense of humor that reminded Harry rather strongly of Gandalf for a moment. For such as you, here by chance, surely there is the hand of Eru Elevator himself in that. And I would rather not interfere with something of his design. As his wife chuckled at that and the two male Einar grunted agreement, Manwë touched Harry's forehead with 3 fingers, placing the tips of them around Harry's scar rather than on it for some reason, as Varda had a moment before. That seemed to be significant, but then Harry's mind was washed away by the memories, such as they were, of the fight against Riddle in that nothing place. It didn't last for more than a second, but it felt like eternity, as it had when he had lived through that time, and it was quite painful, his wounds flaring up in turn with the memories of their creation. The spirit pulled his hand away, his lips pressed against one another grimly as Harry collapsed, spasming, his teeth gritted in pain. My search is inconclusive. For all his magical power, our new friend Harry is but a human mortal in his mind with immortal senses. If Melkor wanted to hide from such, he would have been able to easily. I saw no hint of his presence, yet that just means that Harry Potter saw no hint. There was power felt then, as Manwë once more spoke the name of his brother-turned-enemy. Power and hate, lots and lots of hate, a feeling like danger just out of sight. Then the 4 spirits all waved their hands as one, shaking their heads, and the warrior, who had not yet been introduced, spoke. You see, Harry Potter? Even when his name is used here in Ilmarin, there is a power to it, a danger. While he might have sunk lower than any Einar should have, he had also gained power in the doing. If he should ever return, I would fight against him, Harry growled, pushing himself to his feet angrily. Whatever Manwë had done had not only been painful but caused him to be weary beyond belief, but he would meet any challenge on his feet, not on his knees. Would you? Varda asked sharply, her tone not condemning, simply a warning. Even after seeing him in all his majesty? Few mortal men have done that, and none have met good ends. How could I not? Harry growled back, the steel in his voice audible to all four Vala. I have thought evil before, I have fought madness. Yes, yours enemy is greater than any I could have ever faced on a scale I cannot even fathom. But that does not mean that I will simply stand aside, that I will surrender. Harry would normally not speak like this, but those images, especially the glimpse of what had happened to Burn the Mortal Man and Luthien the Fair, had infuriated him and angered him just as much as it had touched him with fear. That impressed the four Vala, and they all nodded. I believe you, Harry Potter, said Manwë, shaking his head. If all humans felt so and had the will to see it done, this world would be a much nicer place. Perhaps, said all and the warrior as one, before laughing quietly and the warrior-like Vala going on to speak for them both. You put too much emphasis on the humans' attempt to fight the darkness. You forget that Morgoth created his own armies. Humans were but a small portion of his force. More stood against him. I forget nothing, Manwë replied simply. I was speaking of Akhlabeth and the hubris of Numenor wrought by the words of Sauron, not the greater evil of Morgoth. All and the other spirits suddenly nodded, looking chastened. It fit them poorly however and the warrior-like Vala shrugged it off quickly, gesturing to Harry. So what do we do with this one? He has been using magic of a nature and in such a manner that even one of us would have trouble forming. And you know it is costing him. Harry stiffened in alarm. What? What is it costing me? Surely you've noticed, the woman said shaking her head. Your spells, sometimes they fight you do they not? Harry nodded. I've felt that, it's forced me to change my tactics a time or two. But I thought it was just the creation of elements or the manipulation of them that was against the rules of this world or however you want to put it, and the pressure orcs and even goblins put on magic users around them. It is not. There are certain laws of Arda, and one of them is the use of magic and how it might enter the world. The more you use your magic, the more the Arda will start to reject that magic because you are not a Vala. You might keep what you do call them, your pure attack spells and your illusion spells. But your ability to create will fade, your ability to transfigure will diminish horribly, and not just when fighting the creatures of Morgoth that now look to he who is called Sauron now, Manwë explained, looking at Harry with her luminous eyes. To combat this loss, you will have to choose one of us to follow, to learn from as it were. Wait, what? Harry asked, frowning. Magic in this world comes from us, from the Ainur and the Maya. It does not come from mortal individuals. Your power is slowly going to start disappearing from what you call your magical reserves out into Arda each time you use your magic. Unless you decide on one of us to follow. If you do that, the Vala in question will serve as a conduit, in order for your magics to no longer drain you. How many years do I have before I have to make this decision? Harry asked frowning. He'd felt some fight back when he used a few spells, but not much. He didn't honestly think it was as big a deal as these guys were making out to be, but standing in front of them, that did not seem like something he should say. And what would this choice entail? That is a better question, as we do not know the answer to the first one. It could be as long as years, or as few as months. But eventually, your spells will fail you. You will still have magical power within you, but the world will suck it dry the instant you try to use it beyond your body, Manwë replied sadly. I am sorry, but that is the way Arda is made. Yet following one of the Vala is not so onerous. You will not be forced to obey orders or teachings. Not really. It is simply a way to open you to the world, a way for you to become a part of Arda rather than still remain separate. Scowling, Harry shook his head. Will my choice affect the spells I am able to do? Somewhat. You'll still have your full breadth of spells, but if you call upon us while using a spell that would impact that Vala's realm of influence, they will be stronger and faster. There began what Harry could only call a sales pitch. The warrior-like Vala began it, stepping forward with a laugh, slapping Harry on his ethereal shoulders so hard it actually hurt, and nearly drove Harry to his knees. Only the fact that the warrior had obviously not intended to do so allowed Harry to keep his temper. Call upon me! He shouted, slamming his that same into his chest so hard it sounded like someone had slammed a battering ram into rock face. I am Tolkien. It was I who threw down Morgoth not once, but twice. Our battles remade the world. I am the last guardian, he who is called upon in the darkest hour. You have faced your darkest hour at an age when no human should have, you are worthy to call upon me. No. All bellowed in reply, also coming forward. With your power of creation and change, with your friendship with my own race the dwarves, you are clearly closer to my sphere than that of Tolkien's. You have only ever fought out of necessity, so to do my people. And when we go about it, we do so as a blacksmith would upon metal. Power, force, no mercy, and no relief. My pride comes in my craft, my magic, and what I will leave behind, not warfare. You have already met one of all us followers, and one of mine, Manwë said with a smile. Saruman has always looked to all, that is why his hands are so crafty, his works of art and mind so amazing at times. But my favored follower is Olorin, who you call Gandalf. A traveler, a wanderer of the world, who speaks both of life and death, and always sees more than he lets on. Yet I feel you do not look to me or my aspects. Harry shook his head. I like to travel, I suppose, even though I've never really done it before coming to this world. But that's not how I see myself. Flight interests me a lot too, but again, I don't define myself from that ability. The woman said nothing, simply looking at Harry before shaking her head. Still she didn't speak, but there was no arrogance in that choice, rather it was a decision she had made on Harry's behalf. How he knew that, Harry didn't know, but he did. Her husband chuckled, shaking his head as he gestured with his seemingly mortal hand to the other two beings. So which of these two will you choose? Falling silent for a second, Harry finally asked, I don't mean to be rude, but are you my only choices in this matter? Manwe laughed, as did the woman, the sound sending a shiver of shocked awe through him, as if suddenly every other laugh he had heard had been turned into a pale imitation, although the other two spirits scowled lightly before joining them. No indeed, Manwe said gaily, shaking her head. There are other spirits, spirits that you can speak to. Why? It looks as if you have an idea of the sort of high spirit that you would truly call upon. Harry looked at all. You're right in a way, I do take pride in my transfiguration and conjuration skills, but to me that's a means to an end, not an end itself. I'm not an artist, I'm not a craftsman. He looked at Tulkas. And I'm not a warrior either, not like how you mean the word. I don't take pleasure in it, I don't fight for the sake of fighting. For the sake of challenging myself. I fight to defend others, I fight to throw back the dark. Harry had no idea why he'd said that last sentence, but it felt right, and he repeated it for a second, looking around at them. Is there one who has always stood in a defense against the dark itself? Not just the greater enemy, but the very darkness he brought to this world. There was a moment of hesitance, the four spirits looking at one another, and finally the main spirit spoke. There is, he said with a sigh. Arian. The Maiden of Sunlight has always stood against he who was our brother. Even before his darkness was known to everyone else, she disdained him even as he pursued her most fervently, the only fire spirit to never follow him. She burned him at one point and then was chosen to guide Anar as it ascended into the sky to give this world light once more after the destruction of the two trees. But Arian will take no follower. That is not her nature. Come close to her, and you will be burned. Even Einar like we cannot do so. Harry shrugged. At the moment, that feels as if it should be my choice, but I won't make this decision so quickly. I warn you once more, Harry Potter, none of us can tell you how long your magic will last. It will not be quick. It might be in a few months, it might be in more than a year, but there will come a time that, added to the difficulty of using spells in the presence of Morgotha's creations, your magic will fail you, Manwe warned once more. Harry nodded at the main spirit's words, but said, I thank you for the warning, but I won't be forced to make a harsh decision like this. Not without all the facts. The spirit nodded, then looked up, as did the others. The woman smiled, and it was a smile of warmth, loving, almost like a favorite teacher seeing a pupil succeed at something, as did Manwe, who spoke once more. You are being called back, Harry Potter. Go, with our blessing. With that, Harry felt as if a rope had wrapped around his spirit and was slowly drawing him back with all the unstoppable force of gravity. It wasn't painful, but it was inexorable. As he flew, he heard the musical words in his head of a woman that he had met in the real world. The Einar often forget what impact their calls can have on the mortal mind. No human has been able to go to Valinor and return, Harry, not without help. And so it falls upon me to call you back. Unless you wish to stay. The tug on Harry's soul stayed a moment, and Harry smiled as he realized it was the voice of Galadriel, the elven lady who had so affected him in Rivendell. At that realization, Galadriel's spirit appeared in front of him then, and Harry had to gasp at the sight. He had thought her beautiful in the flesh, but in spirit, that was magnified dozens of times over. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing the true light within her to shine free. Her raiment was silver, her spirit made of gold, and a star of purest white glowed from one hand, its light amplified in her eyes. If Varda had been perfection beyond the ken of mortal men, Galadriel was just close enough to be understood, and thus even more beautiful for that understanding. The Lady of Lothlorien smiled at him, and it was like the sun coming up over the horizon, filling Harry to the brim with energy as she spoke, one hand rising to touch his forehead. Despite the longevity your magical power will force upon your being, you are still mortal up here, Harry. This is not a denigration of your character, simply a fact. And this place has never been kind on those who in the normal course of things have a finite time in Middle-earth. The spirit's fingers brushed against his scar, which glowed at her touch, magnifying the touch of Varda from before. I thank you for the offer, my lady, but I do wish to go back, and I thank you for your aid in doing so, Harry said firmly, nodding his head gratefully to her. It was, seeing all this was fantastically glorious, but it was like a painting, Not enough life there, I think not for a human anyway. Besides, even if it is the equivalent of my world's heaven, Hermione and my other friends wouldn't be there for me. And there is still my promise to Thorin, my friendships here in this new world to see to. Galadriel nodded understanding, but then leaned forward, taking his head in her hands, and kissing him lightly over the same place she had just touched, his lightning bolt scar. A sense of thrumming power and well-being filled him, as her voice intoned in his head. I think you choose wisely, Harry Potter. There is much for you to still do, still accomplish, to still see. Joy, sadness, laughter, hope, grief. All this you have before you. She pulled back, staring into his eyes as an image formed in his mind, of a forest, deep, vast, untouched by man, where elves had dwelled for millennia. I repeat my last offer, Harry Potter, offering once more a thing I have never offered to mortal man before, come to my home in Lothlorien when you are finished with Oakenshield's quest. We will finish your healing, Harry Potter, and I will make you understand that this life indeed is one worth living for its own sake instead of for others. Harry stared, and continued staring as they flew through the air back to what Harry knew to be Middle-earth and where his body had been left behind, and he finally nodded. I will, he said, his tone firm, a promise now as he made his decision. I will. Galadriel's spirit smiled at him, her own spirit in turn flowing into the raiment of the elf that she was in real life, disappearing from his mind. And then Harry was back in his own body. He knew it somehow, even without moving, but for a moment all he could do was stare at his own eyelids, before his other senses started to register. The smell of a meal finished the job of waking him up, and he blinked, turning his head slightly to either side. He was in a bed stuffed against one wall and which was truly huge, fit for someone of Hagrid's size, let alone Harry, who though a fit young man would never be broad or overly tall. Now that he could finally concentrate enough to make his ears work, and nearby he heard the voices of the dwarves. Turning his head in that direction, he saw the dwarves at table with Gandalf and Bilbo. And walking around them was a giant of a man, perhaps larger than Hagrid if barely. He was certainly as shaggy, with a massive beard, long, thick hair, and eyebrows. His clothes were simple but well made and he moved lightly on his feet. But what really grabbed Harry's attention was the food, and the glasses of what could be mead that was being passed around. Feeling an empty cave where his stomach should be, Harry hopped to his feet lightly and moved in their direction, putting his arm over one of the dwarf's shoulders and grabbing his tankard, ignoring the indignant shout of "Here now," as he pulled it over the dwarf's head and drained half of the flag before slamming it down. That was good. Is there room for another at this table? And who is the giant? Bloody hell, he looks as big as Hagrid. Getting over their shock at his sudden revival, the dwarves and Bilbo all shouted in relieved welcome at Harry's recovery save for Philly, whose mead he'd stolen. He elbowed Harry most viciously in the ribs before joining in the welcome. Yes, hello all, how have you all been? What ve I missed, and, wait, Bilbo? You're alive. Bilbo chuckled wryly. It is good to see you up and about as well. The dwarves thumped their fists on the table in agreement, ignoring for a moment their host, who was also staring at Harry, his eyes narrowed in consideration. He pulled back from Bilbo, and turned to the man, sending a grin towards Thorin before bowing formally to the man. Your pardon, good sir, but when I was unconscious, Bilbo was still lost to us and seeing him here surprised me. As your sudden wakefulness surprised us all, Gandalf said dryly, causing a chuckle around the room as Gandalf stared at the younger man in thought. Indeed, the man said, studying Harry closely before he smiled. These dwarves were giving me a tale and had just reached the point where you had collapsed, so your timing on that score is excellent. Yet before the tale can begin, might I ask, you mentioned someone called Hagrid. Was he truly as big as me? I would say so. I don't know what Gandalf's told about me, but where I come from, let us just say that where I come from our giants are not like the giants here, things of stone and spirit. And at one point, somehow a human man won giantess's affection. There were many crossed eyes at that, and the man asked hesitantly, how would that even? I don't know, but however it was done, the physical side of things did indeed work. The result was Hagrid, a giant of a man, who was the call at the groundskeeper what is a very much a misnomer. He was a man of the forest, friends to most animals. He could walk up to a unicorn and not have it run away. He tried to look after a small dangerous lizard that breathed fire, not a dragon, Harry hastened to add, not like you understand the term anyway. But he also had a three-headed dog, giant spiders, and looked after a sea monster and others. Amazing if true. And even if not, at least it is a fun tale, the man muttered, smiling now. He gestured Harry into a chair to try and find a chair, frowning as he realized there was none. I would invite you to sit, Harry Potter, and tell me more about this Hagrid before we get back to the dwarf's tale, but... Allow me, Harry said, waving his hand as he used a transfiguration spell. A nearby heavy stool became a chair and Harry then moved over and dragged it to the table. The man stared at the chair he'd just conjured, then boomed laughter. Truly you wizards, such interesting tricks you sometimes have. But now sit, and you will have food and in return, I will have your tail. Harry nodded, sliding into the chair he'd conjured at the corner of the table as the dwarves made room for them at the table. As he did, he frowned slightly, remember the words of Manwë and the others, before shrugging them off. He had at least a few months before he would have to worry about them, and a dragon to slay. No way could he get away with husbanding his spells before that. He bumped elbows with Philly, and with Gloin on the other, smiling around him as he thought where to begin. First of all, I suppose I'll say that Hagrid in many ways was my first real friend. He saved me from, well, let us not get into what he saved me from. That is not a tale to tell at a meal. But he was a man of the forest, as I said, and one time he and I. Harry told of the times he'd met with Hagrid, about the Forbidden Forest and his way with dangerous animals, which he seemed to think were just misunderstood. He told them about the unicorn he had helped save with Hagrid and how Hagrid had given him Hedwig, although when Harry spoke of his familiar, Harry's face slowly closed down. He missed her more than a bit, but knew he would never see Hedwig again, not with that strange void between his world and this one. Even Hedwig couldn't cross that. Their host saw the look in his face, and correctly interpreted it to mean the happy parts of Harry's past interactions with this half-giant was coming to a close. He raised his flag and then his voice, saying aloud, "That is enough of your own tale, Harry Potter. We will switch shift to the dwarves now. As fascinating as your adventures no doubt are even beyond this half-giant friend of yours, I must know more about the doings of the goblins, for they border my own domain. But first, to friends passed on." To friends passed on, the dwarves and Harry and Gandalf joining in, their deep voices a dirge. Then Thorin added, "And to justice and vengeance." Here the dwarves roared even louder than they had a moment ago, fury and anger in their tones driving out remembered grief, and Harry just nodded, raising his stein again. Gandalf did not, nor did their host, although he smiled grimly. After that, Gandalf and Thorin finished the story about how they had escaped the goblins, with Gandalf glancing once or twice at Bilbo, but becoming distracted by Harry's parts of the battle, and the effects of the last spell he'd used to bring down the massive stalactite which had smashed Goblin Town as it fell. He could sense something in Harry, something that said he had changed somewhat during his convalescence. Hearing how Dory had carried him all day, Harry rose to his feet and clasped forearms with the silver-haired dwarf. "I thank you for that, Dory, and I am sorry to have been such a burden. I promise I will pay you back for your sweat and toil." Dory flushed, looking away. "Bah, just continue to help us reclaim our lost realm and I will call it even, Harry." The discussion turned to the route the party would take from here on. With the news that Radagast had told them about Mirkwood, all the dwarves and Bilbo were very concerned about entering it at all. Even Gandalf was somewhat worried about that. The large man's words somewhat put them at ease. "The routes from here to Mirkwood will be clear at the very least," he said, moving around and refilling their glasses, this time with some kind of milk drink, rather than the mead of earlier. Perhaps, that was because a few of the dwarves had insulted it. Harry hadn't, he had simply said any mead in a storm, but that didn't seem to have made Bjorn wish to be any more hospitable. "No goblins or orcs will enter my territory, not so long as I draw breath. I will even lend you some of my donkeys, but I will demand that you leave them at the edge of the forest. They will return to me on their own from there." Thorin frowned at that, but slowly nodded. "The supplies will be greatly helpful, thank you. And I deeply apologize that we have no way to repay your kindness and hospitality now." Harry held up a hand, "Unless you have something you want repaired, or created." Whatever was going on with his magic, Harry wasn't going to let it stop him from using his magic as he saw fit. Bjorn smiled at him, shaking his head. "No, anything of that nature I will see to with my own hand and craft. Thank you for the offer, however. Might I trouble you for a longer loan of one of your beasts, Bjorn? I will not be taking it into Mirkwood, do not fear, but the use of a donkey would aid me in my journey." Gandalf inquired. At that Harry blinked and pulled his attention from his food in the first time in a while, having let the others carry the conversation. Looking at the older man he scowled a little, remembering that Gandalf planned to leave them. Thorin too nearly glared at the older wizard. Harry had told him in turn about this, but he hadn't really believed Gandalf would leave them in the lurch. The other dwarves didn't even have that and now shouted in shock and dismay. Gandalf was forced to give them a half-truth, that he was concerned about the darkness coming from the south of Mirkwood and had decided to investigate it and the necromancer. "I feel that the longer we wait to investigate him, the more powerful he becomes. We must know more. And if he's really there?" Harry asked. "And waiting for you." Thorin too spoke up now, keeping his voice even, analytical. "He's right, Gandalf. If you do not wish to spend the time it will take us to get to the Lonely Mountain, that is one thing. But surely you could call upon one of your fellow wizards to accompany you. The only one that could possibly meet me near Dol Guldur in any acceptable time frame is Radagast, and only then if he felt so certain in his own abilities that he returned to his home rather than doing the more intelligent thing and moving elsewhere. I could call upon the rangers, but none of them are close." Gandalf sighed, shaking his head slowly. "Something is telling me that I must do this soon, and so it will be done. Looking at his eyes, Harry saw resolve there, a stern, hard, unyielding resolve. Leaning back in his own chair, Harry retreated from the argument. Fine, I won't stop you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to let you go off with just your staff and sword. How long does it take to get to the edge of Mirkwood from here? He asked, looking at Bjorn. He had been silent throughout the short conversation with Gandalf, but he spoke up now, looking at the two wizards thoughtfully. If I give you ponies, it will take you but a half-day's ride. They are swift beasts as well as intelligent. That'll give me time. Harry paused, then smacked his palm into his forehead, groaning. Bloody hell, my runestones and my carving set. We lost them over the side of the trail. What are these runestones you speak of? Simple flat granite stones for the most part, although the harder the substance it's made up the better. Some weaker material sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, it depends on what you're trying to do, Harry said authoritatively. But stone is the best, or like this. I want to create what I call notice me not arrays, which Gandalf can't use to hide his presence, or a shield stone, although that would be a one-off spell in all likelihood. Bjorn's eyes had widened as Harry explained. Amazing, I did not know that magic could be so stored. I have granite rocks, and I can make them into slabs for you, he intoned slowly, stroking his beard thoughtfully. If you would create something of that nature for me. What do you need? If you have a set of carving tools and the stone, I can do the rest. I would like something to hide my house from aught it need. Can you create a magical armor? I haven't worked with steel before, Harry said, shaking his head. I could make you up in one-shot shield array, as I said, but it would be only good for a limited time before the magic in the array destroys the stone. To one side Thorin was silent. Magical armor was one area where his people's runesmiths had excelled in ancient times. Now their work was a pale imitation of what it had been, so much so that many dwarves now believed it had been the material used rather than the magic which had made their armor so formidable. Yet even if that hadn't been the case, Thorin would never have commented on it now. Bjorn was a practical stranger, for all that he was aiding them at the moment, and he would not share his people's secrets so quickly as Harry was willing to share his. Breaking him of that habit is going to be an uphill struggle, Thorin thought ruefully. Still, at least this time he is getting proper reimbursement for it. Harry had continued speaking. I can create a notice me not array around your house, and key you into it, even if you don't have any magic of your own, that's simple enough. But I have no idea if that'll affect the beasts. I might need a bit of their blood just as I will yours to connect you all into it. At the mention of blood, Bjorn frowned, fighting against the fear of the unknown that all right-thinking folk held, looking over at Gandalf, who nodded in affirmation. At that, Bjorn agreed. A bit of blood is no small sacrifice to make for this. Then show me these granite stones, and your etching equipment, stones, and I'll get to work right away, Harry said, pushing himself away from the table, his plate empty of even crumbs. He had been intensely hungry, but even with it he hadn't eaten nearly as much as the dwarves and Bilbo. Bjorn smiled and slapped Harry on the shoulder so hard he nearly sent him sprawling into the table, then with a booming laugh moved towards Thorin. Follow me then, young wizard. I am eager to see this craft of yours. The shapeshifter did watch for a time, but after a bit, as Harry worked slowly to reshape his stone-working tools by hand and then to smooth and chip the stones into spherical shapes, realized that anything of interest was a few hours in the future. After all, there was a reason an etching set was so expensive. The tools had to be very precise, each of them a specific size because the lines of the various runes had to be equally precise. The surface of the stone too had to be smooth, and no magic could be used in the smoothing, or else there would be interference when it came time to instill magic into the array. Later, as Harry was working, Gandalf came up to him. The dwarves had all split off to do various things, fletching arrows in the case of Bilbo and Keely, mending rents in clothing and such for most of the others. Oin and Boffer had gone off to examine the animals, and a few others were with Oin trying to see what ingredients they had. Thorin too was elsewhere, speaking with Bjorn about the goblins and other similar threats. The two of them were very formal, almost cool to one another, but they had a mutual enemy, and that was enough. Gandalf had been with them and then with Oin and his band for a time, but now he came over to Harry. He watched the younger man work for a time, smiling faintly. For all that they seemed to dislike one another, Harry and Saruman are actually quite alike in how they enjoy craft and learning of such. That had never been Gandalf's way. It was people and places which interested the Grey Wanderer. And that was why he knew that Harry had not just been unconscious. No, his spirit had been temporarily called elsewhere, and now he was dying of curiosity as to why. So he sat across from the young man and looked at him thoughtfully. Something has changed within you, Harry. I can feel it. Meeting your mailer tends to do that to one, Harry replied, not looking up from his work. They seemed to somehow sense my unconsciousness and used that as an opportunity to call me forth. I had thought they might. There would be many questions even for Manwë as to how you arrived here. And your magics too, they would both fascinate and startle them. Creation from nothing is. Gandalf shook his head. That is nothing that any save Eru Elevator himself should do. I was told that, yes. And that to keep using my power, I would need to find a patron among them, to somehow filter my power through into the world beyond my body. And did you choose all? Gandalf asked. In his mind it was either the smith, or Yavanna, the Earth Mother that called to Harry. At least from what Gandalf had seen of the young man so far. No. Oh, he and I do have a certain connection, but even my work with runes is a means to an end for me. I do not create them just for the sake of creation. That might change in the future when I meet these runesmiths of the dwarves though, he laughed. That is one area where humans have elves and dwarves beat, we can change far quicker or be as stubborn to change too. Gandalf chuckled too, then asked, who then? Call it professional courtesy but I am most curious. Harry frowned, but eventually nodded. The sun spirit Arian seemed to be my first choice. When I heard of her, and her private war with Morgoth, who had twisted all other fire Maya, it seemed appropriate. Or at any rate, I told them I would pledge to her. That was enough. They will get in contact with her, and Arian will in turn see if she is interested or reject me. I don't know if she will be, but... He frowned, looking at Gandalf, repeating his earlier words. It felt right. Just like this mission of feels right to you. Valinor is very conducive to opening one to such feelings, the older man intoned with a chuckle. That doesn't mean I agree with your choice Gandalf, Harry said firmly, thrusting a finished protective shield array up at the man. You will be taking this and two more like it along with a notice me not array that you can set up by pumping a little energy into it. You do know how to do that don't you? There's no need to be stroppy, Gandalf said huffily, taking the stone and looking at it before going on more softly. Thank you for this Harry, and for the feelings behind it. The great irritation, the disapproval, the annoyance. Harry asked lightly, looking away. No, the friendship and affection, Gandalf retorted, shaking his head wearily and then ruffling Harry's ever-messy hair. You might hide it my friend, but when you connect to someone, you do so most fiercely. I've lost too many friends Gandalf, to do otherwise, Harry whispered, still looking away, causing Gandalf to slowly nod his head. The parties stayed there for the rest of that day, and that night, during which Bilbo was woken up by shuffling noises outside. They were the noises of a giant beast moving around, a bear perhaps, or something larger. Nearby Harry, who had not gone to sleep yet stood up, but Gandalf shook his head sharply from where he had been leaning against the wall by doorway. Back to sleep young Bilbo, and Harry, you need not worry, he whispered. That is our host. No doubt he and his pack let us call it, will be moving up into the mountain see if they can find any truth to our story. There is nothing out there we need to see. Staring at Thorin and hearing the noises, Harry slowly nodded. In that case, I think I would best serve us by finishing the work he requested. Harry was still at work early the next morning, although he didn't show any sign of tiredness. Indeed he still felt rested and almost buzzing with energy from his out-of-body experience. And through the night he had finished all the stones he wanted to give Gandalf, and much of the work on the arrays for Bjorn. Each of the men would have 4 shield arrays, although given the fact he could empower them himself, the ones Gandalf had could be reused. Similarly Gandalf had 1 notice me not array, while Bjorn had 4. Those 4 were subtly different than the one Gandalf used just like the shield stones, needing to have a built-in power accumulator rather than a short-timed charge, but once Bjorn and his beasts gave a bit of their blood to the arrays, they would be the next best thing to permanent, since unlike the shields, a notice me not was not a very magically intensive spell, and could take power from the world around them. Harry had also finished a few for the party itself, although not many shield stones. Bjorn's granite supply was not infinite after all. But once more, their camps would be safe at night, at least from non-magical threats. The young wizard was putting the finishing touches on Bjorn's last array around mid-morning and didn't look up when someone came across the room towards him, sitting across from him. He didn't have to. Harry had long gotten used to the different trends of the dwarves, and even Gandalf. Bilbo Harry couldn't actually hear, so had not gotten used to. Only when he finished with a final finicky line of 1 rune did he look up, locking his emerald eyes on Thorin's light blue. Are you still concerned about my sharing my secrets? He quipped. No, Thorin chuckled. I could wish that you were more secretive with your designs, but if you kept them to yourself with a friend going into danger you would not be who you are. In the future however lad, I think I will demand that someone at least accompany you whenever you are out and about in the world, to make certain that you get your money's worth before you start coming over with largesse. Harry laughed in reply before turning back to his work while Thorin continued to watch. Now that they were alone however, more needed to be said. You gave me one hell of a scare. I didn't let on to the others of course, I have a reputation and my position to uphold. Yet the kind of crack you took, I've seen humans be crippled for life from less. Harry nodded again. Yes, well I'm a bit tougher than I look. But I meant what I said to Dory. I will repay his carrying me as he did. Harry's tone might have been airy, but his look was not. It had been a very long time since Harry was that helpless, but he still remembered the years with the Dursleys, where all he could do was simply go along to get along, having no power over himself or his life, when he had no way to look after or defend himself. The circumstances were entirely different admittedly, but the feelings that it invoked was not. As you yourself would say, Potter, between friends, there is no such talk of debt for acts like that, Thorin replied, a statement that would have shocked many of his fellows, although it had to be said by this point, none in the party would have been so shocked. Finishing another line, Harry looked up, one eyebrow quirking in query. How likely is it that the goblins or orcs will come this way again? I'm just wondering if I should do something a little extra for Bjorn in order to inconvenience them further. Inconveniencing those creatures is never a bad plan, and very likely. You saw the city, Goblin Town, they called it, Thorin barked a low laugh. Ramshackle it might have been, but it was large. Even if that last spell of yours destroy the town and much of the population with it, that was but one mountain stronghold. Thorin gestured to behind him towards the mountains they had crossed. Who knows how many of those mountains are filled with such fell folk? Harry nodded for the third time that morning, and then both of them looked up as Gandalf appeared, moving through the still sleeping dwarves. Before he could speak though, Harry beat him to it. And after a good night's sleep, do you still going on with this bad plan separate from us? Gandalf scoffed. Yes, I am. And perhaps you do not realize this, Harry, but I am quite an old man. I have walked more leagues than you have hairs on your head. I can look after myself. I'm not doubting your ability to look after yourself, Gandalf. I just think everyone needs someone to watch their back. Yes, well, you convinced me on that score. I already sent a message to Radagast, and to Elrond telling him of my plan, Gandalf replied, more to allay Harry's concerns than anything else. While Radagast is no fighter, he is more forest smart and aware of the world around him than most would think. Harry grunted, looking down critically at one rune, then nodding, and setting the array aside just as Thorin to the outside opened, and Bjorn came in, smiling happily at them all. Well now, he boomed, his voice waking the dwarf Sleep and Bilbo from his little lair in the rafters. He tumbled to the floor, but he landed on his feet, and headed his bow drawn as Harry blinked in surprise, not having noticed that Bilbo had climbed up one of the rafters, and had perched up there, sleeping on it as if it was a tree limb after he had been woken up in the middle of the night. The dwarves stared at him, as did Bjorn, and then as Bilbo sheepishly rose, they all laughed, with Bomber clapping him on the shoulder. That's our scout. Did you have a particular reason for your shout, or do you just dislike people sleeping and taking up your home like this heading into mid-morning? Balin asked, somewhat appalled at how late they had all slept. No, that was only part of it. Bjorn slammed his hands together, so loudly that Harry thought almost that he had somehow conjured spell to add to the noise. And yet, it is a magnificent day to be up and about, my friends. And I call you friends now, true and done. Well done indeed, for I have been listening through my creatures, large and small, and I am not without my own abilities to gather information. Goblins were about on my side of the river, they were, but full of fear, easily driven off. And the words on their lips. Again Bjorn bellowed in laughter. Goblin town destroyed, no more than rubble remaining. The great goblin dead. The great goblin. It will be many decades before the goblins of the Misty Mountains are as organized again to be a true threat. All you said to me last night was revealed to be simple truth. He shook his shaggy mane, his laughter quieting. I had feared you were all not lying but exaggerating, especially in terms of the death of the great goblin. That you were enemies to the goblins I believed, but such deadly enemies. He laughed again, looking over at Harry. It makes me almost sad that I demanded such payment from you, wizard, but I'll not take that back now. Even if the need has passed somewhat, it will come again. Harry shrugged, gesturing down to the smaller pile of finished runestones. I finished your runestones last night. But if you recall, I said you'd need the blood of each of my animals and myself. Yes, you said. Are you ready for that aspect of your work now? When Harry replied in the affirmative, Bjorn gestured Harry to come with him. Outside, Bjorn led him from one animal to another, gently nicking her ear lightly, before bandaging the tiny wounds up, and then dropping a bit of blood onto each stone in turn. Each drop was absorbed quickly into the stone, an effect that was part of the runic array and which colored the edged-out runes in red. Harry then explained their use, and how to place them, before showing how one worked. Bjorn couldn't even smell Harry once he was hidden by the notice-me-not, and all his animals have been fooled likewise. They returned as the dwarves and Bilbo were finishing work on a large early breakfast for them all, with Bjorn still looking awestruck. I would have sent you all on your way with good wishes and seen you safe to the borders of my land for friendship's sake with Radagast. But for this, I will provision all of you as best I will even ask my donkeys if any of them are willing to travel with you from this land. His face grew stern then. I will ask, will not command. If one decides to join you, I will expect you to look after him as you would yourselves. When the others all agreed to that, Thorin nodded his head, frowning as a little. In that case, perhaps we should see what we can do in terms of weapons. My friend Harry had a few other ideas he wanted to try to further aid you against the goblins, and I noticed that you had a smithy here. Is there any metals here to work with? I note you have axes, but you do not have a sword. Most of the dwarves were using stolen goblin gear at this point. Dwellin had his axe and hammer, Balin a sword he'd somehow held onto, Oin a hammer, Keely his bow, as well as Bilbo, who also had his sting. Thorin had Orcrist of course, and Harry his own sword, which Keely had carried the day before. The others had daggers and swords taken from the goblins. Bjorn laughed. I do not fight normally in this form, so I have no need of swords, he said gesturing down to his body. Bilbo shook his head staring up at the giant human. That's a pity, you certainly have the size. He then broke off, paling as he remembered what Gandalf told them about this man. Still, the thought is appreciated. I do have some need of nails and numerous weapons I confiscated from goblins I have slain, and my own abilities in that area are crude, so feel free to help yourself. Thorin nodded and instantly rolled up his sleeves as he requested, show me. While the dwarves and Bjorn worked together to prepare supplies and even find changes of clothing for some, Bilbo, Gandalf and Harry talked about the route to come once more, specifically Mirkwood Forest this time, staying beside where Thorin was working, the clangor of his hammer an odd accompaniment. So you're saying there are spells on this path? Bilbo asked. Indeed, spells to keep danger away, spells to keep travelers on the path, spells to beguile the mind if you try to sway from its length. There are even a few places where there are enchanted boats to cross rivers, and so forth. And this is the same Mirkwood where Radagast ran into those giant spiders further south. Harry asked in turn. Are you worried about the spiders? Thorin asked. Somewhat. Oh, I've got lots of spells course that would deal with such, but if we are forced to fight on the path, and if we leave it can no longer find it afterwards, that could be an issue. More than that I'm concerned about the influence of Dol Guldur and who could be there. So could one more thing, as Thorin winced and acceded the point, Bilbo spoke up a frown on his face. The elves. You've been very cautious about talking about this particular bit group of elves at all Gandalf, which is quite odd to me considering how much you sang the praises of Elrond. With reason of course. The homely house was amazing, and I was most impressed by Elrond and his welcome. But why haven't you mentioned these elves? For the very simple reason that if they're not our actual enemies they certainly are no allies of my people Bilbo, Thorin said coldly, his hammer not stopping an instant, as he beat out the time on what would eventually become a serviceable sword after having melted 4 goblin blades to make it. He wouldn't be able to do many, but at least some of his troop would have better weapons than they did now. And axes don't take as much time or metal. I can make 5 of them in the same time it will take me to make 1 sword for Keely. Tell it truly Thorin, Gandalf said quite coolly, were you friends to the elves of Mirkwood in turn? Are you saying that they would not have withheld aid from people after Smaug but for my father attempting to renege on a single deal with Duel? Thorin replied just as coldly. Harry interrupted before the two could rehash what he knew was a sore subject for Thorin, one he frankly agreed with. Wait a minute, setting aside past issues, and I'm not saying either side is right or wrong here, he said catching Gandalf and Thorin's eyes when he looked up very briefly from his work. If there are really elves in Mirkwood, surely Radagast could have gone to them for help. Hells, even without his warning them, they should be doing something about these giant spiders he reported. Gandalf sighed. I rather doubt the spiders have spread to the edge of the elves' actual territory within Mirkwood, they do not after all live throughout the forest, only in one, hidden city. But beyond that, you are speaking of being proactive. All elves would have difficulty with being so beyond their lands. They fear to make things worse throughout the and Thranduil is one of the worst for that. He is arrogant, narrow-minded, vindictive and blind to the world beyond his realm, Thorin interpreted. Hell Mr. Kettle, this is Mr. Pot, Gandalf shouted, slamming his staff down on the ground and causing a crackling noise, as his shadow slowly grew until he loomed over Thorin. Congratulations, we're both black and made of iron. He then sighed, shaking his head as he regained control of himself. I have had to deal with these arguments and self-destructive arguments between man, dwarf and elf for far too long. At this point both dwarves and elves have far too little to gain from continuing it, so can we please set this aside and speak about something more constructive? But they will have kept up the spells on the path? Harry asked. Or were those permanent enchantments? A little bit of both, Gandalf said, calming down still further. He truly disdained the constant bickering between elf and dwarf as to who was the wronged party, who wronged who first and so forth when even the dwarves and elves did not remember all of their own histories. But yes, they will have done so. It is their duty as part of the trade agreements between themselves and the other elven realms. Even if such trade has dried up in the past few centuries, they must keep up the path for all the free peoples. Harry nodded, and he and Bilbo questioned Gandalf closely about the nature of the trail for the rest of that day. Early the next, with time wasting the party set out, even if most were still not as well armed as Thorin could have wished. Still, the better warriors among them were, and that was enough for now. They could not tarry any longer if they wanted to get to the lonely mountain by the last light of Durin's day in order to find the hidden door. Anything else would be impossible. After a final merry farewell with Bjorn, the group set off. They travelled half the day through scrub and scattered woodland before they began to see a difference in the forest ahead of them. Soon they found the Great East Road once more, leading into the forest, for once more the land had become. The forest was a solid phalanx of wood. Trees, larger by far than any of the trees that Harry had seen in this world so far, had grown close together, with only the one trail leading through it. You could get through elsewhere, but it would probably take an axe to get any group beyond 2 or 3 people through the outer edges of that forest. That was not natural in Harry's opinion. Even the Forbidden Forest had a more gradual edge to it than this. He was about to ask Gandalf about that and whether it was due to elven magic or something else when the group stopped, and he noticed Bilbo was actually swaying in his saddle. "What's wrong, Bilbo?" Harry asked, moving forward quickly to help the hobbit down from where Bilbo had been near the front of the column. As he did, Harry too felt something, some kind of pressure nearby, a hint of darkness and death that caused the scars on his hands to sting. It went away quickly as he set Bilbo on his feet, but he was left with a feeling of foreboding, coming from the forest much like Bilbo, who looked as if he was becoming ill. "This forest feels sick," the hobbit said, shaking his head. "I've never felt the like, not even when we were in the Misty Mountains." Gandalf looked at him sharply from where he was not making any move to get down from his own pony. He would have to retrace his steps a bit, in order to skirt around the Mirkwood forest head further south. And would therefore be able to use Bjorn's pony for a time more. "Define sick, Mr. Baggins." "I don't." Bilbo paused, gathered himself and seemed to throw off whatever was bothering him for the most part, although he still looked extremely leery, one hand pressing into a pocket of his for a moment before releasing it, something that Harry missed entirely as he was too busy staring into the forest himself. The others had also noticed Bilbo's odd reaction and gathered close to listen as he tried to explain what he was feeling. "It feels diseased, Gandalf, like something is wrong. Not something natural coming up from the earth, from the root as you might say, but something which has been brought in from something else. Which means that my trip to that south is even more pertinent than I feared if the enemy's touch can be felt this far to the north." Gandalf sighed sadly. Harry scowled. He understood Gandalf's reasoning, but he really did not want the older man to go off on his own. It wasn't even that he distrusted Gandalf or didn't realize why he wanted to do that. He just really wanted to go along with Gandalf to watch his back but couldn't due to his previous obligation and friendship with Thorin. The two wizards stared at one another, and Gandalf smiled faintly. "Your concern for me warms my heart to my young friend, but I have been getting myself in and out of scrapes far longer than you have been alive. And you have already laden me down with great gifts. Trust in this old man to look after himself." Famous last words, Harry shot back, before shaking his head. "I won't try to stop you. If only because I think it would be a waste of breath." "And you called the dwarves stubborn." "We are," Thorin interjected, gesturing towards the path. "Stone-hard and more, or else we would never have thought of taking on this mad venture. Yet that mad journey is calling us forward, Harry." He reached up clasping hands with Gandalf, shaking it firmly. "I'll add my words of caution to his, with an added caveat that I will be hoping to see you before we reach the lonely mountain." "We shall see what we shall see," Gandalf said, not replying to that. Bilbo and the others added their own farewells, and Gandalf looked at them all again. "Remember the words of Bjorn. Look after those 2 brave ponies who volunteered to aid you in your quest as you would yourselves. And remember mine even more, stick to the path." With that he turned away, and the pony, without any urging, moved off. For a moment the dwarves, Bilbo and Harry looked after him for a time, but then Harry clapped Bilbo on the shoulder once more. "Come on, Bilbo, I think it is time for us to go." Harry entered the forest and stepped foot on the path, along with Bilbo in the lead, with the dwarves behind them. Almost immediately, the sunlight above dimmed noticeably, becoming diffuse, grey, and the path through the trees loomed almost like a dark green tunnel, ready to consume them. Harry could tell the effect was being magically assisted, though the how or why was beyond him. Still he felt the impact, and he shook his head before looking over at Bilbo. Bilbo looked back, and as one, they sighed. "This is not going to be a pleasant journey." "My friend, I do not believe I have ever heard a truer word coming out of your mouth," Harry said with a sigh. For the rest of that day the party travelled, and at first, there didn't seem anything all that forbidding about the forest, beyond the oppressive feeling that Bilbo and Harry were feeling, or the sickness as Bilbo thought of it. But as the day wore on and the sun started to go down, the dwarves began to complain, talking of shadows moving, things seeming to stare at them from out of the darkness beyond the path. Others saw other things fit to pull them off the path, and Keely had almost gone after one such as the group paused that night, only for Philly to pull him back. "I could swear I saw a buck, but it was like no buck I'd ever seen before. Some kind of giant of the forest, it looked as if it could feed us for days." "Are you sure we?" The first person who tries to take a step off of this path I will transmute into a frog, Harry said coldly. He actually wasn't certain if he could do that kind of spell here in this world given his own issues with using magic at all, certainly not against a hardy group like the dwarves with their resistance to magic, but he was with more than willing to try and at least the threat of it worked. Thorin frowned, not in censure, but in confusion. Are you that concerned about our leaving the path? I know what Gandalf said, but now that we are here it doesn't seem all that bad. Oppressive for certain, but this path has spells on it. I can't tell what kind, but I don't think they're nearly as friendly as they should be, and I for certain believe that something has affected them negatively, as Bilbo hinted was the case for the whole forest. If we leave this path, we are going to get lost. I might be able to get myself back, eventually, but my people never went into spells quite like this. It feels like a notice-me-not, a warding spell of some kind, and a monstrously powerful but subtle confusion spell all in one. I think I could fight off some of the effect, but not all of it. Could you destroy the spell? Thorin asked. Is it tied into something physical we could combat? For what purpose? We're supposed to stay on the path, and there are other spells laid here too, ones that haven't been looked after, but I can sort of sense them. Protective spells, that part at least is supposed to help protect those on the path. At least I hope they do. I'm only guessing that, he admitted in a lower voice. That portion of the enchantments feels like they should protect us, but they're also feeling very weak, and I don't have much experience with sensing magic like this in the first place. Indeed, as both of them knew, Harry hadn't had any ability to feel out magic like this before coming to this world. Gandalf however had, over the weeks of travel, helped to teach him much about that, and being in Rivendell had helped him too. Thorin nodded, looking over at the others as they made camp. Best, I feel, to keep that to ourselves. Harry nodded firmly, and the trek continued. For the next 2 days, the group made their way through the forest, at a somewhat decent pace. But on the third day they had their first real hurdle. Early in the day they found a river, the same one Gandalf had mentioned. Here they had to use small boats, 2 of them, to cross in small groups. These were very rickety things, and Thorin had taken one look at them and decided they could only take 2 or perhaps 3 thin dwarves across at a time. Philly, Keely, Ori, you first. I want you over and guarding the other side of the river. Philly and the others nodded firmly. Over the past few days the dwarves had not gotten used to the constant grey-green of the forest or the oppressive feeling in the air. Sunset was still a time of confusion and odd shadows, one they all didn't like at all. This had made them all paranoid in the extreme, waiting for the next shoe to drop. Even with these precautions Bomber nearly fell in, only to be saved by Harry using a spell to grab him, levitating him back towards their side of the river. At the same time, several bundles of food had gone over into the river, and Gloin with them. Bomber nearly crushed Dwellin and Dory as Harry cancelled the spell on him to try and save the other dwarf, and even so the food was waterlogged by the time Harry fished it out of the water. The water had ruined much of the food, soaking all the hardtack and bread they had gotten from Bjorn, as well as several steins of fresh water having been shattered on the bottom of the river, leaving them with only the cheeses, which while waterlogged were still edible, along with the moose and elk meat Bjorn had given them, which while having been waterlogged was still edible. Harry's spells and runestones at least were proving efficacious in helping to secure the campsites they made up every night, allowing Harry and the others to rest. This allowed the dwarves at least some rest, though Harry, Balin, Keely the 2 dwarves with the best eyesight, and Bilbo did not get as much rest, being on watch. Their inability to find any game on the trail however, meant that their food did not last very long. Even with Thorin standing over the piles of food with Orcrist in hand, it was impossible to keep some of the dwarves and Bilbo from taking the odd snack. In Bilbo's case, not even Thorin tried to stop him. During their travels they had learned that hobbits just needed to eat more than other races, their metabolism was such that what they ate sped straight through them, and they needed more nutrition. 2 days past the river they were running out of food and Thorin and Harry were dealing with a minor rebellion. We have to break off the trail, Bilbo said, shaking his head. I'm the last person to want to ignore Gandalf's advice, but we need food, fruits and nuts and berries at the least, something to keep us going. Beside him, Boffer, Bomber and Bifer, along with Ori and Nori and even Gloin muttered agreement. And I keep saying no, Harry shot back. It's too dangerous. The spells on the path will lead you astray the instant you're off it. I have no idea if that was the way they were supposed to work, but that's the way they are now. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Dwellin asked, pointing out into the woods. We've all seen signs of game just off the trail, and if say 2 or 3 of us headed out to hunt, say Bilbo and Keely, while the rest of us stay on the trail, making noises all the time, all they'd have to do is follow the noise back. And thus scaring the game further away, forcing our hunters to follow, Thorin retorted tartly. We were warned not to leave the trail. We simply cannot. When the dwarves made to protest, Thorin growled out words in Kudzol, which most of them were good about not speaking so that Harry and Bilbo could follow their conversation without the use of magic. Enough. We are dwarves. We are used to hardship. This is not the first time most of you have gone hungry, he went on in common, glancing over towards his youngest cousins, and then to the other two youngsters. During the long march of his people, the young and the dams had always been given food, even if doing so had taken it out of warriors' mouths. We can get through this. And when we get to Dale, we will have a feast, and tell one another tales about how we beat the spells of the elves. The dwarves still grumbled a little, but their spines had straightened at his words, and they nodded. Bilbo on the other hand still looked quite put out and looked at Harry pleadingly. Couldn't you do something surely with your magic? I'm afraid, Bilbo, that magic creates nutrients or protein out of nothing, or if it can, I don't know the spells for it. Bilbo looked at him blankly and Harry sighed. I've heard of spells that could create food. It might even fill you up for a time, but it wouldn't do your body any good. You wouldn't be able to sustain yourself. I'll take what I can get, Bilbo muttered, but he too subsided. With the minor mutiny quelled for the moment, the journey continued. If it weren't for the donkeys, who alas at this point were looking quite tasty to most of Thorin's folk, and even Bilbo, who along with Nori looked after them, the trip would have been much harder. With them the two most tired dwarves could ride for a time, something Balin and Bilbo both made use of after a night spent on watch. The dwarves continued to march, and the grumbles got worse, and twice more over the next 3 days Harry and Thorin had to step in to stop them from butchering the 2 donkeys for their meat. Somehow both knew that it would get back to Bjorn. That man was probably a bad enemy to have, no matter how much land lay between yours and his. Besides, Thorin had given his word, and as he told the dwarves sternly, that is the end of it. No king can break his word so given, not even to a peasant, and expects the great and mighty to believe he will keep it to them, let alone his allies. Again, his force of personality quelled them, but even Thorin was looking weary. There was only so much sheer willpower could do in such conditions. The lack of food, the oppressive nature of the forest, and everything else was slowly eroding all of their minds and bodies. And then there were the elves. On the 6th day into the forest, a night after the first impromptu mutiny, the night was broken by songs on the wind, sounds of merrymaking, and in the distance, dancing lights. The dwarves were instantly enchanted, shouting to one another excitedly that it sounded as if the elves were throwing a party, and that they should make themselves known, and would hopefully be invited to eat. After all, we are traveling this road, and much like the spells they apparently have been keeping up, surely they have an obligation to feed travelers. Bomber exclaimed, slapping one meaty hand into another. Of the dwarves, the former merchant had taken the near-starvation conditions worse, his fat body having the resources to deal with it, but not the training. Many a night he had spent groaning, holding his rumbling stomach after the disaster at the river. Harry shook his head. Over the past few days he'd come to the conclusion that whatever Gandalf had thought of the spells on this trail, they fell far short of the reality both in type, and in their nature. The spells were just too nasty, far too petty. And the majority were certainly not geared towards protecting those on the trail, rather they were intended to keep the people on the trail. Or if not, to make them lose their minds. I doubt it. If nothing else, you are dwarves, and as Thorin has gone to great lengths to explain to me, you and elves, especially the elves of Mirkwood, have a tumultuous history. Even Thorin was grumbling openly about the conditions by this point, but he had to nod at that. We would be coming to the table as beggars, I will not allow that, he growled, pride ringing through his tone. However, that was but the first night of the elvish merrymaking. For the next 3 nights, the normally calm, peaceful nighttime was interrupted by the sounds of merrymaking in the distance. Now I know they're taunting us, growled the taciturn Dwellin, cracking his knuckles explosively as he grabbed onto his sword and hammer. It's the only thing that makes sense. Harry scowled angrily, nodding his head. I agree with him, he said to the surprise of the others who were sitting nearby, with Bilbo especially looking shocked. Harry ignored that though, gesturing with an angry finger out into the forest. Either they're criminally unaware of the people who use their path, and with the spells on it I can't understand how that could be possible, or they are taunting us, trying to pull us off the path. What do we do about it? Thorin asked, moving over to squat down next to Harry. He had been repairing some of his gear, his boots to be exact, the sole of which had come off, when the elvish music had started up, and had been stoically trying to ignore it before Dwellin had spoken. There are spells I can use to muffle lock all noise, from us, or toward us, as it were. Thorin thought for a moment, then nodded. Do it. You'll be on watch. Harry nodded. He hadn't been doing so well with the lack of food, and looked as gaunt and weary as anyone, but he still had his magic despite that, although he could feel his magic slowly shifting to sustaining him rather than being available for spells. As he had somewhat subconsciously realized it could. It had kept Harry going when he was younger, after all, when the Dursleys had done their level best to make him malnourished at the very least, if not outright starve him to death. Harry stayed awake all night, listening to the songs of the elves in the distance. By the time morning came, he still wasn't certain whether or not the elves were taunting them, or just didn't realize they were there. If that was the case, then the spell work on the trail made even less sense, but to throw a all-night-long party was well beyond the point needed to taunt weary, hungry travelers. By the end of the 8th day out from the mishap at the ford, Bilbo was practically ready to keel over, and Harry had taken to giving him his food, to keep the Hobbit going. Gone was the soft jolly Hobbit that they had started the journey with, leaving in its place a still young but fit and tough Hobbit. But even so, he was still a Hobbit, and they needed food. "All right," Thorin said, as he walked level with Harry after Bilbo had left with the last of Harry's own meager portion of the daily supply, "we need to get off the path and try and find some food. I have no idea how far we are from the edge of Mirkwood, we can't be more than 2.5, 3 days at most from it, but I don't think we'll make it." His face twisted, Nad he tugged at his beard fitfully, looking around them. "It's not just the hunger though, it's..." Harry nodded. They'd talked about the atmosphere of the forest practically every day and there was no need to go over it again. "I understand, it's just the spells aren't going to let us do that easily. I think we might have to rely on the elves." "Gah!" Thorin groaned, but didn't argue. The fact was, they needed a lot of food. A deer would be excellent, but the odds of any of them taking one down was non-existent. Certainly, berries and nuts wouldn't cut it. They needed actual prepared food. "I don't want to be in debt to the elves for anything, but it's that or starve. Or go mad. So, what do you suggest we do? We spread out. 2 of us stay on the path with the ponies, while we use makeshift staffs cut from the trees that overlook the path ropes to tie everyone together. Myself and Bilbo should be the ones out there furthest. Have me be the furthest one out, I'll use a spell to get their attention pointed towards the trail, and then amplify my voice." Thorin grunted agreement. "And with me in the center. I'll need to coordinate things." So it was on that night, Harry did not place the notice me not spells down. With Bilbo and Harry the outermost, they ranged off of the trail, tied together by pieces of rope each of which were around 40 yards in length once Harry had created them. That night, as the previous 4 nights, the elves' singing began, but it didn't last very long after the line of travelers had started to stretch out in their direction. Indeed, Harry thought for a moment that they had already been seen, but he still went through with his plan, launching out a Bombarda spell into the distance, and then, using the sonorous spell on his mouth. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Hello! We are needy travelers on the trail through your woods, we request and need help. Any kind of food you can give us would be appreciated." By the time he had finished the first word, the distant song ended, and the lights of the elvish fires went out by the thirds. There was a moment's silence after his shout ended, and then nothing. Nothing was heard in the woods. No song, no sight of elves, no animals. It was that last that made Harry's hackles rise, which was not a fun sensation at all. "Bilbo, move over to Thorin with me, and tell the others to start doing the same. And be silent about it." At the bark of command, Bilbo's head rose in shock to stare through the forest toward the not-so-distant form of Harry, not having heard that kind of tone from Harry outside of battle before. That thought was uppermost in his mind as he twisted around, tugging twice on the rope that he was holding out towards Thorin. Thorin gently reeled him in, as Bilbo did the same with Harry, and so it went for a time, with Bilbo now able to see Harry in the light as Harry had cast a Lumos spell on a finger. Thorin saw his face quickly after and twitched. "That is not a good look," he intoned calmly as he began to loosen Orcrist in his scabbard. "Bilbo, if you would get out Sting, I would appreciate it." "What's wrong?" Bombur asked, the dwarf next to Thorin on the line. "Trouble," Harry replied. "I don't know why, but my shout didn't exactly get us any help from the elves. In fact, I think we just made it worse." The reeling in was a slow process, because without Harry lighting the way, most of the outwards could barely make out put in front of their faces, so dark was it under the trees, and they had to be very careful not to trip, lest they automatically release their grip on the sticks that they were holding out to either side. About halfway through the process, Bilbo's sting flashed with light green light. A second was all they had to prepare before there was a rustling in the nearby trees, and Harry's head twisted in that direction. He instantly let go of Bilbo's hand, pushing him into Thorin as he raised both hands and shot out a spell in that direction. Reducto. The spell exploded in the trees, and then there was a chattering noise, like thousands of insects magnified, and Thorin raised Orcrist to a defensive position. "Bilbo, feel around me for the rope," Thorin ordered, moving to stand with Harry. "Grab Bombur and go, then keep going." Harry quickly conjured lights here and there, but after a moment's hesitation, their attackers came on, chattering angrily. Their attackers were not human, they weren't even natural, or if they were, they came from the world Harry never wanted to visit. They were giant spiders, spiders that looked more like tarantulas than the spiders he had seen in the second year in one of his stupider adventures. Harry then started to concentrate on cutting spells and transfiguration. There was no way to form a shield line, or any kind of organized formation, and their enemies were all around them as well as above, so conjured walls were of little use. But once he'd created a half-dozen large ground spiders, Harry concentrated on the above enemies to deal with one such axis of assault while Thorin barked out orders to his dwarves and Bilbo, who clung to Sting, standing near to Thorin once more, having returned with the dwarves, even Gloin, who had left the path behind. Not realizing that they now probably had no way back to the trail, Harry killed 7 of the spiders before the others had come close while his transfigured snakes dealt with more. But they kept on coming, fibers flying down from above, jumping towards them from every direction, hissing and jittering in their language. To Harry's surprise he could make out a few words in that noise, an oddity he decided not to examine too closely. Kill them all. No, take them captive. They have enough meat on them to last a few days. Kill the one with the magic. His eyes burn like fire, and he conjures it. Harry, we need light. Thorin howled, staring all around them as he moved to take advantage of a spider that had been nearly crushed by the tail of one of Harry's snakes. But while dwarves had decent night vision, there was little moon or starlight under the shadows of the trees, and Harry knew they were all nearly blind. Setting trees alight, Harry reflected, was possibly not the best they could do in a forest owned by elves, but it certainly would give them enough light to see by, and at that point, that was all Harry cared about. His spells flew fast and furious, as the spiders closed or shot out their webs. Incendio. He used the fire-starting spell twice, before switching back to smaller, more easily aimed spells, cutting down several more spiders while conjuring smaller snakes. They worked, but the spiders seemed able to deal with them with relative ease. So busy was he on his own spell work that Harry really couldn't concentrate on the battle. Only brief flashes of it really grabbed his attention here and there. Keely and Philly fighting back to back, the younger dwarf's bow discarded for a long heavy cutlass Thorin had made for him. The two of them were a whirling dervish, as in sync as any two people Harry had ever seen in a fight. They slew 3 spiders as he watched, then twitched around the tree, one before the other out of Harry's sight. Over there Duel stood roaring, actually cackling in delight. Finally something to hit. His axe flashed in the firelight as he blocked one spider from attacking him, and then smashed Ed into the face of another when it went to bite him with his warmer. He was almost lifted off his feet by spider webs shot down at him from above, but a quick spell from Harry saved him from that, and he rolled as he landed, coming up and charging into another bunch of spiders who were trying to surround 4 more dwarves. Harry couldn't see who it was through the bodies of the arachnids. Gloin and Oin were fighting their backs against a tree, something that would have gotten them in trouble from spiders scuttling down it. But they leaped away just in time and Harry sent a reducto towards the tree, shattering it and splattering several more spiders. Through it all Thorin's voice could be heard bellowing orders, ordering his dwarves to link up, or for that dwarf to watch out on his left. Evidently wherever he was, he had a better view of the fighting and Harry did. Deciding to rectify that, Harry shifted back to Incendio, lighting up more of the trees above them. That had an instant effect. Most of the spiders in the trees broke, but the ones on the ground went crazy, charging forward even more, as their fellows from above quickly joined them. But without the threat form on high, Thorin began to finally get organized, linking up through the darkness, and Harry moved eagerly towards them through the dark. Suddenly he stumbled on a root, not having been watching his footing. And then he was on his back as a spider slammed into it. A bite clamped down on one shoulder and he roared aloud in pain. He thrust one hand up over his head and a cutting spell flashed out which cut the creature's head in half, spilling its brains and bile over the side of his face and head even as he tried to turn away from it. He pushed himself to his feet, and then was knocked over once more, this time by Bilbo, who careened into him stabbing and hacking at a spider, which had been about to take Harry's leg off. Harry helped kill the beast, then with a "Thank you Bilbo," he helped the hobbit to his feet, and the two stumbled towards the dwarves. At this point Harry began to feel tired. He had expended a lot of magic so far, and that was on top of using magic to help the journey along and without much in the way of food for more than a week. Now I'm wishing I wasn't so quick with the lightness charms and so forth, Harry thought ruefully. With that thought he started to switch to smaller spells, creating tiny needles of fire or weaker cutting or exploding spells, hurling them at spiders. During this time he lost sight of Bilbo in the shadows, Sting's light no longer visible. Twice more, Harry found himself under attack, before he could get to the dwarves, and at one point, a spider was able to wrap his arm up with thread, tying it almost to a tree. That forced Harry to use his sword to fend off the spiders, but it was still the sword of Gryffindor, and that meant it was enough to do for the spiders, who screamed in agony at even the slightest cut from the heavily poisoned blade. Their convulsion brought him enough time that Harry was able to free himself, and even launched 2 more small fire spells into the surrounding forest. Finally, the spiders seems to have had enough. Several of them began shouting, "Retreat, retreat, this prey is too tough. They have slain too many of us." Another voice agreed. "We must retreat, we must." At that point, something new was added to the fight, as arrows began to slam into the spiders from every direction. Hissing almost with rage, the spiders tried to scuttle away but the elves were on them now, cutting them down in turn. For a moment, just a moment, Harry believed they were safe, and began to take account of those dwarves he could see. All of them seemed to be there visible in the light of the flames above, although it took some time for Harry to be certain of it. For a moment he couldn't see where Bilbo had gotten to, and iced down his spine. He was about to shout for Bilbo, when the elves finzied the last of the spiders off and turned their bows and arrows on Harry and the dwarves. What is the meaning of this? Thorin asked coldly, his sword still in his hand. Is this the welcome of the elves for trip travelers through their realm? The trail is far behind you, said one elf, coldly in return. And you have a lot of nerve holding a elven blade and trying to tell us you are simply travelers. We found that blade and one other held now by Mithrandir in a troll's cave, Harry erupted, moving to stand by Thorin. We were told they could keep them by Elrond of Rivendell. At that many of the elves looked surprised, but the man who had been doing the talking simply looked angry. As for us being off the trail, we were running out of food and starving, Thorin said, argued. We called for aid, we tried to get your attention. And instead of coming to our aid, you fled, and called down the spiders on us. He knew that was a lie, of course. But he wanted to get under the elf's skin, and he did so quite well. Many of them muttered angrily, and more than one raised a bow towards him. Next to Thorin, Harry grinned at them cheekily, gesturing with the tip of his sword. The first one of you, he who fires an arrow at any of us, I will set on fire. The second, I will cut in half. The third, I will possibly torture until his mind breaks. My patience with this entire fucking forest is at an end. The fact this all came out in a mild tone did in no way take away from the impact of his threats. Yet it was all a bluff. At the moment, Harry didn't think he could conjure enough of a magical blast to down a kitten, he felt so drained. He was sore and extremely weary, both in body and spirit after the many days in the forest. And yet, while the elves in front of him backed away, the ones behind him, or at least one of them, wasn't impressed. You are in no position to threaten us, young wizard. You might have magic, but you are in our land, and you must obey the laws of the Master of the Hall. It was a woman's voice, and Harry turned, one eyebrow rising as he saw a woman behind him, pointing, yes, another arrow in his direction. Like all the other elves, she held her bow in an expert grip, Harry thought, comparing it to what he knew of Bilbo and Keelys. That was only the first thought Harry had as he looked at her, though. The other, was that she was beautiful. High cheekbones, which seemed to be an elvish feature, a thin face, a long, thin neck, elegant ears poking out of lustrous black hair, which she wore down her back in some fashion Harry couldn't discern in the firelight. She also had light blue or perhaps light grey eyes, he couldn't be certain once again because of the poor lighting. You set fire to our trees. Even if you are one of history, that is an affront we will not allow to stand. We all needed light to see by, and besides, they didn't seem to be your property at the time, rather they were owned by the creatures within, Harry snarked back. The woman grimaced and made to speak, but the man who had been speaking earlier cut her off, saying something to her in Elvish, a single flowing sentence. She clammed up, but still looked like she would rather spit Harry on a long stake than bandy more words with him. Regardless of your reasons, you are off the path, and our king does not allow trespassers into our lands. Especially ones who call down the evil from the south upon themselves in those lands and on his people. You're blaming us for the spiders. Thorin scoffed. When they came from the forest that you all are supposed to own and protect. They are no threat to elves and would have been no threat to you if you had remained on the path. But you did not, and you did. Thus, you are our prisoners. Come quietly, or we will kill you. The man made it clear which choice he preferred. As much as I like straight speaking, Harry said, holding up one hand which began to glow magically, as he prepared a wide-angle stupefy. Exactly how are you going to take me without my leave? I ask only in the spirit of inquiry. Can you protect all of your dwarven followers, wizard? The elf asked, gesturing out into the woods. At that gesture more than 60 arrows flew in an instant, slamming into the ground in a circle to one side of where the elves, dwarves and Harry stood. Harry snarled, but with how spread out the dwarves were and the number of elves surrounding them, he knew he couldn't protect them all magically. And none save Thorin and Willin looked to be up for more fighting, the rest looked like they were on their last legs, which they were after the travel through Mirkwood. Very well, but first I demand some water to clean my face. He asked, gesturing at his face. I am not going to go anywhere with all of this blood caked to me. What's that's blood? The woman asked, a sneer on her face. I thought it was some of that war paint that you humans used to be so enamored of. How nice you've discovered sarcasm, Harry drawled, before gesturing back to his face. My face, please? He asked patiently. Or as patiently as he could under the circumstances. Which is to say, not very much at all. The leader of the elves glowered but held out a skin of water in one hand, his other hand out at the same time. Your sword. All your weapons will be confiscated. Thorin glowered, but the rumble of his beyond empty stomach interrupted him. At this point, being a fed prisoner sounded better than being a starved wanderer. He just nodded, looking over at the others. Only Dwellin made any protest, but he too gave over his weapons, growling, I'll be wanting those back, ya twig. Soon all of them were grouped together and led off at arrow point. They were led off, however, Harry noticed Bilbo wasn't among them and smiled grimly. Well, Bilbo, let's see how good you really are at sneaking around then. Oh. Out in the forest, several hundred yards away from the others, Bilbo lay, the ring he had taken from Gollum on his finger as he watched what was going on, protected by its invisibility. As he watched the elves first help the dwarves, and then take them prisoner along with Harry, he shook his head. Bilbo, my lad, it appears as if there are elves, and then there are elves. Harry was right all along about the spells on the path, it seems. He kept watching for a few moments, then stood up, reaching out to wrench Sting out of the carcass of the last spider he'd dealt with. He had killed 7 of them in the fight, or rather had helped kill 4 of them, and killed 3 of them himself. But then he had been knocked to the ground, as one of them had tried to pin him there. After desperately kicking the spider off, his finger had found the ring, and he had slipped it on as he'd put a root between himself and the once more charging spider. When it had leaped over the root, it had found nothing, and Bilbo had stabbed it from the side unseen. He glanced towards the trail, and the donkeys as they were being led away by a few more elves, then back towards where the elves were slowly leading off his companions. Then he sighed, sheathing Sting after wiping the blood off. Then, he moved off after his friends, his jaw jutting firmly forward as he wondered what he would have to do to get them free. But first, the kitchens. Food is a must for any great escape after all. End chapter. I alas would not look for this story to be updated for a while, as it rarely does well if paired against even one other HP story. Regardless, I hope you all enjoyed it, and the changes I have made and will continue to make. One question I know I will be asked is, the ring. Yes, Harry felt it that first moment when he helped Bilbo of his donkey, but the ring has a sentience if you recall, and it can hide its aura to an incredible degree. Gandalf knew about it for over 60 years, and never quite connected it to the One Ring. Harry barely even knows the One Ring's name, let alone has any idea it's still around. If he touched it directly it would be obvious and hella painful, but not hidden in one of Bilbo's pockets. So don't look for any big changes on that score for a while. Chapter 9. This story did not win the small story poll. It scored a total of 684 votes in total, putting it in last place. In fact, FIL-Fi Teacher came in second for once, lol, beaten by my other high school DxD crossover, Gods and Devils and Wild Horses, oh my 2014 to 2042. However, with both the Patty-on and large story poll winners being Ranma FICS, Sword Bow and Horse for the Force respectively, I decided to try to see if I could get a chapter of this story out, prioritizing it over Gdwam so that my Harry fans could at least have a bite to eat this month rather than the full meal you normally get from me, lol. I have Horse back from Hero, and will be updating that story late tomorrow night. Next month FIL-Fi Teacher battles it out with Magic of the Force in the large story poll, and depending on if I can get Gdwam done fast enough that it doesn't impact next month's work, ADP may be in the small story poll. You know what to do if you want more say in what I update month to month. Until then, I hope you enjoy this chapter. This has only been edited by me via Grammarly, but I hope there aren't enough mistakes to bother everyone's enjoyment of the chapter despite that. Chapter 9, Elfish Annoyances, Orcish Issues. Harry and the dwarves were escorted through the forest, and for a few minutes, it was all Harry and Thorin could do to make certain that the others didn't mention the missing member of their party. Pretending to stumble and nudge one or the other dwarf due to the darkness of the night around them was easy enough. Doing so, they passed on the word to most that they couldn't mention the missing scouts to as many as possible. But a few of the dwarves, Bifur and Oin, were hard of hearing. And after the past few weeks' deprivations, starting to become hard of thinking too. The elves threatened them whenever they tried to speak or stumbled, which was making Harry rather annoyed. In response, and to cover Philly grabbing Oin to pass that word on to him, Harry began to sing. He didn't have the voice for singing, but that sort of added to the effect. Oh, 90 bottles of ale on the wall. Ha ha ha, only 99 bottles? And of weak human beer too, bah. And as for your singing voice, Harry, my lad. Balin, quick on the uptake, jumped on this, and he, Ori and Nori, began to sing some kind of dwarfish children's song. Between them, they covered the fact that Thorin and his nephews were talking to the others. But to Harry's surprise, the elfin woman didn't seem to take much offense at this. If anything, she was amused by it. Or perhaps because of their continued stumbling through the dark, it was hard to tell. The other elves barely lasted 2 verses before one of them, the dark-haired one who seemed to be in command, barked out an order. The others all raised their bows, pointing them at the singing dwarves. Enough. You will walk silently or be gagged. Thorin growled, cracking his large knuckles, and stalked forward, putting himself between the elf pointing at Keely and his nephew. How many arrows do you think you are going to get off before my fellows on you? I only need 1, dwarf. The elf barked back, raising his bow into the air, pulling the string back to his ear and holding it there with ease as he stared Thorin down. I wonder if there's a spell to make all your bowstrings break, Harry murmured in a very loud tone. Beyond that, few of you seem armed at all. He grinned maliciously at the suddenly worried-looking elves. The woman, however, shook her head. Ignore him. He's bluffing. If he had the power to that, he already would have used it. He has a name, you know, Harry. He would also like it if you would use it, please, Harry drawled back as the dwarves quieted down. That's nice for him, the woman retorted, sending him a smirk. Still, we should at least make some torches. Mortals need them to see in the dark, so limited are their senses. Harry chuckled at that, raising a finger to indicate she had scored a point. Although he didn't know if the elves had the same kind of body language that humans did. Once the elves had followed the woman's suggestions on the torches, the dwarves marched along quietly, occasionally pushed in the back by one or other of the elves were feeling particularly belligerent. Dwellin, Gloin, and Thorin, the prickliest of the dwarves, did not take to this well. But after one incident with Dwellin, when an elf found himself tossed through the air, it stopped. After he was threatened once more, anyway. However, the depredations of their time in the forest quickly began to tell. Dwarven stomachs rumbled, mutters began to grow, and Bomber slowly started to lag behind, ignoring the elf pushing him in the back. If you're going to take us prisoner, the least you could do is to feed us. We haven't eaten anything for days thanks to that thrice-damned path. The elves, even the woman, said nothing to that, simply pushing the dwarves on. Finally, Bomber could take no more. He slumped down onto his rear and shouted, I'm not taking another step until I get some food. Then, we'll simply kill you and leave you your corpse for the spiders, said the chief elf. From the look of you, you could feed one of their colonies for at least a week. This joke didn't seem to sit well with all the elves, but they didn't argue with the sentiment, while all the dwarves tensed, ready for a fight. But before anything could happen, there was a bit of movement to one side, and a group of 5 more elves appearing out of the forest as if they had been summoned into being. They all wore the same green jerkin, pants, and cloaks, and even the same bows. But every one of their quivers was empty, their bows strapped to their backs. In the lead was a blonde-haired elf. This elf's face was slightly more angular in the torches a few of the elves carried, somewhat more aloof-seeming, but there was nothing else to mark the newcomer out. But the instant he showed up, the elves round the dwarves all nodded their heads respectfully to him, and the woman and the elf who had been acting as if he was in charge moved quickly to his side. From where he was at the front of the column of prisoners, Harry heard him begin to speak to the others in rapid-fire Elvish, making Harry very glad for the lingering effects of the translation spell. We harried them back south, but we started to reach the edge of their webs quickly. There we did battle with still more spiders which came to the aid of those retreating. There are more spiders out there than reported previously, and they further north than they should be. The speed with which they are spreading is growing. As I've said several times, the woman shot back, shaking her head with a sharp twitch of her neck that set her hair to swish. The spiders are growing as a threat all the time, and we do nothing. That is not up to us, said the newcomer shaking his head along with the other man. The way they repeated it made it sound like a rote response to Harry's ears. The one who had been in charge of capturing them went on. Let them spread as much as they wish, so long as they do not threaten our lands, the spiders are not our problem. And the first you will know of when the spiders have become our problem is when they are stealing in and taking babies away. The woman growled back. But the newcomer waved his hand in a brusque cutting-off gesture. It has been decided by the king, that is the end of it. He then pointed to Bomber, who was still sitting down. What is wrong with that one? He's hungry, Harry said, deciding that since the others knew he could speak Elfish, he might as well not try to keep it a secret from the newcomer. We haven't eaten anything much in more than a week. The blonde elf looked at him quizzically, cocking his head to the side. A human traveling with the band of dwarves. He's not a human, the female interjected as she looked over at Harry. He is a wizard. He was casting spells of a kind I have never even heard during the battle against the spiders. Destructive and very fiery spells. Truly? He looks a little too young to be wise. Of course, with humans young is relative, but I believe the men among them are supposed to grow beards as they age. The newcomer joked. You think you're funny, Harry drawled. Won't it come as a big surprise when you realize you're not? The blonde elf shook his head at that. He certainly seems to act like a human. All talk and no brain. Oh, I'm making a list, Harry muttered to himself. I'm not going to bloody bother checking it twice. I'm just going to mark you all down as naughty, and then I'm going to treat you as such. The newcomer ignored him, moving in to speak to the woman in a low tone, before moving away when she didn't seem to be in favor of whatever he'd said. Or perhaps the fact that he was so close to her, it was hard to tell. Harry reflected that Elfish body language was very low-key, a thing of subtle facial movements more than anything else, extremely hard to discern in the light of the torches. But eventually, the man simply nodded at whatever she had said, moving over to the fat Bomber. He pulled out a flat piece of bread, holding it out to the dwarf. One piece for each of you, he intoned. Then, no more arguments, no more noise. You are still trespassers and will be treated according to the king's laws about such. The bread filled Harry up, and he blinked, staring down at it. Ah, lembas. You know of it? The woman asked. She and a few of the others were also handing out bread, and she had moved to give him some of the bread before any of the others could. I did say that we had met Elrond. Is it so odd that he would have given us some lembas? You use spells far more profligately than the Istari are supposed to do, you travel with dwarves, and you mention the names of Elrond and Mithrandir. She shook her head, almost all her earlier attitude gone now, either connected to the events of their first meeting or subsumed by her curiosity. What is your story, wizard? Harry didn't reply, occupying his mouth for a moment with a bite of lembas, looking over the woman's shoulder at the newcomer. I take it he is someone important? He asked instead of answering her. He is Legolas, Prince of Mirkwood, commander of the unseen host, the woman replied, turning her head just slightly to look at the now named Legolas. Unseen host? Well, that certainly fits most of you elves right up until the battle was won, Harry snarked, unable to help himself. She stiffened, and Harry went on hurriedly. I take it he is also an unwanted suitor of yours. She blinked in surprise. How did you? I was looking at you and the other one when he arrived. He was relieved, but you were annoyed, especially by the first sentence out of his mouth. You got over it quickly when he started to talk about the spiders, but it was visible for just a second, then afterward, you didn't like whatever he was saying to you. I decided to take a running leap to a conclusion. He chuckled, shaking her head. Isn't so much a suitor, where he is rather, but he has taken my refusals well enough so far. The woman then shifted the conversation, if such it could be called, back to what was most important to her. Are you truly one of the Istari? You are younger by far than the only one of the Istari I have ever met before. Let me guess, that would be Gandalf or Radagast. Gandalf is the only one who seems to travel, and Radagast I know lives somewhere down south. And I hope that I look younger than either of them. I'd hate to look as old as dirt, after all, Harry retorted. She chuckled at that but looked at him seriously. Harry sighed, wondering how often over their captivity or whatever he would have to say this. Let's just say that I am and am not. You elves are supposed to be fans of answers to questions that are not actually answers. The Sindar or Noldor perhaps. But I am a Sylvan elf, and I prefer plain speaking. She persisted, using terms for the elfish races that Harry had only heard once from Gandalf. Have you seen the glowing lands? Are you an Istari, sent after your older fellows for a specific task? I have not been there myself, although. Harry paused, then shrugged. Something about the subject matter seemed to demand at least some honesty, as if the memory of the dream itself held power. My consciousness was pulled there in a dream. I can tell you some of what I saw, although the majority of what happened is little too personal to explain. The woman bit her lip, a facial expression that elves seem to share with humans, then shook her head. No. I have heard tales of lands beyond the Eastern Ocean all my life. She paused, but Harry did not bite on that one, and she went on. But I would rather see it for myself if so. Yet if you are not an Istari, you are still a magic user and one who associates with Mithrandir and Lord Elrond. So why are you with dwarves? And such a small, scruffy-looking band of them too. Are you asking or are demanding a answer? Harry asked in turn. Now I know you're just playing word games with me, wizard, she said with a chuckle, shaking her head as they marched began to continue. Harry noticed that the one called Legolas was now walking beside Thorin, staring at him thoughtfully, then over to a few of the other, older, dwarves. Thorin, in turn, was glaring daggers at him, saying nothing even as he trudged along. The lembas had helped regain their energy, even if most were still hungry. I will answer your question about why I am traveling with dwarves if you answer a question for me. And if I am satisfied with your answer. Before the woman could reply, Harry went on, asking, why haven't your people wiped out those spiders? The woman tisked irritably, turning away, her legs carrying her off into the side of the column of prisoners. Yet there was a flash of something, the annoyance, damaged pride, something of the sort on her face as she went. I wonder, is she jealous that we were able to fight them? Which her orders apparently restrain her from doing. And why the hell has this king ordered such a thing? While Harry was thinking about that, Legolas had turned his attention on Harry. What Legolas saw was a young, not overly small, but well-built human man with heavily scarred hands, and eyes which constantly flicked in every direction, concentrating on nothing, seeing everything. It was the same kind of look that took decades to train into the members of the unseen host, the look of a warrior ready for combat. Interesting that a human would have such a look. I have not seen the like before. Then again, Legolas chuckled internally, I have not yet been beyond the edge of Tori and Edelos. How long they marched along, Harry didn't know. Eventually, they were ordered to halt, and a second later, more elves merged out of the dark forest around them, a bit of forest that was much like all the rest to Harry's eyes, a mass of trees, with little to no moonlight, and a lot of shadows. These elves were dressed differently from the unseen host. They wore what looked chainmail of very good quality to Harry's admittedly untrained eye and swords at their side, double-bladed halberds in their hands paired with large kite shields on their backs. The free hands held bags of cloth, which the elves around the dwarves took quickly. Moving among the dwarves, they unceremoniously stuffing them over the heads of the dwarves. "You will be going like this from now on," Legolas intoned, as he personally put the hood over Harry, then on to Gloin, frowning as he saw something glimmering around his neck. "And what is that?" he asked curiously, taking it in one hand and opening the locket with a flick of his finger. "Your son." "My wife," Gloin growled back. Legolas shook his head and then finished putting the hood over the dwarf. At the front of the column, Thorin grit his teeth, locking eyes with the elf who did the same to him, still staring as it was pulled down. But if it had any impact on the elf question, no one could say. "I will not forget this effrontery." With the cloth bags over their heads, Harry and the dwarves lost all track of time entirely. But eventually, Harry could make out the twitter of birds in the distance, and through the sackcloth, he noticed a bit more light around him, indicating that dawn was upon them. Soon after that, the dwarves once again began to mutter and complain, only to be smacked by the flat of the halberd blades carried in their new guards' hands, accompanied by Legolas's voice. "Move in silence or go in chains." An interminable time later, there was a change in the atmosphere. Harry somehow felt through the bag on his head. There was a faint note of songs in the air, as well as a kind of musky, heady sort of smell. It was as if someone had gotten one too many air fresheners and stuck them in an enclosed space. Not exactly unpleasant, but certainly a marked change from the forest beyond. For the first time since they had talked earlier, the female elf spoke up. The woman spoke in a local dialect of Elfish, though Harry understood it thanks to all Elvish languages being connected somehow, if with different syntax and sentence structure. "We are within the city of Celebrityl now, surely we should be able to remove their hoods? The better to overawe them." "That is not for you to say," an unknown voice stated, officious sounding, or perhaps as if the new speaker didn't particularly like the woman. Harry couldn't tell. "But it is mine," Legolas shot back. "Unless you would gainsay me." At that, the new voice backed off quickly. "Of course not. But I believe that your father wanted their first sights to be his halls, not the City of Twilight." "Very well. But we don't need all of the dwarves to be brought before the king. The one with the black hair who acted as their leader. Take him and the human. The rest will be taken to the cells at once. Whatever the king decides, they can cool their heels there." "Wizard," the woman said, sounding tired as if the two of them had been having an argument. "We must be aware of his unusual skills, regardless of his origins." "Wizard then," Legolas answered. Soon after, Harry and Thorin found themselves grabbed and then led off away from the others, their hands bound together by light chain, which they had not been before this. While Harry was philosophical about this, "Hey, chains equals heavyweights equals weapons," Thorin was incensed. "I will not be chained like a criminal to the gallows," he roared, trying to break free. The other dwarves heard this and also began to protest, shouting and pressing forward. Dwellin slammed his shoulder into one elf's stomach, Gloin head-butted another in the side. Philly and Keely tag-teamed a third. But all of them were still hooded and still dealing with the exhaustion from their ordeal in the woods. For all their shouts and protestations, they were quickly overcome, beaten into submission. As they tried to fight free, Harry's hands began to twinge in pain for a second, causing him to twitch before the feeling quickly faded. What was that? Once the dwarves were brought back under control, Harry and Thorin found themselves led away. About 300 steps later, up and down several sets of stairs, Harry finally was halted in place by a hand on one shoulder, and then felt someone else removing his hood. Oh! Behind the elves and their captives, Bilbo followed the elves through the forest with almost ridiculous ease. It wasn't that the elves were unaware of their surroundings, or unwary. More than once, the elves doubled back or changed direction randomly to throw off both their captives and anyone who could attempt to follow them. But with the invisibility ring, Bilbo only had to worry about the sound of his passage. And despite the noise of his stomach, Bilbo was about as silent as a butterfly. Hobbit feet made no noise, and Bilbo had often snuck up on other hobbits. With the invisibility ring helping him, avoiding the elves detecting his presence was child's play. But despite that, Bilbo had issues of his own. As a hobbit, his metabolism was well beyond anything the others of his party could boast, meaning that after days of deprivation, he was suffering far worse than even Bumber. He nearly gave the game away when the elves gave the captives some lembas, and after, promised himself that he would do something nice for Philly and Keely, who somehow successfully dropped a portion of the bread they had been given for him, a plan they had come up with on the fly. He was still with them when the dwarves were led into the elvish city. Although the dwarves couldn't see it, the elves had led them to a small hill in the forest, a barely discernible rise in the ground at first, but one which became obvious as Bilbo stopped and looked at it before hurrying after the elves. As the elves came close, a portion of the hill seemed to shimmer, and the massive trees to either side moved apart, allowing an entrance to the interior of the hill to be seen. But if the magic of that was surprising, the city so revealed was even more so. Say what you will about these elves and their response to lost travelers, but they can certainly build, Bilbo though in awe. At first, coming through a tunnel between several different trees that had seemingly grown into one another to form an outer crust, Bilbo thought that they would just be in a large cavern under the hill. But they were not so much underground as under tree. The outer edge of the hill was, in fact, an illusion covering a dome that had itself been made out of trees. It completely hid and protected the city from detection from both the ground and the air. The city itself was molded out of the ground of the forest and the trees within this outer shell. Each building was molded to almost look natural, merging into the totality. Homes in the ground like hobbit holes for some. Homes in the trees for most, with a few here and there created out of natural stone formations. There were lights and sounds here, music straining in the distance, which made Bilbo remember Rivendell, although not as invasive or, frankly, as good to his ears, somehow lacking the power to make you feel at ease that the songs of Rivendell carried. The lights too seemed to be everywhere, glowing softly. Such was the effect Bilbo wasn't certain he could tell the difference between the light they shed sunlight. And everywhere Bilbo looked, there were elves. More elves than in Rivendell, many more. There were even elvish children who looked at the strangers before hastening on their way, talking in low whispers. When he looked at them, he could see more maturity than he expected in their faint frowns or the need to be quiet around strangers, but their bodies were clearly unformed. Oh yes, elves age mentally faster but physically slower, don't they? Still, while there are more elves here, I have to admit I don't quite get the sense of overwhelming goodness and welcome that Rivendell gave me. And only half of that can I explain away due to our welcome here. These elves are different from those who look to Elrond, for certain. As the troop of elves moved into the city, the nature of the city changed slightly, from magically packed dirt and trees into trees and stone, the outer shell ending abruptly at the edge of a thin chasm. Below at the bottom of the chasm was a river. There a bridge led to what looked like a blank wall in a wall of stone, except for a series of glowing sigils on it that rose into what looked like another hill. As they came close the doors opened to reveal a massive hallway carved out of the living rock of the hill, with high fluted columns carved to match the trees outside. High up in the ceiling, which Bilbo estimated was at least 15 feet above his head, those columns merged into the trees above the hill so seamlessly he couldn't tell the difference. Here and there staircases led to upper galleries or down and away out of sight. It was here where the elves began to divide the party. Drat, of course they wouldn't all be kept in one place. That would be too simple. Unless, am I hearing that right? They're taking Thorin and Harry to the king? That could be good or bad, I suppose. Oh, please, Thorin, keep hold of your temper. With that in mind, Bilbo decided to follow Thorin and Harry. They were the ones that would possibly be in direct danger soonest, and he wanted to be there to help if so. However, a second later, he was faced with temptation, an elf passing by with a plate of sliced meats and some kind of fruit or vegetable mixed together, held at waist height. And as hungry as the hobbit was, Bilbo just couldn't stop himself. Before he could think too much about it, Bilbo raced forward on silent hobbit feet to the other side of the tray, timing his movement along with the elf's. Then when the elf turned to head down a passage set to one side of the hall, he made his move. Reaching forward, Bilbo grabbed up a handful of the slices of venison and vegetable from the side of the plate that was away from the elf, just 3 of them. Not enough, he hoped, to be noticeable. The elf didn't even look down as he moved off. A second later, Bilbo quickly twisted around and back the way he came. He paused in the shadows again, wolfing everything down hungrily, almost biting his own fingers off, such was his hunger. He stayed there, eating while watching where the elves escorting Harry and Thorin to meet the king were going. Instead of being taken further down, they were guided back up a series of stairs in the center of the huge cavern. 2 guards were stationed at the foot of the last set of stairs, but Bilbo passed them by quickly, noting how the stairs separated into different levels, different rooms perhaps. It was to the topmost level that Thorin and Harry were led. Bilbo ascended to the top of the stairs just in time to watch as their hoods were removed as they stood in front of an older-seeming elf. Obviously with elves it was sometimes hard to tell. His hair was silver though, falling nearly to his elbows. He was thin of body as all elves were, but he instead looked somewhat emaciated rather than thin by design, while also being grim of eye and haughty in expression. The Elfin King wore a circle around his brow, silver of course, with 2 tiny golden antlers edged out on either side above his brow. Like many of the other elves that Bilbo had seen in this city, he wore loose flowing robes, but the king's was white, whereas most of the others were tan, dark grey or green like the elves who had captured his companions. Currently, he was sitting at his ease at a stone table, which seemed to grow from the rock beneath them. You stand in front of King Thranduil, Lord of the Elves of Tori and Daedalus, wizard and dwarf, the elf named Legolas said, nodding his head to the man. Be respectful, as he holds your lives in his hands. The king was silent for a moment, waiting until Legolas left, leaving him with the 2 captives, seemingly alone save for his guards, of which there were 4 between the captives and Bilbo. "You look familiar to me," the other elves intoned, staring at the dwarf. "Yes, I have seen you before, have I not? In the halls of your fathers, Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain, son of Thror. Last king under the mountain." "Oh. Elrond, this man is not," Harry reflected, stopping his perusal of the area around the area to look at the elf. "Let alone Galadriel." The thought of the Lady of Lothlorien allowed Harry, astonishingly, to bite back his anger at their treatment for now. "The fact he looks like Malfoy Sr. is not helping matters, though. My son and his fellow rangers were no doubt wondering why dwarves would trespass on our lands. But seeing you, I can easily discern the manner of your quest. You seek the Lonely Mountain. Erebor. You seek Smaug's hoard. Or perhaps, something inside it," the man said, standing up from his table and moving around them, sending a single look Harry's way before looking at Thorin from all angles, as if he was a puzzle that Thranduil was trying to solve. "Our business is our own. We were traversing your lands, the path that you and yours are supposed to be keeping up, but which instead you have allowed to fall into darkness and disrepair. Before you meddle in our business, Great King," Thorin made the title and the word great into daggers almost hurled at the king like weapons. "See to your own affairs. You are in my lands, and you are thus my affair. You wish to travel to the Lonely Mountain. I know not why specifically, but why would I be so foolish as to allow you to tempt fate in such a manner? Erebor is mine." Thorin shot back, his dark eyes practically aflame with anger and determination. "Alive or dead, Smaug is a trespasser, and he will be evicted if still alive. If dead it will be simpler, but we will reclaim our homeland whatever happens." Thranduil chuckled, but there was no humor in it, rather the sound was scathing. "You speak of things beyond your ken. No weapon of dwarf or elf can harm Smaug. In him, the great beasts of the greater darkness has been reborn. You do not fight such a beast, you avoid and try to survive it, like any other natural disaster. You would know all about that, wouldn't you? Having tried so hard against Smaug when we asked for aid." Thorin paused, then snarled. "But wait, you didn't, did you? You tried nothing. You gave nothing. When we, who helped you build these magnificent halls you now skulk in, asked for help against Smaug, you turned us away to face Smaug's fire on our own. Do not speak to me of dragon fire. I fought in the war against Morgoth, I faced the drakes of that age," Thranduil hissed, thrusting his face deep into Thorin's, a bit of it seeming to come apart as an illusion failed. Beneath the illusion, a portion of Thranduil's face and neck was blackened, darkened skin, from the side of his jaw down to the collarbone. It reminded Harry of the scars on his own hands, wounds caused by fire and kept from healing by the magic within that fire, just like the wounds Voldemort had dealt Harry in the Void Between Worlds. Thorin stared back undaunted. "You lost a portion of your woods and your portion of your face in that ancient war. To Smaug, my people lost everything. Family, friends, heritage, wealth, home, dignity, pride. And what did your people do? You could have helped us after Smaug retreated into the mountain at the very least. But when we asked for aid so that our dams and children could be safe, you turned us away to face the desolation Smaug left behind him. You would have done the same in my position, and you seem to think we were on good terms at the time." Thranduil chuckled, again a noise without any humor in it. "Your father went back on an agreement he had with me, the workings of a set of jewels, white jewels he and your finest lapidaries were to make for me. Days before Smaug attacked. We were not allies at that time, merely neighbors, and who was to know if taking you and the rest of your rabble in would have brought Smaug's ire onto my woods? You would put the..." By this point, Harry was done with being ignored and cut in before Thorin could speak further. "I am actually going to quote Gandalf here. The betrayals between elves and dwarves go back so far that debating on who is in the right serves no purpose. There is enough guilt to go around, and perhaps if we can put it behind us, we might actually get something done." He was interrupted in turn at that point by the king, twisting around on him so fast that even Harry was surprised. "Elves were quick, that was certain. You dropped the human name for Mithrandir quite lightly, and I am told by my son and others that you spouted it to them as well, along with the word Elrond. In conjunction with this..." He reached to the side of the table and hefted Orcrist, Thorin's sword, into his hands, twirling it this way and that. "The sword of our ancestors, held by the captain of Gondolin's royal guards before that most powerful of ancient kingdoms fell to the dread enemy. And now in the hands of a dwarf. What am I to think but that you stand before me not only destitute but a grave robber?" Thorin was allowed to keep that sword thanks to Elrond's decree that it came to him for some purpose. If anyone can lay claim to that sword, and its companion Glamdring, who Gandalf now wields, would it not to be the master of Rivendell, who can trace his parentage back to Turgon, king of Gondolin? Harry asked, although it was more of a statement than question as he used some of the lore Gandalf had told him. "Continually mentioning Mithrandir and Elrond half-elven will bring you no succor here," the king shot back, now glaring at Harry. "Shouldn't it?" Harry asked, cocking his head to one side. After all, the White Council is something like an overall governing body for the elven nations, isn't it? Thranduil smirked slightly, the movement pulling at the burn mark on his face before his illusion fell back in place. The White Council, and Gandalf, in particular, do not rule the other nations of elvenkind. They advise my halls, my lands. Not that of the Council. I will not have my actions dictated by others. Nor will you apparently be dictated by the agreement you made with those others. Such as keeping the portion of the East Road through Mirkwood clear. Then, when it became clear that to stay on that path would be to starve, why did your people not help us? Thorin interjected, piling in with Harry as he could. In what land that is good and fair is it acceptable to capture people who have simply run into a problem on your lands which you apparently have not done anything to solve? We have no need to help those who stay on the path, and those who stray are free to look after their own devices until they meddle in ours. The king intoned, chuckling now with actual humor. You question me? You, a vagabond with but 12 followers to your name, think you can speak to a king in his own halls in such a manner? 13, actually, Harry drawled. And if you think those paths are so safe, I dare you to walk them yourselves. The spells on them are either decayed or horribly twisted. They not only keep people from finding their way once they're away from the path, they keep all game away from the path so that travelers can't feed themselves. Every step we took on that trail was a test of our will, and it shouldn't have been. Thranduil sneered, a sneer that made any Harry had seen on Snape or Voldemort's face seem that of rank amateurs at the art. And now the human who styles himself as one of the Istari wishes to take me to task about the enchantments I created for Meninogram? After throwing around your unwholesome magics in my land, making such a cacophony that I was nearly deafened here in my hall? Did you think you could do so without consequences? Alive to listen to you bitch or dead by spiders. Tough choice, Harry retorted. He was angry and getting angrier at the way this elf was talking to them. Yes, he was a king, but he wasn't their king, and automatic respect only took you so far, and this guy had passed that point ages ago. Spiders, I might add, which attacked us while on what you have called your land. You vomit on about your land this, and your land that when you can't seem to control anything that goes on beyond the environs of these halls. Shaking his head, Thranduil ignored Harry's words, moving back to the table, picking up Orcrist once more, seeming to stare into the glimmer of his reflection on the blade for something. I will not banter further words with either of you. But neither will I slay you out of hand. Thorin Oakenshield, I will keep you in my halls until you give over this mad quest, or... He smiled thinly, looking up at Thorin. You tell me why you think it is possible you could succeed when the armies of your grandfather failed. And if you do, perhaps we can make a deal. I will not make any deal with you. Thorin roared. You stand here in halls my people delved for you, proud as a cockerel in his cage, yet fearful of everything outside, unwilling to act. You expect me to forget or worse to equate the creation of your jewels to the welfare of my people, our dams and young? After how your people have treated my company and me? Do you take me for a fool? Despite the dwarven leader's anger, Thranduil acted as if he hadn't even spoken, turning slightly to look at Harry. You human, represent something of a mystery. You speak of being friends with Mithrandir, and Elrond. Yet you are clearly human despite your magic. I will keep you in my dungeons, I think. Until one of the Istari comes by and vouches for you. In one breath you call me a wizard, and then in the next say you are going to keep me? How exactly do you expect to keep me? Harry snarled, his anger flaring up almost uncontrollably at the idea of being caged against his will, just like the Dursley had done to him when he was younger. So angry was Harry, he took a step forward even though the guards behind him raised their halberds threateningly, his hands clenched. The tip of Orcrist rose lightning fast, causing Harry to jerk his chin back lightly so that it didn't break skin. Yet Thranduil's voice was still bland as he threatened Harry. You expect to be able to use your magics here in my very halls? You truly are not very wise, then are you? With his hands still clenched in front of him, Harry flicked a single finger upwards towards the Elven King. A weak Expelliarmus miss hit the Elven King, causing him to stumble backward. Then Harry was leaping forward, bringing down the chains on top of the king's head. The spell hadn't knocked the king off his feet. As weak as Harry was from lack of food and his earlier exertions, his magic was barely a flicker of what it should have been. But it had been enough to let Harry get an edge on him. Orcrist blocked the downward swing of the chains, but Thranduil was so surprised that his grip hadn't tightened back up after the Expelliarmus. The blow smashed the sword out of his hand, and then Harry rushed him, bearing Thranduil to the earth before any of the guards could do anything. But as Harry smashed down a blow on Thranduil's face, the butt end of one of the halberds caught Harry in the back, only for the elf who hit him to be grabbed by Thorin in turn. Thorin tossed him aside nearly down the steps they had been led up, the dwarf's strength still incredible even now. But the other two beat Thorin to his knees, then switched targets as the one Thorin had hurled to the ground scrambled to his feet. The two companions found themselves pinned to the ground, as the king rose to his feet, clutching his injured face as one heck of a shiner began to grow where Harry's one punch had landed. Take them away. Take them away and lock them into our dungeons. There they will remain, fed on nothing but water and weak regular bread, until they learn better manners, Thranduil hissed in a fury, staring daggers at Harry. Harry was groggy from the blows of the staves of the guards, but Thorin was still going strong despite having taken half again as many blows as Harry had. Such was the doughty nature of the dwarves. You only compound your dishonorable acts in this, Thranduil. Harry was correct, Gandalf will know what has happened to us, and more. You could have been our ally. You could have stood with us at this, the changing of times. But you have made a poor choice. Above them, the king looked down stoically as they were led away, shaking his head slightly. The words of the powerless mean nothing to the strong, Thorin Oakenshield. You would do well to remember that. And until you understand that, in my cells, you and your companions will remain. Oh. Bilbo was not the only being to follow the elves. It would have shocked them, from Legolas and his fellow officers on down, and perhaps burst some of their egos, to know that a few spiders had been able to track them through the woods as well. They lead a group of orcs evading all of the elfin sentries. The spiders had long mapped out a route like this for themselves through the outer edge of Thranduil's realm, almost to the elven city's outer reaches. Now one of those spiders dropped from the trees to speak to the orc leader. This orc was tall, powerfully built, quick of movement and mind, and the spider was almost afraid of it. As it spoke the Black Tongue, the official tongue of Mordor, a common language that was used when the different creatures of darkness spoke to one another. It was a harsh language, made even worse by the spider's mandibles. They have been captured by the elves. We cannot enter that city, but no non-elf will ever come out either. They are gone to us. Bolg frowned angrily, staring over the spider's carapace before quickly coming to a decision. Lead us southwest. We will skirt around the elfin lands for now. If they come out, the dwarves will still be making for the Lonely Mountain, and we can pick up the trail there. If not, dead is dead, and my band is not strong enough to take on the elfin lands alone. But their time will come soon enough. He ended with a fang-toothed snarl. The spiders all bobbed in place happily at that but made no move to obey at once as their spokesman responded in the negative. We know the route to take you where you wish to go, but we are hungry. We must eat first. Without any warning, Bolg brought his sword out of his scabbard and down, slicing the spider in two. You and your kind do not make demands of me. He then stepped back, staring up at the 9 remaining spiders, all of whom were gnashed their mandibles angrily in their own tongue. Again without any warning, a backhand caught one of the goblins next to them, flinging him sideways unconscious into a tree. But if you do need to eat, eat that. For a moment, the spiders stilled, their eyes watching everything at once as they thought of his proposal. Then they descended as one, surrounding the unconscious goblin, who awoke with a scream. A scream that was quickly cut off as his blood was drained from him. When the spiders seemed to have been sated, Bolg strode forward, jabbing one lightly with his sword. Looking up, the spiders realized that they had been surrounded during their feast, and the orc band stood ready to slaughter them. Such actions were typical when such creatures dealt with one another. Now, lead us where we wish to go. Cowed, and having eaten enough, the spiders agreed, leading the wolf riders off through the woods. Oh. Some time after Thorin and Harry had been let off, the king of the elves sat, staring at the sword Orcrist once more as it lay on the table, with a handkerchief in one hand dabbing at the black eye human had given him. He was angry at the affront to his dignity, at the sudden assault, but his tactic had worked. The human had used his magic directly in Thranduil's presence, more than close enough that Thranduil was able to get a feeling for his magic. I could have done without the violence, but now I should know if the human performs magic again in my realm. He will not be able to escape from my halls or my sight, whatever he tries. And with my own enchantments, I can weaken him over time from his already weakened state. He looked up only when his son came in, along with the captains whose bands captured the dwarves, Sontiras and Toriel. He quickly spoke up before any of them could ask what had happened to him. Speak. Legolas and the captain spoke quickly about their own parts of last night's activities. Legolas had been leading a band further from the path where the battle began and had moved to cut off further spiders from reaching them after he was alerted to the action. After that, he had harried the retreating spiders back south. But the spiders are encroaching ever deeper into our lands, my king, he finished with a warning. The king waved that off, concentrating more on the captain of the guard, named Sontiras, and what he could tell him about the human's magic. Unfortunately, the elves had come upon the battlefield near the end. They had seen some of the fire spells that Harry had been tossing around, but not everything he had been used during the battle. So, he is a fan of fire. Thranduil scowled, hiding a shiver of apprehension with some difficulty. He did not like that idea. Still, he at least seems weakened, and foolishly emotional as all mortals are. Make certain that he is not able to eat anything but water and bread. With that, he will not be able to regain his strength. I will enchant the area around the cells to be immune to fire and to detect if he uses his magic. He then looked up sharply at Toriel, who had been silent up to this point, which was most decidedly not her normal way of acting. You have something to say? Harry, the wizard. He said that Lord Elrond himself had told Thorin that the sword belongs to him. I do not think someone like that wizard, who can wield such powers, and who knows Elrond and Mithrandir would lie, Toriel began. He was but a thief, stealing from the hole in the ground where other thieves had kept their spoils, Sontiras interjected, shaking his head. They said they found them a troll cave. They were not given it, they were simply lucky beyond the ken of mortal beings. Now Orcrist has come back into the rightful hands of elvenkind as it should be. And thus, we do one wrong on top of another. Toriel argued back. Enough. It does not matter. The dwarf has no need for a sword in my cells, after all. And there he will remain until he makes the agreement I wish him to and tells me what I wish to hear. But there was something else, Sontiras intoned, looking over at the woman. Show him the sword. The woman frowned but reached over her shoulder to a large package she had been carrying there, pulling it off her shoulder. Laying it down on the table, she gently removed the cloth wrapping over the sword that Harry had been using. The wizard said it was poisoned. Do not touch the blade, she warned. Its craft is magnificent, but I cannot place the style. It does look quite odd, true. The blade looks almost elvish, but the hilt is something else altogether. But I can sense something unusual about it beyond the hilt's design. The king reached out a hand and attempted to pick up the sword only to find it too heavy for him to lift. He frowned, staring at the woman. And you were carrying this? Yes, she said with a nod. Thranduil's frown deepened, and he gestured for Legolas to try to pick it up. Legolas did so, only to find the same problem, the sword was too heavy to lift. A spell perhaps, so that it can only be wielded by the individual who wore it or the person he gave it to. Thranduil mused. Regardless, it is another sign of the odd magic he wields. Store it with rest, he decided suddenly. Unless you have taken a liking to it. In answer Toriel picked the sword back up, rewrapping it and setting it back onto her back while Legolas spoke up, shifting the conversation to the topic that most interested him. There is more. The spiders and the East Road. The dwarves were right in a way. The spiders have been killing off so much game, that none of it has been straying onto the trail to be trapped by the spells. And no mortal can travel through our territory without that food. Worse, the spiders are beginning to encroach on our lands. Not in any great numbers. They are but scouts of the necromancer from the south. And given how little we know of that one, I am not wishful to tangle with him. Not until the White Council take action on their own, Thranduil said firmly. And since he has been there for near to 500 years without them doing aught, I do not see that happening anytime soon. We can endure the spiders. We would not be able to endure the dead spirits he could send after us. Yet you did not question Thorin or Harry about Gandalf and his involvement with them, Toriel said sharply. The king looked at her silently for a moment. And unlike Harry, the woman looked away quickly under the glare from Thranduil's eyes. You will not speak to me that in that fashion again, he said, making no threat, just a simple statement. But it was enough. For his part, Legolas nodded. While he felt his father was somewhat too cautious, at least there was some plan there. There was one thing that was bothering him far more. What about the spells on the trail, father? They should have kept the dwarves safe, even if the spells couldn't bring the game to them where none exist. Instead, those dwarves seemed to be on the brink of madness, and even the human, who is a wizard himself, was affected. The way they described them, those spells sound almost evil in how they act now. Now it was Legolas's turn to be held under the king's but basilisk glare. You will not question me on this, he hissed. The spells on the path are precisely how they should be. The dwarves and the human wizard were simply weak of will, far too susceptible for their own good. As she stared at the king, it was with the start that Toriel realized something. Legolas might not see it, but he's afraid. He isn't in control of the spells over East Road any longer, is he? That could just be her interpretation, but even so, that was worrisome indeed. Could the necromancer be behind that too? And he just is unwilling to ask for aid against him for pride's sake? I think I'm going to have to talk to that wizard some more about his impression about East Road, and what else is going on beyond our borders. Later, after they were dismissed, she spoke to Legolas. We should be doing more. We should be leading an army against the spiders, wipe out their pestilential nests from one end of the forest to another. And as my father says, doing so would bring us into direct conflict with the necromancer and Dol Guldur. Away from our own halls and our own portion of the forest, that would be unwise. You know of the foul clouds that reside over that land. Perhaps, but is it any less unwise than allowing the spiders to continue to grow into such a threat? Will we only act when they are feeling bold enough to steal away our children, to seal our very woods against us? The king will not let it come to that. You are letting the fact that the dwarves fought so well against the spiders influence your own attitude. The spiders are no true threat, Legolas replied by rote, although his face told her he didn't quite believe it. She turned away despite that, shaking her head. If we will not come to an agreement, I am done here. Will you wish to walk with me under the moonlight? Legolas asked suddenly. The woman looked over her shoulder at him, then shook her head once, and continued on her way, leaving Legolas to sigh, shaking his head. Always so headstrong, Toriel. Oh. How long Harry and the others had been in the Elven King's cells, Harry didn't know. But, feeling out his magical reserves, Harry decided that enough was enough. Right, I'm just about done with this. Does anyone have any requests in terms of food, and please make it something that elves would actually have instead of something from your fantasies. Bombur, I am looking at you. Metaphorically speaking anyway. There were some chuckles at that even though a few of the dwarves didn't know what a metaphor was, as Bombur muttered about getting no respect. The dwarves had been separated into cages of mainly 3 to each cell along a thin narrow corridor. Thorin had told Harry that it was narrow so that if prisoners got out, they would only be able to escape in a single file, and then be out into open air along the main hall, having to go down an exposed staircase into the rest of the Elvish King's halls. That was how my forefathers designed it for Thranduil, curse it. The cells themselves were all right. There was enough room to move about, and the beds were long enough for Harry, so more than enough for the dwarves in terms of length, if not much in terms of width for Bombur and Bifur or Dory, the next widest dwarves. Harry found himself sharing a cell with Thorin and Philly. They had also gotten some regular bread, not lembas, and some water, but since that had been delivered by elves who were talking about wine, roasted venison, and other things, that was more torture than help. Still, it was a lot better than being out on the East Road, Harry reflected. The food situation, though. That they needed to address, hence his comment. I am sorry that it never occurred to me to come by to take requests, my friends. However, if you all will come to your bars, we can see what we can do about the whole food situation, an unlooked-for voice said. Master Baggins. Many a dwarf whisper shouted, as all of them moved to the jail cells to try and peer out toward the entrance to the cell area. Standing there triumphantly, looking over his shoulder, and holding up a finger to his lips with a large bag over his shoulder, was Bilbo. After a moment, he moved into the corridor, smiling at them all triumphantly. And where did you spring from, Bilbo? Harry asked, holding out his hand to shake Bilbo's hand. His scars twitched, one in pain again, but then subsided, making Harry wonder what was going on before he set that aside for now. Well, I did sign up as this group's scout, Harry, Bilbo said dryly, as he handed the bag to Thorin. I would have been here sooner, but I had to eat too. Again you are a friend unlooked for, Bilbo Baggins, I thank you for this, Thorin said formally as he took some of the food from the hobbit's sack. Inside he found simple-looking cutlets, a few sandwiches, and a bottle of elvish wine. He took a swig, held back a snicker at how little alcohol content it had, and handed it on to his nephew, before moving over to a bed to lay out the food there. You're quite welcome, Thorin Oakenshield. Bilbo chuckled. Unfortunately, getting you out of here is going to take a little longer. I haven't even found where they keep the keys to your cells, let alone any way to escape. He then brightened up, holding out Harry's pack to him. But I did find out where they had stored the things they took off you all. Harry found it rather ironic that Bilbo had put the mokeskin pouch, a pouch that was enchanted to be nearly as large inside as their present domicile, inside a regular burlap sack. Thank you, Bilbo. This will make sneaking about much easier. After explaining the properties of the pouch to a chagrined Bilbo, Harry reached inside to pull out his family's invisibility cloak. It had lost none of its power since coming to this world, although he had not used it since. Given how his body had aged in the void, the cloak was only large enough to cover Harry, and that would have not been nearly very useful in most of the situations he had found himself in since meeting Thorin. Or perhaps I need to stop equating its use with simply sneaking around and pranking in my mind. Regardless, I have access to it once again. And with this and a bit of magic, that makes 2 scouts able to move about these halls. Although I would wager that invisible beats out Hobbit stealth, my friend, so I will take on the more dangerous tasks if it is all the same to you, Harry said aloud. Bilbo gaped, his mouth opening and shutting as the cloak made Harry's body below the neck disappear. He might have blurted out something about the cloak being the same as his ring just then, but something held him back. Certainly. I can concentrate on supplying you all with food then. The way down to the cellars isn't guarded after all, and once I memorize the times they are in use it should be simple enough. Thorin instead shook his head. That will surely be useful, Harry, and I am thankful you remembered it. But food right now is more important. Indeed, food alone puts us all deep into your debt to my friend, Keely said from another cell, reaching forward to clasp Bilbo's arm, getting him moving once more along the row of jail cells. But how are you doing? You were suffering even worse than we on the trail at the end. Reminded of that, Bilbo's other closer friends among the 12 also added their own worried questions. Indeed, how did you fare against the spiders? Questioned more than one dwarf, not having seen him once the battle became more widespread. Bilbo explained his own adventures during the battle, which Harry ignored, having seen most of it in favor of taking some of the food. He was amused at how Bilbo kept on apologizing for how long it had taken him to get back to them. But like the dwarves, Harry had learned that the hobbit's metabolism was such that it needed to be fed more often, and he was glad that Bilbo was looking and sounding so much better barely a few hours after getting a good feed. Both Harry and Thorin listened intently when Bilbo explained how he had followed them all through the woods. So while the elves are arrogant, it's not without reason in their own territory, he mused. Exactly. I'm afraid it's going to take me getting back out there and figuring out a route that we can follow before we'll be to escape. There just doesn't seem to be any way to get away from Hall, City, and territory without being found just yet, Bilbo admitted. Unless anyone here thinks that heading towards the lonely mountain and the lake that the elves won't have as many traps or wards out. No, I think incompetence is one thing you cannot play at Thranduil's feet. Thorin shook his head wryly. Then he asked a more pertinent question to their current predicament. But do you believe that you can continue to steal away food like this with impunity? Bilbo thought about it, then shrugged. I believe so. The majority of elves here are certain that they are safe beyond the outer enchantments and fortifications. Of course, they have reason to be, but as long as I spread out my depredations, I doubt anyone will notice. Good. We need to recover from our ordeal out there. Food, a safe place to be, if not a very accommodating one, enough space for us to at least exercise a bit. Thorin shrugged philosophically, but Harry could see the raw anger burning in his eyes at their treatment even as he set it aside for now. While I hate being caged like this, there is no reason why we cannot take our time about trying to escape. Thanks to our inadvertent shortcut through the mountains, we are at least 3 weeks to a month ahead of where we should be otherwise. Which gives you Master Baggins, and you, Harry, time enough to figure out an escape route. Right. Bilbo, concentrate on getting us food and finding where they stored our weapons. Or better yet, find us some more elvish weapons for those of us who were still using goblin muck. I will work on mapping out the city and finding us an escape route. And don't bother about trying to find keys or anything like that. Harry tapped 2 fingers against the lock, murmuring a spell that had some sentimental value to him, given who had actually taught it to him during their first year in Hogwarts. Alohomora. The door clicked open, and Harry paused, waiting, looking over to where Bilbo was the end of the hallway, much to the annoyance of the last few dwarves in line waiting for their food. After a moment, there was no hue and cry, and Harry chuckled as Bilbo came back to report. Arrogance is something you can lay at Thranduil's feet, I suppose. He might have been able to hear me when I'm using attack spells, but not the more subtle charms even if I'm much closer now. Thorin grinned wolfishly, nodding his head to Harry. We'll lock up behind you, obviously. Stay safe out there, the both of you. Harry clapped Thorin on the shoulder, then moved around Bilbo, whispering words of encouragement to him, before pulling up the hood of his invisibility cloak and disappearing from view. Behind him, Bilbo continued down the row of cages. As he pulled his invisibility cloak over him, Harry decided he shouldn't be away from the cells for very long just in case someone stopped by to check on the prisoners. Beyond that, Harry found himself very happy for the training that getting around Hogwarts had given him with its shifting stairs and strange architecture. Because Thranduil's halls were much the same, it was very hard to work out where he was in relation to anything they had seen after their meeting with the king. More than once, Harry found himself going back over the same ground, although Harry was able to find his way to the main hall eventually. There he shivered, realizing with a twinge of unease how they would be exposed here. As he went, Harry became more and more impressed with how Bilbo had been able to move around. There weren't that many elves around this segment of the castle by any other name, but there certainly was enough to impact his own abilities to move around, even with the invisibility cloak. Our scout is quite good and shows that Gandalf at least knew what he was talking about when it came to that, if not everything else, Harry thought as he made his way back to the cages. He was worried about the old man, but also really wanted to take him to task at how far off his words about the East Road and the elves of Mirkwood he had been. Just because you were more right than you could know about our need for Bilbo does not mean that I am going to not prank you severely for this, Gandalf. Just as he was about to go down that narrow staircase to the floor of the main hall, and from there out to the doors beyond, Harry saw commotion below him. Legolas was there, gathering a group of elves, with Thranduil standing at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the king's section of the hall. Time for the better part of valor, Harry old boy, Harry reflected, turning and racing back the way he had come. Outside the cell, he pulled off the cloak, twisting it around as he piled it up in his bed in such a way that the invisible side was facing outward. Thorin was looking at him in shock while Philly raised an eyebrow in question as Harry locked himself back in the cell. Elves incoming. Now, look as weary as you can. A bare second later, Legolas led a group of elves into the corridor. They moved briskly, with several aiming arrows down at his 2 elves, who could walk abreast here where humans or dwarves could not, moving from cell to cell. They checked the locks, while Legolas and 2 more stood in front of the cell Harry was in. The blonde looked at the weary, drooping human sitting on the bed, his lips twitching. My father has detected your use of magics, wizard. And yet, here you are, still caged. Did your spell fail? No, it worked perfectly, or else it would be a good deal smellier in here, Harry retorted, scowling internally. So, he detected my spell use but not the cloak? I should have expected an elf lord, with their emphasis on enchanting the land around them, could do that. Now to see if he could detect the nature of the spell as well. Legolas looked mildly affronted at the idea that anything in his father's halls could smell. What do you mean? Harry gestured around the cell. In preparing our accommodations, you forgot to include a means for us to go to the bathroom without leaving refuse behind. It was perhaps the most earthy task I've ever turned my magic to. Legolas and the other elves with him blanched into Harry's carefully hidden amusement, all of them took his words at face value. Yes, well, we'll provide buckets or something, I suppose. I will inform my father of this, but do not use your magic in such a manner again, wizard. Or else you will be punished further. So long as it doesn't get too uncomfortable in here, I can agree to that. As tired as I am, I'd rather not use magic for a while in any event, Harry replied, making certain to look even more tired than he really was. Once the elves were gone, Harry told Thorin what he had found, looking around for Bilbo, thinking he would pop out at some point now the coast was clear. He was told though that he had been gone for longer than he thought. Bilbo had handed over all the food he'd purloined and then left. The Hobbit had apparently found a place where he could hide out and rest. Rest, yes. Rest sounds quite good, frankly. Harry found himself yawning even as he said this and shook his head dryly at the dwarves. I haven't got nearly the endurance you lot have, and I am plumb knackered. I'm going to kip out. If something happens, wake me. Otherwise, consider this our nighttime, lads. We can figure out how much the king's ability to sense my magic changes things in the morning. With the magical lighting, night and day didn't have any meaning here. Harry's yawning seems to cause a cascade effect, with Ori and Nori speaking up strongly in favor of sleep. Thorin, however, demanded that there was at least one person on watch for every 2 jail cells and volunteered himself to go first for his own cage, and the one containing Keely, Balin, and Boffer. Harry took him up on this, kipping out in the little alcove at the back of the cell that did for a bed. In Harry's opinion, it was certainly far too short a time before Thorin was shaking him, getting him up to take his own turn at watch while Thorin took his turn to sleep. Harry didn't know how long he was on watch for, but unlike the others, his watch was going to be interrupted. An elf appeared at the end of the hallway, moving into the better lit section of the cells to stand in front of the one that held Harry, looking at him thoughtfully. As she did, her shape and face became visible, and Harry realized with a start that it was the same a female elf from before, and she looked annoyed at something again. Her words bore that out. You and the Oaken Shield certainly annoyed my king quite a bit. He has ordered that we keep you here until you learn better manners. But is that even possible for humans? I suppose that depends on how you go about their education, Harry quipped, then bowed towards her from the waist. Perhaps we should be formally introduced at this point? I will go first. Harry Potter, of nowhere in particular just yet beyond Thorin and company. Her lips quirking, the elf bowed in turn. Just her head admittedly, but enough to be polite. Toriel of Mirkwood, captain of the Unseen Host. Well, Toriel of the Unseen Host, what can I do for you this evening? Morning. Day. Whatever. Evening. You all were brought in early this morning and have had most of the day to cool your heels. It will be the first of many you will be spending thus, I'm afraid. My king is rather cross with you, as I said. But She paused, seeming to think of what to say so that it wouldn't sound disloyal. You are out in the field, running into spiders and their webs and wants to do something about it. Harry supplied as if reading her thoughts. Toriel's eyebrow rose in surprise, and Harry held up his hands. I wasn't using magic or anything, just, that is how I would feel in your place if my superiors were holding me back from doing something I could see needed doing. And then found others in our territory who had seemingly accidentally accomplished what I wanted to would just be the icing on the cake. Are all Easteries so quick to see things? I doubt it. Saruman doesn't seem to be much of a people person. And while Radagast was a fun fellow and would certainly understand the impact the spiders are having on the local forest, he probably would not see the impact not doing anything has on you. Toriel chuckled, nodding at that certainly dovetailed with what she knew about the reclusive forest wizard. She leaned back against the wall across from Harry's jail cell, looking at him thoughtfully. Why are you here? With the dwarves? I realize I asked this question before, but perhaps you are in a better mood now. In a better mood as I stand here in a cage rather than right after a battle? That seems to be comparing sour apples to decayed oranges, my lady. I would be a bad mood in either event. Harry teased lightly before going on. Still, I have gotten my answer to the question I asked you, even if I don't like it as I was afraid I might. Toriel winced at that, but Harry went on without saying more on that subject. There's no great mystery about it or overarching goal anyway. I'm here for friendship's sake, nothing more, nothing less. Thorin helped me when I had nothing. When I arrived here from where I had been originally, I was hurt, wounded sorely. Thorin looked after me when he had no reason to. And in my old life, I valued friends over everything, having gone through much of that life without them. A dark look came to Harry's emerald eyes at that point as he turned away, slightly stared down the hallway instead of at Toriel. Beyond that, we all know up a loss. And if I can help my new friends regain something that they have lost, their homes, I will do so. You truly believe you have a chance against Smaug if he still lives? Toriel was skeptical. Still, while the dwarves might be thoughtless and stupid enough to go into this without thinking about the dragon, surely someone who could use magic would be too intelligent to do that. Harry shrugged. I believe so. Though you will pardon me if I keep the why of it to ourselves at present. Does it have anything to do with the sword? Toriel asked. I examined the spiders after the battle, and some of the ones near you had been poisoned. I have to warn you that dragons are mostly immune to poisons. In the Great Wars against Morgoth, my people attempted such things occasionally. They never worked. Mostly leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Please do not touch the blade lightly, my lady. The poison on it is beyond anything you can imagine, Harry warned. While he wouldn't lose any sleep over Thranduil killing himself in a moment of cross stupidity, he figured if any of the elves died, they would not only hide his sword away but also would make the elves enemies for life. As is the make of it, Toriel replied dryly. The design of the blade is honestly a little bizarre to my elvish sensibilities. It looks somewhat elvish, but not quite, almost as if elf and dwarf combined their skills, which is just strange. But is there a spell on it? I am able to lift it, but my king was not. It's spelled so that it can only be wielded by a person who matches certain qualities, I suppose you could say. It's a relic of the school where I was taught magic. One of the founders had specific desires of what he wanted to see in his students, and it left an impact on the school and on the blade. Harry was interested that Toriel was able to move the blade at all. Toriel looked interested at that, but also leery of asking any further questions, wondering what Harry would ask in turn. She sensed that the more personal her questions, the more he would want in turn. So instead, she turned the conversation to a subject where she felt Harry would respond more openly. You've said Gandalf's name several times, and that of Elrond. You've also said that you are here for friendship's sake. But why was Mithrandir involved? Harry paused, staring at her. Then he remembered something that Elrond had mentioned, and which Gandalf had agreed with. One of the greatest weapons of the ancient enemy was betrayal, he said slowly, watching as Toriel stiffened at that, her head rearing back as she stared at him. So just ask yourself this, why would Gandalf wish to remove a dragon from play at this time? When a power is stirring to the south of you, behind the veil of the spiders. Toriel fell silent, just staring back at Harry for a few moments, then shook her head. What you are implying is impossible. It simply cannot be. That is what Gandalf has gone to investigate, Harry replied simply. We will see. For my part, the signs I've seen, and the discussions I've been part of, seem to most decidedly imply that it is. Toriel looked almost ill for a moment, more emotion on her face than Harry had seen since beyond anger and caustic sarcasm. It was obvious to him she had gotten what he was hinting at, that Sauron had returned to power somehow. It was just as obvious that she didn't want to believe it. Evidently, the ability to ignore reality is not just a mortal trait. As Harry watched the brown-haired elf, she shook her head, seemingly setting that aside entirely, to stare at him again. My king has asked about the spells that you used. He wishes to learn them, and more. There is something he desires in the Lonely Mountain as well. He will never let you go until you accede to his demands to teach him what you can, and to provide him with whatever that is. You're talking to the wrong person. Whether we agree or disagree, whatever happens, that is up to Thorin to decide. Harry deflected. I will never agree. I will not be your king's catspaw, never agree to any demands he makes upon me. Whatever my current state, I am the son of kings myself, and I will never bow to another's demands. Thorin intoned from where he was still lying down in his bed with his eyes closed but obviously quite awake. Not when he and his have done nothing for me and mine save turn us away when we needed help the most. Toriel shrugged. Dwarves have long lives, so I suppose that you can deal well enough with spending a decade or two stuck in here. Humans, on the other hand, I wonder what a human will look like with a beard, she teased, a genuine smile on her face as she looked at Harry. It made her quite pretty, Harry reflected, the realization hitting him hard. It had been a long time since he'd been around any women of any type, let alone one close enough to the human form to look at in such a manner. Yet doing so also brought a twinge of sadness and guilt to him as he remembered Hermione and what might have been. Part of him remembered Galadriel's advice and wanted to move on, but the rest was still trapped in the past by the memory of bright smiles, tight hugs and curly brown hair. To over this sudden whirlpool of emotions, Harry looked up at the ceiling for a second, scratching at his chin thoughtfully. That could be an interesting experiment, I suppose. Although it would probably take me a decade or more to have a beard equal to my companions. Although even so, I no doubt beat out any elf. I haven't yet seen an elf with any facial hair. The elf woman smirked that, shaking her head. I have no doubt that we will speak further soon, but I have my own duties to attend to. Until next time, Harry Potter. With that, she walked off. She was still smiling too, so Harry counted it as a win. He wasn't the only one, and he felt Philly elbow handing him in the back, having moved up behind him while Harry was still watching Toriel leave. And in another cell, Keely also was laughing quietly. You're in like Flint, lad. She is most definitely interested in you. I think you're reading a little too much into it. I think Toriel's more interested in me as a source of information and adventure than anything else, Harry demurred. But adventure can mean all too many different things, Philly quipped, amusement plain on his face. Then he jerked his head back towards the beds. My turn for watch. Indeed, and I would rather you all shut up so that I can get some sleep, Thorin grumbled. Then he smirked slightly, despite not opening his eyes still. You can all wonder about Harry and his possibly amorous adventures later. Grumbling, Harry turned and decided at least to get some sleep. He was still feeling the effects of the battle in the woods, after all. As he turned over, his thoughts ran along the lines of the conversation he'd just had, as he wondered what Gandalf was up to. Oh. Gandalf frowned around his pipe as he sat back, staring across the long narrow defile that served as a bridge to the large hilltop complex that was the fortress of Dol Guldur. Created in ages past by the necromancer when he first assumed his necromancer guise, the fortress had originally been the capital of the Sylvan elves under Orifer, who had died in the Battle of Dagorlad. Such was the loss of life in that battle that when the necromancer came here, the shadow he cast was enough to drive off Thranduil and his people. In turn, the necromancer had been forced to flee from Gandalf himself 1,000 years later. Yet in those 1,000 years, his touch had twisted everything that had been fair into a foul show of brutal power, dark walls and spires rising like spears from the once green hill beneath. Why did we not make certain a watch was kept here? Why did we assume that Thranduil would warn us if the necromancer returned? Why did I not pursue him when he fled? I took that as proof he was not Sauron, but I should still have pursued him even so. Illusion, trickery, complacency. We have been plagued by them for thousands of years now. From here, there was no activity to be seen, nothing on the surface. But the surface has never been the totality, never. The great enemy and those who serve him have always been good at hiding things, and always had a penchant for being underground as well. Even if I cannot at present discern anything further beyond the darkening of the sky above. He chuckled dryly to himself at that, looking down at the small stone he held in one palm as the runes upon it glowed faintly with his power. That had been something that he had noticed the first evening out from the dwarves when he first decided to use one of Harry's Notice Me Not array. It worked very well. Indeed it worked too well. The nimbus of magical energy the runes created, which, when he was trying Gandalf could discern from the inside, blocked out everything else that could find him, magically or physically, as long as he remained within its area of effect. But it also deafened his own magical senses to the world beyond that field. It was most disconcerting that first night to be so cut off, Gandalf reflected. As a mayor, Gandalf was more aware of the world around him than most, whatever his physical raiment might indicate. Added to this was the fact that of all of the Mailer, Gandalf looked to Manwë for his powers. To be so cut off from the voice of the sky and wind was almost horrifying at the time, causing him to accidentally overload the array, the stone containing the runes crumbling in his hand. But he could not debate the fact that it had worked magnificently. Earlier that day, Gandalf had simply walked past, if slowly, several groups of spiders which had been moving through the forest as he came to where the forest ended and Dol Guldur's environs began. However, to use my own senses once more, I will have to leave it behind and move forward under my own power. Gandalf chuckled again, before looking down at the rune, and slowly removing his power from it, trying hard not to damage it. When he was done, Gandalf put the rune-covered rock back in his pouch to one side and made his way forward. He moved across the bridge, using his own magic to hide somewhat from detection, his powers far more subtle than Harry's, not creating the resounding clamor that Harry's magic did in the ether. On the other side, Gandalf moved through the outer edges of the fortress, the segments that had been built into the hill it sat upon, looking around him and down at the dirt underneath for clues as to where to go. As he had expected, while there didn't seem to be any outward signs of habitation, once you were past the outer wall, as Radagast had warned, the signs became more plentiful. It wasn't anything physical so much as the pressure in the ether. There were no tracks or anything so simple. No, it was in the feel of the place. Like the cloud in the sky above, as if a volcano was about to erupt, so too was there a feeling in the air. A foulness in the very stone all around Gandalf. Soon he found a way deeper into the former city-turned fortress. Gandalf kept hiding his presence while sending out his own senses, shivering slightly at what they were telling him. The ring wraiths had been here for certain, just as Radagast had warned. And as Gandalf delved deeper, it became clear that they were not alone. Orcs aplenty, goblins too. A few trolls. The taste is distinctive on the air, an almost unholy bouquet. Finally, Gandalf came out across the entrance to the area below the former city, the segment which had, at one point, been the site of a series of interconnected caverns that housed the industry of Orifer's people as they, still weak from the death of their king and all his host, decided to start to hide rather than rely on their now non-existent armies for protection. Now, however, after centuries of the necromancer's habitation, it was turned into a massive underground complex, a twisted version of its former architecture. And there was a red light everywhere, not the magical lights of Celeb Oriel, but the red light of fires. The fires of smithies, the clamor of them rising to where he was hiding, watching from above from a narrow alcove that might once have been part of another floor in times long past. The hoofbeats of beasts, the tramp of training orcs, the roar of trolls and the hiss of metal being cooled. Here, hidden beneath the outer fortress, was a vast army and logistic space. A center of power with which Sauron could start to exert his influence on the world once more, bringing more fell things under his banner all the time. It is as I feared. Sauron is indeed here, but Saruman was right as well if wrong in his timing. The orcs here all bear the marks of the northern mountain orcs, they have indeed rebuilt their numbers, but Sauron has already brought them under his banner. How did he get them here? Are there tunnels that stretch that far? Or were they able to come overland somehow? Shaking those concerns off, Gandalf concentrated on the here and now. The council must be told. We cannot allow Sauron to build up still more power here. With that in mind, Gandalf moved across the balcony-like area, sitting well away from the tunnel that he had moved down previously, so that should any enemy come upon him, they could only come at him from one direction. There, he sat down, his back against the stone of the wall of the cavern, setting out the same rune stone he had been using earlier to one side, one hand hovering over it just in case. Then he closed his eyes and began to send out his presence out into the world, searching for those of the council he could find, his breath murmuring out in the spell as he did. See what I see, he murmured as he stared at the army below, the preparations, the sheer number of foul creatures which were there. The great enemy is here. The great enemy returns. We might not have the material strength to do anything about the army, but once that army moved on, if it did, they could do something about the shade of Sauron. And if that army did not, the council could throw up a barrier around the area, slowing that army's movement until they could marshal military forces to crush them here in this fortress. It will be hard to gather that force, Gandalf admitted. The strength of the elves had waned without the need, their numbers were far less than they had been in the time of the War of the Last Alliance. No longer could they field armies fit to match their enemy's number or even close to it. And yet, the humans still have strength if they can be made to see the need. The dwarves too, for all they are scattered and weakened still by their private war against the orcs under the mountains. Suddenly his thoughts cut off as he noticed movement below and on other alcoves overlooking the main hall below. As he had feared, Sauron had been on guard, and sending out your thoughts like Gandalf had was like creating a beacon, shouting out to those with senses to understand that there was someone here. Instantly, Gandalf's hand fell on the rune stone, and he pulled his senses back into his body as he sent some magical energy into it. The array activated quickly, covering his presence once more. A second later, a large band of orcs burst out onto the overhang where Gandalf sat, staring around them. There's nothing here, the master was wrong. That worthy was sent screaming to his death by another orc, who growled out, the master is never wrong. The great eye sees all. Search, he must be here somewhere, if not here, then hiding like the brigand the wizard is. Despite that determination, the orcs could not get past the array around Gandalf, becoming more confused all the time as they seemed to be unable to acknowledge the existence of the area covered by the array's power. The magical scent was gone too, so Sauron could not help them. I do believe I have overstayed my welcome regardless. Time to go. Standing up slowly, with not array in his hand, Gandalf turned, staring at the group of orcs that burst out onto this portion of the tunnel. He bit his lip to keep from chuckling as they began to shout angrily to one another, trying to place blame for the wizard's quick escape. But that urge to chuckle disappeared like smoke on the wind as the orcs and goblins quickly backed away from something deeper into the tunnel, bowing their heads subserviently. Through their ranks strode a ring wraith. The ring wraith was a creature of shadow, its power not yet returned to full strength, a cloak over its form, but nothing physical seeming there, not even the shadowy hands that showed out of its sleeves. Except for the image of an iron crown upon its head, gold and iron and glowing red eyes visible under the hood that contained its head. This was the Witch King of Angmar. A powerful Númenórean of long ago, he had quickly turned to darkness under Sauron's influence, becoming a ring wraith, subject to Sauron's will through the power of that ring as the other 6 human kings had. Centuries later, he had founded Angmar in order to wipe out the last of the Dúnedain, the faithful of Númenor, and in the main had succeeded before losing his nation to a vengeful army led by Prince Erner of Gondor and the reborn elf warrior Glorfindel. He was Sauron's chief lieutenant and wielded a power second only to his. Yet, even so, he too was looking around in confusion and anger. He was here. Here and yet is not. How is this possible? The creature hissed in the black tongue of Mordor. Slowly Gandalf backed away until he was right at the edge of the overhand, where he sat down. Sitting as still as possible, he carefully controlled the amount of energy he was pouring into the array, knowing that to be seen was to be taken. The lights down below started to flare up higher, then dim, as a great shadow began to crawl over the underground holes. In the distant edge of the hall, an image appeared, causing every creature within to fall to their knees, smashing their heads on the ground in supplication as the power of the being they called Master washed over them. The image was of a man or the outline of one delineated in front of a raging fire. But the man and fire were somehow one thing, and the image of the man slowly shifted to that of a slitted pupil, the fire into an eye made of magical fire. From the apparition came a voice, speaking in the ancient, original style of the Black Tongue, a language Sauron created. While even I cannot sense you history, I know you are here. And that is enough. I will tear away your veil and reveal you. Before Gandalf could realize what was happening, magic blasted out like a wave of black lightning and fog from Sauron. It crashed into and through the Notice Me Not array, shattering the stone in Gandalf's hand. The physical force of the impact lifted Gandalf off the floor of the overhand, tossing him off the edge with a cry of pain and shock. Recovering quickly, Gandalf flipped himself in midair, his staff in hand as he shouted out a command in Quenya. The airs of the world surrounded him for just a moment, slowing his descent, and he landed on his feet below, staff still upraised. A blast of light covered him for just a moment, and he raced off before Sauron could bring his pressure to bear once more. In an narrow hallway leading up, Gandalf found his way barred by orcs. Grimacing, he raised his staff again and the orcs found themselves flung through the air as Gandalf had a moment before, lightning and blasts of air flashing out from his staff. 7 died within as many seconds, 12 more were thrown back broken against the tunnel's walls. A second later, a troll at an intersection above found itself grasping its through, its lifeblood spilling out from the neat cut to its neck from Glamdring, the foe hammer living up to its name. With a bit of space won from his pursuers, Gandalf retreated further, hoping that it would lead somewhere, only to find the ring wraith falling down from another tunnel that came down into the ceiling of this one. I see you, old one. It hissed in the foul tongue. And I see you, king of witches. Gandalf roared, slamming his staff with one hand down to the ground, creating a shockwave that threw several other attackers through the air and away even as he reached into a pouch, bringing out one of the shield array runestones that Harry had crafted for him. The shield appeared, blocking the ring wraith's attack, and before the creature could comprehend the magic facing it, Glamdring stabbed forward, surging with Gandalf's energy. Although there was a spell on the Witch King to keep the being from dying permanently to any man in this shadow form, it wasn't nearly strong enough to remain corporeal in the face of this onslaught. Its form shattered with a cry like claws raking on glass. There was a squeal of dismay from the surrounding pursuers, and they backed away rapidly, despite the overarching fear of their master, allowing Gandalf to turn and raced up the tunnel. Curse myself for a fool, if I had not shattered that first array, I could use it now to break away from all pursuit, with Sauron so slow of movement from where he has appeared. As it is, my own powers must do, and my own feet alas. Despite his inner grousing, Gandalf was able to use his own powers to hide from several bands of orcs as they raced up and down the hallways and tunnels of the was nearly out before his luck failed. There he came upon a band of orcs, standing directly in his way, and tried to sneak past them by creating a sound on the other side of them with a simple spell. It worked, but as he moves towards them, the hallway he was in crossed over with another one directly before he would have gained the open sky. A growl was the only warning he had to turn, Glamdring rising to stab the wolf as it lunged at him. But its rider hopped off the beast quickly, bringing around a heavy mace that looked as if it weighed as much as Gandalf himself. Gandalf could barely get his sword up to block the blow, let alone have time to set himself. The blow smashed his sword out of his hand and Gandalf off of his feet. Azog howled triumph as he strode forward, his massive mace raised fit to crush a troll's skull, let alone a wizard's. Gandalf raised his staff, which he still had in one hand, and blasted the orc back. Azog flew backward, rolling just before he would hit the wall, showing far too much agility for such a large creature. But even as Gandalf got to his feet, the damage had been done as the orcs on guard rushed back into the tunnel. Again Gandalf found himself surrounded, fighting for his life. He slew several more orcs, and several others backed away rapidly as Gandalf allowed more of his aura to show, his raiment becoming grey, his power rising. But that aura, in turn, brought Sauron's attention upon him once more. The tunnel leading down began to glow, and the shadow form of Sauron appeared there. Gandalf turned, contending with his will, one hand scrambling for his pouch to bring out the rest of Harry's gifts. You will not have me, Sauron. But Gandalf could not fight against both the influence of Sauron's presence and the orcs. A blow got through his defenses, doubling him over, breaking a rib perhaps. Another blow to the head sent him crashing to the ground, his staff skittering away from his hand. Gandalf tried to reach for it, only to find Azog standing on it, leering down at him malevolently. The orc kicked him in the side, turning Azog over and forcing to stare at the image of Sauron. That image reached out with a hand. You took one chance too many, Olorin. And you will now pay for it. Sauron's will bore down on Gandalf, and in his weakened state, Gandalf could not contend against it. Those words were the last things that he heard before darkness claimed him. Oh. While Thorin and company had no way of telling time, it was clear to all of them that they had been imprisoned for too long. All the dwarves, Harry and Bilbo, had mostly recovered from their ordeal through the mountain and then the forest afterward. Indeed, thanks to Bilbo providing food, Harry felt better than he had since leaving Rivendell. But they were still captive, they still had no way of telling time, and all of them could feel summer ending somehow, like a mountain over their heads. Well, that and boredom. With Thranduil able to sense when Harry used his magic, he was stuck in the cage with the dwarves. He got away a few times, using 2 spells at once, and then retreating to the cages quickly, so the elves had no idea he could use magic to open the cell's locks, but Thranduil was, magically speaking, watching him like a hawk. He still had no idea about the cloak, which was great, but unless Bilbo could get the keys and Harry could copy them, he was as stuck as the dwarves. There was only so much exercise you could do in a jail cell. This meant that they had to rely on Bilbo all the more, and Harry, somewhat reluctantly, had turned over his invisibility cloak to Bilbo. Bilbo accepted the loan, although not as happily as Harry had expected for some reason. Regardless, their scout was proving his worth here in the halls of Thranduil, keeping them fed easily with the moleskin pouch while creating a mental map of the halls and the city beyond. What helped that was just yet no one could figure out, as getting out of the city without a full-scale battle seemed impossible. Toriel stopped by randomly, which broke up the monotony of the day for Harry, if not the dwarves, none of whom were willing to talk to her or any of the other elves. Mostly they talked about what lay beyond Mirkwood, but Toriel also subtly questioned Harry about Gandalf and his interest in the company's goals. Yet this was obviously of less importance to her. Most of the time, they just talked about the world beyond Mirkwood, with Harry hinting at what his own world was like, a few of his professors, and friends. This was frequently a poignant, bittersweet discussion. But Toriel seemed to be able to sense that before it could become an issue, always backing off and changing the subject quickly. In return, Harry learned more about Toriel. She was actually quite young, as elves measured things, being barely in her 4th century, having been born in Celebrial after Thranduil had led his people here, retreating from their previous lands out of grief and pressure from some dark force that invaded their lands and sapped their energy. Harry tried to question her about that, but she honestly didn't know much, since none of the elders liked talking about their exodus north. He learned more about elvenkind, about how they lived day to day, how they viewed the world, and some more besides. Nothing important, alas. Toriel was very careful to not share anything of that nature, just like Harry was, despite the fact he was coming to like the elven woman, but interesting all the same. Of course, this interest had not gone unnoticed, and one day Legolas stopped by as well. He stood for a few seconds, simply looking at Harry thoughtfully. So, a human wizard. One who is not of the history. One who is open about his connection to the council, but not his reasonings. I have to wonder, is it the mystery that your presence represents that entices Toriel, or just the novelty? Could be both, honestly. I'm just as in the dark there as you are, but then again, I doubt that we're alone in being unable to understand the female mind, regardless of race. Harry snarked. She seems interested in what is beyond Mirkwood, that's about all I can tell you. Jealous? He asked with a smirk. Hardly. Jealousy likes that does not exist in elvenkind. Harry raised a sardonic eyebrow at that, which caused Legolas to inwardly wince, as he remembered that Toriel had told him that the human wizard knew something of the history of their race. Jealousy, betrayal, and other, darker emotions didn't play as big a role in elven society as it did humans, but their history was still rife with enough examples of it and the disasters it could cause. But instead of addressing that, Legolas went on the attack slightly. She will soon tire of you, or you will run out of answers to her endless questions. Toriel's inquisitive nature is such that she will latch on to anything new, then go on to the next when she becomes tired of it. You are but a passing fancy, here now, ignored soon after. Harry shrugged at that. If that's the case, why are you here? Perhaps I am curious too. Your use of magic and your connection to Mithrandir gives me pause for thought. If not for the madness of your apparent mission to the Lonely Mountain, I would argue in favor of simply setting you on the East Road once more at the edge of our western territory, sending you back to the Blue Mountains because of that connection. Legolas shrugged. As it is, that is not going to happen. But why are you with the dwarves? He asked suddenly, shifting topic quickly. Instead of answering, Harry asked his own question. Is it really all that unusual to see a human with dwarves? Yes, it is. Doubly so when it is one who has your powers. But equally rare is to see human and dwarf together, traveling. Didn't Toriel tell you? She asked me the same question, and I told her. Still, as you are asking instead of demanding, I don't mind sharing once more. I'm just here for the sake of friendship. That's all there is to it. Harry smirked as he saw Legolas's look of skeptical disbelief. She made that same face too. But that really is all there is to it. Your father expects some big mystery or to learn some powerful magic from me that the Istari have learned, which can be used against dragons. My magic can't be taught as far as I know, and my style of magic has nothing to do with that of Gandalf or Saruman. And yet, you do possess magic, quite a bit of magic, and spells that none of us have heard of before. Regardless of what you said about us not being able to learn them, you can see where my king's idea is much more believable than the fact you would simply beard a dragon in his lair, let alone face all the dangers on the road for friendship's sake. Beard, I see what you did there, Harry chuckled, while Thorin and the other dwarves, who were listening in since they had nothing better to do, grumbled. To my mind, that says something more negative about you and your king than it says anything at all about me. Harry seemed almost sad for them for a moment. Perhaps. Legolas still looked unconvinced though and began to ply Harry with more questions. However, when Harry asked some questions in turn, Legolas didn't answer, unlike Toriel. She had actually enjoyed that aspect, feeling it made the discussion more equal. Legolas did not. Finally, Harry began to get frustrated by that, and when Legolas asked, one more time, if Thorin had promised him some of the famous dwarven gold, barked out enough. I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but the more you demand answers of me, the less willingness I have to answer. Until you're willing to answer some questions of my own about yourself, your people and your lands around here, I don't see any reason why I should keep answering yours. Legolas shook his head. You speak as if you are in a position of power. You are not. Remember, you, like these dwarves, are our prisoners. As long-lived as dwarves are in comparison to humans, all of their lives are but an eye blink to elvish kind. We shall see how willing to answer my questions you are in a few decades. Of course, Legolas was sort of joking about that. Sort of. It was true that elves lived for literal ages, while humans merely for decades. But he would prefer not to use the threat old age against Harry and the dwarves. No, food and bread without sight nor sound of the world beyond their caves would soon enough break down their will. Although it hasn't yet, which says much about their willpower. In fact, while I know nothing of dwarves, not having had any dealings with them before, they actually look. Legolas's musing was interrupted by Harry's retort to his threat. Just because Thranduil can sense me doing magic doesn't mean he can stop me using my power. I am here because I don't want to fight through you to earn my freedom. That does not mean I am without surprises. Harry followed this up with a wave of a finger. He was surprised to find he could transfigure the color of Legolas's hair with some ease, unlike when he tried the same on Galadriel, who felt the magic impact her, or Elrond, who felt it wash over his clothing. Whenever magical resistance elves had, evidently, it varied wildly from one person to another. Your own words mean nothing, Harry Potter, merely deeds. You are still our prisoner, and prisoner you will remain until you tell my father what he wants to know, to teach him your brand of magic and more. Until then, I hope you enjoy the sight of the ceiling of your jail cell. With that, Legolas left, shaking his head at the human's obdurate nature. Honestly, it wasn't as if his father was asking for much, was it? Was their pride worth being stuck here for who knew how many decades? The dwarves I can understand, stubbornness is in their nature, but the human should be more flexible. As he walked down into the main hall, at first, Legolas didn't notice anything unusual, until, that as he passed a few fellow elves who began to chuckle, looking at him in bemused wonder, one of them even went so far as to bow from the waist towards him, asking Lord Legolas, wherever did you get that color of dye for your hair? It is most festive. What are you talking about, Glendriel? Legolas asked, frowning in confusion. I believe, my son, they are talking about your hair. I was coming down to investigate the wizard's latest use of his magic, only to discover you. Thranduil's voice drawled out. Walking around like that, all unaware. Like what, father? Legolas asked, getting worried. Sighing, Thranduil, who had been standing at the base of the stairs up to the royal quarters, sent a servant to find a small mirror. Moments later, Legolas was back in front of Harry's cell, neon orange hair and all. I don't like you, he said, bluntly pointing at his hair. Undo this. Harry laughed aloud, as did all of the dwarves who were able to see Legolas at the moment. They had manfully controlled themselves earlier, but now, after days or weeks of captivity, they were laughing like this was the funniest thing they had ever seen. Mainly because it really was the funniest thing they had seen for months. I warned you. Take it off, Legolas repeated. And what will you give me in return? Legolas scowled but eventually decided to go along with it. Toriel, who was not in Celeb Oriel today, had warned him conversations with Harry were like this. If you wanted something, you had to give something in turn. What did you want to know? How long have we been in here? Thorin asked before Harry could say anything. Answer me that, and I will prevail upon Harry to change your hair back. While Harry mock-pouted at that, Legolas shrugged. It was an easy enough answer to give. You have been in here for 3 weeks. Luckily for you, besides myself and Toriel, everyone seems to have forgotten you are here, save the king whenever this one uses his strange magic. That could be the best thing for you, really. He'll probably turn his attention back to you in a few months more time. Or perhaps next summer. Let you cool your heels in here for a full year. He turned his attention to Harry, pointing once more at his hair, which was a fiery orange color, almost neon, even though Legolas, of course, wouldn't have that word in his vocabulary. Your spell, please. Rolling his eyes, Harry the finger, watching as the color changed. This time it took a little more energy, as if now that Legolas was aware that he was being enspelled, his resistance had doubled. Not enough to stop the spell from latching on, though. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. The Lady Galadriel didn't like me playing with her hair color, either. Legolas's eyes widened at that, staring at Harry. You have not mentioned the Lady of Lothlorien before. He almost accused. What the lady and I talked about is my own business, Harry said, closing down so quickly Legolas could practically see it in his eyes like a wall coming down. And since all of you seem to be disbelieving the fact that we know Elrond and Gandalf, why should my knowing the lady be any different? Legolas frowned, opened his mouth, then shook his head, turning and leaving quickly. Since in truth, it didn't really change anything. Thranduil would still want to keep Harry a prisoner until he shared how to do his magic. Yet it did change much, since Galadriel would certainly not have met with any normal human wizard. It added credence to Harry's other words about Elrond and Mithrandir endorsing this mission, at least in Legolas's mind. Harry looked over at Thorin, who nodded grimly. We're running out of time. They only had a set amount of time before the last light of the springtime thing, which would allow them access to the mountain. They had to start moving again. After that, of course, Thranduil came by, and Legolas again. They questioned Harry about Galadriel, making threats now, wanting to know more about his connection to her. But after a few random visits, the elves seemed to become tired of questioning him. In actuality, Legolas turned his attention once more outward with the rest of the unseen host. Toriel, who had yet to return, had hunted many a spider to the south, as they were once more pressing north. More than that, she and her band had reported seeing warg tracks. Not many, but any such tracks were a concern. Thranduil, however, had discerned more of Harry's few words about the council and Galadriel than he realized. The fact Galadriel was even in Rivendell at all and meeting with the council, for one. For another, that she and the others had left, each to their own errand. He cared not for what the lady and Harry had talked about, which made his questions a bit more insidious. He also, unlike Legolas, instantly got into the give and take of the conversation, telling Harry more about his people and their lands. In a way, Thranduil did so because he wanted to break Harry away from Thorin and the dwarves. In another, he hoped to use this to soften the wizard up for further, more direct, questions about his magic. While that didn't seem to be happening, indeed, Harry turned down the king's attempt to bribe him with better quarters and better food. The Elven king went away secretly pleased with what he had learned. The council was on the move. That could only mean that the necromancer had finally drawn their ire without Thranduil having to swallow his pride and ask for aid against the shadow cast by Dol Guldur. Like the council had for far too long, Thranduil made no connection between the necromancer and Sauron. But that didn't mean he was any less concerned, afraid really, by the threat the necromancer posed. Soon after these conversations petered out, Bilbo showed up for his regular drop-off. Thorin and Harry told him about the recent discussion, the discovery of how much time had passed, and told him they had to get moving, but Bilbo surprised them. He just nodded and, looking furtively over his shoulder towards the end of the hall, said the most magic words possible. I think I have a plan. End chapter. This isn't quite the chapter I wanted it to be. I wanted to get Harry and the dwarves out, but I also wanted to write up a scene where Bilbo shone as a problem solver and fighter. I had everything but that. So I decided to cut the chapter off here until I could get that scene right. Anyway, hope you liked this chapter, the conflicts and the bit of getting to know you type games Toriel and Harry played.